From around the world, the greatest Age of Empires players assemble here to do battle for honour, glory, and the riches that come from a massive prize pool.
Rising majestically over the Andalusian countryside, this castle stands as a relic of centuries past and legendary stories, real and fictional. Welcome to Castillo Almodóvar.
And welcome to Red Bull Wololo El Reinado.
Please welcome to the stage your hosts for the day, Zoe and, well, me. For a beginning to today's festivities, my friends. Once again, welcome to Castillo Almodóvar for Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. My name's Reinado, I'll be your host today, joined by the inestimable, the irreplaceable Zoe, coming back to her roots, back to RTS games. Zoe, it's so wonderful to have you here, mate.
It's a privilege to join all of you here in this beautiful venue to make some history, to witness history being made by our players. I mean, listen, 3 grand finals in a row, so many champions to be crowned. I can't wait to get it all started. And
I'm very excited indeed today to be going all the way back. We're going all the way back to the beginning of this beloved franchise, back to Age of Empires 1. Of course, this is going to be fantastic. I played this game as a kid. I'm sure so many other people did. And then the latest installation and the latest addition to this franchise, Age of Mythology Retold. Of course, we can bring up the schedule and have a chat about what we're going to see today. But before that, I want to have a talk with you about some of the people who have made this broadcast, this entire event possible. And those are the people sponsoring the show. We would like to thank our partners, AOC, Backforce and AMD for their support. And a special thanks to World's Edge for their essential partnership. Let's hear it for the people who have made this broadcast what it is today and across the entire weekend. Thanks so much to all of them. Anyway, Zoe, let's get into the schedule. As I said, Age of Empires 1, Age of Mythology, and of course, Age of Empires 2. Talk us through what we're going to see today.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? 3 great titles, and we're going to have some really good players battling it out on this very stage. Kicking things off with Age of Empire 1, we're going to have a David versus Goliath situation. Jim Sehedinang will be going up against this one tool, so that's going to be a good one. Afterwards, we're going to see 2 very familiar faces. Recon will be going at it against the Mista in Age of Mythology Retold, so that ought to be a good one. And you know what? Now we got a big one to finish it all off. Age of Empires 2. We're going to see the Viper and Hera going at it. We have a stacked day ahead of us.
We've got, as you say, a host of champions to crown today. And I know there are going to be people who are excited for all three. Who's excited to see some Age of Empires 1 today? I'm very much looking forward to it, absolutely. Same. And of course, Age of Mythology Retold, recently out. Who's looking forward to seeing some legendary creatures, some myth played out writ large on the screens today with Age of Mythology Retold? But then, of course, Zoe, the main event. I know that everyone here, traveling here from around the world, is so excited for Hera and the Viper in Age of Empires 2. Well, the crowd making their feelings known here, Zoe, but that's not the only way. We don't want to just hear from the people here in the castle.
That's right. Everyone should get involved. Actually, even you in the crowd can also get involved on socials. So make sure to head on over to social media. Let us know which match is catching your eye, which player you support, or just generally how you're feeling today. We just want to know all about it. Hit us up on social media, and you might be featured on the broadcast later today.
We'd like to thank everyone for joining us, not just around the world, of course, but here in the castle. It's fantastic to see so many smiling, expectant faces looking up at us. But another thing I want to highlight here, Zoe, is the incredible trophy that these players will be taking home. So obviously there's the honour, there's the glory, there's the prestige, there's also a fair bit of money. But we have a spectacular piece of hardware for these champions to take in with them. Zoe, you respect wood. Talk us through what these players are going to be taking home.
Yeah, any fellow wood enthusiasts in the crowd? Yeah, okay, as if you know. Okay.
There are a couple of people who respect wood. That's good. Yep.
If you're looking at the trophy, you'll join me in my enthusiasm about it. It's a complete wooden crafted trophy that the players are going to get home. It's made in this very region from a master of wood crafting, or carving rather. So very exciting to have those one of a kind, or 3 or 4 of a kind in our case, trophies to take home. Good luck getting that one through customs. Not sure how that one will work out, but you know.
Anything to declare? Well, a big wooden trophy that I won. Okay.
Is this okay?
Interesting conversation. But yes, indeed, the trophies are going to be, it's going to be terrific to see champions up here on stage taking them home. But we turn our attention now, Zoe, to the first order of business, the grand final of Red Bull Wololo Age of Empires 1. This is a game that is very special to many people, myself included, as I say, played it when I was a kid. So I hope you're all wearing comfortable shoes, because we're going to take a little stroll down memory lane together, my friends. Talk to us about these competitors, right? You sort of characterised this as a bit of a David versus Goliath situation between these two Age of Empires players, both of them from Vietnam, where the game is so huge. Tell us a little bit about the people who are going to be battling it out.
I mean, everyone who's following Age of Empires 1 will be familiar with Chimsia. I mean, he has been winning on nearly everything at this point. So, you know, he's the end boss. He's the person to beat. And this time he will be challenged by a teammate of his, who just previously, or recently rather, has joined the team. But they've actually been practicing for this event together. And the opposition here is Swantu. He's an up-and-coming player. He will be the dark horse. I think a lot of people, if you even just look at the qualifier, they didn't even expecting him to make it out. But he specifically has been practicing to make it to this very stage here in Spain. So he wants to put himself on the map.
Well, I can't wait to see what these players have cooked up here. And let's not forget, we have one player so dominant, so we're characterizing them as a Goliath, right? Let's not forget what happened to Goliath at the end of the story. Will we see a bit of an upset today? Will Tim Sia's long reign of dominance be broken by the challenger Su 1-2? We're going to find out, my friends. Put your hands together and please make our casters for this match feel warmly welcome. There they are up in the casting area. Put your hands together and welcome our casters to the broadcast for the first time today. It's over to you, Killer Pigeon and Winston Waffles.
Buenas tardes, Almodóvar. Welcome to Grand Finals Sunday here at Red Bull Wololo. 3 Grand Finals, 3 champions to be crowned, and it starts here at where it all began 25 years ago.
Oh, baby, we got some AoE1 on the schedule. I am so excited to see Chimse play again and Swan 2 as well. These players are phenomenal. I was watching them practice earlier. This is going to be a fast, aggressive set. Oh, I'm just so excited to see it.
Well, let's talk about the reigning champion, Chimse. Like, we have to begin there. The story of a man who has made it here now twice in a row, and for a lot of people, that is your Goliath in this story.
Oh, yeah, and his dominance it's a legacy. You could write a book about it probably at this point, right? The amount of tournaments that he has won is incredible. It is, like, if you look it up, I'm just telling you, it's a lot.
A little bit of a Marine Lord-esque to him, the way he carries himself. On the other side, we've got a challenger, and we all love that kind of dark horse story. The man from below is, of course, Xuan Tu, his challenger, who also has been training almost religiously with him.
Yeah, no, it's been quite a lot. Recently joined Spartacus as well, and I'm just excited to see how this goes. They've been playing together as teammates in several team game formats, and yeah, just excited to see how it plays out. This is going to be good.
It's going to be interesting as well, because we have a different format to what maybe someone just hopping on the ladder of Age of Empires 1 might be familiar with, right? Because I think last time did we not have something a little bit different compared to what we've got, map pool draft sort of system?
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The rank system is going to be a little bit different. There's not random map. They had a map draft and a civ draft as well, but they're going to be playing just standard Tool Age gameplay. No D3 this time. The qualifiers did have a mix of both AoE1 Classic and in Age of Empires 2, Return of Rome. We're going to be featuring that today in this best of 5. It's going to be quite exciting, a bloodbath, if you will, and we'll see how it goes.
I think that's the interesting thing about Age of Empires 1. We were talking about behind the scenes about this. You know, it's almost the most purest form of this kind of stripped aggression across the map. You know, you feel like when you watch the more recent RTSs, sometimes you get these very clumped up fights, this directed attack. But a lot of Age of Empires 1, if you're new to it, if you haven't seen it before, it looks like pure anarchy.
Yeah, it's absolute chaos. It's definitely one of the RTS where the positioning on the map of everything is the most critical and important element of the game. Everything matters. Where individual villagers are, individual attacking units, just how you positioned everything. It's really all that matters, especially early in the game. And this is going to be a very aggressive set on most of these maps,
yes.
And we'll see how it plays out.
Well, let's go and meet the aggressors ourselves. Got the reigning champion returning to defend his title, and the one looking to upset. It's time to get them to the stage.
Oh, baby.
Palpable feeling on the stage here. You could see the intense look in both their eyes. I mean, this is something these two have been playing for years. Chimse in particular, how many years is it now that he's actually been competing? I've lost track.
For a long, long time now, over a decade. It's hard to track exactly, right? If you look it up online, you're not really going to find clear answers. And if you look at VODs and history and the tournaments and everything, it's a lot. It's a long legacy, at least 10 years, right?
And Chuan on the other side, a bit more recent of a discovery, to my understanding, right? Like, hasn't got that long legacy someone like Chimse has.
Yeah, he's been playing in the competitive circuits for a while. I think back to like 2017 is when he started, you know, really making a name, and very recently joining a new team and performing quite well with them, I believe. And so, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I think we have a little bit of a descriptor to show how we got here, how these boys did arrive in this situation, because of course the Vietnamese people have been working incredibly hard. The community came together, a lot of Vietnamese players for good reason. I mean, that is the region that Age of Empires 1 has definitely held strongest over the years, so we did of course have the top 8 players in the round robin format, and this was of course on the Rise of Rome, which released at the start of the year, so a more comfortable, familiar setting. It feels like coming home, right? Yes, Age of Empires 2 was the movement forward, but as we return to the roots, we get to do it on the engine that many fans here will be familiar with.
Yeah, exactly. The qualifiers were kind of split between 2 different settings, and they would play like a full Bow 5 and then another Bow 5, and that would be one set in these like group stage. So it was a lot of games. The gameplay was really cool and tight, and it was just fun to see. Really cool event. I recommend you all look at it if you want. It's quite a lot of games.
It's insane when I was looking at the numbers of just how popular it is in Vietnam. I mean, it's an incredible feat for a game to keep that type of popularity so many years later. I mean, Age of Empires 2 fans that are here today will know that feeling, right? Like, this game has been around for so long. There aren't many games that captivate an audience for 20+ years and are still going.
Yeah, no, exactly. These players, it's just such an incredible experience, and I just love seeing it. You know, all this time later, right? Most of the fans now are definitely older in all parts of the world, right? You know, even in Europe and Vietnam, everywhere. You know, the player base has aged, and now we're like comfortable viewers, right? Watching the pros still go at it, and oh man.
I'm curious to see how comfortable a certain someone is in this setting. We actually got a chance to talk to Xuan Tu on his feelings about Chimse and the reigning champ.
Cảm giác của em được ngồi đánh ở hội trường rất là vui sướng, tại vì em chưa bao giờ thấy cái hội trường nào mà đông người mà nồng nhiệt như thế này. Phong cách chơi của mình thì mình thiên về tấn công, còn đối thủ của mình sẽ thiên về phòng thủ, nhưng mà mình sẽ lấy tấn công của mình để giành chiến thắng. Ở cái vòng chung kết này mình đã tập luyện rất nhiều để chuẩn bị để sang thi đấu một trận chung kết thật là mãn nhãn. Mình phải dành một sự quyết tâm thật là cao và sự tập trung để giành chiến thắng.
Oh, my favorite word right there, aggressive. I'm always a fan of hearing that. And you know what I noticed straight away? A parallel to last night when we talked to Poppy Paul and Marine Lord for the Grand Finals Age of Empires 4. The confidence was that Poppy Paul was more aggressive and they felt that Marine Lord's more defensive. And once again, we have a reigning champion being pegged as the more defensive guy, and the upcomer, the rabble trying to cause issues here, is the aggressive party.
Yeah, no, exactly. And this legacy of defensive play has been very pertinent throughout his entire career. Talking about Chimse here, yeah, no, in a lot of like team game formats, for example, he'll be the player in that pocket position, just hiding away, and he'll come out in Iron Age like full on, and his teammates are usually playing a more sacrificial role in these like really exciting big tournaments, and it just gave him this really like this powerful aura of just this guy who's going to come out full boomed, like super aggro after that defensive play. And we'll see if this comes into play here. You know, the settings here are going to be very punches to the face in a lot of these games. We'll see how aggressive the players are. I expect a quite quick game after game. We'll see how it goes.
Well, I want to see how confident he's feeling. Let's see what kind of aura Chimse is exuding today.
Xuân Thứ là một game thủ rất là mạnh. Anh ta có một lối chơi chiến thuật đa dạng và phong phú, cũng như anh ta rất hiểu về game này. Anh ta nghiêm túc tập luyện nó. Nhưng mà Xuân Thứ có một điểm yếu, anh ta không thường xuyên thi đấu trước đám đông. Và hy vọng là giải đấu lần này thì cái sự cuồng nhiệt này sẽ giúp mình có một lợi thế nhất định.
You know, almost seems nitpicky, kind of childish to go, oh, crowd wouldn't make that much of a difference. They played in front of thousands of people online, but it's true. It makes a world of difference when you are on this stage. The pressure, seeing the audience live, the feeling, taking it all in. We mentioned like that stage felt palpable, and you have to wonder, is that going to be something that Xuan can keep suppressed? Can he keep his cool like he would online, or is it going to crack him?
Yeah, and it's going to be tough here. Chimse, you can see on that scorecard, macro 10, experience 10, and that is an accurate representation in my opinion. It's really incredible what he can do in these positions. If you're not super familiar with Age of Empires 1, when you're booming, it's quite a chaotic experience. Town centers are very cheap, villagers trained very quickly, the income is very fast, and you have to do a lot of APM just to keep up with the macro. And Chimsei is just such a master at it.
I got a simple APM for people in chat. Ones, if you think Chimsei Dinang's going to take this. Twos, if you believe in the power of Shan 2. I know a lot of people, they do enjoy these kind of Cinderella stories and these type of moments. I mean, we've already had some wondrous occasions that you even want to look across the Age of Empires 2, which we will see the grand finals of later today. Especially that Leary versus Viper set. That shows you just how incredible comebacks are, and even when your back's up against the wall, you never know if it's over until the final bell is rung.
Yeah, that's what makes Red Bull Wololo just so special to all of us, and regardless of the game, regardless of the castle we're in, it's always going to be spectacular, and I'm just so thrilled to be here, KP.
Now, talk to me a bit about our open map here, because we are going to be heading into Hill Country. A lot of people may remember this very loosely from their childhood, but for a lot of people, this is going to need a refresher, and of course, you'll know this inside now.
Yes, indeed. The Hill Country is very similar to Arabia in AoE 2, right? So it's going to be quite open. There's potential to wall in your wood lines pretty comfortably, but beyond that, the game can be very aggressive. A lot of pocket economies are going to be required, and when you have a pocket economy, your enemies are just running all around, and everything just starts to get all chaotic, right? And we'll see how the players handle this pressure.
It's an exciting feeling as well in these type of moments. I mean, we have the draft up on screen, and I know you're eager to kind of sink your teeth into this a little bit, because I think in some ways, Age of Empires 1's drafts feel quite different to what you'll see in 2 and 4, right?
Yeah, civilizations in AoE 1, they tend to really streamline with into the late game with their like civilization tech tree, right? Very like, you know, just very
similar to begin with, and then you find your identity as you grow up, like a baby.
Exactly, but there's also very potent economy bonuses available to several of the civs, and we've seen here that the civs with the best eco bonuses were banned out instantly. Lac Viet get faster berry income, and Shang has cheaper villagers, so both of those super useful in early game, and you see both players sniping those out with the bans right away.
And because we're dealing with the hill and country situation, which, as you mentioned, is a bit like Dry Arabia, it makes it a bit harder to predict what the opening civs are going to be. I find that's always the thing when you have that Dry Arabia-esque element, because it's meant to be the default map. It's meant to be the vanilla map where anything can come in and feel like it can work. Ooh, look at that win rate though. I mean, you'd expect it from the Reign and Champ, but I'd be curious to see how many of those wins for Xuan are in the last year.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. Don't know. There's a lot of games played, and I've watched quite a few of his games, and I kept up with it, but there's so many. Like, I think people don't often realize just how often there is a tournament in Vietnam. They basically have weeklies, right? And it's so fun to watch. The commentary is great. They're so excited. It's so fun to watch.
I find the whole atmosphere, the whole approach to the ecosystem of esports in SEA is very different, right? Like, you know, lands are a really big thing in cafes, the good old classic style. You have intercity words out my mouth type lands. You have these kind of almost, I want to say, regional exchanges, whereas obviously when you look at the West audience, we're talking about big lands. We're talking about flying people from around the world. We're not talking about maybe weeklies on the scale or in person that you would see in Vietnam.
Yeah, almost a lot of the competitive play is exclusively at the internet cafes, right? And well, at this point, it's kind of grown up into more like personal studios, personal internet cafes, right? But it's still the same essence and feel. And when you watch those LANs, it's just, you see that energy, right? The people all just watching, crowded around the computer. It kind of brings you back. It's a bit of nostalgia, right?
It's got to be on a different level for him here, though, in Castillo Almodóvar. I mean, this is a new experience, and it's time to kick the experience of a grand final off. Grand Final Sunday starts now. Game number 1. Chimsei looking to defend his title, and the challenger has entered the arena. Xuan 2.
Yeah, indeed, and we have an exciting gameplay here. So Chimsei with the Romans in the blue on the left side of the map, he's going to be featuring those cheaper buildings. That is the houses, the granary, everything cheaper, right? It lets you build up your base much more comfortably. You can have fewer vills on wood and still get a very fast uptime. Meanwhile, Persians are probably one of the best rush civs in the game. They feature a very high hunt bonus, very similar to Mongols in AoE 2, so they're going to be hunting those deer very quickly, and hunt is the main resource in the early game.
Remember, we got the shove in, coming in a little bit, get a little bit close to the base, set it up for later. And, you know, the interesting thing as well is, I don't know if anyone in the crowd is having this, I'm just getting flashbacks to all the cheat codes that I use. We're not going to let them use it in this one, but there's such an air of nostalgia when you hop into a game like this after so long.
Yeah, right. And here you see, like, without a scouting unit, you have to dedicate villagers to just
so
accomplishing anything, right? And here you see Chimsei, he's going to be pushing in with a villager, and so pushing in all these gazelle onto the TC is going to be a very critical like part of this early game economy, and it's oftentimes one of the features of like skill and player expression in the Stone Age.
And I guess the other thing is you don't really, I want to say you don't feel as safe in Age of Empires 1 as you would in 2, 4, 3. In the early game, in those games we're used to the town center providing us a recluse, so somewhere to hide. You don't really get that level of protection here in Age of Empires 1.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest reasons for that is you can't wall until you research a tech in the Tool Age, right? So quite some time before you can even start planning your defenses. The town center in Return of Rome, you can actually garrison in it, which is a very substantial difference, but it doesn't give arrows, right? Yeah. So it's just momentary safety.
It's a please don't hurt me.
Yeah, it's a please don't hurt me moment. And you can see the boar lure as well coming in.
Looking meaty and ready to be taken down. Now, what is the expectation here? Because you mentioned that Persians are usually the aggressors. Is that what we're expecting to come out from both a player perspective and a Civ matchup? Or is there a world in which Chimsei is the one sending it first?
Yeah, one of the biggest things about AoE 1 gameplay is how quickly you can age up. It is absolutely a race to the Tool Age in this setting. So we're going to have to see if Zwantu can execute on this Stone Age and, get there in time.
So talk to me about a few of the perks that Romans get, right? What would be the thought process on such an open map for Chimsei? Like a Roman seen as more of kind of maybe a greedy Civ, more of a mid-game Civ?
Yeah, if he can get to it, right? Late game is spectacular. Fantastic siege, fantastic infantry lines, right? But, it's kind of tricky to get there. The main thing carrying Romans in this format is going to be the cheaper buildings. It really, really goes a long way because wood doesn't really support that much unit production outside of, adding more buildings to the game, right? Adding more farms, right? Having that cheaper wood on all your buildings, it goes so far. And
talk to us about these ruins they're just running by, because I like to refresh for a lot of people. It's been a long time. Obviously, I remember that straight away from my childhood, but I think a lot of people in this moment like, what do we do these? Why do we want these? Yeah, the ruins. So if you capture all of them, you start a countdown to victory, right? Very similar to Sacred Sites in Age of Empires 4. And usually it doesn't come into play, but it can be a way of using map control in creative ways to, maybe take out a stalling opponent. I also like the strategic element of them as a scouting tool, right? When someone comes by and captures them, it's like, right? Like, we've seen crafty games in later Age of games where someone leaves a sheep around and it gets taken. It's like, oh, I now know you're there. Thanks for the free information. And you'll need that free information considering we have got that Persian aggression coming in. Yeah, we're going to be seeing this forward barracks from Zwantu. We'll see what other buildings he builds, and we see the defensive barracks there for Chimsei. So really going to be trying to angle for that defensive play. Oftentimes, you'll see both players building forward bases to attack each other's economy. In this case, Chimsei seems so confident that he's just going to only defend, which can put you at a disadvantage, but also situationally can put you at an advantage if you're able to. Oh, someone called the Flintstones because we've got the clubmen on the way in here. In the meantime, we have an advancement into the Tool Age. The timing seeming to line up nicely to start dealing with the foragers out in the berries. Both players now moving up. And, at this age, you mentioned the later stage of the games where we're going to see a lot more unique identity. Is there any aggressive element that we should be keeping an eye on here that gives one of these two civs an advantage in this early phase? Well, we're seeing these technologies come in. Full axeman upgrades are going to be in very soon for Zwantu, and he also has the archery range behind it. We see the archery range has gone up for Chimsei. These are going to be producing bowmen, which are the hard counter to these axemen, but there's this timing element where you can see Chimsei forced to pull 2 villagers into this exchange, and those villagers are no longer on the berries. Remember, food, super important. This is the aggression we were talking about. Zwantu already taking down some villagers, putting pressure onto Chimsei. The bowman, is it going to be enough? I mean, the Axeman's going to get cleared up. He's going to dive in deep with the villager looking for another target here. I love the way he's kind of min-maxing. He knows the villager doesn't want to go home. He wants to find that extra pressure. Double archery range should give an eventual reset here for Chimsei, but in the time being, the pain is being reached by Schwan. Yeah, and we'll see what the follow-up is here, because one range against 2 isn't quite a great situation to be in. He is kind of circling around the hunt, but you still see the boars from Chimsei are going to be enough to produce a decent amount of units. I mean, it's a balance act to throw the axes away, try to scale the bows, right? So, it's very important that Chimsei finds a quick way of dealing with this slow scaling number of Persian archers coming in. Yeah, and the follow-up here could be going into slingers. You can produce them from the barracks, and they hard counter the bowmen, right? I think if we check his proxy base, like what has he got down there? Because it only looks like 2 pins. I think he extended close. So it is a single archery range. We've got a second coming in. So this is a very kind of all-in approach, right? Like if this starts to falter, if this starts to fail at all, this game is going to unravel quickly for Xuan.
But really importantly, Chimse is not applying any counter pressure here, really playing into that defensive mindset. Not something you see in a lot of games.
And also the shift of the villagers there, you're seeing they're kind of moving closer to the forward production. This is a risky play. Obviously, we have God Vision. This is not something that Xuan should be able to see right now, but if he has an inkling, if he sends just a single bowman over there, that could spell disaster for Chimse.
Yeah, but Chimse has the numbers here, can take out that Axeman rather quickly, and these bowmen might be overextending a bit.
So he's just trying to poke on the side. The split of the archery range did make it a little bit difficult for Chimse to keep all of his troops protected. Next wave is coming in, and it is going to be the slingers. So reveals it on the villager. Unfortunately, lose one of those, but at least now you're not doubling down on archers immediately, and now Chimse can look for his own transition.
Yeah, and we see Zwanpu already with a 4-villager lead. You can see that he has stopped producing vills at home, so this is basically an all-in at this stage until he can really stabilize the economy. He just wants to keep applying pressure here.
Does this feel atypical in this situation? Because we've seen like a lot of RTSs, people get this type of advantage and they fall back and greed more, don't they, right? Like more in Age of Empires 1, this is more consistent, this is more likely to happen than go for that greed?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a good example of how AoE 1 can be really unique, right? So incoming for Zwanpu is the wood upgrade, which also gives the bowman 1 more range, right? So it's both an economic advantage and a military one. And in these bowman fights, it's going to be very critical.
It's awkward as well, especially when you consider Chimse's positioning in this, right? Like the villagers kind of being on the front line towards the end of that archer range push. But now he's going to look to push back here. He notices the forces are a little bit split because it looks like Xuan looked for the villagers on the east side. At this point, alarm bells have to be going off though, right? That economy has to be somewhere. He's checked the north side. He knows it's not on the east. So the only thing left is going to be over here, the west side. The wraparound spots it. And that's an absolute disaster for Chimse.
Yeah, he's going to have to respond to this. He's going to need to send his bowman through the ranges of Zwanpu. Meanwhile, villagers could go down. So far, 1 bowman. There was... Oh, no.
He got 2 more. That's 2 more already. Look at this. Yeah. 6 villager lead. The rest are fleeing to the north side. But the issue with this is your archers are now not able to protect. You just continue to chase.
Yeah, and there's a couple slingers in the mix for Zwanpu, and that could be a problem.
Second wave.
One is called GG.
GG coming out already, Xuan. We talked about this aggression. We talked about the potential, and he's already showing it up in the face of the chat.
Yeah, no, exactly. And this is what Persians are going to do. It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be a fast hit. But does he have another Persians in the arsenal? I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see how that pans out. I wonder if Chimse is sitting here regretting not applying any pressure himself, building that barracks at home. You can play this way, but it can be risky to just let your opponent have all of their resources for free.
It's interesting because, you know, I work in a few RTSs, I talk with a lot of the top pros, and their feeling is, you know, in the early days of an RTS, aggression is favored. As you develop, as you mature, being the defender is an advantage. Chimse has shown over the years being the defender is the advantage, but, you know, the difference is really in Age of Empires 1 itself.
Oh yeah, and look at that, Zwanpu getting some love from the crowd here. Love to see it. And he gave everyone a really nice smile there. Did you see that? Aw.
I love it.
Oh, look at the stretch back too, just leaning back, comfortable, relaxed, laughing.
That is, there's something about getting the first game when you're new to these type of stages. It's invigorating. You have to not let it go to your head. You can't be cocky about it. But it's, you know, like the first dance, right? Like you never danced before, you get up on the stage and someone cheers you, like, I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go. Let's disco for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, he's feeling good there. That's got to be nice to get a win off of Chimse, right? On the big stage, especially after, you know, so many people are just going to look at it and say, it's a wash, it's a 3-0, right? Just because of Chimse's legacy. But I think it's awesome to see Zwanpu here just coming through and powering a quick win in, right? That was aggressive and fast. And, you know, Chimse kind of fell apart a little bit there.
Truly an invigorating situation, but you know what? It's time to reinvigorate our brains. We're going to go check in with Riley, who's lingering around the castle grounds.
Yes, indeed. Here we are out in the area we've called the Oasis, a tranquil haven for people to unwind here. In front of our giant chess set, where Nilly has opened pretty interestingly there. I don't know.
We also saw some interesting openers.
Very interesting
approaches.
But we also saw a very interesting match unfold there between our 2 Age of Empires 1 players. A bit of an upset there. We were thinking that Sincere was going to dominate, but he's down 0-1.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, his opponent even announced it in a big video prior to that. He wanted to go in aggressive, and that's exactly what he did. Very dominant showing, so I'm very interested to see how Chimse is going to bring this one back.
Yes, we've got at least a couple more games to show you, and we'll get to them before very much longer. But let's bring our boys in here to have a chat about what's coming up a little bit later on. Sorry to interrupt the masterful chess that's going on there, Geordie.
Fine.
We've got Jordan, we've got Nelly joining us for the... Oh, he's just given up.
Give it up, just
The
like that.
The Bon Cloud
You
very
win
rarely
some,
gets you there. Sorry, Nelly. Welcome along, boys. It's good to have both of you here on the broadcast for the first time today, and I imagine the two of you, as seasoned Age of Empires 2 veterans, are looking forward to the main event today. Geordie, we'll start with you. Your former teammate Viper going up against Hera. It's going to be a battle of the ages.
Absolutely. I mean, both of them have faced each other a couple of times already, and every time it has been very, very close, except, if I'm not mistaken, one time. But let's forget about that one. Today is going to be different. It's going to be very, very close, and I'm hoping for a 9-game banger there.
I mean, the Viper certainly had the tougher route yesterday. Like, his match went the distance, ended very late as well. And he said in his video blog afterwards, like, he has to go back to the drawing board and cook something up. Do you think he's going to go for something very out of the ordinary here, or is a standard play maybe more successful against Hera?
It just feels like if both are doing the same strategy, it will be really tricky for the Viper. Yeah, we consider him to be a top 3 player, but right now with Hera's dominance, we think he's one level above. He has to win through the draft, through strategies, throughout Might gaming, or maybe hoping that Hera, with all the pressure of never winning a Red Bull before, might get some trouble split up that way.
This is something that is, I'm sure, it's been playing on many people's minds, and I'm sure Hera's been thinking about it as well. 7 S-tier events in a row. However, this unbridled dominance that Hera has had for so long has never resulted in a Red Bull Wololo championship. Jordan, it is a massive gap in his Age of Empires CV, one that he will be working very hard to fill this weekend.
100%. I was also talking to him about especially this topic today, and asked him if it has extra pressure in terms of his mental stability, but he was like, no. I'm very motivated, even more now.
I'm not surprised. Hera does really seem to have good mental a lot of the time. He seems to have run a very tight ship psychologically. A bit of a born entertainer, I think. He likes being in front of the crowds. So I don't think that's going to affect his performance too much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hera has been in this kind of situations a couple of times already, and he has shown that he is the kind of guy who's really excelling in those situations. So I would be surprised if you're seeing something else today.
No, neither would I. I'm definitely excited for that best of 9 series. And I mean, you gotta have tenacity. Best of 9, and that's gonna take some time. Who do you think is more likely to just, you know, stay calm and be able to ride that calm wave through the finals?
One of the biggest weaknesses of the Viper in the past was, even when he was the very best, to always perform his very best and put himself in the best spot. Sometimes a bit sick, headspace not really there. That's super important, because we know Hera is laser focused, he wants to win, and he knows how to grind it out. Like, he might play 10 practice games before he jumps into a best of 9.
Well, we'll find out. We'll be chatting a little bit more about our Age of Empires 2 final coming up later on today. But right now, we're going to jump back into the action. Age of Empires 1 on the docket here. The current score, 1-0. Let's see how the rest of the match pans out.
Come on, we've been over this 100 times already. How are we feeling out there in the crowd? Are we ready for a game number 2? I think they deserve a game 2 for that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh man, and what a setting this now brings in, right? Like, what a feeling this is now, because I think, as you said, going into this, Chimse, you thought you'd just be running out of the gate, running away with it. This has to be a full reset, like on both sides. For Chimse, what went wrong? And then when you think of Schwan, what went right? Where am I right now, and how did it come to this? But you have to calm those nerves, and you have to prep yourself, because I think we're already in to game number 2.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be interesting here. Ooh, players, you can see them, they just look so focused, right? Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Carthaginians in the hands of the reigning champion in the blue. And on the other side,
the Phoenicians, yeah? So let's talk about the civs first, right? So CSDN, he's got Karth. Karth, now they start with a little bit of each resource, a little bit of extra of each resource. This gives them a lot of flexibility in that opening build order, and it just makes the whole Stone Age much more comfortable. Meanwhile, Phoenicians, another economy civ here, going to be chopping wood much faster, and this gives them a lot of tempo into the game, kind of similar to Romans. So again, this isn't a matchup where it's as one-sided in terms of the rush potential of one of the civs. So we'll have to see if Swantu is able to repeat that success in that initial game's rush.
So, you know, the difference in the last game is we had a clear and blatant aggressor. You feel like this one might be a bit chill. We might just see them eventually setting up the proxy bases, but sitting home at first, maybe?
I'm not exactly sure about that. I think Swantu is still going to want to do a forward base. That's probably going to be the case in most of these games. I'd be surprised. I mean, it's possible with the rush distance here being maybe a bit far. Maybe the players would want to defend. There's a way to play just straight up into slingers, which gives you this big mass of this unit. And when you have a hill to defend, the slingers can be really, really hard to break into. And we'll see how it goes.
It looks like Chimsei's Gazelle push is maybe a little bit cleaner here. It looks like Schwanfu's maybe struggling to get them in as clumped so far, which might impact things a little bit down the line. I think this is the beautiful thing. When you think of 2, you think of 4, like getting all those deer and you know whatnot in one location feels good. But with Gazelles, because of the degen, on top of that, the fact that the TC won't protect you, having all of your food clumped on one spot actually can be a negative.
Yeah, and you're going to see them pushing in a lot at once. And if you're, you know, an AoE2 purist, you might be going, ah, no, the decay, like, this is so bad. But you have to keep in mind, you're actually idling a villager in order to push them in. So there's a huge benefit to, you know, pushing them in quickly, right? And that's one of the main benefits of, you know, just pushing everything right away.
Talk to me a little bit about the map, Sahara. Like, what are we kind of expecting here? Because some of these maps tend to lean more aggressive, some more defensive. It feels like this map leaves you barren in your own base, but there's a lot of forward potential to block angles of approach.
Yeah, there's a lot of berries in the middle there, and even some fish, if you find a good storage pit, you can do a little bit here. You'll see a couple little jumping fish in these ponds, and that can give you a quick boost to food. Remember, food is the most important resource in AoE 1, right? Especially in the Tool Age. You just have to find natural sources of food. The farm transition is extremely expensive, and you don't want to do that until your economy is much more stabilized, closer to like 30 vils maybe. And you saw last game, Swantu never went above 19, right? So he wasn't really thinking about getting into that like mid-game section. He was just, I am all in pressure and aggression. And we see Chimsei this game, he actually has gone forward with that villager, so he's going to be placing that barracks. He's spotted the house, and we'll see where he places it. It looks like he's going to retreat a little bit down the hill, try and keep it further away so this villager doesn't get spotted.
I don't think he quite saw the ruins there, right? Like, yeah, it'd be nice to have it, so then when someone comes by to decap it, you know that they're in the area. But I guess you could also argue, now smuggling behind this, setting up a racks, when you come out as Schwanfu, you're not going to think anything of it, right? You wouldn't think there's a base there.
This is about to be an extremely aggressive barracks placement. You can see he's just a couple wood away from that placement, and this is going to be, you can see he's just stalking the location. He's like, this is where I will set up camp.
It's like
and there it is, the barracks right in the middle. This is such an aggressive place to be.
He's pitch perfect with it as well, though. I mean, you know, the houses were meant to help with the line of sight. Do you think maybe Schwanfu could have spread those houses out a little bit more?
You kind of want to build them in walls, right? So what Schwanfu's done is pretty effective at creating a little barrier, and this can be good for running villagers around. This can be good for, you know, setting up some buildings later, and we see the defensive barracks from Schwanfu. So you can see this time around, he's opting for that defensive approach. Interestingly enough,
Wait,
oh man, yeah, just he doesn't want him to have that food in case, you know, the rush goes south.
I think it revealed he was there, right? Like, so far, I don't think Schwanfu has seen him. So maybe a little bit of an early warning, but here we go. The first Axeman is out, working his way across. The Rax is already up, and we've got a follow-up of another house in the area, so plenty of population to work with here. And we'll have to see what kind of pressure can Chimsei put in. What kind of delay can he force out Xuan on this opening?
Well, it's really interesting here. Axeman coming in the first upgrade. He's got 300 food in the bank, so really anything is an option. You want to get that armor on these Axemen really quickly. It gives you 2 armor, that 1 upgrade, and villagers have 3 attacks. So getting that defensive upgrade means that you can actually be way more offensive against the villagers, right? Otherwise, the villagers can just kind of get us around and quickly take out the clubmen or even Axemen.
You saw what was happening there, actually. Schwanfu, he's outnumbered here, but he was trying to delay the revelation on the back archery range. Unfortunately, was not able to stop that from happening. So CSDN is fully aware of what is going to be coming next here. The first bowman coming out as he shifts away, and it is going to be a double archery range. Meanwhile, Chimsei already adding in his own.
Yeah, we're going to have a very similar style here, but this time Chimsei, the aggressor, and the bowman. You know, it's interesting here because Zwantu's actually gotten away with something rather interesting, is he didn't really lose any villagers, right? And he also didn't invest in Axeman here.
He might have jinxed him. That's going to be the first blood drawn by looks at the villager, not able to get away.
Down it goes, and yeah, you can see Chimsei just has bands of units chasing here, and you can see the value of those armor upgrades coming in clutch here. The Axeman going to be able to hold for a long time against these clubmen.
Takes 2 with him. You can't really ask more of the lad as he drops to the floor dead finally. So good pressure now able to be maintained. And also Xuanfu pulled his troops so far away from his main base that Chimsei is now able to camp home.
Yeah, one of the big advantages here could be that Chimsei could invest in villagers at home, but instead he's going to be, once again, just capping off at 19 vills and not building any more. Just all in aggression here. The berries, these villagers are quite exposed, but the bowmen there should be able to help hold this, and we do see the Stonewall technology coming in, so Zwantu wants to try and be the defender here. The Axeman going to dive under the bowmen. The bowmen have gotten the armor upgrade, and back they go. One slinger in the mix.
Beautiful split as well, love that. Just actually sends the boys in to cause anarchy while he debates the bowman away. So forces a bit more idle time, finds a bit of a desirable trade in the end as we're going to see some villagers getting killed.
Yeah, and the market going to be critical here. It does allow you to do some resource exchange, although it's quite expensive. But Chimsei coming back in, the bowman from Zwantu walking the wrong way.
He's going to be able to start sniping him down. Drops one of the villagers. The others shift out of range just in time. But that wall is still not safe. It's still not complete. And we have to keep in mind that Xuanfu doesn't have access to much food elsewhere on the map if he's pushed out of this corner.
Yeah, and you'll see the slingers here are going to be taking a lot of damage from these bowmen. They have bonus damage against the bowmen, and they have a lot of range armor. Very similar to the skirmisher in Age of Empires 2. And we have a full-on fight here.
Chimsei.
Retreat.
I mean, it's that one sling that's kind of sticky, right? Like, you look at the raw numbers, Xuanfu, you'd think he'd be able to just easily push this away. He's finally got his own slingers coming in with the backstab, so attention is going to be drawn there. But he's just using it to bait, to micro, so he can split off and snipe the slinger on the other side. CSDN still firmly camped in the base, and the worry here is it's so close to Xuan's production that if he retreats from this area, he's unlikely to get more units.
Yeah, CSDN can just go left, and he's going to do that. There's a wall there, several villagers just completely exposed. They're going to have to run.
Shift out the other side. Good thing they didn't complete it after all, but that's now a vacate of the farm area. The backside, he gets that final wall up just in the nick of time, so able to dodge death there, but the second wave is already building.
Yeah, the damage is dealt though. The villagers are idle. This time CSDN with the 4-villager lead. The vills on the berries just sneaking back. Really dancing with the vision there. Even pulling an elephant. This elephant going to give a lot of food and much needed economy to Zwantu here.
Back up against the wall. I mean, this is the type of situation where, like, you're trying to claw your way out of this is incredibly difficult. With so many troops at the disposal of CSDN, he doesn't need to just focus on these big fights. He can continue to idle out that eco, and that has a compounding effect. And he's going to find the eco on the north side, catches them trying to build up the storage pits. It's going to be pinned in the corner, but should be able to take a villager or two with him. And the reinforcing wave will mean that CSDN is going nowhere.
Yeah, but Zwantu, he's on the run once again with the economy, so 2 big migrations have occurred. And this one doesn't look like it's going to have a happy ending. Oh boy.
Chasing on both sides. I mean, we reached the chaos point, right? Xuanfu, it almost feels like there's just nothing to play for here, and that should be it. GG gets called. We even it up. CSDN, the reigning champ, able to take game 2.
Yeah, back on the board. We have a series here, folks.
It's warming up. It's what I want. I mean, you know, if you know how I am. If I could have it my way, every single grand finals would go the maximum distance, and I still have the feeling we're going there. That was dominant on one side in the first game, and we just saw Chimsei is no slouch. He hasn't been sitting at home eating popcorn, just watching movies all day. He's been hard in the practice.
Yeah, I know. And you know, an interesting note, I love to see it just because it's a big difference, but when these players are calling GG, you'll see them just type one in the chat, and I don't know how long that's been going, but it's quite a while, and I just kind of like the simplicity of it. You know, I do that now too, but I can't do it when I play H2 or Myth or whatever.
Because
right?
it means
like,
yes.
Everyone's just like, what? And then I'm just like, resign. I'm out.
That's the thing, like, for a lot of us, when we see one, we're like, oh yes, you mean yes, right? What would that mean in that situation? But yeah, it's kind of a classic. I mean, you know, very tasteful though. He's not typing GGs. Yeah,
right. No, definitely wasn't easy there. Oh, I love these shots of the castle, right?
It's
just
a
so
beautiful
incredible.
place. Oof, so it looks like the Chimsei fans have woken up. 67% believe in him. 2s, if you believe it's Piggy Boys time. If you Xuantu can take this one. I mean, so far, based on what we've seen, I wouldn't be surprised we end up with a 50-50 vote. There's going to be that bias to the champion, but I'm biting at the bit to see what our third game's going to be. Like looking at the maps we've got left here, we've got River Crossing, Desert Ridge, Gold Mountain. I'm wondering, with what we saw in game 1, was there anything indicative of the style that Xuanfu likes to play?
I mean, he might try to do something aggressive, right? But all these maps are very similar in style. These are all going to be very heavy aggressive maps. Interesting Civ draft as well remaining for him. Palmy can be quite awkward to play in certain situations, but also super potent. Hittites as well on the table.
I like chess, but I'm pretty sure Riley has just been working his butt off, finding all these cool little games that all you guys can do. So let's see what he's found this time for us.
Yes, indeed, back here in the Oasis. This time it's not chess, but archery. We've got our boys at the belt doing the old taking to the range there. So Tristan, obviously a big fan of archery. We all know, so he's getting stuck in there. But Zoe, all tied up, 1-1. Chimsia's on the board. So that's got to be, his confidence would have been very high coming into this match, but he'll be very pleased to have gotten on the scoreboard today.
He will be. And I mean, I know that both of these players are very familiar with each other. As I said already when we introduced this match, they have been practicing with each other for this. So hard to hold back strats. All the maps coming up are on the aggressive style that should suit technically both of these players. So it's going to be remaining interesting to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, and this we could, at this stage, we might go the distance and see the full 5 games. I'm going to get these two to come over and join us before they break something here. Tristan, this is not a neutral island, man. We can't build any more archery ranges. I'll get you to come over and stand over here, T90. T90 and Dave for the first time today, everyone, joining us on the broadcast. Good to have you along, boys. And the both of you, of course, will be joining us a little bit later on for the Age of Empires 2 final. We'll come back to that. But Tristan, I want to ask you about Age of Empires 1, a game with a long history. And you've followed Chimsia's dominance in this game for quite a while. This bloke, a little bit like Hera, really, at the moment, pretty unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know too much, right? But I think I know more than most people in Age 2, and he just kind of wins everything. That's basically the way to say it. So the way the series started off was amazing, because you had the 1-0 victory for the big underdog, and now we got the 1-1. So it's every Age of Empires 1 fan's dream.
Yes, yeah, it is funny in a lot of places, you're hoping for, they say a quick game's a good game. But in Age of Empires, the community, they want that. They want the full set. They want it to go right down to the decider. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, we love a good underdog story, right? How about you? You want the underdog to come out on top, or do you feel like all the way dominance from Chimse is what you want to see?
I think that first game was great, right? We saw the dominance there. We saw the upset, the underdog coming out with the first game, and that's a huge, huge advantage in this series for him. And the crowd was getting into it too. And you saw him, he was clapping, he was engaging with the crowd. And Chimse said in the interview before that was going to be one of the weaknesses of his. He seems comfortable here.
He does indeed. Well, let's see which player is going to come out on top. This series is all tied up 1-1. Only one will be hoisting the trophy at the end of the day, so back to you guys.
3 more games? People want 3 more games? It's time for game number 3. Let's get into it. CSDN and Xuanfu evened up 1 apiece, and now we hop into River Crossing. Let's see if we can be your Jin on this wonderful Sunday evening and give you the magical wish of a 5-game grand finals.
Yeah, this is a very interesting Civ matchup even. Sumerians versus Palmy. Now, Palmyrans have a very good scaling economy, but they can be super awkward to play in the early game because their villagers cost more food but work much faster, and it's a very asymmetric feeling, and for a lot of players it can be very challenging. Now, obviously these are pros. They're going to feel comfortable with Palmyrans. Not too much in that front has really changed from AoE 1 to Return of Rome. Meanwhile, Sumerians, one of their biggest bonuses is that their villagers just have 15 more HP, and that gives them so much flexibility. They can fight with villagers more efficiently. They can be much more durable under these raids. They're much less likely to lose villagers over a wood line from a bowman or a quick slinger attack, right? It can go quite a long way.
That's really polarizing as well. Like the way you describe those two in this matchup, when we've been seeing this pull of a villager, it feels like that's so expensive for the Palmyrans to do. On top of that, the Sumerians are now just mutually inclined to come towards you. So I've got this feeling that Red is going to be stuck in his base, waiting to hold back the expected assault of blue.
Yeah, there's a few ways to play it to avoid that situation, but it's quite tricky and a bit all in. You can stop at 16 villagers with Palmyran and try and age up after that, but there's quite a lot of idle TC. The idea is that you're going to age up really quickly and you're going to have effectively, closer to 20, right?
And we've got the scout about. I'm wondering, looking at the map, there's some really frustrating hiding spots for a proxy base, right? If you can just wrap around the back, especially I'd actually say on CSDN side, like Chim say, I think at the south side, there's some of those tree lines you could sneak right around the back if you want to, and catch him with a back racks there.
Yeah, potentially. That could be quite interesting, but Swantu currently not really out on the map, as would be indicative of a really aggressive rush, but Chimse as well, not moving out just yet onto the map. So we might see both players opting for a more defensive style, and that does match what these civilizations kind of can do in a lot of situations.
You mean we might get to the mid game?
We might get to the mid game.
Bloody hell, wasn't expecting that. I mean, these two have not been waiting around so far in this series. So Elephant is going to, of course, be pulled underneath the town center. Who benefits more from this kind of stalemate if nothing happens? Would it be the Palmyrians?
Yeah, I mean, there's some nuance to that, but there's a really, really potent timing that Palmyrans can get, like really, really far into the mid game, right? But Sumerians have a better late game at the end of the day, right? So it's kind of important to see how this goes. We did see Zwantu go for a 16 pop age up, so he had a lot of idle TC time, but you do see that ticking in, 20%. It's on the way.
I think at this point, yeah, we're keeping an eye out for it. He is looking to spring into action here. Schwantu now with the proxy racks on the west side. And I don't believe, actually, I think because Chimse's already scouted that area, correct if I'm wrong, he doesn't have anyone out there looking for this type of play.
Yeah, that barracks though. So you can see what he's done. So one of the biggest weaknesses of the forward attack is you can be blind, and this is what we would call a blind barracks. And he's just built it because he senses that this might be where the opponent is. And if you look at the map, this is the mirrored location. But the way that this river spawned has actually pushed Chimse way to the right of this. And if this rush goes the wrong direction, which it doesn't look like it will do, Zwantu going to get maybe some important scouting info. You can see this artifact. It functions very similarly to the ruins that we talked about before. It's kind of like a free little scouting unit that you can use, and if you capture all of them and keep them safe, you can maybe win the game, but that's very rarely the case.
I remember as a kid, I just felt cool having them in my base when I was sim sitting up. Blind and oblivious to what I really needed them for. But it will be useful for kind of scouting things out extra, especially as you said, when you're going blind like this, every little piece of extra information is going to count. So Xuanfu already checking around the backside, but with the elephant already being pulled in, he needs to target here. He can't look for any sort of backline economy because it's simply not there. CSDN so far is pulling everything to the forward side.
Yeah, and you can see the potency here. Well, not the potency, but like the risk here in going for these aggressive strategies. Sometimes you're just late, and he went for a 16 pop all-in here, and so he's not even adding vills now, and so his economy could fall behind. We do see the archery range, I'm sure, coming up right there, but the Axeman going to get right on top of this range before it goes up.
Rax is there, though, so we'll have counter troops to push this away, and that should give him the bream room to get this archery range online. Now, the problematic detail is, like, where's the villager right now for Xuanfu? Has he got an archery range on the fort coming up himself? I feel like actually setting up back here would be beneficial. It gives you a split production, but it gets them into action much quicker.
Yeah, it looks like he has a bit an archery range at home, and he has another archery range.
Really?
Well, he's got two bowmen on the field, yeah. So he's got one defending against a potential rush, and he's built another one in the south of Chimse's base here. This could be quite interesting. Villagers are on the move here, but the Axemen looking like they're getting too much value just yet. Both players going to be stopping at 16 and 19 villagers respectively, but keep in mind, those Palmyran villagers are significantly better.
Oh yes, and this Palmyran villager's got his work cut out for him. He's going to need more production on the backside. It's kind of awkward from this position, right? Because I believe there is a walk around on the backside of that south tree line, but now we can wall up, and it's such a small space that I love the way that CSDN understands this is a safe zone, but he's not rushing to wall it in because that's a waste of resources.
Yeah, he's done just these small little walls here, which are going to be effective for now, but once you get that bowman mass to a more critical number, there's really not much you can do against, 8 bowmen shooting into there. But we'll see how this goes. Some Axemen moving across the map. Swantu going to be tracking that, making sure it doesn't get too close to his own economy. He does have defensive bowmen as well in production.
He might need to vacate the area. There could be a potential walk-in here because it doesn't look like CSDN is set up on both ends of that wood line to protect it. But it looks like he's just going to brute force it. So at this point, it feels like Xuantu is not really throwing everything behind one attack. It feels like he can't. He needs to take these multifaceted assaults.
Yeah, and now we see Swantu moving out to the middle of the map with a large majority of his economy. There's going to be both shorefish and deer on that storage pit, which is going to be a lot of food income, and that's incredibly important on this map.
The good news is right now, CSDM, because he has taken this more defensive line, he's not likely to discover anytime soon. You saw it, Xuanfu, he reacted accordingly early on. He kept those archers back because he was paranoid about a counter raid, but maybe he should have kept them back a little bit longer. It looks like we've got some troops from Chimsei now sneaking to the back of Xuan's base.
Yeah, where's Chimsei getting food right now? Is it just south of this? I think it is. There's a berry patch there, right? It's about to run out, so he's going to have to find new food very soon. He's going to have to move out, find a new location. He has found those berries on the side there as well, but some attacks onto the wood line. Again, it's not going to be the most devastating here. The Sumerian health on those vills is going to help quite a bit. Only one vill going down, and the reaction there was honestly quite late from Chimsei.
I think this spawn's a bit brutal for Xuan too, though, right? Like, when you think about all these tree lines and the food spawning on the back, very easily wallable. So, you know, the more you're trying to lean into archers, which you want to do, the harder it simply becomes to find those free snipes onto eco.
Yeah, and we'll see. Oh, there's an opening on the wood line. There's an axeman now leading. He's going to be blocking for that the bowman.
Nice deletion on the south side to get it out of there ASAP. He's going to have to shuffle back towards the center of the map where he's got more economy, but that might expose more. Meanwhile, there's no counter-offensive opportunity. I love this approach from Chimsei. Don't send half the army. Just send one or two. Force a reaction, and then overwhelm in your own base.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a clear up from his own base. Xuanfu's going to have to retreat from this and maybe even give up his production buildings in the south here, which could really put him behind. That Wallingville did go down. And this Axeman could potentially spot the economy in the center here. This is a lot of the Palmy economy. He's
so
only
close.
got 14 vills. This is half of them.
I think he's going to get sniped, though. He just got distracted, right? Back to this fight over here as his micro away. So
wow.
That was too close for comfort. Xuanfu able to dodge the revelation that would have thrusted CSDN out towards that mid-map.
Yeah, if he knew that economy was there, this military would go there. And now Xuanfu, he really risks grouping up with his military, because if he does, it's going to be right in front of that economy, and he has to maybe distract those units for a really long time, going way to the left of the map.
Pressure coming in on the east side here, and you may notice Chimsei doesn't have the whole army. He started to press out in the west, so this dance of death is still going on. To his credit, Xuanfu is still keeping Chimsei in the base, but what we're not really seeing so far is a clear and apparent path to victory.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to clear up, or at least make sure that no units get produced here on the south side. But we do have another raid on the wood line. These villagers are low. The Sumerian health is so important there.
Just about edging and skirting towards death there, but you can see there's always this encouragement to try and dive in, but you do that, you get cut off, there's no retreat the other side, and I don't think Xuanfu's in a position where he can afford to lose an entire military force to kill 2 or 3 villages.
Oh, Chimsei, he's baiting Xuanfu back, but look at the loop around. There's a group of units coming for the ambush.
Doesn't quite know. CSDN, he's in range here, and Xuanfu, he can't wait around. He has to run straight past because of the second wave on the way. Big hit from the reigning champ, and this might finally be the point where he comes out of the base.
Yeah, nearly double the army now, and now may be able to put some pressure out on the map. Remember, a lot of that economy is in the center of the map, so if Xuanfu goes the wrong way with his army right now, he might give it up. We do see that market coming in. That is going to unlock the farms here.
It's also going to protect that backline berry, right? It's creating that natural wall, so that means he doesn't have to hold as many troops at home. The small group that were trying to get in gets scouted out, and this is Chimsei for the first time crossing the river like Caesar himself towards Xuan's economy.
Oh, he's walking right towards it. He might have just guessed.
I mean, 50-50, right? Like, you know, it's more likely when he's up here that he's going to be playing around the fish, and he knows the wood lines are up here, so let's see if he can find the golden goose. Xuan almost looking like he's trying to goad him away from it, but Chimsei will not take the bait. He sees the storage pit, and now he'll look for the dive.
Oh my gosh, so much damage could be done here.
Villagers retreating to the east, but when you've got this many troops, like, how do you get out of here clean, right? With good micro, Chimsei can cover every single angle of escape, and that's 8 villages trapped with nowhere to run.
Yeah, these vills are as good as done here, unless this migration can work, but you can see Chimsei, he's trying to block off the retreat to the south, just being taking very calculated shots here to make sure he doesn't miss and waste too much time on this chase.
I think someone needs to tell those villagers that they are red, not blue. They're heading towards the wrong base here. Second wave intercepts him, and it's going to be a massacre. Xuanfu, even if he gets these villagers out, it's so much idle economy, while Chimsei has no pressure on his own base.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Chimsei now. 18 vills to 10. Palmy vills are good, but 9 now. The countdown has started.
Tick-tock goes the clock, and it feels like Chimsei is going to find himself on match point. It's looking undeniable. 27 military to 10. Double the economy power. Xuan has one last bullet in the chamber, and it needs to be a headshot.
Yeah, and these Axemen are going to be so good against the Slingers. They don't deal very much damage to these Axemen, and they can just kind of run in, and the Axemen absolutely slap them across the face if they do get in range.
I mean, even this little proxy group trying to hit the backside are going to get scouted and chased. They're outnumbered. It feels like he's outnumbered everywhere, and I'm struggling to see the way. I look for the positive where I can, but the bars tell the entire story. Xuanfu, at this point, is essentially processing what feels like a blatant loss.
Yeah, he's going to see these farms with that Slinger and
GG.
call it here. Yeah, GG gets called. Chimsei is going to get it.
What a setting this would be, right? We know we can't have a repeat champion in Age of Empires 2, but we already had one in 4, and we could be about to see one in 1 as well. Nothing but perfection now from Xuanfu if he wants to lift that trophy, which of course for either player will be a momentous occasion, but when you consider this is his first time in an audience like this, if he can come out from behind now to turn this around, that's a true Cinderella story.
Yeah, and you could see Chimsei's face there. He just seems so like confident and calm. And I think that's kind of the champion's perspective, right? He's been in this situation so many times. He's played so many best of fives in his career, just so many, countless best of fives. So he just looks so comfortable and calm here.
Well, this series is getting pretty sweaty, so I think it's time for us to go relax across in the Oasis.
Yes, back in the Oasis, I've found a familiar face to have a quick chat with here. It's local hero and fan favourite, Tatso. Welcome along, Tatso.
Thank you so much.
Good to have you along. Also good to have, of course, a contingent of monks here, giving us the really the reason the tournament is called what it is, an iconic unit here. And
exactly.
We'll see if they manage to convert us by the end of this interview. But Tatso, I want to talk to you. Obviously not the result you were hoping for personally this weekend as the defending champion, but I imagine you'll be very happy to see your teammate Viper in the finals.
Yeah, of course. Like Hera and Viper are both my teammates, and we secure a GL finals, so we will have a GL winner, and I'm really happy for that.
Yes, and of course Hera, a recent addition to the team as well. I know you and Viper have been teammates for a long time, but with Hera joining the team, no matter what, GL takes it out. Do you have a favourite one way or the other? I guess you're happy either way, but Hera lacking a Red Bull Wololo title for him, what would it mean for all of you to have one like this?
Yeah, for sure. Like Hera has been dominating the last 2 years, and this is the only tournament that he hasn't won yet. So he's probably really motivated, and also he has probably more pressure than Viper. And I would love any one of them to win, but probably for the scene, it will be better if Viper wins.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. But I want to ask how you're feeling about just the castle generally, and especially in your home country of Spain. We've been showing off this part of the country in pretty spectacular style. How has it been for you as a local boy here this weekend?
I'm speechless. Like when I was walking to the States, I had chills. I didn't know what to do. Too many people cheering. I think the crowd is doing an amazing job as well, and they are enjoying the tournament.
Yeah, people chanting your name. It really was such a heroic moment for you here as well. And we've got our Oasis here where people are chilling out. Have you had to go on the archery? Have you played a bit of chess?
Yeah, we can do it.
How did you go? Have you played chess?
Oh yeah, we played against T90.
And how did that go? I imagine pretty
T90
well.
doesn't know how to play, so I choose the right opponent.
You're smurfing, man.
Yeah.
You're smurfing, yeah. All right, well, Tato, it's been fantastic to talk to you. We're just going to wait to see if the casters are ready for the Age of Empires 1 final. Have you been watching what's been going on? I know you've been busy out here, lots of fans also as well, but did you see much of what was going on in the Age of Empires 1 game?
I was catching here and there because I have played Age of Empires 1, and they are insane players, and it's really fun. It's really fun.
Did you play Age of Empires 1 as well when you were younger?
I didn't play that much, but when Return of Rome was released, I played a little bit, and I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, well, I'm enjoying watching this game as well. So we're going to get back to it, my friends. The casters are standing by up in our casting area. So thanks so much, Tato, for joining us. And it's back up to KP and Winston Waffles.
You've told everyone where Tato is. They're going to be lining up for signatures, photos, the whole kit and caboodle. Big shout out to one of the hearts of Age of Empires 2. I mean, they have so many hearts that I think they're a Time Lord at this stage. I mean, you think about all the names, the iconic names they've built up over the years. And I'm thinking of Age of Empires 1, especially with the Vietnamese crowd. How magical it must feel to be part of this legacy from Red Bull.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of pride, right, in kind of like their culture and their community that they have. They love sharing that with the world. That's happened on every big international tournament. It's a huge sense, and I got to be honest, Tato's being a little bit like a bit humble there, as maybe humble, as Margugu would say, right? Tato is actually an excellent AoE 1 player. In AoE 1 DE, he actually won a tournament. I think people don't know that.
With the Roman?
No, in AoE 1 DE. Yeah.
Oh, DE? Really?
Yeah, no, he
I
won.
didn't know that either. That's
he straight
incredible.
up won a tournament.
I mean, that guy's
that's cool.
A lot of these guys are just magical. They go into any game. Like, I mean, Doubt's another one that comes to mind. Obviously, we didn't get to see him playing on LAN, but I was talking to him behind the scenes, and I reckon if he came back and played AoE 4 full time, I could see him easily back in like the top 20. Like he's got that talent. He's crafty in his style, and these guys are as well. And they're crafty with their banners. Talk to me a little bit about this, because we've all got our animals, right? I've got a bird. I've got a pigeon. It's kind of obvious, kill a pigeon. But there's some meaning behind the banners for these two players, right?
Yeah, well, Chimsei Dinong means sparrow in the sun, and you can see that very, very eloquently like demonstrated there on Chimsei's banner. It looks really, really nice there. I love the golden glow behind it. It looks really cool.
Now, please tell me Xuan just really liked pigs.
I guess so, maybe.
Well, let's see if the piggy's going to squeal or if he's about to be a wild hog. Game number 4. CSDN, match point, looking to make it back-to-back Wololo championships. Has Xuan got something to say about it?
Yeah, we'll see here. So Macedonians, one of their main advantages is that their units get more line of sight. And as you've seen in these games, line of sight is one of the most important things. You see how much that villager sees? Yeah, it's +2. This is incredibly important for positioning a rush. You saw what Chimsei did 2 games ago, right? He had that Vil just kind of scouting out those houses, but if he goes one tile too close, the house sees you back. Here, you just have a huge advantage at like, oh, I can see the house, you can see the enemy villagers and just sort of stalk them. We'll see if he's able to put that to use here, but this is also a map where the rush distance is really, really high, so you're going to have to get your barracks in a really good position and hope that it works out.
Do you try to push these Zebra in, or do you just now go out and gather from them? Because obviously, for Xuan, he's got an easy shove in, but I just noticed CSDNs are so close to the edge of the map, it's really awkward to try and get behind them to push them towards the TC.
Yeah, he will do. I mean, it's something that happens quite a lot. You have to push with a Vil every time you play the game, right? Every single Stone Age, right? So it's just default behavior, and you get used to it. You know, it's never comfortable when it's exactly against the wall like that, but I mean, Chimsei's a pro, right?
I think, you know what I think it is? I think the Zebras have started to learn and evolve. They're like, you can't get us back to the town center if we just wait next to the wall.
That's an interesting zebra icon, yeah.
Wait. Is that Tata?
Kind of. like, honestly, a little bit. Like, a little. I kind of see it.
We got him in the grand finals, man.
He's here too. Tato's always in our hearts.
Oh my
Just
god.
his elephant friend. Oh no.
He's everywhere.
Yeah.
So elephants pulled in as well. Talk to me a bit about Desert Ridge, because you were saying when we look at the map pool, it kind of feels like a lot of these are going to have maybe a similar playstyle. There isn't these ones that necessarily lean you harder into the mid game or late game, but there are those maps in the wider pool.
Well, it's a very defensive map. You're able to hold like really, really comfortably if you're able to get kind of this full wall off, which is there is a possibility of it. And you kind of look at Chimsei's base, and it almost looks doable here. In the middle of the map, you'll notice there's lots of elephants actually kind of dotting that ridge, and the player who can spot those and pull them, you can lure those all the way to your town center if you wanted, and it's just a huge boost to your economy. You can see just how many there are. It should be called Elephant Ridge if you know what I mean there. That's a lot of chunky boys.
Hannibal Ridge, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, it's very suiting for this game.
Well, we have got the move out from Xuan. Looks like he's going to have to circle around the east side. But as you mentioned, it's so defendable for CSDN. It feels like Xuan actually has to get very close with his base positioning. And the beautiful thing here, that scouting vision advantage should mean he's able to dodge the villager as long as it's not right next to the tree line.
Yeah, like one of the most important things is knowing where the pressure is actually coming from. That can give you a huge advantage. And
he's so close.
Just barely going to miss him. Everybody whisper.
Like ships in the night, they don't see each other here. Alligators getting involved with the mischief, but Xuan, he doesn't react.
Forward Vil. This is really important here now. If you spot the enemy's villager forward, you can push it back, and now it's going to be really hard for Xuan to actually build a barracks in this location. And we even have the crocodile involved. He's like, oh, where'd my friends go?
Like, CSDN's villager just runs back and gives him a fist bump. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, thanks.
Could have done it without
helping
you.
me out. Yeah.
And he's already prepped. This is beautiful because he's already prepped houses on the west side just in case it's like this double option gambit that you might occasionally see. It's like a bit of a wild card. It's very expensive, but it can pay off. But now it's just all full focus on the south side on a very defendable location for Chimsei. So Xuan, with this in mind, do you now go for the all-in still, or do you just fall back for some sort of more macro-focused game?
Oh wow! And
what? Wait.
Xuan like looked away from his Vil for a bit.
He's not reacting at all.
He's busy with something. Maybe he just gave up the Vil, left for dead. But that's crazy. They're just gonna give it up to Yamato like that.
He finally reacts towards the end, so Chimsei shouldn't be able to get this kill. It just feels like unnecessary damage, but it's almost like. Okay, hear me out. I'm gonna go like deep in the big brain. What if this was intentional? Because now Chimsei's like, oh, he's clearly going for another proxy base. Why didn't he react? And Xuan's just sitting at home doing nothing.
You see the barracks going up defensively, and both players going to be playing defense here. Now this could actually favor Yam a bit. Yamato, they do get these cheaper scouts, and that's a unit we haven't really seen in this game just yet. But having access to the cavalry can really help you hold map control going into the mid game.
Oh, Alex, please, Crocodile. Just this whole time, it's just one more tap and he's dead. And I've got a funny feeling. There it is. Wow. He goes down. So first blood gets drawn, and there's a party between the Crocodile and the remaining villager. But the Crocodile will lose out. So CSDN has found himself right outside of Xuan's base. Any chance we just turn this into a home?
There's potential, but if you notice, we're going to be creating these ranged maxes. Now, players have been favoring mixing bowmen with slingers. We've seen that in all these games in very small numbers, but in a game like this, it might become very large numbers very quickly. You can see Xuan forced to make that clubman to get some information, and
he's discovered more crocodiles. God, I hate these guys.
The crocs are fun. That's actually the croc from earlier, I believe. He's our friend.
Oh, true. That's why he let him live. He's like, you keep doing what you do, buddy. So yeah. We're going to have the clubmen start to move across, but the options, the angle of approach is difficult, and because it is going to be scaling archers, it just feels like it's not going to be feasible to sneak one or two of these axemen in to do any real damage to CSDN.
Yeah, and we have a bit more of a macro game coming in here. The markets are early. This gives you access to really potent economy upgrades.
Oh, sweet Princess, not able to work out for him there, and we are now seeing a shift out onto the berries. So we're going to see Chimsei extend beyond his initial holdings, the most defendable location in the map. You did mention the potential for the scouts to start coming out. Is this something Xuan should anticipate? And if so, what is the appropriate response?
Full wall, which is what he's doing right now, which is really good. He's respecting the options that are available to CSDN in this case. It does look like we're going to have a bit of a mirrored situations where both players are going for slingers to frontline, kind of like skirmishers in AoE2, and bowmen like the archers. So you kind of have that mix of units here. And the scout transition can be really expensive, and it could come at the cost of maybe delaying the bronze, which is the third age. Yeah. Just a bit too much, but we'll see if that comes into play here. I'm not quite sure. A big thing you'll notice differently here is that players are actually training villagers again. So the macroing is an important element of the game, of course, and somehow Chimsei has given himself a pretty definitive lead in economy.
It sounds so taboo, though, this idea of like stopping to produce villages. I feel like a lot of newer RTSs, you just don't see that for the all-in, right? Like, it's very valuable if you feel like you can be impactful enough with the units. And we've seen just one unit, maybe two, makes a big difference. And well, that is an advantage for Chimsei on the defensive, as Xuan is just going to run in behind him in a bad and unideal position. He's at least able to somewhat trade, but this is a fight that he was never going to win.
Yeah, there was that hill bonus there that made it really function well for him, and obviously going to be a super important factor in these ranged battles is holding that hill will always give you an advantage. Oh man, this game is really heating up. 30 Vils for CSDN now.
I'm wondering, maybe you can kind of bait CSDN towards the central hills here, right? Have the second wave come in, then look for the fight, because I don't think you want a full macro game, but instead Chimsei says, oh, thank you for inviting me over. I think I might stay the night. He's shifting in, but I think he has gone for the wrong side. East is where the economy's at.
Yeah, I mean, these two units aren't going to deal like significant damage necessarily. It could add up potentially if Xuan just isn't looking, but I doubt that's just not going to happen. You can see the cleanup coming in. Chimsei just sacking the units, trying to get some damage onto that villager. The villager actually getting a little bit low, but going to be fine. And we actually had a counter attack.
Hold up. One villager down. A slow reaction there. CSDN stops it just before it's a second
Wow.
flop him, but no, he gets him on the retreat. Great strike back there.
And he's going to win this fight, too.
This could snowball. I mean, he needs it as well, right? CSDN's already up by 4 villages. You need to apply that pressure. And funnily enough, him splitting his army like this might prove problematic. The second wave is coming in from behind. Reinforcements from the back of the north. Another villager dying as they are essentially frontlining in the situation. He will stop the aggression.
The micro's not there.
But
And
even
another
though
Vil.
he does push him back. Look at that eco situation now. 2 between them. We talked about CSDN feeling like he's very confident, very cozy. But the crazy part is it feels like there's just not enough layering to the base yet, right? And we also have to keep in mind, when you look at the spawns of food and resources, having these woodlines so close seems good until you realize it shoves all the food, gold, anything you need further away.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to see the safety of the farm transition, which we are getting here. We got a game on our hands, everybody. Look at this.
All right, is it too much to ask for Age 4?
Iron Age is probably not going to be the most relevant thing this game, but I could, if this stalls out, I could see us going to bronze pretty shortly. In fact, like Zwantu, is he potentially even saving up? You know, 15 on food, already got 400 in the bank. You only need 800.
No. I'm wondering, like, does Schwanfu have to come out himself anytime soon? Because we've said that CSDN is very cozy with all those farms at home, but is he
pushing
going
right in? There's a hole in the wall there. There's just a gap for his own units to go through, and there's nothing there to defend. Just a few slingers, and we're going to immediately see that hole filled.
Cuts the reinforcements, but check this. Chimsei is still going in on the south side. He understands from this position there's no good trade if he has to send everything home. He needs a counter-offensive, and he should be able to find this tree line. The question is, how quick is the reaction of Schwanfu going to be?
Yeah, if Schwanfu's able to move quickly enough, he does have the wood line on the left to move to. Meanwhile, he looks like he has a few more units here, but there is a hill for CSDN to hold. The fight, will it be there?
I mean, he's on the high ground there, right? But at this point, I think maybe you could try to brute force it instead. Schwanfu hangs around on the low ground and realizes the mistake he's made, so shifts away from this. Meanwhile, pressure is coming into his base as the villagers are getting picked, and he's even split to watch for any reinforcing wave of slingers to cut them down one by one.
Yeah, a really interesting note here is that the slingers actually cost stone, so you don't think that it's a resource you really care about in a full land military if you're coming from other games, but that 10 stone cost can really add up in these games, and you can see the pressure onto the stone could cut Schwanfu off.
This was pretty rough for Chimsei, right? Like, this bulk force is able to cull the reinforcements one by one. That fight on the other side, yes, Schwanfu was winning it, but he's not in a position to then go in and do anything beyond it, right? Like, realistically, the production should be able to stabilize. So I feel like Schwan needs to fish for economy, because there's a risk in the next minute that CSDN will creep towards that tree line again.
Yeah, Zwantu looks like he's really trying to macro up to the Bronze Age. He's got 600 food in the bank. What? That sounds crazy when there's a military right in front of your face.
He's remaining calm, right? He's understanding that, like, if this wave gets cleared up, I know his reinforcements can't come because I'm killing them one by one. It's a Congo line of death back at home for CSDN.
Yeah, but you saw what he did. He pulled 8 vills to that stone mine just to make sure he had that bank of 160. That means he can queue up 16 slingers with some time, and that should be enough time to get the defense rolling here. He's up a lot of economy. It looks like for some time here, Zwantu has stopped producing vills, but that's because he's about to click up to the Bronze Age.
But look at the eco difference here, 39 to 25.
There it is.
Techs it up.
But Bronze Age is everything. Access to cavalry could just end this game. Cavalry absolutely shred everything on the field. The one critical missing piece here is Zwantu not on his gold right now.
We have to really emphasize the efficiency of what Schwanfu's done here. It looked like CSDN was spending a good time outside the base doing damage, but as you said, it's because he's not reacting. When you look at the military, for a guy who has this eco lead while his opponent rather is going for a tech up, you wouldn't expect the military difference to be this close.
Yeah, and he's getting the gold upgrade, moving the vills out. Does he have a stable? No. Is that what he was building up there? No, it's just another barracks.
And he's got room to the west side and the back of his base, right? Like there's options and locations here. He's just trying to make sure there's no probing on the backside. So more farms are also getting added in. I mean, that is an area where it feels like Chimsei is ahead. So he has that more reliable at-home food source. Maybe there's a world at which we do see Schwanfu just sneak out for the north side berries, and that kind of lights a fire underneath CSDN's butt. He needs to keep the pressure on to keep him in this corner.
Yeah, but 2 Cav are going to clean up this entire army of CSDN.
And his positioning as well worries me because he's so close to the base when this tech is going to come through. So he won't have an easy reaction of just get behind my walls and stay and wait until I'm ready.
He might be able to put pressure under the gold vills here. Zwantu's going to have to keep producing slingers in this case.
Oh.
But the tech up is almost in.
He's also trickling it. This is not good for Chimse, right? If they'd all been there once, he'd be able to just about win that fight. But instead, Xuanfu should have enough to stabilize here to push him back. And with Age 3 now in, it's problem town central for CSDN.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting this just yet. He just got domestication. That's horse collar for your farms. He just got that, which is very expensive in this game, as opposed to saving up for that critical Bronze Age. And now he's training more and more units at home, but he's on the gold.
Slice down the center here.
The
First
cavalry's
cavalry
out.
comes out, and this could just wipe it all. Chimse needs to trade for anything he can take with him, because he's about to be 6 feet under with the army, so you might as well drag a few slingers down with you.
What a story here. Xuanfu down almost 20 vills right now, but he is cleaning up this army.
The poke, the probe, these villagers, it doesn't feel like they're dying quick enough, and this is going to have a ripple effect, right? Second cavalry unit out, this snowball is going to begin. CSDN is not in a comfortable position in this game. Yes, he has the military numbers, but the quality is red all the way.
And we just got the best eco upgrade in the game. The wheel just finished, and if we pan back to the base, you see those vills? They are flying now. Wheel is one of the most important upgrades in the game. It gives access to chariot units, and it also makes your vills significantly faster, which means that these slow tool units that Chimse is relying on to apply pressure are not going to be able to chase them around the map anymore. You can see the 2 cavalry going to be a critical force here for Xuanfu. He's looping around, coming back.
CSDN always come to the same location though, always focusing that. I wonder if Xuanfu can use that against him to just play wider on the flanks and not have to worry about his economy as much. In the meantime, CSDN is setting up those stables north side, so looking to mirror cavalry to cavalry. If he can weather this storm, if he can stop any eco leaks from cavalry across the map, he could be in control of this game, considering that he's 13 villages up still.
Xuanfu's going in for the kill. 3 cavalry going to be microing the hurt one to the back. The ranged unit's going to be helping him. The fight up the hill, is it going to be there for Chimse?
One down, second cavalry looking to fall, so a lot lost, but considering this is your biggest threat, getting rid of them might be enough to make CSDN feel comfortable about still existing, but this should now be Xuanfu's time to shine. Cavalry should be heading across the map, and he should be leaving those slingers to mop up what little is left of the aggro from CSDN.
Yeah, and the Bronze Age is going to come in though, but we have to keep something clear in our minds. Yamato have a really, really solid Bronze Age. They get cheaper cavalry. That applies to the scouts and the cav in this case. So this transition with this stronger economy is going to mean full pump from these stables. A 3rd stable coming in. We are going to see a lot of fast units on the field here. The scout, look at the vision of that. Going to be just trying to find the enemy units, trying to hunt them down. He has some of these upgrades in already. Chimse now waiting on wheel of his own. The tool working there, metalworking is the 2nd upgrade, the 2nd attack upgrade, going up to +4. So Chimse immediately going into aggression here.
You're starting to wonder, Xuanfu for a moment, we thought, okay, this is it, it's a breakout. It almost felt like CSDN bodying that fight so consistently gave him the breathing room for this type of transition. And we have to remember, you know, the spawn for CSDN was so good in this game that even if you got 1 or 2 cav out quickly, there aren't many access points to that blue economy still. So kind of feels like Xuanfu needs to go a step further. He needs to activate his anime mode and take a big proper fight again before he can do anything significant to the economy of the Yamatas here.
Yeah, and we're seeing even a switch into the academy. The academy trains 1 unit. 1 unit line. It's just the hoplite, right? And that's all it does, but it is so good. It is the king of melee engagements, but it comes at an extreme cost. It's going to be key for CSDN to have a couple of those against Macedonians, because the Macedonian hoplites have a bunch of extra ranged armor, meaning the king of the melee fights is, there's a hole in the wall.
Uh-oh, and that's a speedy boy running away at least. Thank God for the wheels. The Cavs should be able to gap close and find a kill, and yeah, at this point, I don't think Xuan has anything at home. Right? His whole army moved up because he's looking for a counter-offensive, but the walls are already in from CSDN.
It's on the granary. Those 2 cav are getting in as well, I think.
Oh no, it's a follow-up.
The quick walls, no!
Not quick enough here, and this is a big deal. Yes, the villagers can run away, but the idle time alone, the few deaths that are racking up, you can't afford it when you're this many eco behind.
Yeah, this is going to be a really painful moment here, and we even see the government center for CSDN has been built. The macro god is on his way to booming on multiple town centers. Meanwhile, the raids coming in on every single corner. The farmers everywhere going down.
And this is getting worrisome. We want that 5 games, but Xuan Fu, he's up against the ropes. I don't expect an early GG, but he might not have much of a say if he can't plug these holes quickly. Just a few cavalry is butchering the economy in the Macedonians. And on the other side of this, Xuan Fu still doesn't have an in. He's not finding a way of applying pressure. Finally, the wall's been broken, but he needs to rack up the kills stat.
I don't think CSCN noticed this at all. He didn't react at all to the villagers.
Few going down.
And here's the counterattack.
More shifting across. And wait, is he building TCs in the back?
Yeah, that is multiple town centers. In this game, TCs are 200 wood only. So players spam them like no tomorrow. But there's units here going to be denying this massive investment. The cavalry with the slingers going to be enough to shred these villas apart. Meanwhile, the gold
is everywhere right now. CSCN, he's just going to continue the aggression. Sure, I'm going to lose some eco, but not as much as you. It's a race to 0 in this type of game. The TC has to be cancelled out as he shifts away. It's pure anarchy in the back, and CSCN somehow having enough military to both defend and attack, and Xuan Fu looks all but dead in this game.
Yeah, you can just see the cavalry numbers. There's 12 cavalry on the field compared to 2. That is the value of having that bigger economy and the cheaper cavalry, even switching into the melee units. And we have Xuan Fu on the side, switching into composite bowmen, which are going to be the supreme archer in late Bronze Age.
The hoplite is going to be such a big problem from CSCN as well, especially when he's already staged the set the stage here, set the playing field for the dive in. The GG comes out. Chimse Dinang, he does it. That's 2 grand finals, 2 back-to-back Red Bull Wololo champions.
Incredible work from Chimse there. Going to be securing his 2nd title in Red Bull Wololo history. Oh, look at him go, giving a fist bump to his teammate. Well played, series. That final game, fireworks.
Absolutely incredible. At moments, you could see Xuan looked like he was going to come back in, but I mean, these two, they played phenomenally. Yes, Chimse, he lives up to the expectation here. He doesn't crack under the pressure, but can we just give a big round of applause to both of these guys, because Xuan especially, coming on this stage for the first time, taking that first game, never giving up, never surrendering, looking like maybe he could get to those 5 games, but no stopping the king. Chimse Dinang, he does it again.
Wow, what an incredible series here. It kind of looked like a lot of the games were going to be super close, but really just early aggression. But then in this final game, we really got into that Bronze Age. We got to see what AoE 1 is all about, and you can just see the fireworks on display in Chimse. What a masterclass. That hole in the wall in the south side of Xuan Fu's base has to be so devastating, because he was honestly in a good position. He was breaking into Chimse's base on the other side. He had pressure on the map. He had earlier techs into these very, very important upgrades.
Oh, I think the beauty of it as well is, and this felt consistent throughout the series in a way, is maybe not game 1. Game 1 was like, oh, I need to defend, but outside that, it felt like both players were trying to find their own route to success, right? We talk about this idea, and I always treat it as almost like a catchphrase from this point. Proactivity over reactivity. We saw that there. We saw how they were trying to go full gung-ho. We saw how aggressive Age of Empires 1 can be. We saw how entertaining it could be. We were worried just about Clubman is not going to go beyond Age 1 potentially. They delivered an incredible performance, and it's time to hear from the 2nd Red Bull Wololo champion here in El Reinado. Your Age of Empires 1 champion is on the stage right now with Zoe for an interview.
He is indeed. We're here to celebrate our champion, so please everyone, make some noise for Chimse, who remains on top. The trophy is all yours. Map 1, but a scratch in his formidable armor. And he gets to bring that Red Bull Wololo El Reinado trophy back home. Ladies and gentlemen, your Age of Empire 1 champion, Killer Pigeon and Winston Waffles, back to you guys.
Thank you, Zoe. What an incredible moment, and what an incredible trophy, right? Like, I don't know if you've seen them up close. I thought they were sandstone at first. That's wood.
Yeah, incredible craftsmanship there, right? It's artisanship, woodworking.
Made locally.
Incredible stuff. I just listed 3 of the wood upgrades in AoE 1.
You're cheeky like that.
That's me.
I mean, you live and breathe it. You did for years. And I mean, what an incredible moment as well. You know, I think it's tough for a game as old as Age of Empires 1 to look this exciting. But I think a lot of people here are probably like, maybe I just need to try Rome again. I need to install the DLC. I need to give it another go, because that was incredible to watch.
I hope so. Look at the smile on Chimse there. He looks so happy. Yeah, give it up.
Okay. But you know what? We've still got a long day to go. We've been previewing Age of Empires 2, but before that we've still got Age of Mythology, and before that even, we love history here. So it's time to tell you a little bit more about this incredible castle that we've got Red Bull Wololo in.
The history of Castillo Almodóvar goes back a lot further than you might think, not just to the medieval era, but all the way back to late antiquity. It's thought that a Roman settlement in this area was protected by a defensive emplacement on top of this hill, which served to protect the various commercial endeavours in this region. There was trade flowing along the river. There might have even been local silver mines. As we move into the medieval era, this area, like the rest of the Iberian Peninsula almost, came under the control of Arab Muslims as a part of an area called Andalusia. The Umayyads established a bigger and better fortress on top of this hillside, and they called it Almodóvar, which then became, in time, Almodóvar, as it's called today in modern Spanish. This explains the strong Islamic influence in the art and architecture, not just of this castle, but of the region more broadly. But of course, it wouldn't stay under Muslim control forever. Over the years, this castle has been renovated and restored, but it's more recently in the 20th century that saw Castillo Almodóvar get its biggest facelift. Restored from little more than a crumbling ruin at the beginning of the 20th century, today Castillo Almodóvar is a representation of the might, the splendour and the grandeur of medieval architecture, and is a very fitting host for this tournament that we're seeing unfold this weekend.
What a treat it's been to have this event unfold here in Castillo Almodóvar. I'm joined by Nili in the analyst chamber. Nili, I know we sort of keep going on and on about it, but there really is no equal to how it feels to have these events, these magnificent Red Bull Wololo events in castles like Almodóvar, and back in your home country in Heidelberg, where the previous ones were. The atmosphere here is unlike anything else I've ever come across in my career.
Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. And I called it the greatest stage we ever had in Age of Empires history, right? It's just, the crowd is going wild, like also this small area where we have all those hundreds and hundreds of people. It feels like a stadium almost, and then those great walls, the scenery, like the view outside. It's just the perfect location.
It is, and also from a historical standpoint, there's something oddly philosophical about us sitting in this castle built for war, playing these war games. You know, there's something about that. It's a nice little. You know, a meeting of the new and the old coming together in this way. So I do hope people around the world have enjoyed the broadcast half as much as we've enjoyed putting it on for you all. And I tell you what, Nili, the party don't stop, because we're moving on to something I've been looking forward to personally, the Age of Mythology Retold Grand Final. This is what's coming up next in our broadcast. We're going to see Recon facing off against the Mister. Now, Nili, this is not the first time we've seen these two blokes on stage at a Red Bull Wololo event, although last time they weren't playing Age of Mythology.
They were playing Age of Empires 4 and very successfully. Recon and Mr. good friends from the early days of Age of Mythology, transitioned to Age of Empires 4. Extremely successful there, Mr. even making it into the grand finals.
Yes, indeed, where he fell one short, of course, to Marine Lord, who picked up the trophy again last night. So the Mister with another chance now to be crowned a Red Bull Wololo champion. Looking forward to seeing both these players in action. We'll talk a little bit more about them later on. But we want to know from you around the world, wherever you are. Do let us know your thoughts on which player is your favourite. I believe in chat people can indicate which player they'll be barracking for as the final unfolds. I'm certainly looking forward to the competition, Nili, and also looking forward to just seeing this game on the biggest stage in its newest form. I remember many, many years ago, I went into an electronics store, and I don't know if you remember back in the day, they used to have those like
CDs.
There were CDs, yes, but they had those demo machines that were set up, right? So I went in and I saw this kid playing Age of Mythology in the electronics store on the demo machine, and I saw him like calling down a lightning bolt, right? And I was like, I've got to have this game. And I couldn't play it because my laptop at the time, which had 4 gigabytes, not of RAM, but of hard drive space, right? It didn't have a 3D, it didn't have a graphics card, it didn't have a 3D accelerator, so I couldn't run it, and I was heartbroken. But eventually, I conned my dad into letting him install it on his work PC. And this game, I've got so many fond memories, you know, playing Prostagma. Although it's stuff that gets right in there, and seeing and playing the new form of the game. it really brings back very special memories. So if you're a fan of the game like I am, if you played it when you were a kid, you should be playing. Do yourself a favour and play Retold. There are so many stories that come out of this, including one you want to tell us, Nelly, about the Mister.
Yeah, obviously the Mister is a full-time farmer, right? He won $50,000 at Red Bull 6 and bought a tractor from it.
A good investment.
A good investment for him, yeah. Right, and right now Age of Mythology came out. This is basically his heart game. Like, this is where that he grew up with. He was a very dominant player there for years, so he really wanted to try hard. But it was also farming season.
Oh, it's
right?
harvest season.
That is tough, and it was also super dry. So he was farming during the day, and at night, neighboring farmers tried to steal the water supply of each other.
No.
Because it was so dry.
They're raiding each other's eco.
Indeed. And so the Mister at night had to patrol the border of his farms with his tractor.
Yeah.
So he couldn't sleep at night to protect his water supply. and basically only slept like 2-3 hours during the day for the last weeks, and tried to still get practice in, and then had this crazy qualifier run.
Oh, talk about, look, I mean, these are the skills that you learn playing Age of Empires, playing Age of Mythology. Macro, micro, you know.
Protect your resources.
Protecting resources. The good, where to appoint your resources once you have them. $50,000, you buy a tractor. That's a great upgrade. That's a good farming upgrade for him as well. That's so fascinating. Look, I'm so pleased to see the Mister. He's a bit of a character, right? He is a bit of a character, and I'm sure he will have been very happy to have walked away from Red Bull Wololo last time with such a huge amount of money. Let's see if you can do the same this time. Let's have a look at the prizes that are on offer here as part of the entire tournament. You can see almost $250,000 up for grabs here, and in Age of Mythology Retold, $10,000 the total prize pool here. So that'll probably put him in good stead for another farming upgrade. Win, lose or draw, the Mister probably will go back to an even more improved farm.
Yeah, that's $2,000 only split between the two of them. We also had $10,000 in the qualifier as well, so I would even call it a full $250,000 there if I want to be bold about it. And yeah, I'm like the Mister, he will put it to good use, will spread it, and he will just continue playing the game, and he is such a beloved person, so yeah. Hopefully he wins, and hopefully he continues to play.
Well, we'll see how it goes. We have the Mister facing off against Recon. This is going to be a fantastic spectacle. It's going to be very enjoyable to get stuck into Age of Mythology, a game that I'm sure many people share very fond memories with. So, without further ado, we can head over back down to the casting area, where we've got Killer Pigeon and Winston Waffles waiting in the wings once again to walk us through our next grand final.
Prostagma and Imole to everyone here. It's finally happening, Winston, for the first time ever at Red Bull Wololo, Age of Mythology.
Yeah, it is so exciting. Retold, it's back. It's back. Age of Mythology is back.
And bigger than ever.
Back, and it is so good. It is so good. I've been loving the game since it's come out. Been playing a bunch. Been watching a bunch. The qualifiers were so exciting. And here we have it, the grand finals.
I mean, it's incredible to think about. I mean, you know, we were saying it's kind of crazy because this could be the quickest grand finals, right? This game doesn't wait around. It doesn't hold your hand. You have no time to breathe. It's coming at you from minute 3.
Yeah, no, very quickly, players. Age up and attack. You have very aggressive options very early in the game, and we'll see how it goes. These two players as well, I talked to both of them, and they both think that this game is in a pretty fast meta right now as well, with timings being key.
And you know what? We need to have a look at how this journey began, because it was a long and arduous path to get here to El Reinado. So let's check in on what they had to do to get through this. We started off with a round of 256. We had that many people for a brand spanking new game sign up. We divided them into 2, and on the sides, you feel a bit brutal about it. There's so many iconic names from Age of Empires 4, from 2, from myths, historical roots, but only 2 can make it here. And both of them, funnily enough, having that route back to the old school Age of games.
Yeah, and these two players have quite the history, right? I mean, the Mister honestly needs no introduction, especially if you've been watching Red Bull in the past. You might remember him being a grand finalist just 2 years ago in Heidelberg.
So wait, there's like a pattern here. So we've had back-to-back grand final winner for 4, back-to-back grand final winner for 1, back-to-back grand finalist for Myth, I don't think we've got that. We haven't got that this time around for 2, but we've got familiar faces in the funnel there as well that have featured in previous. It's kind of crazy because at the same time we've got so many people upcoming, and I think on the other side of that, that's what Recon is. He's been grinding for a long time. He has the face of a baby, but he's actually about my age, which is crazy. But he's always been there from 4 to online and now Mythology, and you know, it warms my heart, man. I've always had a special place for him because he's the type of player you kind of want to take under your wings. I mean, you can see him right there. He's got an innocent face, an innocent mind, and I love the fact that Mr. has kind of helped meld that. Like they, in the run-up to the qualifiers, were religiously scrimming each other.
Yeah, it's quite funny actually. They were the main practice partners for the qualifier. They played together basically every day. At every chance that they could, they were playing against each other, and we saw that come to fruition, right? They both qualified. It worked great, and now Recon is talking about it. He's like, well, is it that good?
I mean, and then on the other side, Mr., you know, last time he went and bought a tractor, I think he said this time he'll buy like a new part for his tractor or something. He's humbled himself a bit, but this guy is...
Look at that smile.
He's so lovable, man. Like, you're a fan of him, I'm a fan of him. Anyone who's ever met this guy, it's like, I would say this guy is like the Tato.
Look at that wink. Oh, too. Yeah, he's giving everybody a little something there.
That's because he knows he's fit and able than most gamers, because this guy spends half the year in a field, wheats, crops, all of it, and then comes in and dominates in any scene he's a part of.
Yeah, it was so funny. I was asking both the players, like, what's your prep been like since the qualifiers? And he was like, oh, I had to spray my cotton fields. I had to till the cornfields. I was like, okay, but what about Mythology? And he was like, oh, I played too. Don't worry. I got plenty of games in.
Well, he theory crafts it, right? He like sits on his tractor actually thinking about what he wants to do, which I love this idea that sometimes grinding non-stop isn't the way. Taking a breather, taking your time, reflecting, evolving is how you reach your best form. But I think it's about time that we see who's on form here. I think we're about ready to get underway with the draft, and this is going to be a hot one, a heavily contested one as well, considering some of the similarities between the two.
Yeah, these players share very similar mindsets. That is due to that shared practice, but also they've been playing a lot since the game has come out, and there are some things here that are going to be a consensus. Other things, when I was talking to these players, they do have some differences of opinions. You know, one of the main things I'm looking for is, does Mista draft Zeus? That is just his favorite god. It is not the strongest at this time, but it is just good. Karlauger going to be the first map ban.
And you know, it's interesting you mentioned Zeus, because actually at the current time it's one of the worst performing civs we're gonna have in the game. So yeah, Karlauger coming out, it's gonna be Mediterranean ban on the other side, and probably our most pure form of water map that you actually have in the myth pool available here.
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly a water map. You have to play for that center, and sometimes it can be tricky in a draft situation to make sure you have the right tools to play water. So I can kind of understand Recon trying to eliminate that potential there.
Megalopolis coming out as well, a potential site for something like Set. We've seen that Set is very powerful, but he's a situational type of god. He doesn't just thrive. It's not like in AoE4 we had the HRE, right? Or you have that OP civ, and I think that's something I like. While there are a few civs that maybe feel a bit slightly overtuned at the moment, a lot of them have their place.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a couple shared gods which are right at the top here, which are going to be good on any one of these maps, and I'm really curious to see how this is going to go.
Alfheim, I love this map. And you know what, Alfheim, I believe that had 2, if I'm not mistaken, of the best games of the qualifiers. Funnily enough, both of them from Mista. You had the one where he played as Freya, and then you had the other one where he played as Isis, and he had the crawl-in, blocking god powers as she can.
Yeah, this is really interesting. And Mirage drafted as well here by Mista. That's just begging for an Isis ban. Recon has to ban that there. If he doesn't, and he lets Mista pick that god, it could be a problem.
And I think we were talking a little bit behind the scenes about the Slags. I was talking to Mista. There's an interesting story behind his banner.
Oh yeah, Mista's banner. It's actually it's a little sad. So yeah, you know, get your tissues out. Back in 2013, it was on the same day that the Mista actually got a dog named Zeus, and then he was inspired and reinstalled Age of Mythology and became a top player within 2 months as a testament to his skill. Yeah.
Incredible. And you know, I'm curious, what map are we getting here? So 5 were available. The first one to come up, it's gonna be Ghost Lake. Oh, this is one of my favorites. So Zeus, Poseidon, there's so many good viable factions here, especially on the Greek and the Norse side. We've seen it so consistent. I think actually the most played 2 factions on this map.
Yeah, and I know Mista loves Zeus on Ghost Lake, so I think that could be the case here. But we'll see. I don't know. He could be trying to surprise us. There could be some more mind games. We'll have to see. The God matchups in this game are really dependent on just how it handles, and we'll see what this looks like. What's the first ban's going to be?
That's interesting.
Freyr.
Wait, that was 4, right?
That was Thor. Sorry, it's hard to see
That's
the
still
little
very
icon.
interesting because 4 is a pub stompy type hero, god rather, but in these settings, doesn't feel as credible. Oh, sorry, it was a guy after all. We're blind.
No, it changed.
There we go.
No, we're right. Yeah, no, sorry. It's very small.
I was
for
like,
us.
Gaia doesn't have a ginger beard.
Yeah, now that maybe we should wait. So yeah, banning out Thor.
Wow. That leaves Loki. That leaves Loki, which I think is actually the most threatening god from the Norse pantheon here.
Yeah, and also Freyr, which Mista is a fan of. And it's interesting. I don't think that Mista thinks Thor is that good. And wait,
he gets the Isis.
Recon left Isis open.
Of course, and this is the most highly contested.
Preferred the Odin ban.
Which is wild to me. Odin
but he
is
takes
good,
Zeus.
Which is also wild to me because Zeus is, at least on the ladder, the worst performing god we have, I believe. It's second last out of all the gods, which is wild to think about because you go back 2 or 3 weeks, some people might call it the game at launch and all they saw was Zeus opening up with a few mythological rushes going into his opening of Minotaurs and Hoplite follow-up to just end the game in about 15 minutes max.
Yeah, and while Zeus can be seen as weak in certain times, I think it's still really, really good, right? You have the Centaur spam is still very, very strong. Ceasefire, such a good god power, and then you follow it up with honestly some of the best units in the game late game, right? So it's not a bad god, but it just can be really susceptible to certain timings, and Poseidon, Loki, and Isis for Mista.
This is a wild draft.
Powerful, powerful draft. This might be going in the way of Mista. I think he likes all these civs.
Get me a sick bowl because that third pick doesn't inspire confidence from Recon. So for those that haven't been following the meta, Ra has been a bit of a tricky one. Historically, he hasn't been performing well in the Rebel Wololo qualifiers, but he did get a recent change that might inspire some hope for the Trash Panda.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of intricacies into Ra, especially in the past few weeks. There's been a slight buff to his economy bonuses, but on top of that, players kind of tried a new style where they go full barracks units instead of playing into the Migdol, which actually has a military bonus for. And that style of play has actually been quite successful both on ladder and in custom games that Mista and Recon have been playing.
I mean, this is a crazy strong draft though. I'd say right now, Mista's is a more established than expected, but this was almost more experimental from Recon.
How do we have Ra on both sides?
We don't. That's going to get flipped in a sec because we have Uranus and Gaia coming out to round out. Ra was definitely picked for Recon, so I believe it's Hades and it's Freyr coming through. So Freyr is the one that Mista went into.
I see him.
As expected here, he is the player that believes in this, and that hug tells you everything you need to know about these two. The love between these two. You know, the funny thing with Recon is if you ask him, he'll tell you he is Mista's #1 fan.
Yeah.
That's a crazy feeling, right? Because you meet your hero, and now you got to kill your hero.
Well, you got to try, right? And Mista, I got to say, he's a bit of a favorite going into this one, but he did say that Recon is the player with the best chance of beating him.
It's true. I mean, they had some very close sets in practice. There's a lot of shared thoughts there as well. And Recon has always been a player that's been on the verge of getting up to those podium finishes. We saw it in his history in Age of Empires 4. And we're already now seeing him do it in Age of Mythology, which is an incredible experience. And I'm looking forward to those later picks. Things like the set come to mind. The Dr. Dolittle of Age of Mythology, right? Very powerful in the right situation. The new Ra build you mentioned. It feels like his might be a bit more experimental, maybe slightly more tuned to the most recent patch. Whereas Mista is showing us all the things that we know are dominant historically in Age of Mythology.
I think Mista got exactly what he wanted.
Definitely.
At least as good as he could have hoped. I'm a little concerned for Recon's draft here. I think it's going to be okay in a lot of matchups, but there's a couple of maps in there where I think Mista got just de facto the best god. So we'll see how that plays out.
And Freyr in particular is a tricky one because people was not prepped against that as much. And for those that are tuning in from the years of Age of Mythology when they were a kid, they're wondering what the hell that god does. That's a new addition. That was someone that was added with Retold. And I've only got to cast 2 games of it. Both of them were mind-boggling.
Yeah, Freyr is a god that is very different, very unique, and players are definitely still taking time to figure it out. You know, obviously there's been a lot of games now since the game has come out, but I think, it's going to still take a few months for people to know exactly how to act with that faction. And I think Mista has had quite some thoughts on that tractor of yours, of his, right?
That's what I'm
He's
saying,
been thinking about it.
Players take a few months, but then I think the tractor has magical properties.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, it's a Rebel Wololo tractor, it has to, right? So he just sits on there, and it's 4 times the speed of research, you know, maybe?
Yeah, it's an empowered tractor. He's got the Pharaoh behind it going.
That's why he loves ISIS so much.
Right, exactly. Oh, man.
All I know, though, is I need 5 games. I want it injected in my blood.
Exactly.
I think this first one's going to be really tempo-setting.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not saying I want either person. I kind of want Recon to have the opening game because similar to what we saw from Xuan, even though it then turned into a reverse sweep, for the challenger, it's the momentum, the morale, the impact that has on you sets, I think, a more even playing field when you're going up against someone that you kind of see as a god of their profession.
Yeah, I mean, and he is, right? It's going to be really interesting to see indeed. I'm kind of in the same boat as you, KB. I think I'd like to see Recon take game 1 just because I think that would show that there's, you know, an option. And there you see...
Luck of the gods. Ghost Lake was, of course, the random 1 out of 5, and it's his favorite one of all. Of course, it had to come out. I mean, this man's just blessed, you know?
Yeah, and that's probably going to be the Poseidon pick where he's going to play
He
Snag.
loves Poseidon there. He also loves playing these interesting 2 TC builds off of the initial aggression. I've seen these type of maps. So Poseidon's a tricky one as well. It gives him tempo because, of course, it's a cavalry type. But you know what? I think it's time, guys. This is what we've been waiting for. The first time ever here at Red Bull Wololo, Age of Mythology. And it's time to get our 2 potential champions to the stage.
Let's see it.
Nothing but love on that stage between these 2 competitors. They have sweated it out. They've waited for this moment. It has been so many years in the waiting, and although they had their fun in Age of Empires 4, this is the true homecoming.
Yeah. We'll see if we can start today. Mista has a very elaborate setup. Have you seen him at LANs before?
How many fans has he got on that table?
He had 2 fans in the practice room, 1 for each hand.
Yeah, because he's got that much micro.
Yeah, and like he went over there. The first thing he did when he got here actually was he went right to the main stage and started measuring stuff and was like, wait, we need to make some adjustments. He had the production crew working quite hard trying to get everything set up just right for him. They had a custom box for him to elevate his monitor. It was really cool.
And you know, like that's the thing. We need requirements of arts and craft as a 6th tracker here for him. That would be 10 out of 10. They legit had full tools out for him, but look at the tools he's got in his arsenal, right? Micro, macro, experience, speed, all 9 out of 10. But the one that sticks out for good reason is strategy. This man is the brainchild. He was the brainchild in Age of Empires 4, and he's always been the brainchild of Age of Mythology.
Yeah, you know, and I've actually talked to him about this because it's quite like
it's a unique approach.
But it's a very interesting kind of like, you know, this aura or presence that he has, and everyone just says, hey, you're just this grand strategist always coming up with crazy ideas, right? And he always waves them off. He's like, actually, my strategies aren't that crazy. I'm just doing what's right. He sees the game in maybe a slightly different way, but he simplifies it down. When he explains it, he's just like, oh, it's because of this, this, and this. And then it's just that clarity of strategy, which is, I think, what actually puts Mista on top of basically anybody else in terms of the strategy component.
I think the way I referred to him as well is I went, no, but that doesn't make you crazy, Mister, right? Because like geniuses are quite often called crazy before they realize, right? And he's in that kind of way. You know, when the meta is seen as one way, I think I like at the time made a Counter-Strike reference to him. Big mistake in a room full of RTS people. I was like, this is the Stewie 2K. No one would go through smoke grenades, and he done it, right? And it created this crazy situation where people evolved, and I think that's what he's going to achieve. But you know what? We saw the love on the stage. I want to hear the love from his lips. We got a chance earlier to talk to Mister about Recon.
I'm playing against Recon, and I have been practicing with Recon for this event and the previous event, and we have been practicing mostly together. I consider Recon like a really close friend of mine. We have been playing games together for like a decade. So meeting Recon in the finals is like I'm on top of a mountain with my friend. No matter who wins, we're both winners.
They are incredibly close. So close, in fact, that when Mister recently got married, Recon was there, right? That's the bond these people have. That's the bond that so many of these Age of Empires communities have with each other, a tight-knit community. And you know what? I've got a feeling it's going to be more idolization and even more love, because we also got a chance to hear about what Recon thought of Mister.
This is the first Age of Mythology Retold tournament, and it's super awesome to be here competing against the Mister again. Me and the Mister first met in the old Age of Mythology game back in about 2011. Time's flown by, and since then I've been to his wedding and been practice partners for a long time. I've been having a slightly hard time preparing for the finals since Mister was my practice partner, and as soon as we both qualified, we stopped playing each other. I'm confident my strategies are really good. The only problem is Mister knows all of them, so I'll have to switch things up a little bit. But at the same time, I know all of his. Hopefully I can get my revenge this time after the last one.
Funny reference there at the end of the last time, because funnily enough, both of these guys were the last Red Bull. For that time, it was Age of Empires 4, and funnily enough, they ran into each other in the playoffs there.
Yeah, it's incredible. And you heard Recon there, a little sly there, yeah. Talking about, you know, I'll have to mix it up. And, you know, I had some doubts initially about the draft, but I'm excited to be maybe a little surprised or, you know, impressed even like by what he's able to put together there with the gods.
He has to, because when I talked to them, the feeling that there was from both players, I mean, Mr. bigs him up all the time. He tries to just encourage him as much as possible. Recon, you know, he can be a bit shy sometimes. I don't think he does himself a service of just how talented he is, often, really. But someone that I can see where he's come from is when they follow the same path, Mr. arrives at the conclusion a bit quicker. So this idea of branching off in a different direction, I'm a very big fan of. It can be dangerous because you get this very tumultuous clash of ideas and someone is just brutally right. But if you are on the right side of that, what an incredible advantage that could be.
Yeah, and I'd be interested to see if there's anything other than Zeus vs Poseidon on Ghost Lake here.
Zeus vs Poseidon was done a lot. I weirdly enough, I've seen Ra there before. I wouldn't rate it.
That could make sense.
But against Poseidon.
Because you want to maybe.
I mean, anything is playable.
Anything's
but
playable.
But some games will be 2 minutes if you do it.
Yeah.
Oranos also feels a little bit weird on that map.
Yeah, you might be saving that for a different map. I'm not fully sure here. I think there's a lot of options. I think maybe you're saving Ra for maybe Alfheim, where you're just hoping for like a safe TC spot and you just try and go with a boom. Maybe that's the play there.
Okay, so I'm seeing a little bit of bias there. The puppy is cute, but guys, come on, it's a trash panda. Who doesn't love some trash pandas? 2s in the chat if you believe in the power of Recon, or 1 if instead of the underdog, it is going to be the dog Mister that you think is going to win this one. Oh, you know what? You was talking about the banner stories, and Recon had a fun one as well. It's like
did he?
One time he was out on the town having a good blast. It was like midnight. He was really hungry, and he couldn't find any food. And there, sitting very nicely at the top of a trash can, was a kebab.
Really?
Yeah, and he just dove in.
What?
No, of course he didn't. Mate.
Oh my gosh, you had me there. I was like, there's no way. I feel like I would know if Recon was named after a trash panda for jumping into a
You're
trash
like,
can.
British drinking culture is something, but this is an extreme. No, I mean, it's. I loved his last one. His last one was the raccoon as well, but he had the whole like bow and arrow thing going on. Oh man, I just love the style of banners we get from Age of to Age of event from Rebel Wololo. So we should be close to the confirmation point. Uranus has been ran on this map before, by the way, by the Canadians, funnily enough. The Puppypaw and Whams, that they played this, I believe that was in a matchup against Norse in the qualifiers. It didn't look too bad, because the cool thing about this map is you tend to have a nice balance of spawn food on the east and the west side of your base. So with the sky passages that Uranus has access to, you can quickly shift your economy away from where those raids come.
Yeah, and that's a very key part of Ghost Lake. It's a very aggressive map. It's super open, and because that whole central pond is frozen over, units can walk over it, but you can't really build on it at all. So being able to quickly navigate from one side of the map to the other is why the Greeks are so valued there, and why also Uranus, right? You get access to the Sky Passage. Players initially were not too impressed with Uranus on release, but with some time, players are starting to say that Uranus might be one of the strongest gods in the game.
You know what I love about this Grand Finals is, of all the Grand Finals here, if you haven't watched Myth before in the crowd, there is going to be numerous occasions where you scream, "That's broken." and I think that's the beauty of Myth, is they took the approach where so many things are busted that it actually brings it around to be balanced. God Powers is such a tremendous part, and that's why especially Uranus became very popular, because of that chaos ability that makes all the people in the range fight each other.
Yeah, and that could be really, really potent. It can totally swing the tides of a battle. Oh, you can just see Mista there preparing. You can see he's getting his setup all put together. There's about 100 moving parts to have Mista happy and content in his chair. We'll see if he's got, you know, the 100th element there put together.
You know, we talk a lot in English here, and we talk a lot about all these different games coming together, and this is a coming together of Age of. But I feel like we're doing it a disservice that is all in English, which is why I'm happy Riley has been showing there's more than just an English broadcast here in this fantastic castle.
Well, there are thousands of people all around the world watching this event, of course, Zoe, but they're not just watching on this stream right here with us. There are some co-streams as well that are taking place. So as we wander the grounds and the parapets of this castle, we thought we might give people a little bit of a sneak peek as to what's happening up here in our co-streaming area.
That's right. Right on this side, we have the Spanish co-stream. We also have a German co-stream. Maxime! Yeah, so, you know, we have a lot of people covering the action. Every angle is covered of this event.
I'm not sure why we have wir können das machen, einfach.
Das könnten auch wir machen,
Wir können
oder?
einen deutschen Stream machen.
Ja, wir könnten auch einen deutschen Stream
Ja,
machen.
okay.
Ja.
So, you know longer
We're trying to
required.
replace
Wir machen
you.
es. Wir machen es einfach, okay?
Wir können auch einen deutschen Stream
Ja,
machen.
okay. Alles klar.
He said, that's super.
No, of course, there's a huge Age of Empires community represented all across the world.
There are watch parties happening as well.
Yes, indeed.
We've got to see some snippets here and there from those as well. And of course, all of you getting involved on social media and telling us how you're enjoying the show. It's been absolutely fantastic to see the community coming together, spanning over the different titles of Age of Empires. And it all comes down to this big festivity, this big celebration here.
And we just want to give a huge shout out to the communities that are watching. Well, they're actually probably not watching us here, but we're going to do the shout out anyway. The German-speaking community across Germany, across Austria, and of course, your homeland of Switzerland.
That's right.
And the Spanish community. I went for Spanish and Latin American at the same time.
Why not?
No, because it's just not working. The Spanish-speaking community, of course, all across Spain and Latin America. It's they're a huge part of the community. They're a huge part of the community. It's only right that they've got their streams here hosted in this castle as well, in this co-streaming area. Huge big setup. They're laughing. I don't know if it's at us.
It's with us.
With us.
I want to believe that it is 100% with us. I mean, there's so much to smile and laugh about. We're in an incredible location. Yes, it's a little hot here. I'm not going to lie, but we're all sweating together, so it's nice. It's a nice bonding experience.
We've got, I've got 2 layers of quite thick cloth on.
I love that.
I'm golden. No, honestly, I'm golden.
Is it absorbent?
It's not even. I'll tell you what, it's certainly something. Anyway. We're up here on the co-casting area. Shout out once again to the German and the Spanish-speaking communities of this glorious game that we all love so much. But I believe we're going to gear up now for our Age of Mythology final, Zoe. So let's send it back down to the casters as we get ready to crown another champion here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you, Zoe. You know, he's right. It is getting a bit toasty here. Luckily, we're so high up peering over the countryside, the breeze is such a relief.
And it feels so good when it does. It's so nice. I just like to lean out over, and then I get a little scared of the height.
Yeah, don't lean over too much.
Yeah, right. Almost every one of the towers on this, you're just looking over like a huge drop. This castle was well built, you know? It was meant to withstand the late game. You know, it was well placed.
It's a full fortification. I mean, you know, Myrmidons could even start popping out of any moment. Yeah. It's a beautiful occasion. You know, we were getting ready to talk about this draft a little bit more because I think there's some intriguing things to think about here. We were jaw dropped by the ISIS making it through. This is such a versatile pick, and I think for a lot of players in a drafting format, a #1 priority.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting, right? I was expecting Recon to feel the need to ban it, but maybe that means he's practiced something that I'm going to be really surprised to see, because ISIS has been very dominant in tournament settings because so reliant on these timings. There's Eclipse and Ancestors. You combo those together, you do a huge disruption, then you go up to Mythic behind it, you cast Meteor, then you come in with Valley of the Kings production of camels or elephants maybe, and it can just be super devastating to the opponent. And we've seen this work time and time again, and Mista is so good at executing that playstyle very cleanly and efficiently.
Now, you know, in most Age of games, camels and elephants, that's your exotic. But here, we're in a different world. I mean, we've got so many different creatures to be looking forward to. An iconic one, actually, I remember they showed it off first time around. The Pegasus. Appropriate that it's in front of the Greek.
Oh, yeah, and I was actually talking to him. He said that this is his favorite. There's his favorite new tech in the game is the Pegasus one for Poseidon.
Really?
Yeah. Being able to just get the free little Pegasus flying around, it's great.
And you know, there's something bigger that I'd like to see. I don't think we're going to get that late into the game, though.
It might happen. You never know. Recon does have in AoE 4, he has a bit of a reputation for taking it late, right?
I mean, he'd have to take it incredibly late because these are the Titans. These are the true endgame Giga Chads of Age of Mythology. It would be a treat. I would love to see it.
Recon looks a bit like a Titan, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. You know, he's got those peak gamer arms.
Yeah.
That's Fish and Chips that does it for him, but you know, he might be stopped in his track, frozen on the spot if he walks into this vicious lady.
Oh my gosh, the Medusa.
So intimidating.
Crazy with the snakes, yeah.
It's just as scary as the Might and Magic games ones. I remember those. I'm not going to hide about it. I was a coward. I was scared of these damn things when I was a kid. Yeah. But you know what? I think it's time to start beating our drums, getting ready, because I'm seeing what we're heading in for. It is about time to kick off the grand finals for the first time ever here at Red Bull Wololo. Age of Mythology on the main stage. In one corner, Recon, the underdog, Mista, the big true king that is expected to do so well. The question mark is who's going to do it? Who's going to bring it home? 5 games, please, nothing left. And a big cheer, a round of applause. We're headed in, Ghost Lake, the first time Age of Mythology is here.
Oh, yeah, it is exciting, and we do have that Poseidon versus Aranos matchup. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about it more from Mista's perspective, that he would prefer Zeus here, but it does make sense now having Aranos, especially with how players have really started to figure out how to make best use of the Sky Passage and the mobility, and Caladria are actually exceptionally good at dealing with enemy cav and enemy raiding.
And this is tricky, right? Because like there's a double-edged sword here. So obviously each of the different factions that we have in Age of Myth has different ways of generating favor. Favor is going to be important for building mythological units, for getting access to god powers. It's quite intriguing the way the Atlanteans do it.
Yeah, the favor income coming in from those oracles as they stand around, the bigger their line of sight, the more effective that income is. And Aranos has extra unit line of sight, which means even more favor. So earlier access to repeated uses of Shockwave is a very important element of his kit, and oftentimes you'll see players adding in a few extra oracles in transition to the classical age.
You know, the fun thing I'm looking for here is I'm thinking about this on paper. It's quite crafty what Recon's done here. A big sticking point for Aranos pickers is the mid game, when you get access to Chaos, the skill that makes all units in range fight each other. And if you think about it, Poseidon likes to build cavalry. Now, the cavalry advantage is if you're in a bad situation, you can run away. If you're too busy beating the crap out of each other, the enemy army is going to get on top of you.
Yeah, it's interesting. Chaos actually isn't even the most effective in that case. It does the most damage when the enemy units actually counter each other, right? Which is, for example, Throwing Axemen. They counter each other very, very hard. So if you get a group of them in that Chaos, it can be really bad. Similar with maybe Prodromos, right? There's the options, Hypaspis, Israel. They'll just kill each other very quickly, and then down goes your army.
I think we've also seen it, especially in Atlantean on Atlanteans, it feels absolutely brutal because the meta there was to go Terma, cavalry archers essentially for those watching from AoE 2. We might actually see them come out a little bit later. For the time being though, these oracles are already getting a little bit harassed, and this is the nice thing about playing early onto these heroes. You can find and poke them, not only just going for the relics. I'm curious if we're going to get any high value relics in this early game, because they are random in the generation. Sometimes you get ones that trigger resources, sometimes it's buffs to damage for certain unit types, and sometimes it's discounts like that, which actually, Tar's Scepter here, pretty big deal, especially if Poseidon wants to go into a macro game.
Yeah, we'll see how that handles the first centaur on the field.
Poking him back, so Oracle loss is a bit tough. Can we check the vision actually on Recon, because this is very intriguing. There's almost like an art to the way you spread your oracles with this Civ.
Very interesting stuff here.
Oh,
You do have to scout the middle early on in the game, but wow, Mista's done a great job.
Yeah, only a corner camper up there able to stay alive, so not a lot of favored generation at this point in the game for Recon. We have got the H2s coming in quick. We warned you guys, 4 minutes in, already H2, and that is going to give him access to the Carnivore, which is one of my favorite early game god powers.
Yeah, the Carnivore is... It has its moments. It can be quite strong. Swallowing units whole can be very, very
Even an
potent at
elephant.
times, right? Yeah, it can be very potent at times. But on the other side, we have Ceasefire, which is probably one of the strongest classical god powers because it can be super good in a lot of cases. It counters Chaos that you were just talking about. You just countercast it, and that's one of the main timings here.
That's scary as well, because if you're getting denied on Oracles this early, you won't be able to get back-to-back Chaos cast. So that one Ceasefire is even more valuable for Mr. here. Now, one thing we are going to be seeing, was it Oceanus he went on? I think we saw the Caladria coming out. We've been talking behind the scenes. This Caladria, this flying bird unit on the side of Oranos, feels like one of the best units in the early game for them.
Yeah, it's really, really solid. We're even seeing Winged Messenger. Again, I was talking to Misty. He said it's his favorite tech in the game, and he's getting it right away. That just gives you a free respawning Pegasus, and that makes scouting so easy. And you can see the Caladria there, that red beam. It's a time debuff on those units, slowing them both in movement and attack speed, so it can help swing a fight very effectively. And you can see it just makes those cavalry think twice about getting too deep into the economy of Recon.
And we already did the counteract down. The catapults coming out, of course, the infantry that will counter out against the cavalry, because when you play against Poseidon, you have to expect cavalry.
Yeah, it's one of the big devastating things, though, about this Hermes choice, right? It's one of the reasons why Greeks have been so dominant, just in terms of player favoritism and like the general feedback of the power of these gods, is that you have the centaurs in the back line casting their volley, and it deals massive damage, and then it really swings the tide in the melee fight where these melee counters to cavalry have to be.
That's a tricky thing. I think historically in Age of, when the games first come out, cavalry does kind of end up being the king, right? Because you have to learn how to react to it. You have to be patient a lot of the time here. But as you said, that's where this Caladria can be really helpful. Love that little micro to garrison, ungarrison to get a little bit closer with shots in between. So you're noticing that it is going to be Mr. setting the pace, but I knew it. He does this every time. If you're not going to come out and play, he's going to start to boom. He's got a second TC going up now.
Yeah, but Recon knows about it.
The Carnivora! This did get nerfed. So this used to delete buildings, but its crush damage got reduced. So this isn't the end of the world for the second TC, but it is going to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, we're going to need to see maybe a hero come back to clean this up. Eventually, the TC should go up, but it'll be quite hurt. But Atlanta is on the way, so we're going to be okay. Atlanta, the fastest of the classical heroes.
Just carrying a relic, you could probably feed off to the Carnivora. So that is going to be the god power move. Carnivora used to be a lot more potent. When the game first came out, I mentioned crush damage, for example. Like, before the nerfs, it would have killed that town center.
Yeah, getting even the Nemean Lions. That's a really good relic. Players are very highly valuing it just because it's constant free units.
Same logic behind why he loves the Pegasus upgrade so much. And there is going to be a reflected idea of going for a second TC. Nice denial there with the Caladria able to get the slow. So it is going to be a bit more of a macro game. And you know, when you think about it that way, that's something we know Recon likes. Recon has historically been more of a macro player.
Yeah, and we'll have to see where he starts putting these sky passages. I can see a good position on the left to that hunt there, keeping his units safe. It just gives him this global presence. At any time, he can hop villagers into safety, or he can even take riskier moves by putting them further on the map and then quickly come home.
It's kind of tricky for him that second TC option to the south was a bit further out, because of course that would have secured him more food safely, but he has got that pocket spawn, right? In the east and west corner, we've got Gaia units that you can go harvest. I'm not sure if he scouted it, because they are very recluse in the back there.
Yeah, definitely going to be an important back hunt to be able to save and use later. We do see the Pegasus for free now.
One of my favorite units, honestly.
That's so cool.
You know what it is? It's the bias as a kid of watching Hercules and the Pegasus character from that. Just love him. So, that's a lot of food actually at home. I didn't quite realize Recon got his hands on that much. A bit of a tricky one here because usually there is quite a lot of sheep that spawn around the center, and whoever gets there first has a huge edge.
Yeah, and Uranus has a pretty good advantage with that because you can just send 3 scouts and you don't really need to know exactly where they are. You just walk into them and capture them, right? So having 3 scouts there can be really useful. Unfortunately for Recon, he has nothing that shoots up in that situation, so the Pegasus might have been slowed down, but it didn't really bother him too much.
And he's starting to stack on the front side, so looking to apply a little bit of pressure and feel more free behind this. Of course, the Carnivore already being removed is a very big deal. The Shockwave can be dangerous, but it requires very specific placement and timing to maximize the damage.
Yeah, and here we have it. The Terma to be able to defend now.
And you see the Centaur effect there, right? When it first got introduced, a lot of players thought it was a little bit underwhelming because it doesn't look that impressive at the start of the fights. But over time, that saturated damage from the arrow fire really adds up.
Yeah, and we can see a big difference here in that Recon isn't able to go to the food that he was looking for, and that has delayed his age up pretty significantly.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Mister is firmly on his way to age 3 already.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really potent.
Wait, that's Nemean Lion, right, he's going for?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is a bit tricky, right? Because now that idea of you feeling quite content holding the catapults being in good position, if they just get stunned on the opening, there will be a surge through out of the Poseidon troops here.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was talking to Mista about this, and he was saying that he kind of prefers Thea in a lot of cases. Now, Chaos is extremely potent from Hyperion here, which is going to be what Recon's going for. But he was saying that Thea honestly just has a better late game, better scaling, and just feels better long term. So Recon maybe just going for the really potent timings with Chaos and just trying to win a big fight and maybe win the game quickly.
I think he's also feeling pressured by the Nemean Liar presence, right? Because when that comes in with the stun, you almost want to counterplay with the Chaos, so they're attacking each other and not just attacking you. It's a very big deal in these matchups. So.
But we talked about this a bit. The first Chaos might not be that good if Mista's quick on the draw and doesn't have to waste Ceasefire, which he hasn't put his units in really aggressive positions, which is often something that Ceasefire enables. But when you have a god power that Ceasefire is very good against, it can be very wise to save it as much as you can, because Chaos just is completely nullified by Ceasefire.
Now, the interesting thing about Age of Mythology is in every RTS, preparation is key, but the way that Myth treats that preparation is different. When you consider that Curse is there, when you consider that Chaos is there, that Shockwave is there, you have to take a very different approach when all those god powers are on the agenda. And we're going to have to see how Mr. approaches it as he begins to march in. A little bit of harassment coming out, but nice Garrison the Mana to be protected. The Nemean line is definitely a particular issue here. It makes the initiation very sticky for Uranus.
It's kind of cute. You have the Nemean lion with his 2 little golden lions, baby. And it's like, I'm imagining the Nemean lion is going to roar, eventually stunning the enemy. And I'm just expecting the little golden lions to go meow.
So nice raid on the backside. I like the idea there from Mister that he has to be going for extra food soon, right? Otherwise, he's going to have to make a farm transition. And just like in any Age of game, farm transitions cost you something. They're not a free way out of your problems. They actually are a pretty big burden this early on the game. We have at least got a castle drop coming in on the gold, so that's going to give some longevity. Nemean Lion Roar is going to come out. They're looking at the pinch one, but unable to get it yet. So good reactions there at Recon to make sure he doesn't get slammed at all.
Yeah, it's been a really important addition of these Hypaspis from Mista to be able to deal with the Murmillo and both the anti-cap of Recon. So it's quite interesting here. A third TC.
Oh my god. And it's like not... naturally, you'd think this is more like Recon's, but the weird thing with the spawns on this map this time around is the settlements are kind of flowing you towards each other in almost a reverse direction. So this is going to be a cool staging point, though, because all the attention right now for Recon is on that north side. We saw him with the Pals drop there to guarantee the gold, but it may be protecting gold. This south side, where he's got his food and wood, that doesn't really have the same layer of protection yet.
Yeah. You can see it's really smart play here from Mista so far. He's really not been grouping his units. He's been keeping them in smaller armies, trying to take these little tiny engagements, and that's one of the main ways to counterplay the potency of Chaos.
A few farms now coming in. I'm wondering actually, is it going to be Recon to make the first move? I mean, his army. Do you feel like Caladra keep their potency? Are you kidding me?
But that's going to get spotted. This could be really, really bad for Mista if he's not careful. It's been noted.
There's also the potential for another Carnivore drop, which I would love to see here. Just on the backside of the body blocks.
This might have to be a ceasefire usage.
He's close by. He could react quite quickly to this.
We could see a shockwave on the Bills.
Recon's not immediately going in though. He's giving time for reaction. However, it's slow out of Mister. He will pull away. The TC is not safe. However, he spots the army on the edge. This may force Recon back, especially the backstab. The Cavalry is now coming in. The Centaur, a looming threat. Can he prevent this settlement from going up?
You see Mista trying to keep his army a little bit split so that they don't all get chaos together.
But the problem right now is look at what's happening for Recon. He's slowly being pushed into a corner. He needs to get out while he can. The palace on the east side should give him a retreat point. And in fact, another palace going up here is going to tempt Mr. to probe. He's going to have to back away. And I think instead, we're going to see the Greek looking for some raids.
Yeah, and you can see that 4th TC has been secured. So eventually there might be a villager lead, but we're nearing max eco in terms of vill count pretty soon.
Shifts outside. I think he's about to get the bad news.
Yeah, I think he's about to find out the hard way that this is not a safe sky passage to build.
Oh boy. Actually, think about it.
Pretty clever. If he has one here, he could quickly rotate his army around. He could pressure
the Benny Hills.
Yeah, he could pressure both of the TCs here by just hopping back and forth. But the response to this from Mista could be a well-timed curse. Could be just taking the fight straight up. He's going in. There could be a curse at any point. The chaos, the curse, the ceasefire.
But that's going to reset it full. That's so beneficial for Mista. The things he got out of that, the chaos is a really big deal here because look at the favor generation. Recon doesn't have another one in the chamber. So you have to be really content with that. Not only does he get the curse, but now he gets to eat his pig as well.
Yeah, the little pigs. Recon going to be giving up that food, but it is what happens. The ceasefire about to end. Are the players going to position for a fight? The Carbalist is going to be pushing forward, looking for a big volley at the end of this ceasefire. 3 seconds remaining.
Nemean line positioning is going to be important for this. Carbalista are going to start to shoot off. The shockwave is still available, and that's going to lead to hesitation to dive in straight away.
There's a small army taking out the palace to the north, though.
He's trying to force his hand, and the backstab comes in again. This time it might hit the spot. The roar comes through. The shockwave to split the formation, but Recon pinched from the back. It's distracted on both sides. Can he actually hold in this position? He pushes towards the north. He needs to reinforce into the palace. It looks like it is going to be enough to keep Mr. locked in position. And there is another roar coming up, but Mr. doesn't have as much punch as he would have at the beginning of this.
Yeah, the 3 satyrs just did so much damage there. They just get briefly stunned, but the reinforcer from Mista, are they enough?
Another line down. He's got no more stuns, he's got no more CC. He's going to have to start chipping away a little bit here to move on to the north side. It looks like the palace did go down. That's why Mista wasn't able to overwhelm this fight. He split his forces, but the second wave coming in, there's not much of a front line left here for Recon. He's going to have to give way. He's going to have to accept that settlement is going nowhere, and neither is Mista.
Yeah, and now he doesn't really have time to apply any pressure here. He is loading some units into that sky passage, but I don't think he's going to be able to do too much offensively there. Actually, no, he thinks differently. He's sending everybody. He's sending the boys, switch the game up, change the pace. There's no ceasefire to buy time for Mista. There's several destroyers in the mix here. This base is going down so fast.
And he brings the settlers as well. He's like, this is my home now, son. Get out of here. The question is, what's the response from Mista? He's trying to get the keep up there. In the meantime, he's going to start rushing in towards the goal location as well. So doesn't want to be left in the dust. He wants to make it a trade. And with the amount of siege damage he's got on this clump, that palace could easily go down. I think you want to prioritize this sky passage first to stop them coming home. That could be huge here.
That could be a big moment. And honestly, notably, there's way more economy here for Recon.
Look at the reaction, Recon. He hasn't cleared the settlement yet. The sky passage is going to go down. He's going to have to forfeit the gold here, and likely he's going to lose his own settlement in this area because his response is going to be so slow now.
Yeah, but he's going to take this one down in just a moment.
But look at the military graph. It doesn't
it's snowballing so well for Mista.
This is insane. I mean, the palace is just being ignored. He farms everything trapped on that north side. A lot of eco being lost here. A lot of military being lost. And now the palace guard, the palace going down, it means you're not going to have access to the gold. This TC that he started to set farms up around is not going to feel safe. And your reaction is going to be so slow when you consider he's full infantry comp.
Yeah, in Recon, he's just going to be walking back. Remember, they were like, remember the good old days when we could just teleport around the map? And now they're like, oh, this map is actually pretty big, you know? We made pretty good time last time around. But now the economy going down.
Gonna keep chasing. It's gonna leak over. That settlement unlikely to be able to hold. We have got the Carbalista on the backside, just trying to poke at this. Another roar comes out, and it looks like that's it. He's found the workers on the south side. So poke coming in there. He will be able to actually protect against it, so no chip damage onto the settlers, but the push continues, and it's starting to feel like Recon hasn't got enough army in one location to take a real fight here.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to mount a defense here, but it's starting to look a little bit dubious. There's some idle citizens still in this area. The Nemean Lions have just been wrecking.
The poke is hard on the settlement. Finally, the Mamillo have arrived. The Roy is going to come out, it's going to trap a few, and immediately he blitzes through them, able to jump on with the cav and keep on pushing. These choke points are allowing him to saturate damage with the backline of Arceus as well as the Caraballiste. But it's every time you look up at that bar and you see a double military lead. Yes, he's holding, but the reason he's holding is because a lot of that hasn't arrived for Mr. yet.
Yeah, this is a really dominant position right now for Mr. comfortably, I think. But we'll see how this goes.
I love his patience as well. He doesn't want to throw away the lead a bit.
Yeah.
He calls it GG. Recon knows he's done. He's cooked in game number 1. Mr. A dominant opening game, but the hopeful element here is that Recon did not roll over and pretend to be a harmless kitty.
Yeah, no, that was a really interesting game there. I thought the Sky Passage play really did open things up, but then the fight there, it just wasn't quite there. Mr. was able to afford having 10 melee units up there on the north, taking out a palace, and eventually they finished it off and came and rejoined. In the meantime, he hadn't just been completely wiped in the middle.
And timings mattered a lot there, right? Like, taking that palace was critical to enabling his gold surge. On top of that, he was fully aware of the Sky Passage play that was on the agenda. It felt like Recon needed another 30 seconds. If he got 30 seconds to that teleport across, he could have done some damage and he could have got back. But the swift swoop in by Mr. was key here. It's what gave him the victory. And you saw Recon was almost hesitant to even try and get a few troops into that Sky Passage, because if you ungarrison half your army, you're doubled on the other side, right? You're going to lose the Sky Passage immediately afterwards, you're going to lose the army, and it's definitely GG. So I think in a way, Recon's reactions was correct there, but Mr. already now proving like why he is the favorite person here on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Mr., that was... It's hard to see the flaws there, right? It's hard to see what the weakness was to his strategy. From early Classical, he had map control. We saw that really early on. Recon was trying to take Hunt in different areas. Even the Hunt in the very back of his base, he had a manor for the 2 citizens back there, and they had to use it several times. There were 3 Hippocons and a Centaur running back there with Atlanta, of course, and they were just idling everything there, idling everything on the front, and it just kept kind of slowing everything down. We had a later timing to Heroic, later timing on all the citizens and the eco tax. It was just not fully there.
You know, we've already explored so much in just one game. There's potentially 4 more. There's just so much still to show off for Age of Mythology. But we're kind of in a bit of an ego chow here, because apparently Zoe and Riley just keep finding more incredible things in this castle.
Indeed, we've got another little spot to show off for you. We've been wandering around the castle, Zoe, looking for some of the really nice areas to show people. But this is an area that may be familiar to many viewers from a certain TV show.
That's right. There's no shortage of epic places in this castle, but this particular one, if you happen to be a fan of balconies and or sad ladies, you might remember the Olena Tyrell scene that was filmed right here. It's an epic shot on the screen. It's an epic shot if you're just standing here.
That's right. It was Olena Tyrell.
That's right.
Up on the front of up here.
A very emotional scene, just like what we're witnessing on stage right now. 2 friends going at each other. The favorite currently up at 1-0. It's very emotional.
Well, when we talk about emotions and loyalty and betrayal and also a lot of farmland, what better is there to talk about than the Mr. taking out game number 1 in Age of Mythology? A lot of drama there, just as there was a lot of drama demonstrated when this castle was used in the filming of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, we just keep the ball rolling, you know. Yeah. So everything is on brand here. I'm very excited to see if Recon can bring this one back. For Olena Tyrell, it was too late, but for Recon, I still see some hope.
Yes, yes. Well, look, these players are both obviously playing their guts out. The Mr. I would say favourite, obviously, especially with the 1-0. Getting up 1-0 in the first game.
But Recon pushed back, you know, like this was not a one-sided affair.
He didn't roll over.
That's right, that's right.
It's good to see that Recon's got some fight.
Absolutely.
He's so lovely as a guy.
He's it's too wholesome, actually.
Yeah.
I hate what's happening. It's way too wholesome.
Can we just make it a 2-2 draw? And
can just everyone be a winner?
They can they can share custody of the trophy. You
That's
know
right.
What I mean?
They're close enough. They'd be okay with
that.
Yeah,
I'm sure that'll be fine. But look, it's been fantastic. It's incredible seeing little spots like this. There are some other places around the castle as well that people may recognise from Game of Thrones. But you know, even not considering the way that this castle has been used in modern media, it's a spectacular landmark here, and we're seeing spectacular games play out on the stage as well. So an incredible weekend. And Zoe, we better get back to wandering around trying to find the next place that we're going to show all the viewers.
That's right. We'll find something else for all of you. So thanks for joining us here on the balcony, and we're going to see you again soon, wherever we might be.
All right, back to the casters, and before long we'll be into game number 2 of our Age of Mythology Retold final here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado.
We've all been enjoying, like, just rolling our R's here. It feels so good.
El Reinado.
Almodóvar del Río.
No. It's Reinado.
Reinado.
Okay.
I haven't got enough there.
No.
But you know what? Hopefully these guys have got enough left in the chamber.
We probably shouldn't make too much fun of how to say it.
We're not making fun.
Because we're here.
We're trying to learn, man.
But they're all. Never mind.
You know, I went out on my way to learn Spanish in like high school to romanticize my girlfriend, and I gave her all these nice things. I was like, "¿Qué significa el mundo para mí?" And when I said it to her, she looked at me and went, "Huh?" And that's when I realized she was failing Spanish.
Oh, oof.
Because that means you mean the world to me.
Oh, that's very romantic.
And you know what? This grand finals means the world to me.
I think Recon has said that to Mista, by the way.
Probably.
Yeah.
Which is
maybe
worrying
back.
because
probably back.
Because they both got like partners.
Yeah. No, but it's a brotherly love.
I know. It's like, you know, I say it's a brotherly love, which is appropriate because they're kind of similar ages. But sometimes when I look at those two, it feels more like a father-son relationship, you know?
Yeah, I can see it.
So, one map down, still potentially 4 to go. Thinking about what we removed, a big L for Uranos, which I think is a really big deal. Uranos can be a really big threat. We didn't get to see why in that game, and I think a big part of it was the opening from Mista ruining the Oracle plan, right? We never got that snowball factor of chaoses. So now we dig a bit deeper. It sounds like it's not a big deal, just a 1-game lead. It really is, especially if Recon's plan was to be more experimental.
I think Mista also is just thinking, I want, like, comfort in this. He said, if I feel like I'm playing my best, I can't lose to anyone. And he said that very confidently, and I believed him. In that moment, I was like, yeah, you know, but it's tough, and I think game 1s, they just matter so much, right? It's so important whether or not you come out on top in that first game, and you just feel better. Going into game 2, you have the mentality of a winner, and we'll have to see if Recon's able to reset here going into game 2.
Now, you know, we've shown off two factions so far, right? We've shown off the Greeks, we've shown off the Atlanteans. I'm curious, like, what does the crowd want? Do we want some Egyptian gameplay? That's not bad. What about some Norse? Do you guys want to see the Vikings?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that might get... What about more Atlanteans? Ooh.
Oh, whoa.
Okay, and Greeks?
Was there wait, hold up. Can we go back? Was there a single fan of the Atlanteans?
No, but we need to check for Greeks. Any Greek fans? Okay, that's done okay.
But can we go back? Can we go? Well, okay, they want Norse. Oh, yeah.
No. Get over the Atlanteans.
I kind of want to hear it again. No.
So that's cool as well. I love that they cheer for Norse because there's more Norse gods than any other faction in the game right now due to the addition of Freya. I kind of want to see him do Freya. I know Mista believes in this. He also believes it's a highly technical faction, possibly the hardest one to play, but when played right, the most OP.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just going to default to Loki, though, because that risk of being a bit harder to play, maybe he can come up with something that Recon hasn't seen him practice yet, but Loki is just so dominant in the pro leagues right now.
I think what you do here is you try to thin the draft, because we know, like, if you think of aggressive civs here, Recon's probably thinking like set, right? So if you can get him to use the set, then if Freya has to play into, say, Gaia or Ra, that historically are a bit more greedy, a bit more chill, it allows Freya to really come through that late game where he's a real threat.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I was talking to Mista about, like, what his thoughts were on the draft, and he was saying that he didn't really want to pick any Atlanteans, which is why, you know, he's got to be feeling so comfortable, right? Like, these are his, like, top 5 gods. Maybe top 6, right, with Odin banned.
So Isis was number 2 for him. Freya was number 1. He rated Loki's
Poseidon.
3rd. Poseidon's 4th. I think he put
Zeus as a comfort, right? But
I think he put Odin maybe as 5. I'm not sure if Zeus is there.
Zeus is comfort, Odin
and
is
Hades
power.
was 6th.
And Hades is 6th, right? So he got, like, basically 6 of his, like, he got what he wanted here with this draft, which is still incredible to me.
Meanwhile, Recon, he rated 4 really highly, if I remember correctly. Loki was high pro, Isis was very high pro. It's kind of crazy to see how little he got of what he thought was like the 5 best. I think he kind of mentioned Oranos as a special pick, but he didn't see it as a reliable top 5. It requires a specific condition, and we saw the effect of that, how difficult it can be to execute.
Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of the potency of Oranos right now isn't in a fully rounded kit. It's really hammered into chaos, right? Players are really abusing that to make it function at like a really high level, right? And we saw Mista just confidently, like, he knows how to outplay chaos, right? He said that very confidently for a long time, and we saw him do it there. And like, I'm just looking at it, Isis and Loki left like 2 S tier gods right now, right? Like, he has 2 S tier left.
And it's tricky as well, because like things like Mirage is a phenomenal map for Isis.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
And I don't think you want to go Gaia against Isis here. It feels like Isis has a better pace there, right? So I think Recon, he really has an enigma to solve here to get the map draft more succinct for him now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Hey, what's up, Wolf? Yeah, I love these camera shots in the crowd.
Yeah. Sometimes I just want to like cast just a god power on you guys out there.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like,
anyone volunteer for Bolt? No.
No.
Lightning Bolt? Anybody? Oh,
there's
we got
one person with the hat right.
Yeah,
gone. I mean, that's a weird thing to volunteer.
Yeah, that's a little sad, actually.
I'm kind of curious. I'm looking for the group. Like, if we chaos them, who would win in a clump? I mean, we got another one who wants to be bolted. Have we got any like really beefy people? If we were to cast chaos in the crowd, like, you just win. Okay, we've got a big volunteer at the front there.
Oh, wow.
I reckon he could take a few.
He's ready.
The thing is, if you got chaos anywhere near Mista,
you have to run.
Yeah, you have to run.
You have to run. He's fast. You know, you don't expect it, but he's fast.
You know, he never drinks.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, he's completely devoid of all vices, I've heard.
Mm-hmm. His vice is farming and Age of Mythology.
Yeah.
Ah, dude, the Medusa. I'd like to see a Medusa. I feel like we're not going to get to see one.
Maybe. I mean, if Zeus gets played, like, it's very strong, right? The unit is exceptionally good backline damage, right?
Do you think Zeus is going to get that far in the game, though?
Maybe. I mean,
if it goes macro?
You try to, right? You try to.
Puffs the hopium.
Yeah.
It's so crazy to see. You know, we've got this historical place, an incredible place, and then we just got Red Bull everywhere. And you'd think it would ruin the atmosphere of like, oh, you've ruined my medieval. It doesn't to me.
It looks so cool.
It looks incredible.
It is so cool. Every time they do these big panning shots of the castle, I just go, wow.
I kind of want to sneak up in that tower and steal that flag.
Just wave it around like, yeah.
Yeah. Like, try and run up the hill. I'd be out of breath about 5 steps.
You know, they have some bow and arrows in the courtyard, right?
That's true.
Just imagine T90 and Dave are up there with the bow and arrow. You can't get up here.
T90's archers somehow end up in the entirely wrong location.
Maybe. They're back at Heidelberg.
I said, can I have a go? They said, we don't trust you.
Yeah.
So, thinking about the schedule as well, like, I want it so badly. I just don't think we're going to get to see Cerberus. I'd love to see Titan so much. It's my childhood in a nutshell. I still, to this day, call Age of Mythology a top 3 all-time RTS campaign ever.
Yeah, it's incredible. Honestly, this angling of that screen kind of looked scary. Like, right? Mista was just like staring down.
I think they've done it. What they need to do is rotate him to face Mista.
Yeah, right. Just like kind of like lean over him. And the Pegasus should be way up high, right? Flying overhead like the drones.
No, but he wants to be here. He's like, you can do it, Recon. You got this. It's actually kind of interesting the way they develop this as well. Like, the quality of the models. Like, when you scale them up like this, I'm impressed at how well they look, because that's from in-game, right? And it's wild because when you think about strategy games, you don't want to usually make the 3D models look that good because people aren't going to get close enough to see them. But I think Myth done a really good job of balancing that. I love Ajax in the campaign. Like, if there are people here who have not picked up Retold, and you're a campaign lover, what are you waiting for? It is still one of the best RTS campaigns all time. So, potentially 4 games to go. I'm wondering what Recon's mindset is in this moment, because I know that he can sometimes get a bit too much in his own head, right?
Yeah, there's definitely potential of that. He does have that element sometimes, and he's aware of it.
You know what? Maybe cheer him up. Get some 2s in the chat for our Trash Panda, our resident Trash Panda. It's not every day you have people who are playing in multiple Age of games. I mean, it's tough to do, especially when you try to get the lands like this. But The guy has some potential. You know what I love is either one of these guys, you catch them, you talk to them, and they, true nerds, they just say the most random, it's not random, but like out of nowhere, they give you a strategy out of nowhere, and the eager glee on their face is like, you can tell that they breathe this game, but they also evolve it in a way that they're not just playing, right? They're living it.
Yeah, while we've been here, I'm pretty sure multiple times, Mr. just taps me on the shoulder and goes, hey,
do you know?
You know about this strategy on this one map in this very specific matchup? I played it once 3 months ago.
And we have confirmation in. It is gonna be Blue Lagoon. So a very interesting map, actually, because this map has a tendency to kind of push your settlement options towards the center, and there usually is a lot of food desirable in that area as well, right?
Yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out. I'm curious to see the God picks. I think I have a suspicion.
We're gonna get some cert?
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's a Greek showdown.
The Greek showdown.
We've got confirmation in. You talked about the potential for Zeus to be coming out. It seemed a bit questionable in the draft, but Recon is here to answer our queries because we are going to be seeing Hades versus Zeus, which the crowd is going to be disappointed. They want Norse, but that does mean you might get like a double Norse down the line.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out. Looks like we have a quick pause. Players stretching their hands.
And yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting with how narrow the angles of approach are through the mid-map on this particular map. We're going to have to see like how the players leverage that. But let's talk a little bit about the wider scope of this matchup. Hades versus Zeus. It used to be that Zeus was the aggressor back when we had those initial Minotaur builds. Has it changed now with the meta? Are we seeing more maybe of a macro game potential out of the two?
Well, Centaurs are like essentially essential, right? So you're going to see Recon go Hermes, right? But it's interesting. I think for a while people would, and people probably still do, consider Hades to have like just one of the best late games, but it doesn't feel like as oppressive as it used to be. So we'll see if that comes into play here.
We need to make that raccoon look a little bit more aggressive.
It looks so cute.
Get his teeth out.
He's kind of got like a power stance, you know?
They should have done 2 flags, like printed on each side, and you flip it over, and it's just like Wolverine mode, right? The claws are out, it's looking like it's ready to attack. Because this guy might look adorable, but when he's backed up against the wall, he will beat you down. And wave to the camera, folks. There we go.
Woo!
Oh, that banner, blast from the past.
There it is.
We're almost filled up. It's crazy to think how quick this day is going, and we still have another grand finals after Myth, the big one that I know a lot of people traveled from around the world for. A best of 9 grand finals for Age of Empires 2.
Yeah, and it's honestly one of the most iconic matchups in the game right now. Oh my gosh, look at the crowd. They're getting hype. Whoa!
Don't hit us.
Hello.
I kind of want the drone operator job. He's having a blast.
He's just having fun.
I was like, you know what? Just go between the crenellations. Like, make a course for yourself, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh, what a cool career that must be.
Oh, you can see the player still intensely thinking, getting set up here.
It's kind of frustrating when, you know what I'm talking about, when the game pauses, like, because you get in and maybe something has to be sorted. It has to be sorted, but in that moment, you just want to go, right? Because, like, you've set in motion what your thought is, and I remember I was talking with the boys from Age of Empires 4 before the Grand Finals, because they played some, but they didn't want to play too much. And I was like, yeah, because you can over-prep. That is a thing, right? And it's like, in this situation, if you're sitting here a long time, you can overthink. You kind of just want to go brain dead for 2 minutes and not really, like, add additional thoughts into the strategy.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you don't want to overthink it, right? You don't want to overcomplicate the game. As Mr. often says, the game is simple, right? You just have to know what to do. And he makes it sound easy, but it isn't. Hello.
Some local football club fans? Oh, sorry, soccer.
Soccer. Yeah.
No, you're in Europe, mate. You gotta...
I know, I can't call it that here. I have to be careful, you know?
Do you reckon we get to yoink those little rams?
The little rams on the stage?
The rams
they do
are
look quite cool.
But you know what? It's time to lose your course. Time to go crazy. Game number 2 of the grand finals of Age of Mythology Retold. It's a Greek showdown between the Greek and the Brit here. Hades in the hands of Mr. and Recon equipped with the leader, the Pantheon, Zeus.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Immediately casting Sentinels is an interesting choice, right? Sometimes you see players like to save it in case they do go to a second TC, and oftentimes players will hold it just because of the mind game element, right? You don't instantly cast it so that your player doesn't know your strategy yet, and even if you're going 1 TC, you just cast it when you need it. So immediately casting it here.
You know what the simple thought is? It's like, you know, walls, right? Like, if you know you need walls, okay, you need walls, but you don't need to build them at minute 1, right? Wait a few minutes. I agree, it's kind of similar there. So curious what the thought process is. Armor improvement's going to be quite nice with the Anvil. The house hit points, it's very situational. I do think the Eye of Onlu should be pretty effective in this matchup.
Yep.
Especially when, I feel like in mirrors you usually often see them kind of do the dance, the triangle of units, more often than when you've got clashes between different pantheons, right? So, with this map spawn, is there anything curious you're seeing? Like, obviously we've got the Sentinels on the starting TC, kind of a curious opening. Usually we see this type of play when it's a 1 TC attack point for Hades. Is this a good map to take that approach?
I really like just the base for Mista, right? Like, it is just gorgeous. Like, look at that. He's got a gold with a wood line all the way to the edge here. The temple placement totally blocks that off. That's such a safe location for the economy.
And the back food near the pond, right? So easily wallable. Just drop a house on that east side. I think it would actually block rotations.
Yeah.
And the natural terrain. Good lord.
Interesting as well. We're actually getting an Athena mirror here. I would have maybe thought Centaurs would have been the play, but no. Interesting.
What do you think the priority here is by going into Athena? Like, we know it's infantry focused, but is there something specific both sides are looking for?
I mean, Restoration is such a solid god power, right? It's so good.
So I guess we're probably not playing cavalry, right? Because I think Restoration, I mean, it makes sense as part of the infantry pantheon side, because you are going to get more value when you are stuck more stagnant in the fight than if you could just kite.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the play is. Scouts scouting the map. As we get into this classical age in just a few moments.
Big deal as well this game, right? I honestly feel when you're in a best of 5, game 2 is the most critical, because if a person's 1 up, you don't want to have back up against the wall. It means you have to take every best tool rather out of your kit. You can't hold anything back. So age up begins. Minotaurs waddling like penguins across the map. One of my favorite units, just because of the attack knocking people around with ragdoll physics.
Yeah, and the attack is so funny when it comes through. Like, units just get sent flying. It's a great time overall.
They got nerfed, like, was it 2 or 3 times post-launch? They got nerfed a lot.
Strong boys, but here they go. They're just going to go straight in under these Sentinels. The Minotaur not carrying.
Ajax already waiting though.
Going to be there to defend.
Yeah, but the Minotaur is still sneaking on the other side, right? So Mr. Was he expecting a second town center? He's scouting quite thoroughly into that northern corner.
Yeah, the second TC timing is going to be quite important, but I mean, look at the macro here. This is not even on gold. No. Interesting. At least for now. Is he building a settlement in his base? Yeah, he's building the village center there. I was like, okay, where did he build it? I was like, he pulled everybody off of resources. Where did he build this? So going for a hyper defensive play here. These 2 Minotaurs on the front, and I think a third one was also trained already.
It explains the Sentinel play now, right? Like, this all comes together. It makes a lot of sense. Second Minotaur is already in location, and this is crafty. Mr. is hiding a Minotaur in the northern corner. He's waiting for Recon to extend, and then he's going to look to dive the back.
Yeah, but behind this, Recon could just take a real TC, right? And that's kind of the big difference and problem if you do go for this build, is that you're kind of holed up in your base, and your opponent can follow up with a real settlement socket, and it actually trains bills even faster, right? So these village centers, it's not as good as having one on the sockets on the map.
But in fairness, if you look at the position for Mr., he sees, Minotaur's moving in. He's got a scout on the south side, so he'd know when the settlement's coming. And he's going to look to jump on the gold while Ajax is distracting at home. But great reaction there. Recon immediately pulling away before any damage is done.
He still has Bolt if he really doesn't want to deal with this, but he's actually going to let this happen. And the builds get bonked around. Bonk, bonk, they go. And Vaults of Erebus as well came in there during that for Mista, so that's the unique Hades upgrade, which gives you a good trickle of gold, so even further extending this Vil lead. You can see he's up by 1 right now, but it's a bit higher than that.
That was great micro as well from Mista. He intentionally got on the side of the mining camp so he could shove them into it and they rebound off so they'd be further away from safety. This is the thing I love about Age of Mythology. There's such skill expression in simple, basic tasks. Cyclops as well is another one where you can hurl units and they will do damage where they land. So just so many succinct little details you have to keep an eye out for when you're watching this phenomenal game.
Yeah, but the damage hasn't really been there yet for Recon, and he has invested heavily into this Minotaur play. We're going to have to see when eventually he's able to do anything against this defense from Mista, which so far has been impeccable.
Bull Minotaurs could eventually become a problem. It's just the normies at the moment for Mista, and not really in a position to make any sort of quick transition. So I'm curious to see where he's going to lean next. He just seems to be playing very greedy, relying heavily on the fact that the Sentinels should be able to protect him, but we always have to remember the Restoration will be available to top off these health bars later.
Yeah, but if they're in combat, that health income is cut in half, I believe, which means you got to be very careful.
You just min-max them, right? Like peel them 1 by 1, keep them back low HP, and then top off. It's a bit tricky, I guess, in a mirror like this, because when both players have Restoration, it means your opponent has an edge when you finally commit. And this is
Achilles is on the field. The Minotaurs have to run. Achilles going to be chasing them down here.
Oh, Bolt
gets
comes
bolted
out.
though.
He has to do it. Ajax is still annoying on his own, though. It feels like Ajax is holding back an entire army with just a tower to assist.
Oh, and the Vils get bounced back off the granary.
Hero's almost dead as well, which would be problematic because it means that the Minotaurs could come in to assist from Mista.
Oh,
so Edge is out with 14 HP left on Jason. We've still got that Bull Minotaur on the north side, and we have a shuffle out actually on the west corner. Recon has snuck out for some economy. Mista was close by, but I don't think the scout saw this.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what Recon is actually going to macro towards. It looks like maybe in a bit of wood he could slap down a TC of his own, right? But at this point, he's going to be pretty far behind. He might end up being 10 Vils behind before he places that before the TC finishes, right?
Achilles is coming in again, though. And now you don't have to worry about that bolt. It's so expensive to try and recast this ability. 65 favor required. No way you're getting anywhere close to that, especially when you've been trying to spam out more Minotaurs.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting here from Mista to delay Achilles so long. You would think you'd need him right away, but he was just so aware that bolt was the thing. When Recon didn't cast it on the Minotaur in his economy, that would have been like a free, just,
it was so
take
smart.
it out, your Vils don't have to idle, but he waited, and that's because we all knew, well, they both knew that it was for Achilles. And so he waited until he had a bit more economy, right? As long as he isn't taking damage, it's okay.
Well, the age of game may change, but the fact that we love clubs does not. Heracles is now in the field, so something as beefy as Ajax basically gives you a bit more dive potential, but I wish we had a damage done statistic for that Sentinel. He's really been carrying the defense here for Mista.
Yeah, and here comes Recon's age up, so that's what he's been saving up for. We'll see if he can get some timing here.
Mista, good micro back here. He's baiting the dive, and the restoration is key here, right? Like this, we talked last game about things like Curse and Chaos and the ceasefire and how that layering the cake matters. Restoration really is the true king when it comes to Greek mirrors.
Oh, Achilles now on the O here, looking at some offensive things. Are those all hurt Minotaurs? There is that tech for Apollo that lets your tempos heal.
Achilles.
Oh, Achilles on the Vils.
So
that's a low HP Vil. Took some damage from the Rhino. And now all of a sudden, Mista extending his villager lead, even though he has less units on the field.
This dive is looking up.
Another Vil is going to go down here unless all the
tech up is on the way as well. Mista, he's actually pressuring while teching behind this. So this is a brilliant position. He forces the entire army home. And you see how big of a deal that restoration is. You'd think anyone would just pop it at this stage. He can't afford to unless he can bait it out of his opponent first.
Yeah, it looks like he might be waiting for more value or maybe getting that Apollo healing tech around the temples.
It's crazy actually that Recon techs up first while having this type of military lead still though, right? Like, it's pretty damn phenomenal. Just shows you how good the Sentinels are that an army this big can't really commit into the base either.
Yeah, I think we're getting that tech right now, so that healing is going to be really useful there. Also, looks like he's queued up Sarissa.
So Temple of Healing. Is there any world in which you kind of try to get more forward temples just for that healing so you don't have to run all the way home?
Yeah, maybe. I haven't seen players, like, I've seen players get it in situations like this a lot. I haven't seen too much exploration around that just yet, but I'm sure it'll be a natural evolution of the game eventually. You can see Achilles just getting so much value now that Bolt has been used, and here's that healing coming in. So it acts as like a little mini healing spring now. It used to heal one at a time, but that's one of the updates in Retold. A lot of these minor god techs have been made pretty major in their impact, right? So they're called minor god techs because they belong to a minor god, but they really do heavily influence the game, and we can see now that Minotaur count has gotten scary, scary high.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to get Mr. going for the Toxite, but this is kind of awkward sometimes. You know, I talked to him, I talked to a few players about this. Sometimes Hades, like trying to mass Toxite after going age 3 feels weird, right? It doesn't feel like it hits as hard as if you just done it in age 2.
It can still be really good, but yeah, no, for sure. And Mr. on his end, he has Underworld Passage now. That's one of his favorite god powers. I think it's probably one of the most strategic god powers in the game. You have to use it really well in order to win the game with it, and that's kind of how the god power feels. Like if you use it poorly and it just dies, it can feel bad, but we got the big stuns coming out. The Hoplite's gonna have to run here. The Nemean Lion slapping down with the stun, but there's some reinforcements, maybe enough to make Mr. Reconsider, and there you see the army of the Minotaurs. They are going to come forward. There's going to be blood.
They're adorned in gold, and the funny thing is the military gap is closing, so Mister's getting present with army, and with good kiting, this could become a slight issue for Recon. So he really needs to get his timing right on this dive. Fortress Secure is going to look to go up on the east side. Dive's going to come in, but the Curse is immediately there to deal with the initial wave.
Yeah, but we still...
Talk about the Nemean, like you don't really want to have to waste the launch a few units, but you want to be on the south side, but instead the dive is coming in away from the line defense. So good hit around the flank here from Recon. Eco's on the front side, Resto popped on the aggression, and a reactionary one coming out too, but Villagers undeniably are going to be going down here, and it feels like Recon is getting more than enough damage to take a lead off of this.
Yeah, we'll see if the Minotaurs can stay alive to deal damage to Villagers after this. It's going to be a bit tricky. The heroes are still focusing them down.
The Archers have dealt with that. I feel like the Archers are trickling in, right? There's no mass blob that's doing good damage, and it's problematic because you can't blob. You've got Minotaurs to deal with, you've got Chimera to deal with. These units want you to stack your army all together, and I think that's where Mister is struggling to get a wide enough spread that he'll still keep his impact.
Mister really struggling here with the oppression, the aggression here. The Minotaur count is going down though, and keep them look at that villager count though. Keep that in mind, right?
There is a small raid coming in though. I don't think this is going to be an impactful enough one.
Is it a raid or just a scouting party?
It's a defector. He's like, yeah, you guys are winning. Can we join you? I would love to see Recon just drop the under passage now. Just like get that quick TP across the map, because you actually have a fantastic staging point that you could hold on to outside of Mr.'s base. But instead, looks like he is just going to fall back, content with the damage he's done.
Yeah, and the army there, you gotta wonder if he needed to deal more though, right? He's still down in Vills. He still hasn't added that second TC. And this whole time, that village center just been cranking out villagers for Mista.
I mean, 66 to 48, I believe, right now. It's a lofty lead in this situation. Military is about neck and neck. The walls are going up though, so Recon. It's kind of a signature thing. Like I remember the first time I watched a Myth game and it had Recon in it, I was like, oh, there's walls and there's trade. Yep, this feels like we've come home.
Ajax gonna have to run away from these hoplites, but it might help him spot this wood line, which is in a pretty precarious location.
There is an opening down the center near the main entrance to Recon's base where you could send troops. The rest has been walled up, so not as easy to access.
Mist is up 40 pop right now. This could be a crazy fight right now.
I mean, what Recon needs is a top off at the temple. He needs to basically leverage the fact that he can heal his units efficiently, and that's not something
the Manticores,
do, but
the shot not really going to land there. The heroes, are they going to get damage in? Not quite.
Chiron also now a big threat, even to that backline Manticore. If you can scale the Manticores up to about 4 or 5, I think they're a really solid solution to max Toxite. Just kind of snipe out the clump, right? So at that point, you're less reliant on Minotaurs and more reliant on Chimera that historically at times have looked absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, if you haven't played much Retold here, these Manticores have this special effect where it's essentially like a big mangonel shot. So if you get a group of them, they can all attack at once and just take out huge clumps, especially of these archers. Tox in the back, going to be susceptible to this special attack there. And we're going to see Recon looking for those attacks, but Chiron going to be looking to snipe them back.
It's tricky as well. Like when you play Toxite, you can't get on the Manticore, right? Like if you had cavalry, you feel content about trying to poke and probe. I love this though. Instead, now we're gonna see Mr. peeling north side with the archers. He's assuming there's been a move up to the goal, but with the walls already in position, we can see that Recon is playing it a lot more safe.
Yeah, but like he's down in eco, right? And we have Mythic coming in for both players, but is it gonna be enough?
Looks like both are gonna be going up with Hera here.
No, that's Artemis on the left.
Oh, sorry, I'm blind.
Yeah, it's
I'm blind.
quite small.
Screens,
I know. For us, these icons are very,
sorry,
very
Artemis
tiny.
versus Hera. So, any clear edge on one side with this tech up, do you think?
Well, with Artemis, you're looking for an Earthquake that could potentially end the game. And Mista's home base, can we actually pan around Mista's base?
It's quite blocked.
Susceptible there?
Oh, Raw coming out.
But Hera, a Lightning Storm here could be huge. It's going to come down to how this goes.
Toxite trying to poke away at this, but you will notice on the side we got those Manticore probing. Not enough damage though. The Roars, the maim, the slows is trying to walk away from the melee. It's problematic here. Recon needs to buy more time. Tech still about 35 seconds away. So I think he's going to have to shift away. Mr. has that defender's advantage. He does have the numbers, and you can't afford to be throwing away these valuable Myth units right now as Recon.
Yeah, you got it backwards first, then I got it backwards second. Yeah, this is Hera coming in for Recon. So Lightning Storm here could be devastating, right? Probably not so much there, but on this main army, maybe even on the Goldvilles here, this could be a devastating location.
The fortresses, though, as a reaction to that potential is really cool to kind of consolidate his location here. When those lightnings come in, you could try and dive into the keeps to feel protected, but here we go.
There it is,
He
on the main army.
Tried to shift
Where
away.
Is it up north?
It's here. It's just taking time. It has to build up. So the snipes are coming out. The Manticore's arrived. He's tanking the entire army. It's not going to be good enough, though. A lot of losses here at the beginning for Mr. And Recon now in a position to push north side. Onto those fortresses.
Earthquake on the main of Recon.
Farm's in trouble. This could be big. He snuck in with Chiron to get the vision, and he will destroy a lot of this base.
Yeah, behind that, it's going to come down to who can remax quicker. Only a 20-bill advantage at the moment. Recon pushing in under these double fortresses are going to deal so much damage here.
He does end up losing the enemy line. That's big because that stun, keeping on with the keeps, is a huge deal to try and defend this. Mr. just using static emplacements to keep himself alive. It's pretty much just Myth units alive with a small group of heroes. Is it going to be enough to break here is the bigger issue. Medusa's also now starting to arrive.
Perseus on the back, right on top of those Myth units is going to be so clutch. Just dealing so much damage here. And under these double fortresses.
That's it. He gets it. 2-0. Mr. will not be denied. Match point already for the current king of Age of Mythology.
Yeah, Recon really tried to get something going there, but honestly, the army just wasn't even that big in that one location for the Lightning Storm. And usually, if you kill all the units of the opponent with Lightning Storm, you can maybe get on the tail end a couple economy. But like the gold mine wasn't in range, and I would have expected, all 10 of them to die. But it looked like the cast was kind of directly in between the two bases of Mista, and sadly, once those units died, there was nothing to hit really, just a couple buildings.
I think what Mista done a really good job with is that double fortress prep. A lot of players wouldn't have done that. They would have just done one to skewer goal because it feels really heavy to do that. But we saw that it bought him the necessary time. It broke up the fight in the correct way. Those Nemean lines got maximum stun potential to keep him underneath the keeps. And then on top of that, you have this beautiful play that I think he was leaning towards, which was when the Thunderstorm came in. I think he wanted to hop inside to protect his units. It didn't come into fruition, so Recon actually got the best case scenario. But that Earthquake, although it looked like there was a lot of farms still alive and things are good, the disruption on the backside stopped Recon from getting that next wave that could have given him the killing blow.
I feel like, to me, what really stood out in this game was that it seemed just like Mista was getting away with way more with way less. Like, he barely had any units at the start of the game.
It was like 32 to 3 military at one point.
Yeah, and it was just unable to push into those Sentinels, unable to push into the very good reactions of Mista there, and Recon had all those units and went for this big push, and it did look very scary for Mista for a moment there, but once again, the defenses were still standing, and what are you going to do? Like, chop away with the Minotaurs? It doesn't quite work.
Now, I'm just hearing in that we want to hear from all you fans at home because Riley, he's a bit of a historian, a bit of a brainiac. He has different ideas of what's cool to check out. So let us know actually at home what you'd like to see in this castle because there's still just so much that's unexplored. Are we going to be going to archery slits? Do we want to see the castle views? Merlins, Hill Defense, Player Lounge. I heard there's maybe a dungeon, but I guess maybe we can't see that yet. Ooh. Castle views, is that going to be more drone shots? I mean, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like those. Those are my favorites so far.
How many people right now going, what's Merlin's?
I'm me. I'm like, what?
I kind of want Riley to do that now so you can explain it to everyone.
Wait, Riley, can you explain this?
I mean, maybe they want to.
It's not getting very many votes. So
I think they want to.
Maybe it's not going to be.
They kind of want to see Doubt, right? Player lounge going in. It's probably chilling there. What an incredible set. I mean, I'm really hoping we at least get one game on the board for Recon. I'd love to see that, right? You know, I'd love to see here from Mr. Freer. I would honestly love to see Freer coming out in this third game. He's rated it so highly. I think it's time to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, he's rated it highly, but he still has such good stuff on the menu, right? He still has both Loki and Isis, which are, in my opinion right now, the 2 S tiers, right? And we'll see if Recon's able to hold against those.
I think what's impressive is how well he utilized Hades. I do have to go back to that whole point of the bigger army. Like, we credit the defense for Mr., but we have talked before about this idea that Recon, he puts Mr. on a pedestal. He is his hero. Do you think maybe there was an element of that, like maybe slight hesitation because he gives more credit to Mr. than he normally would another player?
Yeah, maybe. It seemed like he was really respecting the defense there, and I wonder if he needed to just use Resto and go, because what would the counter Resto be? Like, it would be on villagers and, like, one hero, right? There was nothing to defend there. It seemed like it could have been an opportunity to attack, but I don't know, it's hard. Sentinels deal a lot of damage, and the defensive layout there for Mr. was really good. The gold was way in the back, so all you were doing was running through the defenses to get the villagers, and that never feels very good.
No, it kind of felt like he was in this situation of, oh, I'll poke, oh no, that's a bad idea. And what happens over time is you just realize you've lost the whole health bar, right?
Exactly.
And now you're going to have to resto anyway. I love the way he transitioned into that temple heal, but you saw how tricky it is to actually leverage that as the game goes on. I think that temple heal is useful at the beginning of Age 3, and then it kind of immediately falls off unless you are hard turtling in your base, which you can't afford to do in that matchup.
Yeah, well, especially when he's down so many vills, he kind of needed to either put on pressure or add a TC of his own. I was kind of expecting that follow-up TC at some point there, especially because he had map control, right? That was one of the main benefits of his setup, right? Was he had this map control. He can go for those offensive plays, maybe even take a forward TC and try and wall off the map, but it didn't quite pan out. He tried to get the faster age up, which did work to his benefit, but
Okay, so it's in. We've confirmed it. We know where we're going. And the hilarity is Riley has to get his running sneakers on and head there really fast because we're about to check out what's been happening over in the player lounge.
I want to take you behind the scenes here at Castillo Almodóvar and show you an area I think you'll be very interested to see. It's where all the players hang out. I'm talking about, of course, the talent area. This is where the players come to relax and chill out when they're not playing on the main stage. Although, say chill, not all of these guys are taking it easy here. Some of them are sharpening their skills, honing their strategies, and as you can see, they are really locked in. And I tell you what, we've made sure the players feel right at home here in this area with the provision of their very own custom banners. Each one is unique for each player, and they're all extremely cool, but some are very creative indeed. And if you enjoyed this little peek behind the curtain at Red Bull Wololo, we've got plenty of other behind the scenes places to take you. Where exactly, you may ask? You'll just have to wait and find out.
But whatever, I'm not like too...
We're back. We're back.
We're back.
We're not too what? We're not too hype? We need to get
We're
more
not too
hyped.
hyper just yet. It's happening.
2 games down, but potentially still free to go. You know, Recon, this is the point where he needs to get creative. This is the point where he needs to get different. This is the point where the innovation that we were alluding to with things like the Ra pick need to start showing themselves.
Yeah, we'll see if he tries to pull that out onto the Alfheim. I was thinking that might be
You think Alfheim?
Yeah, it's so defensive.
Do
It's
you
just
think
so
that
good
beats,
for Ra.
Do you think that beats Freya, though? Because I think that's going to be Freya.
I don't think it beats Freyr, no.
I
think
agree
you can
with
also
Mr.
push
Sports.
through. Like, I think like it's also tricky on Alfheim because like I've seen Mr. build these obelisks in the back on Alfheim, and if you don't catch them, like if you're not very attentive to those, he can do the Ancestors Eclipse. So if he goes Isis into Ra, that's a very good matchup for Isis.
Yeah, wait, we got clubs. AoE1 fan?
Oh wow. You can see the player still prepping, getting ready.
You know, if you really want, you could probably furnish that trophy into a club.
Yeah.
That's the true challenge.
That's one way to do it.
You just have all the champions bring their trophies for a duel on top of the tower.
I kind of want to see someone like use that as the base of like a great sword and just put a massive metal sword coming out of the top, and you can just hold it. It's huge. Insane.
Maybe, you know what we needed? We needed slightly different trophies that when you put them all together like a transformer, you
Oh,
get like
yeah.
the Omega trophy.
It'd be hard to win all of them to be able to do that, but
I mean, if you've done it, you
someone will
deserve
do it eventually, maybe. Yeah. Red Bull Wololo 70.
Doubt just coming out with his Zimmer frame.
He's got a robotic arm just playing. Oh man.
So let's get the draft back up, because I think this is very important. This is a critical phase now. We talked about the potency of some picks. Isis and Loki still there. This would be wild. I don't want the 3-0, but imagine if he gets the 3-0 with Loki and Isis not picked, the most two potent picks in competitive play right now.
That would be very crazy. But yeah, like you're saying, he likes Freyr, and maybe he'll think it's the right matchup in the right moment. With Aranos and Zeus off the board.
I've got a feeling Recon's going to feel comfortable in Mirage, and that is dangerous with Isis still available.
Yeah, and that could be really bad if it is. But we'll see how that goes.
So, you know, we've been talking a lot about Isis, right? And we did talk a bit earlier about it. Okay, so we got Alfheim. He's doing it. We've got confirmation in. It's going to be Freya, and we're going to get to see the new and improved Ra. The crazy part, though, is in this particular matchup, this can become more of a boom than a Zoom type game. But I need you all to get loud and proud, because it's 2-0 on the stage. But I know you all want more Age of Mythology. Game 3 is ready to kick off. We have got Freya versus Ra, Recon and Magic for the 3rd time today.
Let's see it. Come on. You can see their hands. They're like,
Dude,
they're clicking.
I just love the fans every time.
Yeah, the two fans, one on each hand. He's got to stay cool. Got to stay comfortable. Comfort is the #1 thing to being a great player.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We're in. Alpine time. And immediately the Egyptians going on the forward for the scout. And so Recon, this is the moment that we've been waiting for. We need to see something different. We need to see something new. And Ra could be it. But meanwhile, Mister, he takes on the hardest challenges. He's that type of guy. Freya, the most complicated and weird to get right. God, in the game right now. Can he do it here?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And I was talking to Mister about this. There's several different ways to play Freyr. It seems some players think that it's always 2TC, right? Some players are like, oh, the way to play this god is you play 2TC, but you know, he was talking to me and he said there's some ways to play it, right? There's more options than just 2TC, right? And we'll see if he plays this hyper aggro style that he was talking about.
Ooh, that could be big. Harmonious Necklace, like you've got an Egyptian player in the game, right? Gold, for those that don't know, gold is, I think it's actually the most important resource by far in the game for Egyptians.
Yeah, and we'll see how this plan pans out. Recon Ra is really kind of historic on Alfheim because you can see, like, look to the right there of his base. There's that second settlement. It's just tucked away into these cliffs. It's so safe. Now, this is a pretty open Alfheim map, all things considered. Oftentimes, y'all are going to have these cliffs in the middle of the map, really kind of bogging things down and making the map really wallable. But in this case, we got a very open generation, except for that TC on the right, which we're going to see if Recon goes for this 2TC build.
It's tricky because Freya can very happily go for that or just go for H3, and that's really where this Civ starts to come online. It's also very difficult to aggress Freya at the end of the game because of that really cool god power they have.
Yeah, the Goom Bursty, it's this big boar. It's both a hero and a myth unit. It does everything, basically. It just kind of, it plops down. It has essentially a shockwave effect. And, well, it's kind of attached by a big bungee cord to the TC it got dropped on. It's still a very potent defensive use. And I've seen actually Mista use this against me. He built a side TC against me when I wasn't looking because he had like a solid forward position with his infantry. He built a bunch of he built a TC there, then forward cast School and Bursty on me, and that felt really bad. I'll tell you that.
I mean, boars are also so entertaining to watch. You know, like boars to me, if I had to give them like a person at the party, they're the person with a tequila bottle in each hand on top of the table, just kind of like dancing around, going, "Let's have a good time." Very impactful as well if you can get them in the right position, and that initial summon can be so crippling. So, I think instead we're going to see Recon play it a bit more safe, a bit more defensive, and that's why he went for this forward scouting position. He wanted to know what Mister's intent was in this game first.
Yeah, interestingly, he's going for Bast, which definitely isn't bad. We've seen a style for Ra come out where with Bast you go and you get this ecotech, which just makes your hunt one of the fastest food sources in the game if you are also empowering with the Pharaoh. And if you do that, it can work pretty well But we'll see how this pans out. You can see that Pharaoh empowering the monument, now new to Retold. This Pharaoh empowers the monument, and all the buildings around it get empowered by a priest.
Now remember, with empowering, the way it works is that it's going to increase what you'll get in terms of gathering when you drop off, or increase production rates. The cool thing when you play as this particular Civ, with Ra, they can actually supervise the monument instead. That will empower all buildings around at a 70% rate instead of 100%.
Yeah, and on the left side of your screen here, you're going to see Mista queue up a lot of text. That's because Freyr's main benefit is that these all texts are much, much cheaper, but they take a lot longer to research, so you'll have time to spot them as they come in.
And he gets the gold gathering faster. A nice tool to have in your arsenal. I'm not too surprised that you're not really going to get much contest. I feel like in this situation, it's a bit harder for Recon to just rush out for the relics compared to the Norse.
Yeah, where did he place that as Guardian Fortress? It's probably defending as gold, I would assume?
It looks like it's on the forward, actually. If we check the base of blue, I think he's actually set it up south of here, right?
Yeah, I think it's south.
Yeah, there it is. Coming in now.
Coming in.
It's really slow to arrive, because otherwise that would be broken. But check this. Sphinx is around the back. Quick fingers out of Mista to dodge that tornado damage.
Yeah, it's really interesting here. With that third upgrade, the Sphinxes get so fast. I think it's to like 6.4 or something move speed, and it's really hard for the Hersiers here to keep track of them. It's going to be a big test of Mista's defense here.
Drago, of course, can easily get kited. So I love this.
They could get walled in here.
Recon, yeah, if he gets walled in, this is a problem. He needs to ring Ringing Roses, but check what's happening. The walls are coming up, and this doesn't need to last long. It just needs to last long enough.
He tried to pop out.
The panic! The other wall coming in from the
Quick walls!
He's stuck.
Another quick wall!
This is huge! He needs to get out of here fast! This is not the fight he was looking for. The hearses get the maim effect. Sphinx has been able to run away there, and this is a big deal because what Recon is looking for is that eclipse play. He wants that moment where he can surge in and kill 5, 6, 7 workers in one blink.
Yeah, and those upgrades have come in for the Sphinx. It's a huge investment.
Are you kidding me?
Another wall off here.
This is huge. The Asgardian Fortress is almost done. Sphinx, nice tornado to get out there fast. He needs to keep
another
these guys alive.
quick wall. What is going on here, Mista? He's just putting on a clinic here, trying to keep this Cryo Sphinx in his base.
We have to remember that when you, to explain to people, when you hit with melee units, you do get a slight maim, so it slows down. But the funny thing is, you mentioned the Sphinxes, they have enough movement speed that even with that in mind, it's usually tricky to stick on top of them. So Recon, he's able to dodge death there, and it's so important. At this stage in the game, it can be difficult to generate enough favor to feel like throwing away 2 Sphinxes for nothing doesn't just end your game.
Yeah, and he has to keep up forward pressure. You look at that forward gold of his. He did grab that second TC behind the pressure here. Looks like another TC going to be coming in for Mista himself, just building it rather slowly here. The fortress on the front looks like it's going to be done soon.
Drago just getting in position to be a little bit annoying here. Not really what you want to be tornadoing into.
And now we have the Hyro Sphinx upgrade in. That is that final one, and Sacred Cats as well. We talked about this really good economy upgrade for Bast. It's just so cheap and so effective.
We'll allow him to prep the next transition, right? Because he's not just going to end on Sphinxes here. He has something else in mind. What do you think we're looking into next?
Well, I mean, you're going to have to do a harder farm transition because you haven't gone with Ptah, which has a really natural synergy with Rain, because Ptah can make your farms much cheaper. So you're going to have to kind of naturally farm transition, right? So you're paying full price for these farms, but once they're up, we will see that Rain God Power come in. And
I wonder if we do just see them now chill and both go towards that Age Freya. I wonder if that's kind of worrying in Recon's mind as well, because we keep mentioning that Freya comes really in the later phase of the game.
Yeah, but we're seeing these barracks, and well, it might be on the back of a heroic that he starts using these. I'm not quite sure. We talked about this a bit during the draft, and players often go for these mass barracks units nowadays with Raw. It seems to be it's new to me, basically. I've only played it myself like twice, so I haven't had enough time to really get a good feel for it, but I mean, you can just see how fast these are. It's insane.
So yeah, this Slinger build, right? Now that they've had some changes, they have divine damage added to them.
Yeah, with Ptah.
With Ptah, so
but here he's just going for the barracks units because it's just so solid all around.
So like, are you thinking he's going to maybe go, Axes here? Just Axemen, play a bit standard of a front line?
Yeah, he hasn't seen any cav yet, but we do see slings coming in regardless. This is really good against the throwing Axemen. They do counter them, but doesn't have that Ptah's Electrum Bullets tech at the moment. So you just need a few slingers here. You don't want to overinvest, because if you overbuild them, like there's kind of a saturation point where you're already one-shotting the Axemen, and that's really all they're going to be good for here until maybe some other techs come in for them.
Speaking of decks, it's on the way. Mr. has clicked the magical button. He's going for that age 3.
Beautiful rainbow. Just me?
He's pretty.
Look at that.
Oh. Funny thing is, like, you want to use this sooner rather than later, right? Because it impacts your opponent's farms as well, admittedly at a worse rate.
I mean, there's no farms on the side of Mr.
That's what I mean, right? So using it at this point, you know that a Norse player is not going to get anything from it.
Yeah, but the TC situation is actually looking very healthy. Like, Recon has gotten the macro he wanted behind this Sphinx aggression, and this TC on the side has been really safe. I mean, if there's a game for Raw to do well, it's here, but keep in mind, this is...
Age up on the way.
Yeah.
What
Relic getting yoinked. Which relic is that? What is so important that this man would risk his life?
He's just Golem.
Wall hit points. I mean, actually kind of relevant on Alfheim. Oftentimes I kind of don't value this relic too much, but I mean here, like, when walls are going to be such an important element of the choke point.
It's important against the Sphinxes as well, right?
Oh,
like,
that's
although
that's actually really huge here.
We've bypassed the big point where Sphinxes can just GG the game straight away, but they're still a looming threat as we go deeper, just like a Centaur would be even. So definitely a good idea overall. But now we're heading to Age 3. Like, walk me through what we're expecting to see out of Recon here.
Well, with Recon, he's just going to try and keep macroing and get up a big army. I mean, eventually going to have to look into placing the Migdol, but again, the way that players have been playing Raw recently is to kind of just keep investing in these units until the Migdol transition is a bit safer. We'll see if he's able to place one right away. Some Chariot Archers would really do good here, but we'll see it. A big surround.
Yeah, not really what it's looking
damage
for.
from that.
So bet coming through. And we have got...
Here's the rock.
This is kind of interesting now that I think about on this map because of how defensive it is and how many cliffs there are. Like, if you just have a full wall across the map, you're going to see the rock transporting in. You won't see him coming with this.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll get used for that. Oftentimes it's used as a glorified Pegasus, a very big Pegasus.
Which I'm sad about. I get why it's not overly good because it would be kind of broken, right? Like, flying units have to be very carefully tempered in Myth. It's why we talk so much about Caladria, for example. So looks like he's going to scout with it. Pressure is coming in on the center just to deal with a few of the production buildings. He at least knows what the economy is. Genuinely, I'd love to see him just transport the Sphinx on the back there, get over the wall, and then force a split reaction out of Mr.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing an investment into the Petsuchos here.
Laser Gators.
We'll see how it goes. The first elephant is out, the Migdol's up, but the gold on the north going to be pressured behind the army, so it's going to be an interesting position with two forces of Mista kind of split up here.
Yeah, it's got that rock giant, and it's very big. If you get the right positioning, that taunt, you can ruin an entire army, and there it is.
There it is.
He forces it out, he body blocks. The way this works is with the taunt, they're going to try to kill the rock giant, but they need to reach him. It's fantastic against melee armies.
Yeah, and he still has that Hailstorm to use here. It could be just massive in the right moment here. Recon keeping his army pretty grouped, could be susceptible to this if he overextends.
Locust is also available on the other side. We still have to remember that Eclipse never got popped. Migdol is definitely a big problem here. Not easy to brute force in, especially if these laser gators just keep sitting between the east and the west side. They have such great range, and with a double Migdol, they're not easy to reach. Comes in now.
There's the Hailstorm. Right on the center of the army. The big rock giant taunt.
The stun, he will get the damage out onto the giant, but now from the west side, he's able to stab onto the back. Forces the garrison, he gets out. And the laser gators, they're struggling to get away from this, but they're not being target fired down just yet. Mr. definitely has the military advantage still in the situation. The Migdol's trying to even this out a little bit, and the Hailstorm is forcing a reset deeper behind the lines for Recon. The military lead is building for the Greek. There's no front line anymore. The laser gators can't kill quick enough. He's gonna lose it all.
Some elephants pop out. This could be the way. This is still an offensive fight under the two Migdols. The Pharaoh and the Petsuchos are working away on the rock giant. It's almost going to go down, and are the reinforcements there?
There's another issue coming. Burgessi is on the way. The Migdals are going to start to get siege, so he will get that reset. But more ground is being given over. At the tail end, Military is neck and neck. Eco's holding on. Recon, a fantastic hold there. And now, with the lofty and powerful elephants, the 3 crocodiles he kept alive, it's not going to be as easy for Mr. to crack this strong point as it would have been just a moment ago.
Yeah, Mr. very smartly here, waiting out the eclipse there so the Pet Sobex don't just kill everything. But we'll see how it goes. The army coming forward for Recon. He's pushing in once again. Will it be enough?
Those crocodiles are going to be important. We have to remember that that's your best tool against these giants, because the issue you have otherwise, the stone guys, they're going to aggro these elephants, and we saw what happened earlier against melee units. They just couldn't fight, right? They got body blocked and they just died. So this is your only tool of really dealing with that powerful tool in the arsenal of Freya. We also have to keep in mind, he's still got the defensive god power, right? He can still spawn the ball to split this formation in an uncomfortable way.
Yeah, Recon with his tournament life on the line, looking to push in here. Equal eco, essentially, right? Slightly more military here for Recon. He's doing it.
Godseers are coming in. Can you get enough of them? On the side, we are going to get another taunt coming out. The fight is becoming a little bit split. Now, this is where Recon needs to calm down a bit, right? Send a few troops short, but don't split your army into 2. Try to keep most of them in one location and keep leveraging the fact that numbers are on your side.
The
Otherwise,
alligators!
the overextension might get you killed. Crocodiles out of position here. Villagers also gathering on the front side. And this time, you're dealing with god units that are ranged. They can snipe down these crocodiles one by one.
Yeah, the Goatiers are so good against these crocodiles.
The numbers,
but
though.
The front line wasn't there for Mr. Recon, pushing him back.
I feel like these guys are lost along. Like Burgessi over here, great. You stay alive a long time, but you've got no support. You're not a damage dealer. You're a tank in this situation. Could this be it? Finally, it took 3 games, but Recon, he looks on the verge of getting on the board here.
His first score lead of the series. Could this be a game win for him?
Needs to get rid of this production. Don't allow a reset. Love the settlement claim. Remember, when you're playing Age of Mythology, it's not just about more villages, it gives you pop cap as well. And we're at a stage in the game where that is going to be the difference. 170 to 190 max right now.
Mista's on the back foot here.
He's taking all the settlements. I love this play from Recon. He's finally coming out of the shell. He usually calls himself a raccoon, but sometimes he can be more of a toe.
Oh man, and here's Mista. I think he might have about 1 good fight left in him here. No favor in the bank in order to really recast any of these potent god powers. He still has a heroic Gulimbursti cast to use. It could help turn the tides if he goes too deep, but only if.
It's awkward with things like elephants. You don't want to be casting it there, right? So you kind of just have to find this back line. You have to find these spears. Otherwise, it's not going to feel as impactful.
Man, I've been so impressed by Raw.
It's incredible.
In this game. This barracks play has really come in clutch here for Recon. He's made it look so good.
And the choke point defense as well. Like, one of the big issues, there was that critical fight with the double Migdal, right? These laser gators, if they died, I think it's GG. But what he done so well, with such a lofty and hard to wield unit, he got the choke points to last. And here we go. Gulimbursti comes out. He's going to look strong and scary, but watch what happens. As he walks along, like me trying to go up a hill, I get very tired very fast. Crocodile is going to get knocked away.
The Slingers.
Mate, I think you just helped him escape.
The Slingers going down, though, on the back there. The Raiding Cav going to get on top of the gold. Did a Recon maybe overestimate his position here?
He's got the Migdals again, though. We've seen this before, right? This is where the overextension can begin to settle in. 87 military to 118. He's rebolted the army, but now he needs to surge forward. Find these valuable targets, like a solo elephant, like an alligator. Take them out. The boar is absorbing so many of these blows, and this could be a flood through beyond the Migdals towards the economy.
Yeah, there's just so many Migdals dotting the center of the map here. Mista might have to retreat. The reinforcements do come in for Recon. The boar's about to time out.
And after that, I mean, God powers, like the beautiful thing when you play as the Norse is you can fight to generate God powers, but because he's trying to add in so many units, like he doesn't have that much in reserve, right? He doesn't have that much favor to utilize, especially when everything is just so expensive. Another one of those boars will be 300. He's nowhere near ready going at H4. If he had that, Inferno could be the tool to just win this game, but he's being pressured hard. He has to lock in the age, and you're starting to see the difference that this population gap can make.
Man, if Mista comes back from this, I'll eat a shoe. This is still going to be crazy, though, because he's starting to even out the military count when his economy is still 10 units down. He's taking out the TC in the south. He's taking out the Migdals in the middle. There's a huge group of units here trying to come defend and reinforce this, but it's too little, too late. The Raiding Cap's just going to run away. 4 rock giants in the center of the field here. A 5th one coming to reinforce. Are there enough priests here?
If he can get forward here, if he can bait onto the chariots, they won't be able to kite away. This should be big. Taunts are going to be used. Not able to do enough damage now, but these rock giants are pretty damn good at tackling into the Migdals. Stun's going to come out. He does catch up the crocodiles, but the elephant is going to save their life here. Able to stand their ground. That gold vein and tree line is the one thing keeping this squishy backline from being munched on.
Yeah, but I think Mista might like it a little bit more. The Chariot Archers, they're not focusing down these throwing axemen. The front line for Recon is melting. There are no priests to kill the rock giants. The fortress on the right going to go down. Another taunt comes through.
And if he gets a little bit deeper here, you can hold him in position. The Axemen are really starting to carry this Recon. Is it slipping away? Still a slight eco lead, but his position, it needs so many villages to keep it alive that he isn't as strong as the eco bar would show. Another taunt comes out. More alligators going down. The Chariot Archers are starting to be thinned out here. And behind this, there's a new wave of cavalry to come through for Mista.
Yeah, and the rock giants, as soon as they clean up this fight, they could just start eating away at the building with this upgrade. It's actually quite funny. They just sort of grab a piece of the building, chew on it, and it heals them up a little bit, so it makes them very effective at tanking down these fortresses. Well, the Migdals here, but the raiding cavalry, the unit's going to surround it. The chariots have to retreat. Another fortification going to be lost here. A shared gold mine. Kind of funny.
And it looks like we might be getting trades set up on the north side as well from Freya, because there are some buildings in that north corner, so there's potential for that down the line. But in the meantime, Migdal is going to be forfeit, and this opens the floodgates to the south side of the map, where you still got Recon trying to gather here. Could this be it? Could this, despite his best game so far, still not simply be enough? The rock giant count is so untenable.
The raiding cavalry, raiding party is in for Mista. He's reclaimed the score lead confidently, pushing back another Migdal. The Chariot Archers, are they going to be enough?
Last stand. This is it. You lose this Migdal, all flood doors are open, and he will flood in. Do or die. Mass Chariots, not the best thing to stand their ground. They need the ability to kite, but there they are, munching on the rocks from the Migdal to stay alive. The damage is adding up. Another fortress is going to go down, and it simply seems like he doesn't have enough units to blitz through these bad boys.
Another taunt.
There's another one behind this at the back. He still hasn't used it. He can lock him in position, and he's just chowdering down. The Chariot Archers can't stand their ground. Half are already decimated. The military lead is swelling up, and Mista will not be denied his 3-0.
He's got it. He's got this for sure. Back against the wall. Gonna back up just for a moment, but Recon, all he's got left is a couple barracks. The elephants have been so crucial to holding his ground in these fights, and all the Migdals are down, except for this one, which is way off in the north.
Okay, it wasn't even trade, it's just houses up there. He's not blocking anything that matters. Another Migdal being targeted, though. He's stripping the gold. It's the lifeline of Egypt. If they don't have this, they don't have Chariot Archers. They don't have
another raid.
They don't have a hope in hell. Another raid comes in on the gold. The reaction is slow from Recon. Although he may have an eco lead, it doesn't feel like he has an income lead in this one.
Is that Mythic Age coming in behind this?
Are you kidding me? All right. I want to see a comeback because we've already seen a comeback. But all I'm going to say, bare minimum, Recon, don't tap out before those gold powers come through.
Recon might go down in a blazing glory.
Raids are going to stop. Apparently he's like, no, this feels unfair. They're not defending themselves. He thought there was going to be a pull away. He realizes how glorious an advantage it is. We're going to get more of the storms coming through just to actually give that bolster to his food income to try and keep Recon alive. But he needs these probe attacks. This is actually the first time we've seen him get a real hit towards the economy. But it's being returned in favor. Any reactionary units are being taunted out. There's a second wave on the way. Recon has spread himself so thin like a tiny knob of butter across a whole loaf of bread.
Recon's got his back against the wall. He's going to try and micro these chariots, but I think as soon as he sees Vidar come in, what is he going to do?
The good news is because he's split like this, he hasn't got his army in one location, and that's where the Inferno would just end the game. So in some ways, weirdly enough, there is a sliver of hope for Recon, even when this age up completes.
Yeah, but the TC is going to get taken down in the north pretty soon here, and that could open up for the first time Mystic getting a TC advantage in this game.
Rock Giants have been carrying this game at this stage. The work they put in, the priest reactions are finally starting to come through, but you got to ask, was it too slow? Was it too late? It's so difficult as well because at this stage they're not condensed to one location. They're starting to join in on the raids. Those raids are reaching deep, even towards the starting town center of this stage. Finally able to deal with them on the north side. A reboot for the settlement. More Migdals going up. He's not done yet. Recon says just one more fight, one after the other, to try and get back in control.
We see the Inferno!
The Inferno? Where are we going? Where are we going?
On the TC!
Boom, baby! No TC for you! The army at least able to dodge. Recon was given a warning shot across the bow there. And now it might be
coming in. We see Mythic on the backside though for Recon as well.
Has he got the time? Osiris could be big here. Could give him that reset.
Son of Osiris is super potent in these big fights.
Especially in the choke points, because if you can't reach him, he just stands there zapping you down. And if we're being totally real, Mr.'s approach has been a mixture of very tanky units and then just zerging.
It will cost him economy though if he has to bring that guy to the front. Meanwhile though, another taunt comes in, but it would be a great answer to these rock giants, which so far just a couple preset at a time haven't been able to take down this rock giant mass, which has kept Mista in this game. He's clawed back now with a 10k score lead. Every eco upgrade under the sun coming in, every military upgrade going to be in soon. He is soon going to be inevitable.
Southside raid again. Like, there's so much focus for Recon this north to try and hold on to that. He's giving everything over. So Son of Osiris is in. He takes the hit to the economy and he's going to take a gut blow on the south side as well. About 10 villagers going down there. It's a 20 eco lead now for Mista. Recon needs to take advantage of this to just build more military, but it's hard to do when you've got 45 less maximum population.
Gonna try and take a huge fight up here, trying to clean up the forces of Mista. Mista split up, tried to take, he got a little greedy. He's taking the north and the south, but will it be enough? Osiris on the back here, gonna be blasting those lightning bolts into the main forces here, taking out the myth units of Mista in the north, but is it gonna be enough? Fafnir keeps dealing so much damage. The throwing expert from behind, Son of Osiris.
He comes in, and remember, this guy can't be healed. On top of that, the priest weren't zapping down those myth units quick enough. Fafnir is so tanky as well, and the Axeman wave may just crush any hope here for Recon. Son of Osiris is down, and you may need to wait a millennia to see a second.
Wow. The fight goes so in favor of Mista.
Mista with the Frio and come back in that final game that is worthy of a Red Bull Wololo champion.
Incredible performance.
Unstoppable. Freya, everyone else looks at this. God, they say, that doesn't fit Norse. That's not what you want to do. He believed every step of the way, and it didn't even need a giant fiery wolf to end it. But look at the emotion. Look at the feelings. These two,
He's
like
telling
brothers.
him about the game. He just told him about the game.
He does this all the time, even in these moments. Mate, you're meant to be lifting up that trophy. You're meant to be being proud of the moment, but we'll give him moments to digest that. What an insane deciding game.
That was an incredible game 3 there. I'm sad we don't get to see more of it. It was just so good.
It delivered though. We said Freya was going to come in with something special. Both of them came in with something special, but at the end of the day, there can be only one. Once a grand finalist, and now a champion at Red Bull Wololo.
Yeah, and I know this is something he's been dreaming about for a long time. Ever since Retold was announced, he was like, when are we going to get a big tournament? When are we going to get the land? He wants to be a champion. For him, this is about legacy.
And you know, he may have carved one up now, because this is the first of potentially many, and there can only ever be one first. So let's go to the stage to hear from our first Age of Mythology Red Bull Wololo champion.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let's make some noise for the Mista. What a game to end it all. It got a little dicey there at some parts. Walk me through this. You ended it all with a Freyr. That's a difficult to get right. What are the strengths of playing Freyr, and what are the difficulties? What makes this so hard to execute?
I think Freyr is a very difficult civilization to play because it's so easily to get punished. You might think that the first gold power, the golden war that can defend, might save you, but you can only be saved once. So you can't really scout, your units can't really heal, so it's really hard to take skirmishes all over the map. And you just need to play very tactically on the map, lots of walls, and just like fight when the upgrades kick in. And you know the upgrades are half the cost for Freyr, but they take longer to upgrade, so you just need a lot of patience when you're playing Freyr.
Yeah, I mean, and you showed that patience and tenacity to stay in this game as well. Now, you winning 3-0, not even touching some of the most popular picks like Loki or Isis. Was that a game plan to kind of throw him off? Because I know you're very familiar with each other.
The last 2 games were actually really close. You cannot imagine how close they were. I like to play, and in my practice with Recon, we were playing all 5 every single draft. So I was prepared to go all the way.
Right on. And now, of course, I know this must be bittersweet for you because you guys are so very close. Any words for your opponent, or rather for your friend on this stage?
Yeah, me and Recon set up a date when we started practicing, and we were both here.
Yeah, let's make some noise for Recon, our runner-up. Of course, there's only one thing left to do, and that's for you to take that trophy. I'll grab the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your Red Bull, Wololo, and Reinado, Age of Mythology Retold champion, the Mr. And we're sending it back over to you guys, Killer Pigeon and Winston Waffles.
Thank you, Zoe. What a phenomenal occasion. As I said before, folks, I hope this is the first of many. And I don't think if it is going to be more, he will see him on the stage again. Not just him, I think Recon, right? He was right. Some of those games were insanely close.
Yeah, I really felt like Recon almost had it in so many moments, but it just kept falling a little bit short of the great of the Master Mist. It was just so inevitable in these moments. It just seemed impossible to break him. I felt like with Raw, he had it all going for him. He had the army, he had 4 TCs, but I wonder if he just got a little too ahead of himself in some of those moments because it just was so close. But then Mista crawled it back on the back of the Rock Giants. Am I right? Those units were incredible to see.
Even the
I
Fafnir.
can't wait to see more.
The combo of Fafnir and the Stone Guardians, in the air, it's insane what they do to work with each other, right? You keep them in the fire, you burn them down. Even if you reach Fafnir, 1400 HP, I think, is something ridiculous. So hard to kill, just like the owner of them in this series. And, you know, I think Recon, I don't think he'll take this in a bad way. Like, to be fully transparent, he had a confident belief that Mr. was going to take it. He wanted to believe himself, but like it is undeniable how dominant Mr. has been. But what I think we can agree on is that Recon will grow from here. He will become even better, and I think he's on the verge of becoming Mr.'s kryptonite.
Yeah, hopefully, man. I hope to see these two again in a grand final soon because I am just itching to see more of this, right? It was so good. And Mista, I'm so proud of him and his accomplishments. He just did so well, so much prep, so much effort. And I know he's looking forward to the upcoming tournaments for Age of Mythology Retold.
I hope everyone is. I hope this is a preview of bigger and better things to come, because these two, even though it's a 3-0, delivered heart and soul. But there are still 2 people with a heart of lions to take to that stage later tonight. We still have the Age of Empires 2 Grand Finals ahead of us. I know everyone's getting hyped for that, but before we get to that, we've got to head back over to Riley to dissect everything we've seen here.
Thanks so much, KP, and thank you also to Winston Waffles, expertly taking us through both Age of Empires 1 and Age of Mythology Retold today. So thanks very much to both of them for all their expertise. And now, however, I'm joined by Jordan in the Analyst Chamber. Jordan, it's good to have your company once again as we turn our attention now to Age of Empires 2, the main event here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. This is what we've all been waiting for. A huge match coming our way, Jordan, between the Viper and Hera. Titans of the game. We couldn't be more excited about what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of them have been the best players in the world for quite some time. So it's not really surprising seeing both of them in the finals here at the stage. And, you know, I think both players have been playing extremely well, otherwise they wouldn't be here. They haven't dropped a single set here, and I think it's going to be just an impactful game today, and we're going to have a good match.
So let's pull back a little bit here. If there are any newer viewers that are just casually cruising by the channel. Oh, Age of Empires, I remember that from when I was a kid. Let's explain how we got here and how this tournament works and meet our players in a little bit more detail. So what happened here, we had 8 of the best players of Age of Empires to qualify for this tournament through various means, playing Empire Wars. This isn't the standard way to play Age of Empires. This is an accelerated version of the game. You start in the Second Age, in the Feudal Age. You start with a great many more villages, and it means that we get into the action much faster than you would otherwise. We start at a much more developed stage of the game. In day number 1, we saw double elimination rounds begin and then conclude on day number 2 as we said goodbye to a portion of the field, setting up the semi-finals in day number 3. We saw some heated action across both semi-finals, a clean sweep in one and a very strongly contested match in the second semi-final between the Viper and Leary. And now on day number 4, this is where we are today. Single elimination, best of 9, a $45,000 prize purse for the winner alone. A total prize pool of $150,000 here. So these two players here, they're not playing for peanuts, Jordan, we can say that much. But let's talk about these players, starting off with the Viper. The Viper, broadly considered to be the greatest of all time from a historical standpoint. Talk to us about his career and his achievements.
You know, I've been playing with Viper since over a decade now, and when I first played against him, it was just, I felt he's special, right? And the way he was improving, the speed he was improving with, was just incredible, and something I have not seen at that time before. And we have had so many great memories together, and I felt like there was a time which was pretty long. We're talking about over 5, 6, 7 years where he felt just untouchable. Right? Yeah. There was even one tournament once hosted, who is the best second player? Because the first one, it was kind of boring. Viper was winning every single thing, right? So Viper just dominating, and as you said, that's why he's kind of considered the GOAT. However, Hera has come up as well.
Well, let's talk about this. So if Viper is the Michael Jordan of Age of Empires, right? Hera is the LeBron James.
100%.
Right? Exactly. At the moment, this guy is, as you've said, untouchable.
Yep.
7 S-tier wins in a row when it comes to major Age of Empires tournament, and as you can see here with this bracket, he is in yet another grand final. Hera, a dedicated streamer, very talented YouTuber as well. If you're looking to get your head around this game from a competitive standpoint, if you're new to competitive Age of Empires, which many people may be learning for the first time this weekend, is very much a thing, you can head over to Hera or indeed the Viper's YouTube channels. They've got some great videos over there. But talk to us more about Hera in particular, why this tournament is special for him, given his tournament history.
The thing about Hera is that he has won so many different tournaments and he has dominated literally everything, except if we're talking about Retold tournaments. He has not won a single one of them yet, and that's also the reason why this moment here is even more important to him. So a lot of things are on the stage for him right now, and I wonder how he's going to be able to cope with it. So is it going to get into his head and make it a little bit more pressure for him, or is it going to be like, it's fine, I have the confidence because of the performances I have provided the last years, so I'm curious about that.
Or is it going to motivate him even further and be like, no, I've got something to prove. I really am going to prove that I am the greatest. And I tell you what, with the Viper in his way, it'll certainly be a very compelling argument if he does make it through this grand final and hoist the trophy. Let's have a look at some of the moments that we've had from across the weekend so far. It's been incredible, starting in our quarter-finals here. Hart played his guts out against ACCM. He had an incredible day, didn't he? 2 clean sweeps, 3-0, 3-0 on the back of going down to Hera. This was the best performance we've ever seen from Hart.
Yeah, 100%. Also talked to Hart, and he told me, it's like the best moments I've ever had in my entire Age of Empires 2 career, and it's kind of obvious, right? Being able to have such a great day, beating ACCM and Sebastian 6-0 there in total, and also Sebastian, he has been kind of the up-and-coming player who has shown so magnificent performances and results very recently, and I played against him a couple of months ago, and I felt like, okay, he is going to be very, very special as well, kind of like a Leary 2-0, and yeah, he's showing that as well.
A lot of people saying this sort of stuff about Sebastian. He did bow out to Hart, 3-0 again, which surprised us. Yeah. But we'll certainly be seeing more from him. Tato up against Leary here. Tato and Leary, both former champions here at Red Bull Wololo. But look at Leary get up and about. He's not a very emotional bloke, to be honest, so you could see that win really meant a lot to him.
Yeah, 100%. And that set especially was, for me personally, like the second best set overall after Leary and Viper yesterday. So it had so much action in there, and especially Game 5 was so close with so many moments where Tato could have taken it.
Well, let's talk about that set between Viper and Leary because we're watching vision from it now. This resulted in some incredible games. My pick of the best of 7, undoubtedly, Game 4.
Yeah, exactly. Game 4 was just so special because usually if you're playing, then in Fuel Age you're building villages and you try to get a little bit of a more stable economy. But look at Viper's face here.
After a sneaky little dungeon rush, it really was an unorthodox, it was a masterpiece.
Exactly, and that's something he's also known for, right? And yeah, Leary, we can see him right now. Game 6, he managed to win that one. And Game 7, that was obviously the decider, deciding who is going to be on stage today against Hera. And Viper, he managed to take the win there. And that's why we're here, having the best players of the world, the 2 best players of the world facing each other today.
Yes, indeed. And we can't wait to get into it. To remind you, of course, best of 9 this time around. Best of 9, Jordan. So I want to get your thoughts on that's a lot of Age of Empires. That's a lot of games to play. We've talked about Hera's stamina, his tenacity, the fact that he does have staying power, he can play long. Do you think that gives him a little bit of an edge on top of the sort of advantage he has as the favourite?
I would say in general yes. However, there are 2 points which are important here to mention as well. Hera has not played as much games on stage as Viper did. Only 4 instead of 7, so that definitely helps Viper here.
He's victim of his own success. He wins so quickly, he hasn't had this time on the stage.
Exactly, and that's kind of a problem if you think about it, right? Because he's not being able to acclimatize to it, right? So that could be an advantage for Viper, and also it feels like Viper might be considered, as weird as it sounds, to be the underdog going into the set, right?
The undersnake.
Undersnake, exactly. Yeah. So that's going to be a favor as well for him in that regard mentally.
Yeah, well look, no matter what happens, we're going to have a fantastic competition between, as you say, 2 of the game's greats. Jordan, as a retired player yourself, you know what you're talking about. Yeah. Thank you so much for your expertise, your analysis here. We'll be hopefully talking to you a little bit later on as the match continues. But right now, we're going to check in with the players themselves. We had the chance to catch up with both Hera and the Viper heading into this grand final. So let's check in with what they had to say before the grand final of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado here in Spain.
Hera always chases me on the ladder. He wants me to queue up at the same time as him, and when I'm not around, he tells me that I'm dodging him. But in my opinion, he's not playing when I'm playing, so who is at fault here, right? And he also always wants to play me in chess. He's way better than me in chess, but he just wants to beat me. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. It's a lot of fun.
I think my biggest edge in this matchup is the fact that I don't die so easily. And one thing you'll notice is that Viper's game is usually all about getting map control. And I'm really good at surviving in those situations. So as long as I don't get caught off guard and I scout well, I think I'm really good at surviving. And I'm going to see if I can cook up some anti-meta and surprise him with that.
Welcome back, one and all. It is time for the big one. It is time to find out who will be walking off of this stage with this trophy as our Age of Empire 2 champion. Are you guys ready for this? All right, we're getting ready, we're warming up, that's fine. I've Mem joining you here for a few words. The Viper against Hera. Hera came into this tournament and many would expect him to be the favorite to win it all. What do you think Viper can do or has to do to push him off the throne?
That's a good question. I mean, I'm scared to be here because Hera is going to be close to this area, so I'm already scared. Viper needs to play his best for sure, and I think he needs to play better than yesterday even.
All right, I mean, yesterday's game was really close, right? Like, that could have gone either way in the very end. But do you feel like he has to maybe come up with unorthodox strategies? I mean, he is a strategist, right? So it might shake something weird out of the pocket. Is that the way to throw Hera off?
Did you like Sicilians yesterday?
I did.
I think we all did, right? Well, obviously it's complicated to use this strategy again, but if the game is going for a meta approach, I think it's going to be really complicated. He really needs to be a kind of a different player, because in a meta game play, I really believe that Hera is at least one step ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's just such a solid player, so you really have to show up with something big and something unknown. But do you feel like Hera will be faced? Is he a player that gets rattled when something is just slightly off the mark?
Oof, I mean, I don't know about Hera, but in this kind of a scene, being with all these people here, and I don't know if when the people take part, because they will, and I have the feeling that according to what happened yesterday with the Viper Leary, you saw the crowd, do you think it's going to affect him also, be in this stage? It's many questions that we need to answer. We will have the answers very soon.
Yeah, we will indeed. Yeah, I mean, the crowd, it's like a third player, right? Like they're really feeding off the energy, and sometimes it gets to them. So let's see how loud we are in here, and also where we're at with this one. Who in this beautiful castle thinks that Hera is going to take it? Any Hera fans? Okay. All right, it was a slow ramp up, but we going for that. Right, the Viper? Okay then. Okay, we hear you.
I'm not sure.
All right, the crowd has spoken, but ultimately it will be up to the player to decide who's going to take this baby home. Let's hear it from our casters as well. T90 and Dave will be covering the action.
Welcome, Age of Empires fans here in Spain and around the world. It's Sunday night and it is beautiful. We've got the stage set behind us for an epic best of 9 between our former champion Viper and the contender Hera. I'm Dave, I'm with T90. T90, this is incredibly exciting. I have chills.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the crowd's kind of got the energy flowing through me. I can't imagine these two as they walk up center stage. When this tournament started, there's always speculation on how it's going to go, right? Obviously, a little bit more of a condensed format than the past. We had some hiccups at the start to get moving there. Will the players be able to perform differently back there than up on stage? All this stuff. But I think everyone always looks to where's Hera and where's Viper going to end up, right? And after day one, they kind of secured their spots on opposite sides of the bracket. And we have what many would call the best final, the dream final, these two. Just crazy kind of the story that's happened with these two over the past 4 or so years. And it's crazy the narrative that has actually changed over the last 1 or 2, as maybe you look back 3 or 4 and more people would be saying Viper is the favorite here for this one.
Yeah, now Hera coming in as basically like people in the know, the undisputed favorite coming into this grand final. However, he did play the same player twice in the build-up to this. Starting this grand final out, though, we do have the draft, which is an incredibly important role in a best of 9. And we can see right here, we've got the lowdown on what the draft is going to look like. So we have the map, bans, ban, pick, a couple more picks along the way, another round of bans, and then we have the marble run to determine what the first map is going to be. And if you didn't watch the earlier sets, it is indeed a literal marble run throughout our contraption that we've contrived here in the castle.
Yeah, he says we didn't really help, but we do enjoy it, right? So I hope viewers can be included in that in just a moment here. So that is just an alternative way to decide on map number 1. Now with the civilizations, it's a fairly simple civ draft system as well. There's no marbles involved here. There's 4 global bands on each side.
There's a lot of civs
and then there's a lot of civs to pick.
Yeah, a lot of civs, especially with the amount of bands here. So we're going to see civilizations that potentially we haven't seen so far in this tournament. Maybe some of the mid-tier civilizations, maybe some of the lower-tier civilizations will make their presence known simply because there's not a lot available in terms of those super strong civs on some of these maps.
Yeah, and it'll ultimately come back to the ban approach, right? Like, let's say you're a player that has really practiced the rotation of the top 5 civilizations for every map. You might not get access to those civilizations if you go through the same ban system, banning out all the guaranteed strong picks. What that could do is that could put you in a position where your final 3 picks you've never played before. You don't have a feel for, right? So I do think players are going to be resistant to giving the opportunity to their opponent to play certain civilizations, but it wouldn't surprise me if maybe, and this could be a very Viper thing, you kind of ban out some question marks, some civilizations that would be more mid-tier, freeing up civilizations you very well may know and feel like you can compete with.
Well, both of these players are so good, and they both have an ego, even if they don't let it show sometimes. So they believe that they can play any civilization, and that even if, you know, it's not the best at that map, they can make it work. Hera has that belief 100%. Viper has had that belief basically his entire professional career. And we're going to go into the magical draft room with our marble run here as Hera and Viper are on standby, and we've got our villagers there to assist them. We can see our wonderful crowd here just outside of Cordoba in our beautiful castle. Everyone's filtering in, the sun is going down, and we're about ready to go.
Yeah, so there's the draft table here, and we're going to be right into it. Players probably spent all day just thinking about drafts, right? Going through it, they probably pulled a friend or teammate aside to run some practice drafts with maps and civilizations. And this is going to determine our final. But we got started off with some bans. Hera's going to ban out Cliff Mound. Curious to see what Viper bans here. I do think that water maps are going to be good for Viper here.
Hollow Woodlands would be my ban if I was Viper.
Yeah, and Hera has performed really well in Hollow Woodlands, so he's going to get rid of that. And Hera just listing off the map he wants next. And yeah, this is going to be a process. We have more maps to pick. It should be 4 on each side before the marble run.
So Gulch being picked by Hera. That's a new map, and you're fairly close there, which should benefit him just a little bit. As we see Passage now being picked from, I think, Viper over there, which would be another map that I would pick in Viper's position. I would want to go for the water. Just put something in between me and Hera. Put a moat, something, a wall.
There's really not like a ton of super water heavy maps. That's really the only one. The other ones that incorporate water don't really have that many water elements, in all honesty. So
Mountain Dunes is good too.
Yep. Viper's going to want the maps. This is interesting. We're seeing how Hera has played, but Viper's going to want the maps that are a little bit more, I would say a little bit more boomy, long-term, and strategic. Hera has been fairly comfortable in this tournament not being aggressive. He's going to have to be aggressive today against Viper. I really think Viper is slightly better than him if they're just kind of chipping away at each other. Could be a long series if both players choose to play that approach.
I don't think anyone here has a problem with the long series.
No? No. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I think they're ready. They've been here a long time already, but they're ready to go deep into the night here as Isthmus now being picked from Hera. Another one of those hybrid maps. However, the focus kind of scales away from the water the later the game runs, as we see now Viper picking Shrubland. So Viper is going for those more long, drawn-out maps.
Yep.
He doesn't want the game to end early against Hera. Hera has an impressive win rate within like the first 15, 20 minutes.
And then Golden Stream from Viper, so a bit more of a hybrid approach, a bit more strategic maps. Yep.
All the
and I think Hera will probably go for Depression here. It's a really aggressive map. There's only so many remaining. It could be an option. It's new, and it is quite open on the front. And
Sanddrift is a possibility too.
Oh, that could be a good one. Yeah, that could be a good one. We'll see. He's going to go Depression.
Okay.
Not everyone chooses Depression, but on this day, Hera does. Well, I guess no one chooses Depression. It catches up with us, but this just got awkward. Let's move on to the Civs.
We have to have our marble run.
Dude, I really talked myself into a corner there. I apologize. Usually I can wiggle my way out of it, you know? I knew
I wasn't letting you wiggle, dude.
When I was talking to Krazini about it, Krazini's like, maybe I should have picked a different name for that map. I'm not sure. He's like, do you think it's a problem?
He knew what he was doing.
Okay, so we have 3 marbles here. And
we've got a blue one, a yellow one, and a clear blue. And the clear blue is quite far behind. We've got yellow now
yellow with the
blue.
pass.
Blue is trying to catch up. Yellow in the lead right now as they go through the little thing. And now clear blue is catching up.
Clear blue out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere.
And clear blue wins it.
Whatever map that is. And that is Dune Springs.
I believe so.
I believe.
I mean, there's a...
Dune
it's a blue background.
And that was the Sicilian game yesterday.
True. Well, that immediately affects the draft. That immediately affects the draft big time because civs like Roman, civs like Bulgarians, civs like Sicilians, those are civs we don't actually see played a lot on any of the other maps. So exciting game number 1. And now they will take a moment to,
analyze,
think about the civilizations. They have to make a tier list essentially for every map and think through how they want to do this.
I saw Hera and Leary in a very intense strategy meeting in the corner of the players' room this morning.
Were they like huddled to try and hide from the others?
They were away from everyone else.
Yep.
Yes. And they were speaking very seriously as well. So it would surprise me if Hera didn't go over, like, step by step what Viper did in that game on Dune Springs.
Sure.
The exact build and how he wants to counter it. I'm not certain that Viper can get away with that strategy again, unless he thinks it's just that strong.
I think all of Hera's bans are just going to be the things that are off meta. He is completely happy with strong civilizations being on the board. What he does not want today is anything that can catch him off guard, anything that is civilization unique. So I think the easy answer for Hera, if he's worried here, is you ban Sicilians, and you got 3 more bans remaining. So you just don't really give Viper that option. And that does, like, the downside of that would mean like maybe like Persians or, you know, maybe like Tatars, some Civ Viper's good with, is left over. But again, Hera is great in the accepted situations, the known situations. I think you ban Sicilians, you might even see a ban of Cumans, you might see a ban of, like, what other Civs could you see funky things with? Like maybe the Vikings on Golden Stream. Just get it out.
Potentially, yeah. I wonder if either of these players is going to ban Saracens early, or if that Russian roulette is just going to play out all the way.
No one wants to do it, right? They want they want the other one to do it. Yeah.
You never want to waste a ban when you think your opponent's going to do it. But who's the first pick here? It would be Hera, right? So Viper would have to be the one that bans Saracens.
Should go back and forth here. I believe it would be Viper getting the last ban.
Okay.
Should be 2 for Hera now.
There's Persians banned from Viper.
Could be wrong on that. It'll become pretty clear once it's in front of us here.
Banned from Hera. And these are global bans, remember, so they can't pick that civilization either.
You might also want to...
Incas.
I'd be curious to see if Hera bans out Aztecs, because he did that before.
He banned Incas and Aztecs, and then he picked Mayans, but he didn't get a chance to use them.
Yeah, and he did pick Mayans, I believe, for Karsts. That's just guesswork on my part, but Karsts is available on his home maps.
Bulgarians.
Yeah, well, that's interesting, right? Because that was Hera's little trick against Heart, the Bulgarians build. And also Burmese, which is...
Oh, Viper's going back to his roots,
It's not a civilization that has been picked at all this tournament.
Yeah.
And so I do wonder if for Viper he wants a lot of other civilizations to be free. Let's see what Hera does. Would not surprise me to see Sicilians.
There were a few years there where Viper would have very different Civ drafts because he would ban all the bad Civs.
Yep.
Because he believed it was better for him if all of the best Civs were available in the pool.
Yep. And it's a good strategy if, yeah, that's the case, right? And then Cuman's final ban for Hera. Okay, so Sicilians will be interesting because Hera, if that is the best strategy,
Saracens
he could pick it himself.
Here, maybe? Saracens? Is it going to go through? Saracens?
Celts. Wow.
Celts.
Okay.
So Saracens is available, and now maybe Viper is putting Hera in a position where Hera really wanted to pick a Civ for a specific strategy first. He might have to pick Saracens now instead.
Yep, could be. I mean, Saracens are really, really good. They do have some rough matchups, in my opinion. I'd say the type of matchup they don't want is elite archer civs. They could still deal with that, of course. They're good archer civ themselves, but they excel against cavalry, right?
So Viper has given Hera Saracens. Maybe he has a counterplay. Maybe he's just giving that civ up because he wants another one so bad. I don't know, but I mean, if Viper loses that game against Saracens, maybe we look back at this at the end of the set. You'd say, why didn't you ban?
Yeah, maybe, but Viper gets 2 picks now, right? So if Hera's forced to pick Saracens, Viper could have these 2 available. So you kind of have to look at it that way. And I'm a little surprised to see Huns first wave, honestly. I thought maybe that'd be second wave with some of the remaining civilizations, but I do feel like Huns are the type of civ that Viper needs today. He's going to need it to get messy. He's going to need to be aggressive.
Georgians also made it through the bans.
Yep.
So Saracens Georgians for Hera is insane.
We thought we were going to see more civilizations because of how many maps are going to be played. In reality, we're going to see more civilizations due to that factor, but also due to the fact that the bans just look so much different here.
Yeah. So Hera's got Tatars now. So Tatars, Georgians, Saracens, and then we have Huns and Portuguese for Viper, and now Viper gets to pick.
Tatars is a very Viper pick.
Lithuanians.
and Hera snagged that, and now Lithuanians for Viper. It's good, strong, solid. I want to see Hindustanis be considered for either player here. I think it's really good, especially in some matchups that will likely happen today.
Now Viper's, every single time he picks a Civ and Hera picks a Civ, he re-looks through his map list. And he's probably got 1 to 4 civilizations for every single map written down, if not more. And he's going to check the ones that are off the board already, and then he's going to go to his backup plan. And then you have to prioritize which ones you pick first.
He was debating there, kind of like thinking about things, and I think he just said what civ he's going to go for, and he goes for Magyars. So another good cavalry aggression civilization. Huns, Lithuanians, and Magyars. They're fantastic there, but Hera on the other side has Saracens, which could counter that really easily with lots of camels. You have Georgians who are good with the aggression. And now Berbers. Berbers are fantastic knight and camel civilization. Noticing a theme here. We are not seeing archer civs, like foot archer civs picked at all in this tournament, dude. I mean,
well, I guess you could think like Tatars potentially or Portuguese, but yeah, I mean, foot archers were the meta for a long time, in especially when Leary was winning Red Bull events, and now the meta has kind of shifted away to the cavalry archers and the cavalry and maybe even unique units.
I think Khmer is a very Viper pick here on this next wave. The farming eco is smooth. I think having access to Scorpions could be good against the Cav Archers that may come out. And at times, especially in a best of 9, like we'll get to this eventually, but I feel like maybe the critique of Viper is just consistency from game to game. And believe me, I know if things get messy and you're struggling with consistency, Khmer bails you out, right? Hopping inside the houses, placing the farms anywhere, that food income's insane. So I think Khmer, Hindustanis, the 2 civs for me as Hera goes for Vietnamese. The 2 civs I'm kind of feeling like Viper might want in the next wave.
Vietnamese, a very strong civ overall, very flexible. Can do a lot of things with it. We've
Cav
seen
Archers?
It before, I mean, Cav Archers have been the story of this event so
It's been a Cav Archer tournament, It's kind of sad for any fans of Mongols, right? Mongols have not been picked in this. Can you consider Mongols? Their Cav Archers fire faster. The issue is you don't take Hunt in Empire Wars, so that's like their main bonus in a normal game.
I mean, you can take Hunt and Gulch. There's a lot of Hunt in the middle, but it's very exposed. Hindustanis for Viper. So Viper picks another cavalry civ. He's loading up.
Loading up.
And we're kind of looking at this, and Dune Springs is still there, and Romans and Sicilians are still available. So these two, you know, might be playing the Russian roulette I talked about, where they're just kind of waiting. And we'll see if those civs are snagged at any point along the way here. It's actually Bengalis now.
Okay, so that, I believe, is Viper's passage civilization.
I think so.
Hera should be able to see the rest of this draft as free pick for the water map now, because I don't think Viper's going to just randomly pick Vikings.
Well, Golden Stream is
true.
Too.
Yeah, that's a good point. So actually,
that
Vikings
puts some pressure.
Yeah.
What I'm noticing here in this draft, whether it's good for Viper or not, the bans and the civs that he's picking here are kind of dictating what Hera needs to do along the way. It's kind of a Viper-controlled draft at the moment, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing because he left some really good civs open for Hera.
There's a lot of good civs. There's a lot of good civs that suit the maps. It's also really helpful that a lot of these maps play out similarly, right? Gulch, Depression, even a map like Mountain Dunes, like it's probably scout opening. Karst, probably scout opening if I didn't say that. Like Isthmus even, scout opening.
Vikings.
So it makes life a little bit easy. And now there's Vikings. Now I'm curious if, like what Viper's thinking, because Hera could use that civ for Passage or Golden Stream. I think Viper would go Bengalis on Passage. That's more clear to me. That's something that
Tato won
did.
that matchup against Leary, although it wasn't easy. That's for sure.
Viper does love his Dravidians to fight on water. We could maybe see a late Dravidians pick. Koreans banned out, of course. That would be a good one.
So much more complicated when you don't have a digital display like we have in front of you. You have to look over to the other side, right? You have to kind of peer over Krazini's shoulder to see what your opponent has.
Everything's a little bit more complicated for this tournament, but in a good way. For example, at home, we just walk into our room with our computer here.
What, you don't have this?
We walk across a massive castle.
You don't have this?
No, you have that?
They sent me one.
Oh, man.
Gujaras for Viper. Okay.
I'm going to have to get on that one. I mean, your Jars have the additional bonus damage from their camels. I think where they will struggle is their cav archers aren't very good. In fact, I don't think they can make cav archers. I think they can only make elephant archers, which is very slow.
Yes.
So that's not really the easiest to get to. Slabs is still out there. We could see that. I still think I think Japanese actually could be really good for this cav archer theme.
I mean, potentially.
But do you think Hera's going
Mayans.
Vikings on Golden Stream then?
What other civs does he have for passage would be the question, right?
Well, I would say Vikings is the only water civ right now. So I think Hera's going to try. You could go Saracens. Their navy is good.
We'll have to see, because he will pick his water civ at the end of the draft.
Yep, I think so.
Viper has no urgency to pick another water civ.
Italians actually makes a lot of sense.
Italians potentially, we haven't seen them yet. You could go for them. Could go for Sicilians on passage as well.
Could Viper pick Italians so Hera is left without a good civilization for passage there?
There's Romans. So let's see if Viper picks Sicilians for Dune Springs.
Yep. The Romans most likely Dune Springs, you're correct. Bulgarians banned out, can't go for that. I've seen a lot of people have faith in Dravidians against Romans.
Bohemians.
Wow, Bohemians.
That could be, I've seen them on Kars.
Kars makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of stone, there's a lot of gold.
Actually, I really like that pick because you could maybe compete with Mayans there and go for chemistry crossbows and skirmishers. Poles, I love that pick from Viper. That's more of a Hera pick. Will be really interesting to see where he's going to play that one.
Now, there's a couple, if he goes Bengalis on passage, I think there's an opportunity to maybe pick poles on Golden Stream and go for a land approach.
Yep. Yeah, I think ACCM's a player who did that.
Mountain Dunes as well. Who picked poles on Mountain Dunes? Someone
ACCM
did that
as well.
Earlier. Yeah.
ACCM. And Viper said in his interview that he credited ACCM with his strategy. So more than likely he's seen multiple from him. Dude, ACCM had chills watching alongside me yesterday.
Yeah.
We both were just soaking it all in as that final series was happening.
And credit
it was so
to him
much
too,
fun.
because Viper credited him for the strategy, and immediately ACCM said, "Barles gave me that strategy."
Yeah. It is really fun though. Like when you're not casting, it's really enjoyable to be sitting next to a pro, and then the pro's like, "Hey, that's my strategy," you know. Which happens from time to time. Hera looking for his civ.
He's not finding
actually,
it.
he's looking for his options, I think.
Yeah.
He's reminding himself of his options.
He's browsing at the moment. So Viper had picked Ethiopians there, which can be a very solid pick. But if you remember the previous Red Bulls, no one did well with the Ethiopians except Hera and Leary.
Yep.
In the Archer meta. And everyone expected them to be strong, and they had a horrible win rate, except for Leary and Hera.
I think they're really good. Like on paper, that should be one of the best Empire War civs.
Yep.
So for a late pick, I like it. This should be Hera's last pick, if my math is correct here, because you get to 10 civilizations, and then Viper would have one more pick as well. No, Viper is finished. Viper is finished, yep.
Hera's looking for his 10th.
Still wondering how Hera will play the water maps. It's feeling likely he will go Vikings on one water map and Saracens on the other.
Does he pick Slavs here?
Maybe Italians or Malay?
They're spinning.
He goes Armenians. That makes sense. Armenians makes a lot of sense. Because we've seen Armenians on the passage and also Golden Stream.
And there's his water civ right there, or second water civ rather.
Yeah. But Viper, where's his second water civ? Bengalis is clear. I guess Portuguese.
Well, if he plays land on Golden Stream again.
Yeah.
Like he did with the Berbers, right? He basically ignored the water there. So he only has passage as a water map, and he's got the Bengalis for that civ. We are going to get the walkout here shortly, but a very interesting draft, especially with the civ bans initially from Viper, and the fact that Saracens and Georgians made it through for Hera. Overall, who do you favor here? What are you thinking about the draft for each player?
Is it bad if I say, let's just forget about the draft now? There's like 10 civilizations on the board. There's potential of 9 maps. I really think we got to talk about Game 1, Dune Springs, and how this series needs to start, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get ahead of ourselves because the players aren't on stage yet, but I really think Viper needs to have a good start here today. Yesterday, Viper went 2-0 down against Leary, and midway through Game 3, it was looking shaky. A tech didn't come in. Oddly enough, and unfortunately for me, someone was recording everything here, and I was right next to them, and I just said to someone next to me, "Oh no, Viper's getting 4-0'd." Viper heard that recording and then called me out on Twitter today after he came back to win 4-3. But, like, the reason I said that was because it was a little bit sloppy. It was clear that whether it was the moment or just, you know, the intensity of the game, he wasn't quite all there. He brought it back. He won 4-3. I just do not think he can give up early games or give Hera a head start here. I think that Viper's got to come out punching. I think that Viper has the potential for more elite moments, truly, as a player, but Hera's consistency from game to game is really what does it. So, yeah, Viper needs to come out swinging, and Dune Springs is a pretty crazy map for that.
I talked to Viper this morning, and I asked him what the energy levels were like, and he said it was okay. It would depend on the crowd's reaction on his walk-in. So if there are any Viper fans in the crowd,
that's so smart.
When he walks in, he's going to need a big cheer, as well as Hera, because I know Hera feeds off the crowd excitement as well. But Viper said, after that second game yesterday, he heard the crowd. As soon as he was getting kills in the third one, he just kind of locked it in, and he decided that he was actually the greatest of all time, and he was going to act like the greatest of all time. However, there is a contender for that title now the last couple of years. It's Hera, and I think he's got something to prove by winning this set.
All right, well, we're going to send it over to Riley as we get set to start off our grand final here. Age of Empires 2, let's go, baby.
Let's go, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've waited a long time for this moment. The entire weekend culminates in what you're about to see on this stage. Hera and the Viper. Zoe, what a match we're about to see up here.
It's gonna be a treat. I know the room is already buzzing. People can't wait to get this one on its merry way, and neither can our player. A championship title on the line, this trophy to take home, and of course also a big paycheck of $45,000 for our winner.
It all comes down to this. My friends, get up on your feet. Put your hands together, because joining me on the stage very shortly, we will see Hera, we will see the Viper, and we will crown a Red Bull Wololo El Reinado champion.
the two greatest players of all time potentially matching up against each other. One of them, the contender, Hera. One of them, a previous Red Bull Wololo champion, the Viper. This is gonna be incredible. I got so many chills watching that moment, and our crowd certainly did it justice. Tristan, how excited are you for this?
I mean, round of applause from up in the casting booth to you guys. That was crazy. They went from screaming the players' names
to humming the song.
In unison. That was crazy. Completely unprompted. There was no one with signs or anything. That's just the passion that these fans have here. I mean, yeah, I'm excited. Listen, I mean, we saw some crazy performances from both these two in the build-up. Hera just complete and utter dominance. Will he be able to show that level of consistency today? Will he be able to take it all? Or will Viper show what he showed against Leary yesterday and have the ability to beat those players who have the crazy Empire Wars experience, the players who feel inevitable, as you could maybe argue Leary is one of the best, if not the best, Empire Wars player of all time. So, yeah, I mean, the stage is really set. We've got perfect weather here. This is the castle we are in right now.
A fairy tale castle. This doesn't look real, and we're here.
I'm not here. Like, mentally, I'm trying to separate myself from the moment because I won't be able to truly let this sink in properly. This is crazy. And yeah, I'm excited. It all leads up to this. This is the final everyone would have wanted to see. So Dave, let's talk again about pressure. These two, right, probably feeling more pressure than we are right now. Do you think it's going to phase them, or do you think they're just going to show what they always show?
Extremely composed.
Yeah.
For two players that just had a walkout like that up onto the stage. You saw them hyping up the crowd. They are teammates, of course, and they looked ready to go. Hera was nodding his head. Viper was looking serious, hands not shaking, completely steady. We see their stat comparison here. Hera, across the board, just consistent at the highest levels. Viper, of course, 7 out of 10 strategy. That might hurt him somewhere along the way. Micro, macro, experience maxed out, and the speed almost as well. These two are so good, and I can't wait to see the matchup. Hera, I think, has the slight edge in consistency currently.
Yeah.
But Viper on his day can keep up with Hera and maybe even take this set.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's important to clarify here, 7 out of 10 strategy will never change for Viper. That is just a meme. In the 5th Red Bull, many people doubted his strategy previously, and we all came together and came up with 7 out of 10, and then he won the whole thing. And as Viper would do in our situation, we have proudly left that 7 out of 10 there for him. But we're going to have our live viewers vote right now.
1 for Hera,
they
2
think
for Viper
can win this.
And it looks like Viper is the heavy favorite, 69% almost, now 33% for Hera. I know there's plenty of Hera fans out there. I've seen you all over the place, and I expect that support to rise unless the chat really wants that 69% for Viper, which would be fitting.
Yeah, that's who they're cheering for. And listen, there's a lot of people here cheering for Viper, but there's a lot of people here cheering on Hera to win the one thing maybe he hasn't won. I think that's the big thing, right?
Yes.
And so for Hera, it's actually been a really interesting build-up with the lands. Losing in the quarterfinal, the first Heidelberg land, losing in the semifinal then in, the second Heidelberg land, and now we are here. He's in the final, obviously, so. But yeah, I think back to game number 1, Dune Springs. It's going to come out fast, and Hera has done a really good job at starting strong. So Viper has to brace himself. He has to be ready. I've seen it so many times up against Hera. It's like a player who's got all these good things we can say about them, goes up against Hera, and we don't see those good things until game number 3, right?
Yes.
And Hera is just right out of the gate and showing that level right away. So, of course, we have grown used to consistency from both of these two, but that is easier said than done, and it is more of a factor here up on this stage than any other time.
I think a big factor as well with this game mode, Empire Wars, like, you don't get a break to ease your way in.
Yep.
You start immediately in Feudal Age. You got to make that production building. You got to get those upgrades. You got to shift those villagers around. One mistake could cost you. And Viper may be anticipating that he needs to, you know, make his way slowly into the set, band out all those maps that benefited Hera more. Here's a view of our wonderful crowd down there. Met so many of these people over the last couple days. And now they're all in their seats and ready to go. Man, it's so beautiful here in the nighttime. We've got the breeze coming through. Everything just seems perfect.
It
and
is.
wouldn't it be perfect to have 9 games, the full 9 games?
Everyone here wants 9 games. I don't care who you're rooting for. You want to see 9 games. We want to be in this castle all night. Let's go. We are getting close to the start here, Dave. So, maybe I'm setting you up for failure here, but who's your favorite? It's got to be Hera,
Gotta
right?
be Hera.
It's got to be Hera with how he's played.
Yes.
Can you question possibly the road, right? That happens a lot of times in tournaments. Someone say someone has the easier path. Hera won 2-0 against Hart. He then played against Leary in just a best of 3 where he won 2-1.
2-1.
And then he won 4-0 versus Hart. Viper, he had to play against Sebastian, right?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken. He played against Leary in the best of 7. He played against MBL, who seemed to be in really good shape, right?
Viper had the harder road, in my opinion.
Okay.
Viper had the harder road to get here, but we've seen players, you know, have an easy road and then still dominate in the finals, right? And they make it look easy,
Exactly.
which is something that Hera is extremely good at. Remember, this is the last trophy that Hera is looking for from our recurring series of tournaments. This is the last one. This is the big one. This is the one that he has yet to claim, the Red Bull Wololo champion title. Viper trying to claim his second. He lost out on the last one at Red Bull Wololo 6, but maybe a chance here.
Yeah. Now, really interesting stat here, okay? And I didn't know this is actually true until I looked it up just before the cast. So right now, if you look at series count between the Viper versus Hera in their lifetime, you've got Viper at 25, Hera at 21. That is close. But the game count throughout all those sets, you have Viper at 116, you have Hera at 114.
Oh my goodness.
Which is a 50.4% win rate, right? Now, this has come in stages. It felt like the last year or two has been more so Hera, whereas prior to that was more so Viper. But if Hera wins by 3 games today, he overpasses Viper in total career win rate, which is crazy when they played 200-plus games against each other.
Yeah, and no one else has a good win rate against Viper. No, but it doesn't happen.
That's up. Want to know, but I don't know if that counts.
Some guy at home is like, I beat Viper.
Meanwhile, it's some guy who changed his name.
Yep.
Well, we're close, folks.
Yep.
We're close. Hera's certainly moving around there.
I don't know if that's a practice game to make sure he's comfortable or if that's the real deal. We see the big screen there that the crowd can watch. Everyone fixated on the 2 screens at the front as well, and everyone in their seats. Plenty of drinks flowing around tonight. The crowd is feeling good, and our drone operator has been having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been, is it fair to say the drone operator has been buzzing?
He has been buzzing.
Well, production just made fun of me. This is bad.
Don't drink and drone.
Yeah, don't drink and drone. Okay, hopefully they make fun of you too for that one. Thank you to everyone who offered us beers today, by the way. We are, however, professionals.
Later.
So we declined those beers till a later time, but we did appreciate the offer. It was amazing to see the earlier finals today. It was so cool. I mean, this is meant to be a celebration of the franchise as a whole, right? To see 1 Mythology and 4 over the past few days has been really cool. I can't pretend to know much about the other games.
It was hype, though. The final game of Age of Mythology was fantastic as we see Viper in the game there as well. We don't know if these are just warm-up games. We'd love to give them a chance to just warm up or if we're in the real deal here. But we should be getting into game 1 regardless fairly shortly as we see that wonderful World's Edge banner. Shout out to them. World's Edge, of course, the studio behind Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, so they're doing a great job. And then we have Red Bull as well with a few banners around the castle, and they're so well placed. They just look iconic. You can see it from miles away when you're driving up towards the castle.
Those people are looking at the VOD right now because we showed them on camera earlier, and they wanted to verify they were on the stream. That's my guess. You are indeed on the stream. Good to see you here. And yeah, they're I guess just really grinding away against the AI right now. Viper now taking a moment to collect himself. But how can you when you've got so many people right next to you? I mean, I said it in the semifinal cast. I think the pressure does not go away before the first second.
Yeah.
But ultimately, once you're in the game, I think eventually you start to tune out a little bit here until the big moments happen, and then there's some screaming from the crowd or cheering, and you can hear it through those noise-canceling headphones somewhat. I think that's when maybe you get reminded of the setting you're in. But
what do you think they're thinking about right now? Like, are they thinking about things that motivate them? Or are they thinking purely about the game? Is Viper thinking maybe about the new kid that came along the way? Maybe he wants to do something for the new baby Viper?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the best thing you can do is try and simplify your thinking, right? The worst thing you can do is have a racing brain in these moments. So you're trying to settle down and probably just think about the game at hand. Some people may use outside factors, outside motivations. Oh, that one person said I sucked 7 years ago. You know, try and turn that tiny little mount.
That was a glimpse into T90's brain right there.
Well, listen, you try and find motivation where you can, and there's a lot of examples of like extreme athletes or even in esports, trying to turn a very tiny detail into something big in their minds to motivate themselves.
Yeah,
I could see it, but I mean. I would say just trying to settle their mind and really get started here. And we should be very close now because I think they're both out of the game. They played their little warm-up finger game against AI, and we're going to have game one.
So Hera's got Romans for Dune Springs. Viper did not pick Sicilians there.
Yeah.
Do we think it's going to be something like Magyars?
It's a bit tricky.
Koreans were banned. Bulgarians were banned.
I would have to see the draft again. There's so many civs. I think Dune Springs is a unique one in terms of the civilizations and where they can fit.
Yeah.
I don't think that a civ pick for Dune Springs is necessarily good on 4 or 5 other maps. So this is a big one. Whereas you could kind of interchangeably play the Tatars, the Berbers in the same way. All these civs. There's Romans for Hera game 1.
Yep.
Beautiful
Expected.
Centurion up on stage. Expected.
That horse looks weirdly happy.
Yeah, normally they're not so happy. And then we got a Shotel Warrior there from Viper. Now that's crazy.
Interesting.
Now what you do expect is the potential for infantry. And so you could go fast archers with Ethiopians. I think Viper's going to want a game that is crossbow mangonel. Hera's going to want a game that is knight scorpion. But shorefish around the water in the middle. And you got to get there.
This game mode, like, on Dune Springs, oftentimes we're stuck in the feudal age for a long time. If they're both contesting the fish around the outside, maybe Viper attempts to go fast castle with Ethiopians and some sort of weird strat, or he could just try and pressure with the archers at the beginning and maybe add some towers or scouts.
I think this is very little chance of happening, but considering Viper when he idled his town center, he went for Sicilian sergeants, fast castle.
Yeah.
Could possibly, because you start with an extra 100 food and 100 gold.
Yeah.
You could go Phosphorus style for those that know the build. Try and get to stone, and go Shotels. That's too crazy? That's too crazy.
Calm down.
I'm trying to, but oh man, we'll see in game number 1. But yeah, I think the extra food and gold to play around with is really nice, and could just be more of a generic get to Castle Age. But typically, towers are forced down. And action is needed. And we'll have our action,
At the end of the day, like, if you're matching up against Romans, whatever you're doing with Ethiopians, if you're trying to go fast castle or whatever, even if you're in Castle Age before him, you can't let the Romans take that fish uncontested. It's too strong, so you need to hit them early. That's what the Sicilians did with the fast castle into the Sergeants. And the Sergeants are so powerful, it pushed Leary off of those fish. But if you're Ethiopians and you're waiting for stone for a castle or something like that, and then Shotels, it's going to be real tough. Game number 1 about to begin.
Man, there's people from all over the world here. Obviously, a lot from Spain. I met a few from Norway.
Argentina, a lot of representation.
Yeah, a lot of people here from Argentina. I saw some people from Austria. I mean, I know I'm missing so many, but thank you everyone for being here. And of course, if you're watching online, thank you for being hyped right along with us. We've got game number 1 coming up, Hera versus the Viper. This is it. The wait is over. Best of 9 to see who is the Red Bull Wololo El Reinado champion. And it's going to be, hopefully, a long one. between these two greats. And here we are, game number 1, people. Game number 1. So we got to get right into it. Hera double mill. He pulls villagers to build a second mill, and Hera's going scouts against Viper's archers. Now, big difference here. Hera's got like 8 villagers on the shorefish. Viper's kept the original 4. So Hera is going to dedicate everything to securing the fish. Viper not willing to take the risk right now.
Yeah, and Hera already has that stable, and he's got the archer range. Viper just producing spearmen. He's got archers on the go, and he's got fletching already in. However, Hera has 4 scouts on the field. He's producing more because he has so much food coming in, and he's got skirmishers coming out here to deal with the spears and the archers. And the skirms are a counter to both of the units that Viper is creating right now. However, Viper has added that dock, and he's gone for a galley.
Galley is a big surprise to me, but he could use the galley to disrupt the villagers there, and that could be really annoying for Hera to deal with. Hera will ultimately defend with the skirms. I'm really liking his position, at least for his food eco, but he hasn't killed much from Viper just yet. 0-0 on the KD.
Yeah, 0-0 overall. Really, really tense opening. Hera afraid to go in against those villagers and take too much damage. Viper pulling back the archers. He's trying to stop Micro against the scouts here. Now pulling his scout away. The skirmisher is still pushing away that spearman, and a second stable is coming up from Hera as the galley pushes forward here from Viper, trying to cut off the fish.
Yeah, I mean, Viper can also fish behind this, so there is a benefit to having the dock, but I'm not in love with the galley right now. He does have fletching already, but we'll see. Viper's got a lot of army, but he needs to group it up together right now.
Yeah, Hera's kind of waiting for his moments. He's looking for opportunities to pick away at the villagers. I see that he's thinking about adding a dock of his own as well as the skirmishers and scouts push in here, trying to get the villagers, but Viper is up to the task and pushes those away. Still chasing the 4 scouts at the back of his base with the spearman, trying to wall up and keeping that scout alive as he added the stable as well, and he's trying to get scouts onto the field.
Scouts are the key right now for Viper, because he needs scouts to neutralize the skirms.
They need to be kept alive.
So you got to keep those scouts alive. Now, it's really difficult right now for Viper to push because Hera is trying to raid him, but if Viper can move forward, could be good for him. The problem with that is then your spearman might not be at home,
Villager
and the galley's
kill.
already killed a villager there.
And there's archers coming in from the other side. The scouts are killing the skirmishers, and the faster firing Ethiopian archers are doing well against those scouts. Hera still doesn't realize this is happening, but Hera is flanking the archers from Viper from behind with the scouts. Viper's got the galley to support. He's got his own scouts there, and Hera not yet taking the fight, but he's thinking about it. He's advancing. He's looking to surround these archers from Viper in game 1.
Viper's got to get out of there. He's got to get out of there. And Hera's still focused on his army. He doesn't know. Maybe he'll hear the crowd screaming and think, what am I missing right now? But he's looking to jump on the main army, and this is going to be amazing for Hera.
Demo coming out from Viper. We don't know how long. Oh, it's a long way away. It's a long way away, Hera.
Hera could still, he could be completely fine, Dave. He's still got the shorefish. He's got a much better army. He rushed all these scout upgrades, and the skirms will take care of any archers. I mean, if Viper didn't get those villager kills, he might be dead. He's got to save these villagers.
That's it.
What a save from Viper. I mean, it gives him a little bit of time, but job's not done yet, Dave. We've got the galleys that need to be protected there for Viper. He's going to get another villager pick here. And Viper's got to fight back on water against those fire ships.
Look at the eco KD, 7-1 right now for Viper.
7 out of 10 stuff here for Viper so far, but he's got
Hera's
some
at the
builds
back.
exposed, and it's going to turn around quick.
And Viper doesn't notice this time. He just pulls away. Might be able to save like 2 of those villagers. Hera coming in from the backside of Viper's base. At least 2 of those are going to go down. Viper saves a couple. Might be able to quick wall in. Again, things are so hectic here in game number 1 as Viper now loses the defensive spearman, and he's forced to fight with villagers on the other side.
It's a problem for Viper, the lack of army he has. He got amazing value with what he did, but he doesn't have consistent army right now. He tried to go scout archer, and he lost the early numbers, and Hera can recoup those losses, guys. He's got the shorefish, and that's really fast source of food income here. You can see Viper's economy. The villagers running all around. It's not pretty, and Hera's we're barely looking at right now. We see Viper again with house walls everywhere, keeping himself in the game.
Oh, Hera can't get in. He wants to get in. He's knocking at the door here, but the tower from Viper is going to be enough to push that away. But you're right. The army count here is key for Viper, and the fact that Hera, even with 7 villagers less than Viper, is on the Shorefish is a very big deal.
It's a big deal.
More resources collected overall for Hera.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse because Hera also has control of the water. The galley choice for Viper wasn't enough to really secure the water long term after a sneak dock. We've got skirms there from Hera with good well, actually not many upgrades, so maybe it won't kill all the archers, but it's clear Hera in full control here in game number 1.
Yeah, and the Eco KD now 13-8. Viper did some serious damage, but Hera's army count is just smothering Viper and keeping him away from those Shorefish. Viper now relying on the TC to defend, but he's only got 4 military, doesn't have any resources in the bank. Feels like Hera is snowballing this game, and he's able to take the Shorefish safely.
Viper needs he needs a market.
He needs a moment.
He needs a moment. He needs many moments to breathe right now, and I think maybe a counterattack. When things aren't going well for you.
With what?
Well, 2 archers maybe, 3 archers, something into the wood line where the skirmishers aren't. That could maybe
Hera's
help you
up
out.
to Castle Age.
Crazy. I mean, you look back at Hera's eco, it's not just the Shorefish, he's added farms as well, right? So the Shorefish kind of set up all the scout and the skirms, but he will likely, knowing Hera, try and transition a little bit away from that. And he's not going to rely on skirmishers much more. Now, there's 2 farms, so I'm stupid. But we have a pause, hopefully no big issues. Hera just needs to rely on like having knights here. Viper's got 5 archers. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, Viper, I mean, he had the damage early. I think he waltzed into the eco and he killed like 12 villagers.
Yep.
12 villagers early, but it wasn't enough because he wasn't defending himself at home, as we see the scouts from Hera still at the back there. We'll get some information on this pause shortly. I mean, and we're just kind of building the tension at this point.
Yeah, I believe there may have been a disconnect or drop. Just the game over on Capture Age there makes us feel that's the case. I don't think this is a GG call.
I think we might be back into it.
We're going to have to hear word here in a second. Well, now it said pause, game over. I think we currently have the observer trying to figure that one out. So we'll get back to you guys on that. But, I mean, think about how this game's played out. Hera's produced way more scouts than the opponent was expecting. I think that's kind of been his thing this tournament. I mean, scouts, of course, is something you always think of with Hera, but specific to Empire Wars, when he played against Hart, he just made 1 stable, made 5 to 6 scouts. He felt, I'm better here, and he just sat back. But he did have that one game 1 of that series, where he went 2 stables fast upgrades with Bulgarians. Here as well, I think Viper he expected skirms, he expected some scouts, but he didn't expect the upgrades and those numbers from Hera.
And I think he was punished by the fact that he didn't wall the back of his base.
Yeah.
Like ACCM did that when he played this. He didn't end up winning that, but I mean, he had a really, really defensive base, and he couldn't get hit by the scouts, couldn't get hit by the skirmishers, and Viper was really punished by those.
Hera sneaking onto water was something that just came out of the blue as well. That was really nice addition. And fortunately, in close quarters on water, if you add 2 galleys, 1 fire ship clears that all up. So when everything else was happening, the fires came out. So if Viper had water control still, even with everything else happening, the dock never went up, the Shorefish for Hera wouldn't be taken as easily, right?
We're being told that Hera actually won the game, Viper GG, shortly after we disconnected.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
So very
Makes
shortly
sense.
after.
Makes sense.
That, which was expected because Viper had 5 military and he was nowhere close to going up the Castle Age, but still, would have loved to see the end of that one. We're going to head into game 2. Apologies to the stream and, of course, to our live audience. That sort of stuff happens sometimes. We want to avoid it as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. I mean, that game was pretty over. Hera was up to Castle Age. He was still producing more scouts. Viper 5 archers. Viper with like 12 on berries. It was just not.
Is there something that Viper can take away from that game though? Because he did find. He did surprise Hera, and there was a moment there, about a minute, where he was doing damage and Hera wasn't noticing, which is something that Hera usually does right away. If you're raiding him, he notices immediately.
I mean, I think the positive here from Viper, it was messy. He got lots of damage in, wasn't able to defend himself. What it could have been is that Hera defended all Viper's attacks, and then eventually just drugged the game out and dominated him the whole time like he did versus Hart. So Viper was competitive in that game. That I think there's the positive, but we'll see what Riley thinks
with
at
Jordan,
the moment.
of course.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much, boys. The energy is pretty high down in the main stage area, but things are a little more relaxed up here in our analysts' tower, Jordan. We've got our travelling bard with us here, and it's a great pleasure to be sitting here and watching the action unfold. Jordan, talk us through game number one. Hera on the board here, but as the casters were just explaining, Viper really putting in a lot of effort there.
Yeah, I think in this game specifically, 2 points are to mention here. So the first one was Viper going for a dock. It's a questionable decision in my opinion, because you're investing a lot and you're spreading yourself out very thin. And on a close map like that, that can be very, very dangerous, as we saw. And also Viper, he was raiding with a bit of army, like four archers there on the left-hand side, killing villagers. That was obviously good. However, the main storyline is that his main army was too small, and Hera had a lot of scouts, a lot of skirms, and he was just able to like completely destroy Viper's main army. And from there, he had map control, and he was able to take control of the entire game.
So that was the neutral map, and now how it'll work is Viper, as the loser, will get to pick the next map. Then obviously both players pick their civs for that map. So let's have a chat about that process. What are your thoughts in terms of what maybe the next map that we may see, some of the civs that may come out, or maybe even just overall thoughts and feelings on the drafts, what the players ended up with?
So in general, I was very surprised to see the draft, because we saw Saracens and Georgians not being banned there, and they're considered to be the top 3 civilizations, or 2 of the top 3. So I was trying to get also discussions there with others, and we were not really able to figure it out. So the next map is going to be a Gone Stream, and I know that Viper feels very comfortable on that map specifically. I would not even be surprised to see either Poles or Huns on that map for Viper. Poles is also a very interesting choice there, because the meta is kind of booming a lot, and then also spamming light cap, so Poles is very good for that. And yeah, let's see. Hera, if I'm not mistaken, has Armenians up his sleeve.
He does,
so
yes. I think that was his last pick.
It was his last pick, so I guess, if it's like last pick, it's kind of the throwaway pick, but Armenians is still very strong. But it shows that Hera is not really focusing to win on that map.
Okay, final thought from you, Jordan, as we head into Golden Stream. You can see the players getting ready. And if they start, we'll jump straight down to the match, don't you worry. Jordan, for newer viewers, for viewers who aren't super aware of how these games play out, as we see now, indeed, Viper picking Poles.
Yes.
Yes, Jordan, look at that. This is why he gets paid the medium bucks, my friends. This is why he's here. And Armenians on the other side. Jordan, why did you retire, mate? Not so washed after all, it seems.
Yeah.
No, for the viewers who may be a bit newer to Age of Empires, maybe not a huge amount of experience with the game and how it goes, talk to us about what we need to keep an eye on in this match. What's going to be important? What are the things that matter and are going to determine who wins?
The most important thing is going to be how both players are going to be able to defend themselves early on and then get going with the economy.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes now. We are underway, so we won't waste any more time. Back down to the casters. T90 and Dave, take us away for game number 2.
Welcome to game number 2, folks. Here we are. We are in it, and expect this map to bring some crazy action. Hera picking the Armenians. This is his last pick. I think that's notable here. If Hera gets a win, that's going to feel like a win and a half, and he's going to open with a stable. Surprise, surprise. So scouts from both players, but Dave, while I don't expect a ton of action, there will be some scouts around. What's the game plan for Viper here with the Poles? This isn't normally a water civilization.
I've seen a couple players on the ladder attempt to play Poles here, and the general consensus was that you just farm, you boom up, you try and keep your opponent off the middle for as long as possible, but at the end of the day, you're just trying to get your full works out, you're trying to get your farms down, you're trying to expand your eco at a rate which your enemy can't compete with. Now, Viper didn't find the base from Hera early. Mapu was pointing that out. He still hasn't found him, but he was only there with one scout, so he's going to come along with a friend, and he's going to make his way around Hera's base and look for some opportunities. Hera has added that stable as well, and finally, that house that Mapu has been obsessed with is being built on the side there. As Hera comes in, some quick walls defensively there from the Viper. Let's see if he can trap these scouts in potentially. There is a villager idol on the house. Can Viper save this one? Hera's got the spearman in front. If he could save it, it would be a big deal, but no, the villager goes down and Hera gets the first Bill snipe of the game.
Yeah, Viper's going to trap these in here. Viper says, you're going to stay. You wanted my villager, you're going to stay, and you're going to lose both your scouts. Not bad value there for the Viper in the end. And his scouts also got pushed away from Hera, so
that's fine.
Nice play there from. I think
scouts for a Vil. I'll take that on Empire Wars.
Yeah, I think like the positive though, if you're Hera here though, it's not like many villagers are usually going to die here. So that villager kill was something that you weren't expecting, in my opinion. I'm just noticing that Viper's base setup is very close to the water here. That could actually be a bit of an issue. If there's ships there, that's going to range all that along the front. It does also mean that Viper's maybe a little bit closer to the gold, just ever so slightly. I don't know if it's going to play a big role, but the gold is extremely important.
They also have base setups that are in the corner. Usually you're in the center of the map here, which means you need to kind of wall in 3 different directions, the front side and both sides of your base.
Yeah.
Viper can kind of just wall diagonally, and the same for Hera. And they have that whole corner back there to boom in. And with a civ like Poles, where booming is your objective, that could really play out in Viper's favor. However, he still has to match up against the fact that in the late game, Armenians are going to have significantly better naval capabilities to hold this golden stream in the middle.
Yeah, as far as the tech tree goes, I think this is Armenians, like, clearly, right? You have the Navy, you have the strong infantry, Poles are usually on Cav, so you have the fantastic halbs to deal with that. But I think Viper has shown us before that he is okay with skipping Navy on this map. What he did in Game 7 against Leary in the semifinals was ridiculous. I thought he was dead. It was against Armenians as well, by the way. He just waltzed some villagers across the map before the Navy became a factor, ignored the middle gold, dropped some forward castles, and as we see some dancing here, which is incredible. Hera's like, come back here.
Viper says, come this way.
And this is probably going to continue, but I think Viper's approach clearly is to try and raid, and it wouldn't surprise me if I see villagers walk across the river at some point with that purpose in mind.
How many, like, at what timing does he go across the river, though? Because it feels like with Poles, you got to get the TC set up as we're now waiting again. Players potentially paused here.
Yeah, it's most likely a pause.
Issue again.
And they'll be back in. Maybe a fly landed on their forehead like it did for me day 1. Haven't seen too much of that, but we are outside. And we'll keep you guys updated on that. But yeah, so to answer your question, right, I think you don't just want to send the Vils right now. You're not going to break Hera right away. The Armenian setup's going to be really good for the eco.
Yeah.
And then you're just going all in too early. You want time with the Poles to seed your own farms, get those upgrades, but I think ultimately probably we're going to see a lot of posturing in the middle with scouts. Like have upgrade probably for both. And then Viper's just going to put his foot on the pedal, right? I think Hera can't do that with Light Cav, not with this civilization. So my thinking would be Hera's going to have to he's probably going to open Light Cav, and then make a switch into Pikeman.
Yep.
And we might even see the rare Halbin Castle Age from Hera. Armenians can do that, and it would make a lot of sense if Cav is coming. So
I mean, it's just a much easier transition. If you can get that Halberdier tech on the way up to Imperial Age or even in late Castle Age, it's so devastating because Halb is so much better than Pikeman. As we say hello to a watch party that is happening in Argentina, of all places.
Look at that. Do they know they're about to be on stream right now? There's going to be a couple second delay here until they all realize that they're on the live broadcast. Welcome, everybody. And
apparently not.
Apparently
they
the
don't
delay is
understand
a
a word that's coming out of our mouths.
I can't. Oh, well, they also may not be watching. It may be the delay.
Yeah.
It also could be they're watching the Spanish cast.
Oh, true.
And it's showing us on screen right now.
Oh, true. But it's showing them on screen right now, and there's no reaction.
Yeah. No, I'm guessing they might be listening to Nacho and Mario. Anyways, so good to see people come together there.
And here we are. We're back.
Here we are. We're back in business. So
a little bit later along in the game, though. We are in Castle Age. Nothing much has happened. We look at the KD. It's 6-3, as we have 43 Vils for Viper, and we have 49 villagers here for Hera. Hera sitting on 3 town centers, Viper sitting on 3 town centers of his own. Wheelbarrow coming in for both. But the Warrior Priests, 4 town centers for Hera. The Warrior Priests are available for Hera to grab those relics extremely quickly, and there's 5 of those on the map.
Yeah, so that's what's nice here. So a bonus we didn't talk about with the Armenians is their mule cart upgrades are more efficient. So that is affecting all those wood choppers, which is why Hera was able to afford to get to the TCs and get all these upgrades and farms out. So lots of relic fighting right now, but I still think in the back of your minds, people, you need to be thinking about how are they going to play this. Viper can't go up against an infantry civ through the middle. I would love to see even like maybe a sneaky siege workshop. Yesterday he went for a castle on the far side. Maybe you could go Navy. You get decent enough upgrades. But when you're against Armenians, it seems like Viper's going to have to be more creative than that.
And Viper hasn't gotten heavy plow yet with the poles.
Interesting.
And he's lagging behind in resources collected right now, which is not usually a situation the poles are going to be in. He also just doesn't have as much relics. Hera with an impressive quick wall there, trying to get the conversion, doesn't manage to get it. There's still a hole on that wood line, but Viper just now adding that 4th town center, and he is behind economically. Let's see if he can catch up.
I think Poles are this crazy civilization where on paper they can be out-civved so hard.
Yeah.
But because everything becomes so cheap for them later on, and because they can get such crazy army numbers on the field, they could still grind you down.
Plow.
Yeah, I think Viper thinks he has it.
Plow.
I think he thinks he has it, but there's an overchop from Hera. The choppers were too efficient, and Viper's gonna love this. Dude, Viper's never gonna leave. He's never going to leave. Like, if you get through into Hera's economy when it's untouched, you're just going to move right through, and Viper needed that, and look at all the farmers that have to run away right now for Hera.
Yeah, and Viper even getting the armor. Hera doesn't even have fletching for the TCs or the fortified churches. Viper trying to avoid taking as much damage as possible. He's just picking away at these farmers, as Hera does so often when he's in the eco in a similar position. Unfortunately for Viper, he does lose one of those light cap, but the Knight is forced back. Plenty of vital time here, plenty of room for Viper to potentially catch up. Still no heavy plow for the farms. He definitely thinks he has it.
Yeah, he probably does, but you're still getting more, you're still getting the food boost that your opponent's not from Horsecollar. And we'll see if Viper can eventually sort that one out. If he thinks he has it, we might not see it till later, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
But this is huge right here. Viper gets a peek at what Hera's doing or what he's not doing, and Viper could get whatever relics are left on the map right now. Think about map control, because Hera has to send his military back here, and Hera has to focus on this really pesky relic.
Well, I think Viper is grabbing that 3rd relic because Hera gets an extra one as Armenians, and I believe there was 5 total. And I don't see the other one on the map. So it wouldn't surprise me if Viper were, there we go, he dropped off the 3rd one. So 3 relics to 3 relics heading into the later stages of this game. Hera still with the eco advantage, trying to save the monk, Viper trying to snipe, he gets it.
Wow, beautiful snipe. That was also a really nice play from Hera there. He almost blocked it off. But again, like, what an annoying situation to have to deal with. Hera's thinking, I'm fully walled. This is completely fine for me. And so over the last couple moments, we've had more positive conversations for Viper than Hera was hoping for.
Hera's about to click up.
Hera clicks up to Imp. That's a crazy uptime, and the Knight gets converted there. And Viper thinking about Imp as well. And now is when we think about what's your approach. I think the Armenians have to go Halb if they're expecting Cav or maybe some Pikes. The alternative is just full Navy here. You have 2 choices.
I guess the question for me is another light cav gets in, that fortified church not doing so much damage, and Hera has to retreat with the monk there from the, or with the Knight there from the monk from Viper. My question is, like, where do you put the first
He's
castle?
healing it. He's healing it right now over the wood line.
Not enough.
Oh, he says, fine, I'll take your bill. Dave, I'm going to be honest. I didn't hear a word you said.
Where do you put the first castle?
Okay.
I'll repeat myself. I don't blame you. He was healing the light cav.
First castle for Hera, I think, makes sense to be more towards the middle. Because it protects the water, protects the gold. First castle for Viper, if you don't have a way to protect your trebuchet, as Viper is building an outpost in Hera's base.
He's in again.
You probably build it more defensive. Viper needs his castles up for unique text. Hera might not. And again, it's just a lot of annoyance from Viper around Hera's economy right now.
Yeah, he's still got the villager inside. He sniped a monk. He's going to snipe a warrior priest. He converted 2 knights as well. And he's going to kill that knight from Hera. This is a situation Hera's not used to, where he's losing the microfights, and Viper puts the castle in the middle on the gold.
Listen, Hera was clearly thinking that he could just leave his base.
Yep.
He didn't even click the pikeman upgrade. He's been really, really slow to adding any spears. It's almost like he didn't feel like he'd ever need to. And Viper's looking good now. The gold control in the middle.
Quick wall.
Let's not forget that there's not a lot of gold elsewhere. And Viper could go for range units or maybe Navy on the water. So Viper's been a real pest here.
Yeah.
Hera is got to be like, come on, dude, stop doing this
He's going
to me.
elite skirm Hussar.
Yeah, he's just not going to spend gold. That's what
Yeah.
Poles can do. Because Armenians have an issue where their tech is kind of awkward if they don't have Navy. That's not going to be a conversion there. So Hera's going to try Navy. Otherwise, he'd go Pikes. Still no pikeman upgrade, by the way. I think the stress is getting to Hera a little bit.
Heavy plow. He finally noticed.
Yeah.
Imagine how much better this would have been with heavy plow.
Yeah, it's true. But I mean, the farm setup is there, and they're going to be reseeding soon, and that's going to be even more food income flying in for him. He has 3 relics. He's got a lot of vision on the sides. Hera still very late with large pike numbers. Sheesh. And Hera, I think, wants to try and fight on water here.
I mean, he could go for the Dromans right away. I think you need a few ships before that, and you can see him queuing up the galleys, getting the war galley tech right now, and then you can go for the Dromans and try and take out that castle. However, Viper has a Treb set up, and he might be able to kill the docks before the techs come in.
Yeah, I'd like 1 or 2 Trebs, and then just researching conscription. Makes a lot of sense there for Viper. And we have another pause here, folks. I do not know why it's a pause. It could be a hotkey issue or something. We'll see if we get into that, but my apologies. But it's just heating up here, Dave, so hopefully we get back in here soon. So Siege Workshop from Viper we just saw.
Yeah.
That could become a problem for Hera. So he's going to be split in 2 minds. He needs the gold back. He needs to stop Viper from building those buildings on the sides. Armenians don't get bombard cannon. They don't get siege ram. You kind of need to use the Dromans almost as their best form against buildings.
Gunpowder
so
can be very effective against Armenians.
Yeah, true.
Especially if Viper takes out those docks early and Hera has to keep replacing them, right? You saw him building up the composite bowman. You saw him kind of adding those barracks there. He's trying to push out, but Viper with the excellent timing with that castle, and we'll see how good the eco is behind. I think I saw him on like 50 farms with poles. That might be enough to just keep spamming in units and keep Hera preoccupied while he kind of builds up his tech.
That's what he wants.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get to this point. If this is what you want, to be able to use the spam as a distraction, he's gotten there. And a lot of it was because of the initial hole, I think. Because Viper used the initial hole and distraction to be able to move away with the rest of the light cav. So Hera's priority, I think you don't have to be that scared of light cav on the side of your base right now.
Yeah.
He's got, what, 10 or 15 pikes?
No, he's all condensed in that corner.
Just patrol those pikes, and priority number 1 then is Navy.
Yeah.
I don't know if Navy can work if it's right next to the castle, and like, I've never seen Polish winged hussars against galleons before. I know it's easier to spam the hussars, but the galleons, I guess, are more expensive. I don't know. We'll see.
I think winged hussar are very strong, especially after you get that tech. It's incredible. As we're just rebooting some stuff here, and we're going to get this game back on your screens, folks. We have a lovely view of the castle here. This set is going to be incredible, and Viper looked like he was the one who had the advantage in the micro battles early in this game, which is something we don't often say against a player of Hera's caliber.
I mean, I think the whole you can't be overly critical of with Hera, right?
Yeah.
It happens to the best of us. I am really surprised that it took him so long to add a barracks, right? Like a second barracks, rather, and get the pikeman upgrade. So that's one thing that Hera, I think, he can struggle with when he's under pressure, is those transitions. But again, folks, thanks for your patience. We talk about all these things ahead of time because we're not going to really be able to break it down fully here in just moments. It is going to be very fast and very action-packed here, as we'll see galleons and hussars. But
potentially, that's what we think. Viper has a siege workshop on the other side. He could ram push. You never know.
I think like Arbalest. Viper wants Arbalest, Hussar, land battle, straight up. But so the siege workshop's probably a start of that.
Yeah.
But what he doesn't have yet is anything to protect his siege from pikemen because he's only making.
And Hera also still has the better eco.
Yes, he does. Now that's like in terms of res collected right now, he doesn't have a relic lead, even though he started with the free one, and he doesn't have access to the gold in the middle. So he's on a bit of a timer here. And I think that's important to note. And I also think Armenians are just way harder to play because of the lack of mobility. And the mobility is just so important in Empire Wars. Viper's used that. Back to my point earlier at the start of the series, Viper cannot give up early games here against Hera. He's too consistent. This has to be Viper's win, in my opinion. He's got to tie it up 1-1, or it's going to be really tough road back for him in this best of 9.
I mean, it is a best of 9, but still, we didn't really have that much hope for Viper after he was down 2-0 against Leary. Imagine being down at 2-0 against Hera, who seems to be another step ahead of Leary at the moment. Viper did make that comeback happen though, so maybe he can do the same here. However, it's looking like Hera is in a decent position, Viper as well, and this game still up for grabs.
Okay, so I'm being told
in the game here, folks.
Being told we are back in business. We had a pause, and we are going to be good to go here in a moment. Remember, Viper needs this one. Obviously, Hera needs it as well. And let's see how this goes again, folks. Thank you very much for your patience. We amped this up all day, and any delays. I mean, there's some people here in Spain whistling right now in the crowd, trying to get things to keep going. And, well, Viper's got a lot of upgrades to snag. There he is, just speaking to one of the members of our team here. And we will be in game number 2 here soon. I'm going with... I'm really curious to see what Viper can do to compete with the Navy. Here we are, back into it. Viper there with that Treb. We've got skirms. We've got cavalry for him. No Navy. Hera's going to be massing that Navy, but he's a couple steps behind. He's losing his docks, and he's got the distraction aspect with Viper all around the map
and
with skirmishers
look at
too.
the text coming in from Hera. He's got Halberdier, sure, but also Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, that's a big one.
And the Light Cav are in on the stone from Hera, so Viper is all over the place. He's got Light Cav in the back. He's got Light Cav on the sides. He's killed some of those composite bowmen, and he keeps working away on the docks, so Hera has to be careful on where he's getting his naval techs. Meanwhile, behind this, Viper with crop rotation, 50 farms, and look at the farms from Hera just being raided to death.
Now, Hera is kind of split in two minds here, right? He wants to go for champions because it's great with the Armenians, but he still doesn't have Bracer. He still doesn't have, like, Galleon. And while he is going to have the ships there to protect his Trebs, there's so many different things for Hera to have to worry about right now. What I'm impressed with, though, is with all these things that's happening, he's still at 180 pop.
Yes.
How is that possible?
And Viper has been housed at 175 for a while, so if that castle falls, it's going to be problematic for Viper. He needs to keep that thing alive. He's got another castle going up in the north, but there's no villagers there to repair. I love the fact that Hera is keeping the war galleys next to the Treb so they can tank some of the shots from Viper's Treb, which is shooting at them. He's going to take the castle down, and Viper is still housed here. Finally gets that sorted, but the castle in the middle is about to fall, and it already has.
Important moment, Hera noticing that Viper is going for the castle in the north. As Hera will reclaim the middle, or claim it for the first time, he knows that castle is going up, and he will have watched that game with Viper against Leary on this map, and he will know now that he cannot allow this distraction to matter too much. So he's going to defensive castle here. He's getting Galleon. He's getting upgrades for the infantry. But that is Viper's win condition, using the land and avoiding the water now.
Yeah, Viper has to prevent himself from being kicked off that side of Hera's island. If he lets Hera just control the water, it's going to be an uphill slog the entire way. However, if he has villagers over here, if he denies a castle over here, could be potential for a Viper win in game number 2. Hera's going to force this down, and it looks like that castle will go up as Hera moves those Trebs to that center island. He's going to start taking that gold. Viper going for another castle on Hera's side.
Well, this is the thing. Viper's got 2 bombard cannons there, so that castle goes up finally, but it's not going to stay up if Hera doesn't have army there. And Hera's got the Halbs, he's got the Galleons, he's got all these things that counter what Viper has, but Viper's positioning is fantastic, and Hera's still not showing anything except Halb. Now, let's not forget that Arbalest is an option here for the Poles, so I think if Viper sees Hera goes into Champion, he can use those archer ranges and start to make Arbalest instead, and then Champion could be really complicated for Hera.
Yeah, I mean, the Winged Hussar coming into the back of Hera's base. Hera, though, classic Hera fashion, dropping those defensive castles. Wouldn't even surprise me to see one go down in the center of his farming eco just to keep himself safe. Viper still pushing that castle. Can Hera hold this position? There's a gold there. Of course, he's got the gold in the center, but it's not safe yet. There's 2 bombard cannons and a Treb from Viper, along with the skirmishers to protect.
Hera needs to know his tech tree here, and he needs to snag the unique tech for the Armenians. He could get one of them, which benefits the Navy. He could also go for the other one, which adds infantry HP. I don't think you need the Navy one right now. Your Navy's strong, but if you're going to show champion here, Hera, you got to get the tech. And Hera, he might need the only place he's going to be able to get gold soon is in the middle because the side of his base is being pushed in.
That's very exposed,
and here
though.
comes Viper.
Yeah, and Viper's pushing forward with those bomber cannons. He's trying to get the Trebs. He almost got the Trebs there. Hera getting champion in the forward barracks here. I don't think Viper is going to be able to take that out, and Viper is trying to go for a castle on the hill as he so often does. Arbalest coming in for Viper. He's got the elite skirms to stop the Halb, but Hera is making the transition into those strong Armenian champions.
Yeah, and he's getting Feriders, and he will have 100 HP on these champs. But Viper is going to have Arbalest. Viper needs to snipe the Trebs. Viper's castle will go up. And Hera's going to lose his trebuchets there. Viper with an amazing find. And unfortunately, okay, we're good. False alarm, people. False alarm. We continue on here.
JK.
JK. And, oh, man. I mean, what a moment for this. Listen, Hera's got problems. Hera's got big problems in his base, Dave. I don't see it turning around, and I'm very curious on what he can do. I think usually if your base is being pushed and you have control elsewhere, you need to use that control. So I would say you want to use the Navy to try and kill Viper, but he kind of needs to use the Navy in other ways here. So we'll see. And again, unfortunately, pauses. I'm not too sure. We're not up to speed on things right now, but we are at 29:31 and paused. But yeah, I'm not seeing skirmisher transition from Hera, and he hasn't used his galleons on the front of Viper's base. That's Hera's way back, in my opinion. Is galleons on the front?
I want to keep watching.
Galleons on the front, trebuchets. Being told it's a pause.
Yep.
And we don't know. We don't really know why. It could be like if players think about it in an intense moment, maybe you start to stutter or lag a little bit because someone in this medieval castle forgot to pay their Wi-Fi bill. Then maybe you prefer to pause and wait for it to settle. So if we hear word, we'll let you know. But clearly the two players are not playing right now, so we're not missing any action, Dave.
I am so tense.
Me too, dude.
I am so tense.
Me too.
That was gearing up to be just an epic game, and it's going to be an epic finish on that one. Hera, of course, pushing through the middle there. Viper pushing through the sides as he did so well against Leary yesterday. And our crowd, you can hear their reactions as soon as the pauses come in. They're not happy.
You know what it reminds me of? And I hope the crowd still loves me after I say this, but I've watched quite a few La Liga matches over the years, right? And if there's not enough stoppage time or the referees, a little questionable, you get the whistles, you get the frustration, hey, give me my football, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what that reminds me of here.
Do you remember when Viper won at Red Bull 5?
Uh-huh.
And there was a 30-minute gap for reasons we couldn't control between Game 6 and Game 7. How much tension that built?
I was very tense.
At the time, it wasn't that great, but I think it just heightened every emotion possible.
Yep.
For that final victory for Viper. It was an incredible moment, and maybe we will see something similar again here as we're endeavoring to get this game rolling.
Yeah.
And to see the final conclusion of game number 2.
I mean, if I was a betting man, I'd say Viper wins this one, right? Hera's about to lose the side of his base. Hera just lost trebuchets, and Hera doesn't have a single answer to Arbalest. Any other Civ, he loses. I think we find out real quick how good these champions really are because that extra 100 HP, or not extra 100 HP, but total of 100 HP, total of 30 HP, is really something he needs to rely on here.
And, Hera, he had the barracks at the front there that was getting the upgrade. That barracks could have easily gone down, and if that had happened, I mean, maybe it's a different story here for Viper, and Hera is forced to wait even longer for that tech switch to come in because it's been a while. It's been 5-6 in-game minutes as he's been trying to make that tech switch, and Viper has had time and has had the foresight to switch into crossbows and then Arbalest.
Yeah, this is so cool. What a shot, man. What a shot. This is real life. Game 2 needs to go to the Viper right now. I think he is feeling very comfortable with his position.
Yes.
I do want to credit Viper. He did something that's kind of hard to realize. We can see everything, so we know when techs are coming in.
Yes.
But Viper, I don't think he saw two-handed swordsmen or champions, right? But what he would have done in that position is he would have said, What am I vulnerable to right now? What would I do in Hera's position? What does he have access to? And so he already had the tech for range units, and he had Arbalest kind of at the perfect time. So doesn't have a lot of them right now, but still, that was huge.
To Hera's credit, like, this has not been an easy game. He's got his eco into a state that is super impressive given the fact that Viper's been all over him.
Yep.
And he's been slowly pushing out towards that middle. He had the naval control. He's getting his tech switches in a way that only Hera can do. I mean, Hera has been in absolute beast mode this game based off the pressure coming from his opponent.
There's a lot that Hera can do right now. Lots of things to think about.
He snuck that one in.
Listen, I mean, they have a lot of time to chew on a very important moment of the game. Okay, you don't normally have that. Hera should recognize that he's going to lose his base. When this game on pauses, he needs to go nuts. And I think forward castle at Viper's base, a couple trebuchets forward, because Viper doesn't have a way to stop that if there's Navy there. And we could have a base trade of some kind soon. But remember, we haven't really seen the Champions v Arbalest fight yet. Viper is making progress, but he didn't fully kill Hera yet, and Hera has access to the gold in the middle.
Yep.
What a moment.
Okay, so we should be back into this one shortly. Thank you for your patience. I see some thumbs up happening between Hera and Viper. It's just building the tension for all of us, folks, here in the castle and at home.
And the champions are good.
Pushes forward, but Obuk now are out, and the Arbalists are behind, and Viper still has this castle here. He's still trying to raid, but there's a defensive castle there from Hera, and Hera is trying to secure that middle island.
Listen, I'd love to see Hera. Screw securing the island. Can you possibly go further forward or something? Because you're going to lose your base to Viper. Viper might have lost a lot there, but he still has his siege. He's actually going for elite Obuk here from the 3 forward castles. This unit shreds armor and has really good stats themselves. It's a 95 HP unit that takes away armor, Dave. What can Hera do now?
What do Armenians do on land against Obuk and Arbalest? I mean, I know I love the water for Hera, and the water tech tree is fantastic, but if Viper just ignores the water on a typically water-heavy map, what are they going to do? Is Viper trying to snipe those trebs? Hera trying to snipe the bomber cannon? Champions have so much HP, though, and Hera is just beating face into this army.
He says, take my armor. It doesn't matter. Look at this fight. Now, it's cost-effective for Champions to an extent, but he is throwing away a lot of units for this, and we need to see more positives for Hera elsewhere. But a great job, a crazy job from Hera to hold, as he might even trap down this castle.
Those Armenian champions are absolutely insane. The production is insane from Hera. I believe I saw 10 barracks producing for him, and the champions just keep pushing in. The Obuk can't keep up. Viper trying to repair that castle, but Hera might be able to take back this position. The Arbalists are still alive, and Viper retreats. The castle's about to fall. Hera's made a pushback.
And he's got tons on gold, Dave. Tons on gold in the middle. Viper's going to have to find a unique way to stop that. There's churches there to protect the villas. There's a castle there to protect the villas. But Viper still has villagers here and the ability to build up a base here. He still has access to gold at home, and he's not spending a ton of gold overall if you consider that Arbalest is really the only gold unit he seems to be producing. I guess he's got the Obuk as well, but those things are also quite cheap. So he can do this for a while yet.
And you can tell Hera's kind of thinking about that in the same way, like, how can I lose this game? One of the ways he can lose this game is those winged hussar getting into his economy. So he's made that defensive castle, that stereotypical Hera castle inside of the farms where very few players would place it. That's going to make it difficult for Viper to get these villager kills. However, he is over on the other side harassing the stone now.
I'm worried for Hera because it's still just champion, right? So surely Viper's going to have enough time to gather his troops and figure this out.
Against 28.
Yeah, like Hera, in all honesty, it's a really difficult choice here. What other unit do you make? I would say a ranged unit. He does have castles. We could see composite bowmen, which actually ignore armor as well. But it hasn't happened yet. And he's going to most likely continue to be threatened on this side.
And the barracks are going down.
Hera needs, in my opinion, this is the only way back right now, is Navy doing damage on Viper's shoreline.
Well,
Viper has nothing there.
Yep.
It needs to happen there, Dave.
But like if you put your resources and your population, more importantly, into Navy on that side, what is there to stop Viper's push on the other side? I mean, we look at the army numbers. Hera's now cut up as he's got another wave of champions coming forward. Viper just doing the step back micro with the Arbalists.
These things are insane. Viper's got to back up here, dude. He's got to back up with those Trebs. Viper, you don't have gold in the middle. You can't lose Trebs. These champions are too strong. 100 HP champions are doing the job, and Hera is holding on with the gold in the middle.
Yeah, Viper managing to save the Arbalest, though. He's going to go the long way around with the siege, but unfortunately, Hera is giving chase as Viper is just trying to get some form of a meat shield in between his Arbalest and the army. He is looping around with the Trebs. Can he possibly save those?
I don't think Viper believes this right now. I think he's taking these fights thinking he's going to win, because I'm casting these fights
save these Trebs?
thinking he's going to win. Like, there will be Castle Fire. Hera will take one. Hera could possibly take two. Viper needs to save it. He will save it, unless that champion has something to say about it. But again, Dave, what a crazy moment here from Hera. I'm looking at this thinking pure infantry can never work against Olbuk. Pure infantry can never work against Arbalest, and it is working.
And a Viper, very little in the queue. He's got plenty of resources there. He queues up 15 more Winged Hussar, but the Arbalists are dying. Hera is just pushing Siege and Champion only on the land. At the same time, he's pushing on the water. This is a crazy push here from Hera. He's got so much military population. Viper used to have the lead, and now that's gone.
Yeah, and I think this is really bad for the Viper. I mean, we talked about how he probably needs this position to work, right? And what other units can he try here with the pulls? It's kind of limited. It's going to be the Winged Hussar, the Arbalest, and maybe the occasional Olbuk. And if that's not working, Hera's got gold to spend for days. He protects his Trebs. He could push this back, and he's also on the water right now, starting to disrupt the edges of Viper's eco. What a turnaround from Hera.
Viper trying to snipe the Trebs. He already got one. He's going to get two. He's going to get three, so Hera's push will be a little bit stalled out. However, we saw the champions just casually sitting underneath the castles. They really don't.
Yeah, I mean, they're slower, right? They don't have range. These are normally the things that you look to in Age of Empires as a weakness, but
Viper
they are cheap.
Viper's at 80 farms.
80 farms?
With pulls.
But where can he raid in that Hera economy? Honestly, Hera's not mining stone. Why not just buy even more? Get castles up everywhere if you can, to prevent these raids from doing much against you.
And the champions are just going after the castle. They're just going straight after the castle. He says, what siege do I need? I have swords, and I have HP. And he's killing the castle from 5,200 HP down to 1,000 now, less than 1,600, 500, 300, 200, 100. It's dead. Hera just pushing without a care in the world with the champions as Viper still trying to raid at the back.
And I think Hera, to finish this game, we talked about the water, could just send champions into Viper's eco, right? It's not normally a raiding unit, but Hera clearly has the better units on the field. The only thing that he's missed to kill off Viper is kill off that economy. And it seems like it is so close to the second victory from Hera, and a really devastating loss for the Viper.
Yeah, and Viper's buying more wood here even as he tries to queue up those Winged Hussars. They're just not living long enough for him to get a decent army mass. He's at 31 military right now. His population has been below 150 for quite a while. Hera very comfortably spamming the champions, and at this point it just doesn't seem like he needs anything else.
Yeah, and the champions are running right into the eco. Viper's in disbelief right now. Viper's in disbelief. I am in disbelief. Arbalest and Elite Olbuk, to me, feel like the easy combination to win that fight. I think a big thing that benefited Hera on top of the HP is he just had so many production buildings, because it was just one type of unit, whereas Viper was trying to combine. But my goodness there. Viper took fights clearly thinking he would win them.
Yes.
And I think when we had that unfortunate pause, he probably felt like he was in the better position, and now he's staring down the barrel.
Yeah, and the Winged Hussar is still just trying to fight the champions, but the champions are a much better matchup as Viper is back up to 45 military, 160 pop overall. However, he's really struggling to kill the champions from Hera. He's snagging villagers here and there. He's killed 118 villagers this game. Hera doesn't care. He's got 61 champions with 45 in the queue. The Arbalists now that Viper are making are being killed as they come out the archery ranges, and I saw murder holes actually come in for Hera, so even underneath these castles, nothing doing for Viper. Hera takes game 2.
Did you see the stats there? Did you see the numbers? Hera made over 300 champions, and
in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, and those 300 champions countered the mix that Viper had. Viper made the Hussars, he made the Skirms, he made the Arbs. I guess he didn't have over 63 Olbuk, So it clearly was a numbers thing for Hera, but it was the, as Mem would like to say, the timing and the momentum there from Hera. It looked like he was on the back foot, and then those champions solved the problem. I mean, how frequently can you push back a base like that with multiple castles, without many trebuchets, right? It's like the infantry did the job.
Also, a number there that I noticed that isn't usual. The EAPM for Viper, 1 below on average than Hera. Viper is gaming today, but it wasn't enough. It was not enough in game number 2. We thought he might have it. Hera with the more meta civilization here, Viper trying something a little bit different, but Hera realizing that if he just gets champions with Feriders, gives it a chance and gets that production rolling, he could steamroll right past those castles of Viper.
Okay, so civ-wise, not the end of the world for Viper, because Poles was a later pick, right? But it was also a very late pick for Hera. So Hera's going to be feeling very good about that. Map-wise, not the best for the Viper, because that was one of his home maps, and now he's down 2-0. But we saw a similar story against Leary yesterday. Now, before the series, I said that I think Viper needed a fast start. He couldn't be shaky. He couldn't be rusty, and then wake up in Game 3. In all honesty, I haven't seen any shakiness or rust from Viper here. Game 1 was maybe a little unorthodox in certain ways, but Viper's looking good. You could take positives from that, because if slight things go differently there, you get the win. But that also could be a very negative feeling as we see Viper step off stage here. Maybe
Hera
just a quick break.
looks incredible today.
Yeah.
As he does most days, to be fair.
But Viper was 2-0 down yesterday. He came back. That series went 4-3 in the semifinals. He's done it many times. That's kind of part of what has made Viper Viper, right? Is how he has come back from tough situations. So we'll see if he can do that yet again here. But, I mean, what's that? Hera 4-0 to semifinal. 2-0 now start to the final. He's 6-0 right now. Like, the dude hasn't tasted a loss in, like, 4 days or something like that. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, he's only played, what, 3 sets now?
Well, it would have been, I think, 2 on day 1.
3 sets coming into this, so this is his 4th.
Yeah,
and,
true.
you know, it's an easy path when you just win all your sets and you have no losses.
Yeah.
Straight to the finals. We'll have a listen on what Jordan thinks about this after game number 2. I mean, I'm sure I'd love to hear his perspective on what Viper's going through right now.
So much. Yeah, I too want to hear what Jordan thinks about this one. Map 1 was a quick one. We can get into that in just a little bit. But first I want to talk about this second map. We did see Poles being picked here. Not the most common sight, not a common sight at all, in fact. How do you feel about the Poles on this very map, as we've not really seen that being played here yet?
So first of all, when I saw Poles, I was thinking this could be tricky. However, thinking about the meta of this game or on this map is that the light cav and booming style is very, very common, and that's where Poles really excels. So at the end of the day, I felt like it was a good pick overall, and I also felt like Viper was in a good position. However, it felt like him not having heavy plow with Poles early castle age was just a huge blunder. I saw it also on his face when he reached Imperial Age and he was about to click crop rotation and he realized, oh no, I don't have heavy plow, right? So he was really shaking there.
I mean, generally, like for a good portion of that game, Viper seemed very confident, and then suddenly it started to all unravel and get out of control. Where was the turning point, you feel? When do you feel like Hera definitely had the edge from here on?
Yeah, so there was a moment where Viper was pushing on Hera's base very well, but I think him not really decisively choosing either the Obuk or the Arbalest as a main unit was something which really was kind of destroying him in terms of not committing to a unit which was really needed to kill the champions, right? And Hera did a good job, because I was thinking, how would Hera defend that push? And he had the middle control with the gold, so champions was like the perfect unit choice from him. And Viper really struggled with the push with the champions, and then unfortunately for him, Hera was just too dominant there.
If we're looking back at map 1, then, I mean, that was just a very dominant performance from Hera. It was a quick one. Such an oppressive play style when you're going up against the Hera in that form. Was there any in at all? Was there anything you feel like if the Viper would have done this or that, this could have maybe gone differently?
I think the biggest problem for Viper there was him splitting his army. I mean, he got some villager kills, that was good, but his main army was just way too weak compared to Hera's scout and skirmisher numbers, and we see Hera just dominating the army there, and yeah, it was just tough for Viper getting demolished like that early on in Empire Wars. It's just so dangerous because the snowball is happening there, and yeah, we saw Hera winning game 1 very fast there, and yeah, I mean, on game 2, I felt like Viper had the advantage early in Pre-Age because he was with the castle pushing in the middle as well, and then also on Hera's mainland. But we see the pushback coming with the champions, and it was just too much for Viper to handle.
Absolutely, yeah. Hera, a very fierce competitor here, of course. And now Viper once again is finding himself in the spot as he's down 0-2 in the series. That said, though, same thing yesterday against Leary, and he still managed to claw his way back in. The series went the distance. Do you expect to see the same here, or do you feel like Hera is just a different beast?
There are two opinions here. If my heart is speaking, then I'm thinking like, yes, 2-0, right? So Viper is kind of used to that against Leary yesterday as well, as we talked about. So I have hopes there, but Hera is just a little bit of a different player there, and I think he comes in a little bit more prepared than Leary, and it's going to be tricky for Viper to come back. But if anyone can do it, it will be the Viper.
It will be the Viper. The audience agreed with that assessment too. There are a lot of cheers coming in for the Vipers, so I'm sure a lot of people would love to see this one go the distance. Is there anything in particular you feel like if Viper would change this particular thing in his playstyle, he might have a better chance to make it closer or take one away?
So if I'm thinking about game 1 and game 2, we see that in game 2 Viper had a much better chance to win the game. So I felt like he was playing more according to his playstyle, going more into the macro game, which he's really excelling in the most. And I think that's something he really has to focus on, that he plays defensive, very smart in that regard, trying not to take any damage, and get into Pre-Age with a very healthy economy and try to win the games by strategical decisions.
Yeah, the Viper, obviously a very strategic player, so it's now or never though, although that said, it is of course a best of 9, so we still have some wiggle room here for the Viper, but he should start his comeback very soon to get back into this game and, you know, walk away with some confidence as well, heading into the next few maps. I'm very excited to see how this one unfolds. For now, we're going to send it back over to T90 and Dave.
How do you order like a bard like that? Just while you're having your strategy discussions in the background. Like, is there a hotline or something?
I honestly never thought about it. That was the last thing I ever thought you were going to come back with there. I didn't even know it was called a bard, honestly.
I mean, what else would he be?
El Bardo? Pass. I mean, I haven't really thought about it. Just thinking more about how that went for Hera, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's like, while he plays so well under the supposed pressure here, if there were nerves, that's got to calm things so much, right? Like now you feel as though you can actually afford to make mistakes. Before, you thought, I can never make mistakes against this guy. Yeah, big advantage for Hera.
Yeah, huge advantage for Hera. And now we got some mind games for Viper. Like, you don't want to throw away the next game, right? 2-0 down, doable. You did it yesterday. 3-0 down, that's a problem, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder if Viper goes for his most consistent map here, and then if that doesn't work, where are you then? You just got to take this one game at a time if you're Viper.
I mean, there's differing opinions on this. It depends on a lot of specifics. Yeah. But what I would like to see in this scenario is for Viper to actually go over to one of Hera's home maps. I actually think that's doable. All those maps are maps Viper can still play very well, and they both have strong civilizations for it. So it's not like Hera's got the stronger civs at this point. We're very early on. You do that, then suddenly it's 2-1. You both lost a home map.
Yeah.
And you're feeling like Hera's left with less options on his side and maybe less comfortable. So big theme with the civilizations is still strong cavalry, and I think more often than not, because Armenians are now out of the picture, we're probably still going to see that be the theme. The champions were pretty insane there. So maybe Viper liked how that game went. He enjoyed how everything went up until the champion surprised him.
Yeah.
And he feels like, shoot, that's the situation I need to get back into. Let's get that win that way. If he's thinking that way, I think Mountain Dunes and Shrubland are the easy choices there. It's just, again, more of a long-term, more of an adaptable map, less in your face, which some of Hera's maps would be alternatively.
Well, I mean, we'll get our perspective from Tato, who is a reigning Wololo champion, of course. Let's go down to Riley with Tato's thoughts right now.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, boys. I'm down here on the main stage with the hometown hero, the local boy, Tato! Oh, dear. You've got an adoring crowd behind you, my friend. Oh, my goodness. It must be so incredible. We've talked about this, for you to be here on home turf with all these people cheering your name, Tato. But let's talk about the final, what we're seeing here. I don't know if we should be talking when these two can hear maybe the perspectives, the strategy. Because what I was going to ask you, what does Viper, don't listen. What does Viper have to do to get back in this match, being down 0-2? Viper, no.
Simple answer. He needs to win 3 games, right?
Okay, there we go.
Easy.
You picking that one up?
No, I don't know. Like, it's super hard to beat Hera. He's on sharp shape right now. And yeah, Viper needs to be really on point and making 0 mistakes.
And you've been in this situation before. You've been up here on the stage seeking a Red Bull championship. What does it feel like? What is going through these two players' heads, their hearts right now? Were you nervous when you were in pursuit of yours, or how did you pull off your win?
I felt nervous always the first game. It's a bit shaky, but after that, if you get into the zone and you are focusing the game, you kind of forget that you are in front of 500 people. Mm-hmm. And if you get to that point, I think you are in a really good spot, because then you are like trying just to compete and not like thinking about what is happening in the outside.
Well, we know both of these players are really locked in, right? Very strong psychological game. We've seen that, particularly from Hera over the last few seasons, the way the performances he's put up. So they'll be in good stead to do exactly that, Tato. But hopefully we'll see some more great Age of Empires. Let's hear it once again more for Tato up on the stage here. Look at that. Incredible. Well, Tato, thanks so much for joining us. We'll throw it back up to Dave and T90, who are up in the casters area.
Let's go there.
All right, well, that's a unique one where Tato, as a crowd cheering him on right in front of the two competitors. It's amazing to see the energy in the crowd. Everyone's been so fun to talk to. And thank you again, folks, for your patience. It is a very old game. It is a very old castle. And unfortunately, things go wrong from time to time, and we want to make sure that the games are followed and structured properly. The nice thing is, because this is so epic, we have so many people here who help with the things that we use. Yep. Not talking about the production team, we've got people from World's Edge here. We've got people from Forgotten Empires and Capture Age. So during some of our technical difficulties, I inquired and said, hey, what's the status? And I was like, you know that such and such people are here. They're like, we've got a team of people in the room right now.
our best men are on it.
Yeah. So we're hopefully going to be able to be in the next game shortly. Players, they obviously have to sit and wait here a little bit. Don't think it's going to affect them too much because I still feel like the series has just now started. I feel like we've just gotten underway. Tato said it all, though. 0 mistakes from Viper. I'm not even sure I could say Viper made a massive mistake in the second game, and he still lost it, you know? So
yeah, Jordan mentioned not being able to pick between Arbalest and Obuk. Maybe like just 10 more Obuk would have swayed that battle. It felt like he had enough Arbalest there if he hides behind the Obuk, but the champions just ate through that army and then ate through the castles as well. And once Hera got the eco for those and got the gold supply in the middle, there was just nothing Viper.
I mean, if you think about it, right? Against Teutons, shredding the armor is nice. They have extra armor. Against Malians, shredding the armor is nice. They have the extra armor.
You need to shred HP.
You need to shred HP, and the only way you shred HP is you have a lot of damage output, which Olbuks do, but they're not as cheap. You need castles. They don't produce as fast as producing from the barracks. So it's cool to see that, though. Like I wasn't expecting to see champions in the final, not going to lie. I didn't think we see a single one. There was someone we met earlier, who said they have an event bingo card
Oh.
Yes.
Did
and
they have
that
champions on there?
I do not know.
Probably supplies.
So I don't know. There might be multiple people with bingo card, but I got the idea, the feeling it was a group of people, right? And they all had separate bingo cards. And this guy came up and he told me to make a noise I normally make, like a laughing noise I do. And he like kind of was nudge about it, like he needed to win the bingo game.
Oh,
you know.
okay.
So don't make me laugh at all.
Do you remember who it is? Can we get an update on the bingo?
I don't know. There may be multiple people here, but I did kind of want to call that individual out for trying to sway the game. He was cheating.
Our wonderful Red Bull Wololo banner there, hanging at the highest point of this castle. We saw Riley up on the balcony there. It's beautiful on that side, right behind our main stage. Hera and Viper look on. We're just waiting for a moment here before we get into the third game, giving them plenty of time to consider their options. We are in the infant stages of this best of 9. We are 2 games deep. We still have plenty to go as Hera examines his strategy book, looking at his draft and what he has remaining. Viper just kind of considering maybe where he wants to go. Is it a Hera home map? Is it his own home map?
I am staring very intently at these maps right now, trying to do process of elimination.
So is he.
And I think, yeah, both of them probably are. I think Viper is going to opt to go Huns for something like Depression or Gulch. Possibly Karst, but Karst I think would be more of a Mayan choice for Viper because you can wall up. Hera probably going to go Tatars there on Depression, so we got like maybe Cav Archers there if we get there. I'm still really confused, or not confused rather, but just curious to see what Hera would do.
What does Hera pick on Mountain Dunes is my question, because Tatars would be a good pick there. Vietnamese is also potentially a pick
He's
there.
got Georgians, which
Georgians,
is insane.
Yeah.
And then he's got Berbers, and we've seen both work. So I actually think there we could see a weird one where Viper actually goes Hindustanis, trying to like out cavalry there, play into light cav, play into Imperial Camel. Again, this is the castle, folks. This is live. We've got people in the middle,
Looking
of course,
in the
waiting.
windows, I can see Red Bull admin staff.
Yeah, true. They are in there on the left side. Probably not with the biggest grins on their face at this current moment, but we're getting past it.
VIP bar at the top. We've got
I
the
sat in that
courtyard.
chair earlier.
Great.
That chair in the corner.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
Yep.
It's a great little spot.
And there's a big chessboard out there, as you've seen. There's the bow and arrow exhibit, ring toss. We've got some bars out there.
How'd you think I did?
Tent.
How'd you think I did in that human-sized chess game against Tato?
Not very good. When you have your opponent telling you what move you should make.
Well, that was only the first 4 moves.
That was the entire game. I was there.
Well,
you were like, is there a resign button in chess?
Yeah, apparently
man.
no resign button. But hey, in all fairness, I told Tato, he said, how experienced are you? I said,
yep.
I know how the pieces move.
Well,
So that's pretty much it.
speaking of experienced players, we have Leary down with Riley, and we're going to get his thoughts on the current state of the finals, and of course his friend Hera and his competitor Viper, who kicked him out previously in the semis.
Yes, well, thank you, boys. Once again, I'm down here in the... Oh, no, what am I... I've got no chance. Oh, my goodness.
What can you do?
Oh, my goodness. I should have brought ear protection. Holy moly. Anyway, Leary, a Red Bull Wololo champion as well. Back again here. I want to talk to you about what we're experiencing right now. Standing here, having hundreds of people chant and cheer for you and calling out your name. You've spent a lot of time on stage, not just throughout this tournament series, but literally this weekend. How does that change the way that you play? How does it change your experience of these tournaments?
It's basically a normal game, just everything amplified by 100. You guys make the experience unbelievable.
But when it comes to your in-game performance, right, does it change anything? Are you sitting there thinking, oh, there are all these people there, or is the noise a distraction, or the focus, does it make you lose focus?
Let me tell you something. We have noise-canceling headphones, and you can turn them up so you don't hear anything. But when there's a play happening, we can still hear the crowd. So keep going.
So what you're saying is, if the crowd got really coordinated, they could make it unfair and give a player a strategic advantage if they all called out exactly the same piece of advice at the same time.
I mean, it would be a good advice. Would have to be a good one, but maybe.
It's possible. It's possible. The volume of this crowd, we've heard how loud they can get.
That is true.
All right, well, we'll see if they're able to coordinate themselves in that way. But I want to ask you the same question that I asked Tato, right?
Yeah.
You've won these tournaments, you've played on the big stage. Particularly yesterday, a grueling match against Viper with the crowd at your back. What does it feel like to be the center of attention in this way? Like, just as a player of this game that we love, it must lift you up.
It's impossible to describe. I mean, we all grew up playing the game. Myself too, yes, when I was like 8 years old.
He's still growing up. He's 14 next week.
Yeah, there you go. 2 weeks.
Oh, sorry, 2 weeks. Sorry.
But yeah, this is the game we all grew up with, and playing in front of hundreds of viewers and tens of thousands of viewers online. And, you know, just having a crowd that cheers you up no matter what, and just hypes everything up.
Oh, he's playing them like a fiddle, my friends. Leary, thanks so much for coming to hang out with us, mate. I'll let you get back to your evening. The Red Bull Wololo champion, multiple times over, it's Leary! Thanks, mate. Good on you.
Leary can't give advice, but I've got a good piece of advice. Always put your castles on hills. And I mean, we've got a castle on a hill here, and we're going to show you a little bit more about the amazing view and the amazing setup we have here at this beautiful castle.
Hilltop castles like this one often command supreme views of the surrounding countryside, breathtaking vistas that you can stand on top of a tower like this and enjoy. But this also had a military benefit, of course. It meant that you could see your enemies coming from a lot further off than you would have been able to otherwise. And while thankfully we're not too worried about medieval armies rampaging across the countryside and besieging the castle, it's still important for us to show people who the real masters of this castle are. And what better way to do that than by raising the flag of Red Bull Wololo here at Castillo de Almodóvar.
The flag has been raised.
So we were talking about this, right? We were talking about castles and how and no one could ever siege this castle, take this castle, right? That's what we felt like, right? I mean, you'd be walking up this massive hill.
Unless you have a death wish.
People would be rolling massive rocks down at you. You know, it'd be like this crazy game. But we thought, is this not vulnerable to just surrounding it?
Well, that's the general idea. This is what I see. This is what I have to deal with. That is the general idea behind a castle, Tristan.
I'm saying
you surround it and you wait for like 2 years until they starve, or someone lets you in.
Okay.
I feel like a rope down the side is going to be a bigger threat. Unfortunately for Viper, no one's throwing him a rope in this series.
Nice one. I still feel like you're a little harsh.
I'm trying to get back to Age of Empires.
Nice one. That's fair.
Yeah, away from the castle.
Okay, got it. Well, we're in the castle. You're not getting away from the castle.
Where do we go now?
I have no clue. But production has our backs.
Yeah.
And we've got a little bit more about how strong Hera is in this event.
This event, my biggest rival
in this event will probably be Hera.
It has to be Hera. Well, you know, we faced in a lot of finals already. People know he has a good streak going with S-tier events.
So Hera probably is my hardest opponent right now. I think he's on a sharp. It's really hard to beat him.
I think he's the standout the last year in the scene as a whole, so he's going to be the favorite entering the event, and he's going to be the one to beat.
Wow, what a view. Well, folks, thanks again for your patience as we wait for game number 3. Just trying to make sure everything runs smoothly, you know? We didn't like the pauses in the midst of games there.
No.
And we want to make sure it's fair for the competitors too, so we'll be there closely. Now, obviously, tons of fans filling the seats, hyped to watch these games and everything, but throughout the day, people, as Dave waves from the camera, I don't know if you could see him there.
They can see the shine
Probably
off
easier
my
to
head.
see your head than your hands
I knew
waving.
you were gonna say it. I got there first. I got there first.
But I just want to say it's been such a treat to be able to meet so many people out there. So cool to be here and be invited, be a part of this, and it's just amazing, man. I mean, this community in person is just as amazing as it is online. So thank you, everyone who makes this community what it is, man. It truly is amazing. The players deserve it, and I think the game's deserved it for so long. But really only the last 5 or so years, I'd say the game's been getting the attention that you and I have felt it deserved for so many years before
For a
that.
very long time, yeah.
So cool. Did you have any unique experiences today with the fans? Don't want to call anybody out. Anyone make a joke?
They're always just trying to give me stuff. Like, hey, Dave, do you want a beer? No, I'm supposed to be working. You sure you don't want a beer? I'll get you a mojito. That'll be fine.
It was a Red Bull mojito, though.
Hey, Dave, you want chocolate? Sure, I'll take some chocolate. You want some more chocolate? No, I think I'm all chocolate out. Thank you. You want a beer? No, I'm good,
okay.
bro.
I'm really starting to feel bad about myself now because you got offered a lot more things than I did. I did get chocolate. I haven't tried it yet. I told myself that would be my reward after the cast if it was good enough. But yeah, it's been cool. Everyone's been nice. People have understood as well that we've got somewhere to be, and have been kind with our time and whatnot. But it has been an amazing event, so special, and just the energy around it, the happiness is just it comes right to us as well. As we, again, just wait for game number 3. Now, I got a fun stat for you, Dave. I talked about it before the series.
Okay.
This is an interesting time for it. Scores 2-0 for Hera, right?
Yeah.
So, all-time live stats for these two throughout their careers.
Yes.
Viper, 116 wins.
Yeah.
Hera, 116 wins.
So it's even now.
It's even all time. That's crazy. Now, sets, Viper's still got 4 more sets above Hera. Hera obviously can't fix that today. But 116 to 116, that's nuts.
That is incredible.
Yeah. And a best of 7 to decide who with what's remaining is the best all time between the two.
Yeah.
I don't know how you want to view it really, but
do you think Hera's looking at this set as in, if I win against Viper here and I take this championship, the last recurring series championship basically that is left to me to take, do you think then he becomes part of the argument for the greatest of all time? Is that in his mind right now?
I think Hera might think he's the most complete player of all time right now. Now, as for the achievements, obviously that's a big thing. Then it's like the whole conversation of the eras, clashing and all those things.
Jordan versus LeBron. Yep.
Yeah, but I really think at least Hera seems to play like he's got no doubt in himself. He's got all the belief in the world. So,
what do you like best? Archery slits, Merlins, or hill defense? It feels like Merlins and archery slits are incorporated in the hill defense. Oh, select your own adventure.
Whoa.
Okay, well, hill defense is the winner, and we have a feature on hill defense.
One of the most critical aspects of a castle's defensibility actually comes into play before the castle is even built. There's a reason that in Age of Empires you are handsomely rewarded for building a castle on top of a hill. It's because this is where you wanted castles to be built in real life, for many reasons. Of course, one of which is the fact that you get a commanding view of the area around. But when your castle came under attack, there was another reason you wanted to be on top of the hill, and that is, well, actually, you know what? Let me show you.
Oh. Okay. Almost there. I'm in, almost there. So, the reason, right, you wanted to build your castle on top of a hill is because when the attacking army finally gets to the top, oh man, actually, you know what? I give up. It's too much. I give up. We're done. Cut. Just cut. Whatever. I can't do it.
Well, I
that
think
was
you
so
proved the
good.
point. Yeah.
Credit to Riley for that one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of Riley, I think he's rested up. I think we got him down there with Hart for his opinion on the set. Riley, take it away.
Hey, thanks very much again, boys. I bit off a little bit more than I could chew with trying to get up that hill in the way that I did. But hey, that's why we build castles on top of hills. It tires out the defenders by the time they get up here to fight. They're out of breath just like I was. Anyway, I'm joined by Hart, one of our semi-finalists. Let's hear it for Hart, coming all the way over from South America, of course. Now, Hart, just in broad strokes, how has your weekend been? This is your first Wololo event. That's right, your second LAN.
Second LAN, yes.
Second LAN, first Wololo event. Huge result for you, making it all the way through to the semi-finals. Heading into this event, what were your expectations of yourself, and did you meet them?
I was hoping for top 4. I got top 4, and honestly, I got the best experience of my life with this crowd.
Wow, how about that?
I must say, I never expected this much support here. I am blown out of my mind. You guys are amazing, honestly.
It's something that I was also blown away by a few years ago when I started to make inroads into the Age of Empires 2 community. Unlike a lot of gaming communities that can tend to sort of, pull up the ladder behind them, a bit gatekeepy, the Age of Empires community is just like, no, come on in. With open arms, please come and play our 20-year-old RTS. We would love to have you. And it is fantastic to be here, I'll tell you that.
It's awesome.
Oh, sorry, go on.
It's awesome, and honestly, arriba España, arriba Sudamérica, y aguante el H2.
I'll tell you what. I think I could learn something from you players about how to play the crowd because, oh boy, you're very, very good at it. Hart, I want to get your impression on the match that we've seen so far. 2-0 to Hera at the moment. Viper's got to get on the board. You've played against Hera a lot over the weekend. Doesn't matter who won or lost. That's not.
Doesn't matter at all.
At the end of the day, Hart, the real winner is Age of Empires, right? Yeah, that's it. No, look, what was your experience like going up against Hera? We know he's such a dominant player. How can you possibly prepare yourself to go up against someone like Hera?
I feel like I've met the most dominant Hera ever, honestly. He's in top shape, but so is Viper, honestly. Viper's doing really well. I think these 2 games, even though it's 2-0, the games have been really close. I'm seeing a really high-level Viper. I'm really hyped for this set because I think it's going to be very close in the end, even if it's 2-0 right now. I expect both of them to take games to the maximum.
Yes. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see Viper dig down and get onto the scoreboard. But the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, Hart, before we let you go, is that incredible second day you had. 3-0, 3-0, the clean sweep against 2 opponents. Hart played his guts out that day.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
What was going on for you that day with those 3-0s? The 3-0 against ACCM, against the Bastion. Could you just see the matrix? What happened to make you play so well?
I couldn't believe it, honestly. Like, every time I won the game, I could hear the crowd chanting, and to me, it was crazy. Like, just being on stage itself was amazing, but to hear people cheering for me actively was just, like, I had never experienced something like that. And I can tell, like, the guys on stage are also experiencing that. When they make a good play and people are cheering, you can hear it through the headset. And it's honestly an amazing feeling, and I'm hoping to keep listening to that and seeing how they perform.
Well, I know the crowd here is going to make a lot of noise for these players once we get things back up and going. Once again, let's put your hands together for Hart here, one of our semi-finalists, doing very, very well this weekend. Congratulations, Hart. Thanks for joining us. Back to T90, back to Dave, up in the casting area.
All right, folks, so we are back. We are getting closer.
We're building anticipation.
Yes, we are building
anticipation. One block at a time.
You can see the back of our heads right now. I'm sure you're very excited, and now you can see the fronts, which is only slightly better.
Yeah,
but
worse.
In your case or mine? Okay,
yes.
no. I mean,
mine looks the same.
I guess that's true. Well, great to see Hart up there. I love to see the happiness and energy there, right? Like, I felt like both Leary and Hart were like really enjoying the crowd here, and they got a lot of love from it. I think Viper and Hera may be no stranger to the hype, no stranger to the love, but I could speak from experience. You can too. It never really gets old, you know, to hear praise of some kind.
And
right?
I know a lot of players love that. One of the players that loves the hype is Jordan, and we actually have Zoe and Jordan to get their perspective on what it means to have the crowd in front of that stage and what a big moment it is for both of these players.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Jordan, it's so clear that for all the players who've been here over the last couple of days, the crowd really was like the missing piece of the puzzle. Like playing in front of a hyped crowd, an excited crowd, that makes all the difference.
Yeah, 100%. We are not really too used to having LAN events in the past. Of course, the last 2 years it was a little bit different. So I would say compared to other games, it's still something special, so to say. And being on the stage in front of so many people, it's just so good because there's so much energy coming from the crowd and you just feel it as a player and you're just super excited. So it's just amazing, a great experience to have as a player. And back in the days, that's something we as the Age of Empires 2 players dreamt of to have.
And now we're here in a castle with a crowd for the best, the most important game of the year here at Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Now, of course, if you're on a LAN event, there's always something that can go wrong. You can have tech issues and whatnot. Pauses will be had. That's just something else that you have to factor in when you're heading to that stage. How does that affect the player? Like heading into the pause, having to like get out of the game, get your head out of the game, back into the game. Do you think either of those two players will be affected by this?
I think it will have a positive effect on the Viper because a lot of things are about momentum, independent where you look. Like if you're looking at sports, if you're looking into esports, it's all about momentum. And Hera, he was building up the momentum, right? He won the first 2 games and that he had all the energy with him, so to say. And now with this break, it's kind of like a cut through and Viper is able to, you know, sit back and just try to reset. Don't think about the 2 games, think about the fact that he has to win 5 more games. That has to be the mindset. And yeah, I hope it's going to be positive for him there.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even yesterday when we watched him during the game with Leary, he's down 0-2, and instead of like locking in, he just like starts staring at the crowd, like playing around with them. Like he's feeding off of that energy. He's feeding off of chaos, it seems as well.
Yes, he's just, you know, there's a reason why he's the GOAT, so to say. And he has had so much experience already in those kind of situations. So he's no stranger to that, and his professionalism shows. And yeah, I think he will be able to bounce back very nicely.
So you as a player, or a former player rather, sorry.
Thank you.
Just quick reminder.
Thank you.
Do you use that time sometimes to just, I don't know, like rehash your strategy, maybe rethink some decisions? Like, can you actually gain an advantage as a player, or do you feel like that's actually dangerous if you start pivoting at this moment?
I think it's good. Like, I was a player who really liked to have a little bit more time for myself and just think about the strategies, especially if 2 games, the first 2 games, I would have lost them, which didn't happen too often. That's something where I was like, okay, it's very, very good because then I can step back and just think about all the decisions I have made after the draft, before the first game, and now I can maybe tweak a few things, depending on how my opponent has played the first 2 games.
Okay, so definitely opportunities to use a break, however short or long it might be, to your advantage. For now, we're going to send it back over to our casters and hope to get this one on the road again.
Welcome back, everyone. We are still delayed here getting into the next game, just ensuring that we're not going to have any pauses in the coverage, but I have been assured that it will be live shortly. Of course, this is a best of 9. It's going to take a long time anyway. I think, okay, so if you had a Bard, because we're back on this again.
We're back on this, yeah.
What do you think that guy's name is? Is it Bob the Bard? Is it Bert the Bard? Ooh. Is it like Bartholomew the Bard?
Short, Bart for short.
It has to start. It has to start with a B.
Wow. Well, yet again, I've been surprised by the Bard comment. I wasn't expecting this, but we are pretty much back at that point. We're out of other ideas, I suppose. I don't know, man. Does the name influence how much you appreciate your Bard?
What if it's like a Bartholomew?
That wasn't that good. I don't like that. But just saying, like, maybe you can't appreciate a Bard if his name is like Tim. You know, it's not a very Bard name. Sorry, any Tims out there.
No, Sorry, Tim's.
I would like to
Also-
point out, I think
Okay,
this is
go.
important.
Yes.
I'd like to point out that production mentioned that they could come back to us and we could send it to another interview with another player. And we said, actually, no, we've got something better, and we've been discussing bards.
Honestly,
that was our idea.
I didn't fully think it through.
We're like, we could just chat it out.
It's great to have Jordan back, though.
Yeah. No,
It's
seriously,
great,
he's done amazing.
It's great to have Jordan back. Not only on the production, he's done an amazing job as our resident analyst, but just in person, because we've missed him for the last few months since Neely's Apartment Cup, and of course he's been outside of the scene. I know he's got a lot of fans there. One unique thing about Jordan, which you know, you might not get through the screen, but you probably do, is that he's a real listener and he's a real carer, and he will ask you the most deep and impactful emotional questions ever. And you will be answering the question, you will be really thinking about it, looking the other direction, and when you look back 2 minutes later, when you finally have an answer, he's still looking at you.
Staring at you intently, yes.
He's like, what are they going to say?
I've never felt more important in my life
never
when
felt more
speaking to
loved.
Jordan. Yeah, seriously,
Yeah,
he
it's
really
crazy.
cares, and I don't have many good responses to come up with either, and he seems interested. So
Such an amazing person to have in our community, as
Yeah.
with most of the other players and casters as well. It's incredible to see all of them and all of the fans here. We can't mention them enough. The production staff as well is growing on me a little bit. Less and less with every delay, but
yes,
they're working
but it's
hard.
not necessarily on the production staff.
And
Unfortunately, it is technology, I've been told, which we thankfully have people here to investigate. But now it's been a great show. It's been a great show. And every time we do this, now occasionally we work with the same people, but other times you get new people. So you kind of you form those relationships at the start. They understand how weird we are and how we operate, and then everyone understands
And
each
they
other more
keep
as we
bringing us back.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, really.
Honestly.
Actually, settle down here. Let's not give them any, eye-opening moments
I don't
here.
want to endanger my life.
Yeah, seriously, don't do that. I was a little worried for us there. Yeah, it's amazing. I wish I think a lot of people made some videos on this to show the ins and outs, but I don't think anyone truly knows what actually goes into it.
Yeah.
There's probably 100 computer screens on site, all attached to various PCs
And
that
every
have various
computer
jobs.
screen has a person attached to it.
Yep,
And also
absolutely.
there's one winding little path up towards the castle. So you have to transport everything to the bottom, and then it's one truck or one van or one car at a time all the way up to the castle. Then you have to carry it, as we saw Riley take that same path, all the way up here. All this technical equipment, the heavy stuff, everything. It's an incredible production here and super ambitious, and I'm just happy that we managed to make it and we managed to get to our finals here.
Yeah, I do have one complaint. It is not on production or anyone. It is on whoever built this castle so many years ago. Apparently, no one ever had to take a pee in a hurry.
Yes.
Because we've got to start here and go all the way around and then go down a bunch of stairs and
Through the dungeon.
Through the dungeon, past the torture chamber.
Did they just throw it off? This isn't what we should be talking.
No, we shouldn't. We should move on.
You can see the winding path though, with the little
it's
lights.
amazing. It's absolutely terrifying. I get super anxious
The
when we drive
van
up
at
that hill.
night at 2 in the morning.
That is way steeper. Imagine 2005 Arabia.
Yeah.
The hill in front of your base where your main gold is. Okay, that is what that hill is like. It's brutal, and if you sit on the on the side of the road and then Dave's next to you saying, "Hey, we might fall," you're not gonna have a good time.
Tristan's losing his mind, anxious, and I'm like, "Hey man, look how close we are to the edge."
We'd be done. We'd be gone, man. It's fine though. It's fine. We've made it. Everything's been fine.
Yep.
The drivers have been more than trusting. So
Mem and I were talking about it. If we do go off the edge, what are we gonna say? And
I'm glad you're not the only one who had a thought about that. Because I was told I was a morbid
he said he
person.
was gonna sing.
He was going to sing?
Yeah, la la la. la, la, la.
Okay.
I would just be like, GG.
GG. Okay, I got you.
It's over.
Well, that is a live look at the castle. We are
Seen it many
somewhere in that.
times.
Yep.
Somewhere.
And it's all lit up, and it's amazing, and we are close. So they're doing testing right now.
Oh, that's a different angle, dude. They are really stretching for angles here.
There we
We
go.
are going through the catacombs. The player's room is on the right.
Yep. Production was on the left.
There's a little picture there of all the former Red Bull champions. The picture of the players. We're going in. The Red Bull fridges, of course. Krazzini's little admin abode is the one in the center where he checks all the resources and everything. We've got the player banners if you want to know where they've been practicing. Half-eaten pizza. A hat. Marine Lord now
showing off his trophy.
And that is a very impressive trophy.
It is.
He could almost fit in that. Actually, I'm not making jokes at Marine Lord's expense.
Yeah, and just one of like, well, not hundreds, maybe dozens of different rooms in this castle.
Look at that. Tato, Viper, and then Marine Lord behind.
It's beautiful drawing.
Yeah.
It's beautiful drawing.
And a cat. And a bat.
A cat and a bat.
There was a bat behind Viper.
They possibly referencing the bat from last time?
Yes, 100%.
Now,
and there's the bat too. There's a bat at the top.
I think I can say this and not get fired. They must have switched painters halfway through that one. If you know, you know. Some of the faces were a little bit more accurate than others.
Hey, man.
But I can't do anything. Everyone is going to act natural as the camera goes through into the courtyard here.
Get out of the way.
Everyone's in their seats right now for the most part.
This is like the virtual tour of the castle. Welcome. You can really feel as if you're here. Welcome to the castle. We've got a chess game going on.
He tried to get out of the way.
He tried to get it out of the way. We're interrupting the chess game. Yo, what's up, dude?
Having a good time.
Yeah.
This is where we had some archery earlier, and I almost killed Riley.
I sent the arrow flying in the wrong direction. Yeah, I should have put the arrow through the hole in the middle where the arrow is supposed to go.
Yeah, it's all right. You'll figure it out someday. But it's been cool to see that. Now that is the same cameraman. He is currently using a very tall ladder.
Consistently finding new angles for the last 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Impressive.
It's impressive. We do have different places to show. This is kind of the other side.
That's a tree?
And we have
You really were working on figuring out what number that was.
No, I was
can
not.
tell, dude.
No,
I know how your brain works. That's a 14, brother. You were really working on that.
Listen. I think we should move on. And there's one of our many banners here. It's been an amazing show. There's food, there's beverages, all sorts of options around for people so they don't go hungry or thirsty. And I know. We are all very hungry for Age of Empires. He said yeah.
He's got it through the middle. He's got it through the middle.
Whoa. Careful where you're pointing that rubber arrow.
Oh, there's a kid? And it didn't. It's stuck. Man, he just whipped so hard. Give the man another chance,
Give him redemption,
please.
please.
Give him a redemption
Come
shot.
on, we need redemption.
Come on.
What is it? I think
he says, I love you too. No, T90. Can't be right. It must be 2.
I thought it said it was me? Was it me?
Why did your voice go up like that? Bartenders, wonderful. We're making our way to the bar. I'll have one of those, please.
Oh, look, a Red Bull sign. Nice. Cameraman's having a good time.
Good.
I think if we could get word back to cameraman, I want to see redemption shot.
I mean,
from the archer.
At this rate, he's going to walk all the way down to the town.
All
That's
right.
the band.
The band from earlier.
Hey,
nice.
That's the band. Do you do weddings?
Oh,
I didn't even notice this one. We didn't even.
Whoa, is this new?
Yeah.
We got to take a photo there.
We didn't even take a picture.
You wouldn't be able to do the middle ones because I don't think you have the height, but you actually wouldn't look very bald.
Oh, it's getting dark. Shh. It's getting dark now, guys. It's getting dark. Visitors, hug the wall. He's leaving.
He's leaving the castle.
He's now leaving
well,
the
hold
castle.
on. No. He's going the back way.
This guy didn't let me through the other day. He just let him through.
He's got a camera, dude. Those are the rules.
I was in costume. And now we've got some fans, and we're back up into the courtyard here, following Mr. Crew in front. Wow, we're
going to be right back up to the stage. This is the perfect little tour of kind of the setup we have here for our fans. And
I love the camera work. Thank you.
Here we are. We're back to our live audience. Who's ready to go? Who's ready to go? Hello, everybody. We are going to be in the next game shortly, and everyone's still awake as ever, ready to see the games. What a crowd, dude. What a crowd. Love to see it, Dave. Well, Hera Viper, potentially 7 more games. So this could be a long night. And could be. We've got plenty of castle to explore from the top here. I'm a little... Okay.
We've repaired the problem.
Okay, we've been told that the problem is repaired.
Sorry, I was very excited.
And Dave got excited.
And the crowd should be too, and you should be excited at home as well.
All right.
That was a virtual tour for the ages, though.
It was.
We really took you through there.
So I guess camera guy gets to avoid walking all along the upper walls, which would be quite dangerous.
He might be up there the next time.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Let's hope there's no next time.
Because like we were running out of ideas there, so he probably would have been headed up there. So game number 3. We're hearing it's going to be coming underway here. It will be Viper's choice of map. We speculated on possibly picking a map on Hera's side. You make it 2-1. You eliminate a Hera home map. You still got just as many home maps remaining.
Yeah,
that's an option. Viper did do really well in game number 2. Like, he didn't make many mistakes. It felt like it was the type of game that he had control over, and then Hera's champion surprised him. So maybe he wants to ease into the late game. If he does that, Mountain Dunes would be good, Shrubland would be good, and then the Passage is just a water map, which also tends to go quite late. That could be a good option as well. But I'm just thinking, like, you need 5 wins now. You have to single out 2 maps on Hera's side that you can beat him on, that you feel you're comfortable with, and maybe you just kind of attack that right now.
I mean, Karst can also go late as well if you get your walls up. But you got to get your walls up. Same with Isthmus as well. Isthmus?
This is going to be
to look a lot like Isthmus.
It's going to be
Shrubland
here. So
never mind.
Hera has Franks, and when MBL played the other day, Tato went Franks, and MBL went Incas. Now, Hera banned Incas, so that's not an option for the Viper, but it was a nice little counter pick to the Franks. It showed that the Franks do have weaknesses against Halb.
Leary also went Portuguese on this map, and I believe Viper has Portuguese.
He does like his Portuguese. Portuguese, I don't really know if it's as beneficial as the Frank berry bonus, but they do have a berry bonus
I think
with
it's
wood
better.
income.
It's better, is it
Think
not?
so? I just don't know how helpful extra wood is in the race to stay Castle Age, right?
Yeah, but
in
once
theory,
you're
you
in
could spend
Castle
it.
Age,
yeah,
it's better than the... I mean, Franks are good because they get the farm bonus in synergy with the berries. You're bringing in the food faster, and you can set up your other food to eco faster. But in Castle Age, setting up TCs on those berries and getting wood supply is incredible.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, though. Viper has a civilization which is extremely awkward in the mid game, really good in the late game.
Oh, look at that.
And, well, I'm going to not complete my thought because Viper goes for the Portuguese like Leary did the other day. So Viper goes for one of his early picks. We'll see what Hera does. There is that throwing axeman, and it is going to be Portuguese versus Franks. These are 2 top-tier civs. I would say Franks probably a little bit easier to play, and certainly suiting Hera's ability to boom. And, again, the 2 civs with the berry bonuses, it does just kind of make sense with so many berries on the map.
Oh, get ready for a big cheer here. Get ready for a big cheer here, folks, watching live and watching at home. It's been a long delay, but game number 3!
Let's go!
Shrubland! Hera playing as the Franks, Viper playing as the Portuguese, and the game goes on. Maybe a little bit of trolling mixed in there.
Well, Viper's going to open archery range here. I'm a little surprised by this. I do think it's great for the Portuguese to do so with cheaper gold units, but it does take a long time to get over to the enemy map, or the enemy side on this map. Hera, more expected, of course, with his Civ. He's going to drop a stable down and go for scouts. But let's see if Hera can spot the fact that Viper's going archers, because if Viper can sneak that somehow, which is unlikely, I'd say, then maybe there can be a payoff for Viper, but it's going to take a while for Viper to get across the map.
I'd like to see Viper put down some just pre-walls before Hera gets there.
Yeah.
You know, getting a little bit greedy, relying on your quick walls is kind of something that Viper is known for. But, I mean, it's easy. You just put down a few palisades, and then you don't lose those early villagers, right? And you're comfortable. And then you can start really making your way into the Castle Age and expanding onto those berries with the Portuguese.
It is worth noting that you can't wall all of it because there's that stone walk, like that pathway there, so you can't wall that. But you should be able to wall most of things
Wall
and
in your
should be
woodbine.
able to keep things protected, yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like, this is interesting now, right? Hera, the last thing he wants to do is drop an archer range. It just feels so natural to stay on stable and get into knights instead of having to add skirms. But it's going to ask a question of him. Now, he has an idea this is coming, and he's going to, in the meantime, try and pick off some Viper villagers here. But this is the issue. Viper has to have a spear with his archers on that journey.
Yeah.
So he can't actually, I mean, he's going to have to make more spearmen.
He's got another one
to defend
coming out.
himself.
He's got a spear on each side. So he sent 2 archers forward on one side. He sent 1 archer forward on the other. He's got a spear accompanying both. And Hera decides no damage to be done. So Viper pushes forward from both angles, and he's just trying to keep... Oh.
It's all right. Deep breaths, folks. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. So the issue we were having was with the game and the program. And before it was, I believe, my understanding is it was just kind of dropping for us. So if that's happening, that's a good sign that we're not out of this one here. The players are still moving along. So I think that's okay. We should be good. Could even be, something we kind of work out of our system here. So Viper's archers get over. This was kind of my worry with archers, though. You get there. Hera has 2 skirms. He had all the time in the world to prepare for it. And it just doesn't seem like the archers are going to do too much for Viper.
I mean, the archers might force Hera to bring some of his forces back in defense, and it forced him into the archer range, right? So it's a little bit more investment than Hera might have wanted. Viper is the first one to the castle age, and Hera's going to follow up with that as Viper trying to save this villager, and he does. Hera needs to run away. Hera's going to look for some more value there as he chases the archer and the spearman away with his skirmishers. He clicks up to castle age, but he's about 30 seconds behind Viper.
Okay, so decision time right now for Hera. You probably are going to need to rely on skirms, but what is Viper going to do from here? Viper just showing Hera was so much on gold, or I guess it would be more correct to say that Hera scouted it.
Get him.
Is a big deal because Hera seeing the double mining camp on gold and the amount on gold will tell him this will be crossbow commitment. Viper's going to add scouts as well, so you could go knights, you could go archers, but still only 3 archers, so I'm looking at Viper's setup. It's like not producing archers anymore.
I think he wants cav archers, just like Leary. I think he wants cav archers, and that was the entire plan. You get yourself to the castle age, you go for the cav archers, and then you can expand your eco at the same time because you're getting wood for your cav archers by foraging the berries. Now, Hera knows that cav archers is a play because Leary was doing it before, and they probably had a discussion about that, or he watched that game. So he's probably adding skirmishers to go elite skirm to counter the cav archer play from the Viper.
I think Viper is just going to flex this into a boom, hoping Hera is expecting the CA.
I mean, 700 gold, though?
Yeah, like this to me feels like Viper's going to drop TCs and defend. And Hera saw a lot on gold and is assuming, oh man, he's going to go like 2-3 ranges. He's going to come with so much army. Okay. But Viper's going to drop a monastery. He's going to drop TC2. He's going to drop TC3. And then he just has a couple scouts on the map just to kind of take a look on what's going on here.
800 gold in the bank for Viper, though.
No market.
What are we doing with this gold is the question. I mean, he's got the monastery, of course. He sees the skirmishers, Hera expecting the cav archer play, and Hera seeing that second TC, which, wouldn't be weird if Viper was going cav archers. He hasn't identified any extra ranges because Viper hasn't added them just yet.
This is actually really sick for Viper, right? Like, if Viper went for army here, if he went for knights, or if he went for CA or crossbow, Hera's ready and prepared for that. But Viper can make 2 units, find 2 villager kills, and now he's faster to the town centers. And I just think Hera's like the natural opening with 13 on gold is army, and Viper's like, nope, I'm saving that gold for later, bro.
Saving it for what, though? It's not the most efficient thing to just keep resources rotting away in the bank, and you can see how much wood he's got. You see how much gold he's got. What is the plan there for Viper? I love the fact that he's already got a TC on the berries. That's nice, and he's getting double resource collection. And you can see already, resources collected. Viper has the lead.
Yep.
I think for the first time in this series, Hera's generally been ahead on that stat.
Yeah, we had that delay. I'm forgetting a little bit, but I think certainly game number 2, Hera was ahead. And now this becomes a relic contest. And Hera's got 10 skirms that he's going to have to move out across the field. And kind of similar to what we said as Viper gets the conversion.
Where did that one come from?
Similar to what we had said before about moving out across the map with range units, I do think it becomes very difficult for Hera to find the value. But Hera gets the snipe on the Monk and gets his revenge.
Nice snipe there from Hera as he sends the Knights in from the other side. Elite Skirms also following another Knight behind as Viper tries to bring in this relic. Maybe he can get another big conversion.
Hera didn't see it. Viper keeps moving. That's going to be relic number 1 for the Viper.
And he'll see the army coming in, so he can get that relic home in time. He does not have any gold left in the bank. Did he spend it on Texas?
Oh, he gets another conversion.
Huge conversions here from Viper.
Did you see Hera's reaction there? He kind of nodded like, oh, okay, game. Okay, game. You're going to do that? Yeah, you're going to do that? So some kind of fast conversions there for Viper. And Hera's going to move in. Now, Viper is just
gonna block.
A moment removed.
Another conversion?
Hold on.
A man of faith?
He gets the conversion! What in the world? I was going to say Viper, and he killed the Monk.
At home.
He killed the Knight as well. Holy value from the Viper. Dave, this is huge. He's heavily on stone, so he can work his way into a castle. Hera's army advanced across the map with crazy upgrades, right? He got Elite Skirm, he got Bodcanero, and it's all just going to be slaughtered by his own Knights.
The upgrades have been in vain because he read a play from Viper that Viper wasn't going for. He just had the gold in the bank. I'm still wondering what happened to that gold. I guess it was just monks and upgrades and Knights and maybe a little bit of market usage there as Hera buys wood and stone of his own, maybe thinking about an additional town center somewhere? A 5th town center? No.
I loved that look from Hera off that one conversion.
Yeah, he's like, oh my God.
We are really like, we're really breaking this down a little too much here, but I love that. Oh, okay. You know, he's going to have to find his way out of this one. So Franks have the stronger cavalry, as Viper's going to work his way towards that. But Franks don't have a lot else to work with beyond just, I'd say, infantry. Portuguese have great archers. They have great gunpowder.
Fantastic tech tree.
Yeah, they've got cav as well.
Does
and
he get it?
everything's
Does he get it?
cheaper.
Does it? Oh!
And he gets another conversion.
Number 4!
Hera with a smile on his face now. It's just
He's like, it's going to be one of those.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work this way, but Hera's probably thinking, so I'm just going to get all my bad luck out of the way.
Yeah.
in game number 3.
Yep.
And this is exactly what Viper needs. He needs these small moments to add up. He gets another villager snipe. Hera doesn't have a whole lot here. Viper was distracting the town center fire with the light cav, and he just seems to be in the zone right now. Hera is housed. There's going to be a whole lot of red units hovering around Hera's base.
Great monk snipe right here there.
And Viper's going to be on 4 TCs behind this, Dave.
Yeah, Hera is trying to expand his eco. I mean, he's been on 4 TCs for longer. Viper's still ahead on Res Collected, but Hera's still ahead on Villagers here. So production has been really nice from him. Only 51 seconds of idle TC time from Hera as Viper tries for another conversion. That one's 100%, a little bit longer there, but the Monk will still die. Viper can't do anything about that. But still, Hera is losing all of his units and giving them over to his enemy as he's trying to counterattack.
It might end up looking really weird here, what Hera's going to go for. But I think he's just going to continue with Cav, and because it's his best option with his Civ. I think if he tries to make transitions into like pikemen here or something, it's just so easy for the Portuguese player to add the organ guns and go gunpowder. So this might on paper look kind of odd, but I think Hera's about to say, you know what, as the monk is moonwalking, I am going to just go for the Knights, go for the Cav Imp, and hope it's strong enough to get the job done.
Yeah, the Monk's
overchop on
the wood line. Knights are in again.
Oh,
Hera
man.
losing more. It's amazing he's only lost 5 villagers. Excellent damage control so far from Hera. He's going to lose a few more here, and this is just annoyance. As Viper comes in trying to snipe the Monk, he doesn't get it. Hera with a good garrison. Does he get this Monk? He does.
That should be a conversion for Hera. He hops inside the TC. He'll get the relic in the monastery, but it is just all Viper right now. Still advancing forward with monks. Still has the relics, has so much control, and he's going to add in organ guns as well. What an annoying position here for Hera. He's going to try and kill the monks with the scout, but now the scout gets converted, and the Knights are finding picks, and this is just continuous damage in Hera's economy.
Now Viper is not letting go, and it's low numbers of units. Look at the military, like 7-3, 6-3 throughout this whole
whole process. Hera's been losing a lot. He's lost a lot of monks, and he hasn't gotten the conversions, and every time he's up against a Viper monk, he's being converted himself. Another castle coming down from Viper as this scout chases after. This guy is not going to survive this one. Viper won't be able to convert that scout, so there's a win for Hera as he loops around with these two knights. Viper heading forward with the villagers. That's a lot of vills.
That's a lot of vills. And there should be enough organ guns to protect here. I could definitely see some villagers going down, but Viper wants to take the northern area with the castle.
And he's up to him. So
he's
is Hera.
clicked up to the Imperial Age. There goes Hera as well. Let's see how this goes with the organs, because they're not all grouped up together. Viper's going to repair.
Nice repairs coming in. The organs are kind of weak against the knights in single digits as the knights try and clear them up, but it should be enough for Viper. Let's see if Hera sends anything else forward.
That's
He's
so
repairing
funny.
with 4 villagers.
That's so funny. Hera should know there's going to be a castle coming here, dude. That is just crazy value from Viper. And Viper quick walls the Vill! Saves the villager there against the light cap. Viper is feeling it here in game number 3.
Oh, he's got a castle at home defensively. Another one going forward. He's still on stone, but Viper now having to deal with some raids at the back. He notices right away, pulls the villagers away. Hera getting the first villager kill of the game. Eco KD is now 10-1 in favor of Viper. Res collected is 3,000 ahead, but Hera is not out of this game just yet. 115 villagers with 19 in the queue.
So the way that Hera wins this, the way he should approach this, is he needs to make Viper's lack of mobility with the organ guns an issue. And so the South, there's some alarm bells there for Viper because he's exposed.
He needs a castle down there.
Yeah, but if you do that, you can't push Hera, right? So there's it's an either-or situation. I think what Viper's going to try and do is just castle towards Hera's base and then use the light cap to protect in the south. But if Hera goes knights in the south, that's going to be the issue.
I think Viper's patient enough. He doesn't need the castle to push in the north. He'd rather go for the castle in the south and work towards something in the north there. He'd rather make sure that Hera can't raid, doesn't have that other option. He's pushing forward with the organs. We're about to see, it looks like the villagers might be coming forward from Viper. Maybe I was wrong. It kind of looks like they're moving forward here for another castle. He almost has the stone. He's got plenty of resources in the bank as the knights push forward to take out the organ guns.
I don't know, like the organs need to be masked, right? Viper's producing mainly light cap. He's going to attempt to convert a knight there, which he won't get. The organ guns are getting killed off, and knights are way better than light cap, so Viper, as he gets some raids in here, is going to build a defensive castle. Well, not really defensive castle in the north, but a more passive castle.
Hera going now for Cavalier upgrade. Handcart coming in. Viper putting all his production buildings in the north, and he's walling in the south. But remember, there's a stone strip around this map.
Did he find an area?
Did he find a stone?
Oh, no.
within
You
the
can run over
stone?
that.
Okay.
I think you can run over that.
Well, what if you can't?
I'm actually not certain, but that could
stone
be
within the stone.
crazy.
That would be wild.
Yeah. I mean, there's supposed to be a one-tile gap, but those stones do generate, and I just don't know. I think you can run over it, Dave. I think Hera might look at it and
We
think
need
it's called.
confirmation.
We'll find out.
Okay.
Viper would have checked, but that would be horrible for Hera. If those walls actually go down, and I've been told that by production at least that those do block the tile.
And they're situated
And
every so often.
They
so
happen
maybe
every
at
once in a while.
strategic positions, you can find a wall like that. That's a crazy call out there from Viper. Means that he's really practiced this map and took a good hard look at it. That is amazing. Lightcap still raiding at the back of Hera's base as Hera loses some more villagers, but Hera's pushing forward with
His
the
units
castle
won't
of his own.
path there. He's clicked beyond it,
and
they're not pathing, and he must be really confused right now because of the knowledge of, the fact that it's very difficult to wall.
This is why Viper didn't castle there. This is why everything is in the north. He knows.
And, I was about to criticize Viper for building the barracks in the north and having no defense at home, but if the defense is there in the form of that wall, Hera's going to have to face the music here and deal with these halbs right away.
And here come the organs, here come the halbs, here come the trebs. Hera is going to have to focus on this. He was hoping for a distraction. He's got a big army of his own. Paladin now on the way in, 2 minutes and 40 seconds away. Will he have enough time as Viper is getting all of his technologies?
Halbs do a ton of bonus damage here, but in even numbers, the Paladins will win the fight. That's what Hera needs to rely on. There is a world where he could mix in hand cannons and throwing axemen, but that takes time that he does not have right now, Dave.
Yeah, Viper just sitting up on that hill. You'd love to see more siege from him if possible. Hera, he knows how to play with Paladin. If you're looking at an army like this from Viper, you have to wait another minute and 40 seconds until Paladin armor comes in, or the upgrade comes in, and you have to have enough. You have to have like 40.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm worried for Hera because he's not going to have long-term gold control here. So he will need something else, but for now he just needs to
Fortified
stop.
wall from Viper.
Yeah, and he's doing that because Hera had clicked the wall with the castle as well. He wants to make it that much more difficult for him to break through.
Can you get
he
fortified
added another
rock
layer
as well?
I don't think there's fortified rock, but I'm kind of new at this. And Hera's still waiting that minute. He has to fight this, Dave, but that is going to be 50 halbs from the Viper. It's going to be such an expensive fight for Hera to take here.
Yeah, one Treb only rolling forward, and Viper is protecting that with everything. He has to keep the halbs near the organs near the Treb, and he needs to force a fight where Hera loses a very expensive army, and Viper needs to make sure he's got the production queued behind. That's the important thing, because he will lose this army at some point, but it's easier to replace than Hera's Paladin.
And if you're going to lose your army, you want to lose it a couple more steps deep into the opponent's eco.
So deep in here.
you want to lose it here instead of where you were moments ago, and you want to lose it after killing Bills as well. I mean, here goes Hera.
Is Hera just going to the north? He's ignoring this army. He's looking for that castle Viper is placing,
He's got a wallet.
Need the quick wall.
He's got a wallet. I don't think Viper realizes it's not walled.
It's open.
Hera is going to deny this castle.
What a play from Hera, but he is losing the middle of his eco.
Yeah.
Is this enough? I mean, Viper only has one Treb there, fair, but Hera is going to lose a lot of buildings over there still. He's got 143 villages.
Viper's got castles, and he's got halb production here. He should be fine in the end, but Hera says, screw your counter units. I have Paladin, the strongest Paladins in the game with Franks, and he's just spamming them nonstop. He's got 60 of these things.
Yeah, 46 on gold, so right now he can afford them. Viper, a miscalculation there, not walling in that castle. The Paladin coming back across, hand cannons from Viper, trying to get to the front lines. However, the Paladin are moving towards Viper's base. Hera on stand ground patrol there with his Paladin, and it worked out for him. He's going to clear up the Dread now.
Dave, let's talk about the barracks for Viper. Can we look back at his base? If Paladins get in there,
yeah,
I don't think he has any, right?
He's got one. He's got his starting
It's all
barracks.
in the north.
Yeah.
It's all in the north. If Hera gets past castles, it's a big problem.
Yep.
And that's enough Paladins to really do damage. That's enough Paladins to do damage.
And
Hera's about to break through this wall. What is happening? What is happening? Hera, every other time he's probably played the map, has never been walled out. It happens, and he has the guts to just go straight Paladin against
But look
Hal.
at the army. Viper still has 60 military. It's just in the wrong place to deal with the raids. If Viper can clear up these raids here, if he can stop Hera from getting in, he's still doing damage to Hera's economy. He's been killing Hera's economy this whole time. It's opening up pop space for Hera's military, sure, but Hera is going to run out of steam at some point. You can see him losing population as the Halbs take the fight against the Paladin, and the solo villager, Bob the Villager, building the castle up on the hill.
It's still Frank Paladins. It's still Frank Paladins. They're still going to kill a lot here. I'd be very curious to see Viper's Vil count. He hasn't been able to get many barracks up at home, and there his units go down. You need the wood income, you need the food income, and you need to be able to produce as well if you're Viper.
Still 54 military. Still 54 military. Is the castle up yet? Is the castle up yet? The castle is up
It's
now.
up. It's up. That's big. That's big. So Hera is going to hit a point where he's going to run out of gold. You see that tile there is left. He maybe has a little bit more to work with, but I don't think there's anything more.
He's shifting everything to the bottom now. Is he
And
about to get in? Viper still holding.
Oh my God.
Viper's still holding. He's got the bombard cannon now.
But Hera, I guess, do you need to treb the piece of wall next to the... You avoid the rock?
No,
or
you
go
the tree.
True!
Cut the tree, my guy.
Cut the tree! Yeah, I mean, that might be the best play for him.
Oh.
He is
He's
actually...
in the trees.
There's been a hole there the whole time?
Sure.
Oh my goodness!
Why not?
Hera goes in with his Paladins. He's still on a
stand ground
patrol.
He's figured something out
which
here.
is a new thing, right? And it seems to be well, it's not a new thing. It's like 15
This is like
years
some
old.
kind of CBA tactic right here, and he's actually ripping through the halberdiers.
Yeah.
So Paladin versus halberdier. I mean, you can stack them up, and they can take him out, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, Hera's only winning because he can make the most expensive unit possible.
Yep.
And
not
Viper
for long.
is all about the cost
Petard
efficiency
is coming
here.
out from Hera.
He needs that. He needs to be through. He needs to ask some questions of Viper here. Viper just playing Legend of Wall here behind this wall, but if he gets attacked by Paladins, he doesn't have a single castle
We need
in
to
the heart
start
of his
shooting
eco.
trees here, Tristan.
I agree. I agree with you. I think it's very likely you hit it, and Viper doesn't realize because Viper's
He
trying to
killed
push
the
in the north.
villager, though. Hera sniped the villager with the trebs. Now he's going after the walls. If those Paladin get in, Viper will have a problem. Fortunately, more villagers behind. Hera trying to take that gold. He really needs this gold. He's got 62 Paladin on the field. However, 57 Halberdier from Viper. What an army from Hera as he tries desperately to get through these walls.
He's almost through. Viper's going to add some more walls. And it still is just a difficult situation for Hera long term. He's going to go in and attack these Halbs again.
Stand ground patrol once more.
And he's doing his stand ground patrol. It changes how the units engage. It allows them to stack on top of each other. It makes it difficult for the opponent's units to engage, Dave.
Yes.
This is something that I recently heard about. I believe it is something that may not be possible next patch. And Hera is using it in the biggest moment here, as he should. And it's just allowing him to chew up the
He's
house.
off gold. He's off gold, though. Every Paladin now that he loses is a massive deal. That is the only gold he has. It's forward. He's got villagers with gold in their arms, but nothing in front of them as the Paladin push forward to the north and take out another trebuchet. That castle is still up, though. Viper still spamming Halberdier and making more hand cannons and still holding the line in the south. Hera has been unable to break these walls.
He's also doing a great job at still trying here. I think if you give up at any point, it's just game over.
Yes.
But this fight might not be worth it for him, Dave.
Nope.
He's losing
37
Paladin numbers.
Yep.
The Castle Fire is helping Viper so much. Viper has more Halbs in queue. Can Viper get back on track here? Can Viper get this victory?
Hera's just trying so hard to get through here, but it's not going to matter in a second. I mean, 86 gold? That's one Paladin. He's only got 34 on the field. He's making skirms now.
Yeah, I think Viper needs to take that monastery down.
Yes.
If he has any siege around, and I think he just needs to continue to do more of the same.
Panic!
Oh man, dude.
What a moment.
I really feel for Hera right now. This is so annoying from Viper. But it's changed the entire game, dude.
Yeah.
It's changed the entire game.
This is incredible.
Knew. We didn't even know. He knew about it. He's taking advantage of it. Guys, what's going on?
Just passing.
They're looking over
He's
here.
in. Never mind.
Well, he is through. He is through. He is through. But
And
now
he
he's
wants
not.
it again. Have you ever seen anything like this? Viper with the wall.
Oh my goodness.
Hera loses to walls.
Oh my goodness. What was that game, dude? Viper holds on. He made over 300 Halbs, and he is back, just like he was in the semifinals. And Hera tastes defeat for the first time in a long time here.
Wow. We always see something unique. You know, every single game of Age of Empires has the potential to be unique, and that's why we love this game for so long. I've never seen a wall into a rock, into Trebs attacking it for 25 minutes, and he's unable to get in. Unfortunate for Hera there. Viper played that to perfection, though. Map knowledge coming in clutch.
That map is not new for this tournament. We saw it in qualifiers. We saw it in ranked.
Do that.
I've never seen anyone do that. Yeah, I've never seen it. And it changed the game. It absolutely did. I think Hera's approach was correct, by the way. I think once Viper walled and fortified the north, he had to go with his best unit, and that gave him his best chance.
Speaking of walls, there's John Slow right there.
Oh, yeah, John Slow in the crowd.
He's like, I've been doing that forever.
We are going to have a short break here after that game as we reset.
What a game.
Now, what a game. Honestly, if you're Hera right now, I don't think that does anything to your mental.
Yeah.
Because he will think, okay, come on, right? Had that not happened, I would have gone through.
Yeah,
now,
it's a ridiculous series of events.
exactly. So I don't think you really look at it and get too frustrated with yourself.
Also, the conversions were horrible for him.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there was just a lot of things that kind of went wrong that were somewhat out of his control. Now, Viper's going to take the win. He's not going to complain about a victory. But let's just pretend for a moment. You're going to need to do a lot of pretending.
Okay.
Pretend you're as good as Hera. Again, a lot of pretending. And
no, give me a second. I'm getting in the headspace.
Okay.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. You win the first 2 games. You get some solid cheers, right?
Yeah.
You have all these delays, all that stuff. Viper wins that game, and the crowd erupts at its obnoxious level you maybe haven't experienced yet today. Does that put a little bit of a chip on your shoulder to be like, oh, okay, guys. All right, I'll show you. Or do you just not think about it at all?
Well, I'm 2K9, and probably the average elo of the crowd is like 1K. So do I really... Sorry, I'm in the Hera headspace. Does it bother me that much?
I think it would put... it would put a little bit of a chip on your shoulder in that position.
Might.
And I think it should.
Yeah.
I think it should. It'd be like, okay, maybe I've got to quiet them down a little bit more, right? Not to say that they haven't been cheering, but I think Hera said, like, he definitely felt like he wasn't the favorite coming into this series. He said that. And so, yeah, I would hope that he looks at that and says, okay, he beat me with the wall.
Yeah.
He beat me with the wall.
Well,
Let's come back, game 4.
I think good things to take away there if you're Hera. It was very messy. You managed to have the eco lead over Viper for a very long time. You got into Paladin, and then you definitely outplayed him when it came to positioning with that army pushing him from Viper, right? You denied the castle. You ignored the push because there was only 1 Treb there. What's 1 Treb and a couple of Halbs going to do? Not too much to your eco. The Organ Guns weren't elite. They weren't a big problem. He ignored it. He went forward with the Paladin, and he made Viper sweat, and he made Viper really work for it. So I think good moments there from Hera, good recognition, good game sense in that game from Hera. He just couldn't pull it off because of a rock and a few conversions and Trebs that couldn't get through walls.
Yeah, and Viper had he earned himself a lot of control to build up to that point.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, it wasn't just the rock, but yeah. Now, small thing about the units there, I believe that might have been a combination of no attack stance to get the units to stack and path a different way, and stand ground. I'll be curious to see after this event concludes, if there's any experimentation on how that worked. But I saw something recently about how that could possibly change things.
That's the behavior that they had back in the original game
when
you use a patch,
stack,
and even before that. Yeah, if you stand ground patrol like that, you can stack up, and basically what it does is it gets like 5 Paladin on the same tile and attacking at the same time, and 5 Paladin attacking a Halberdier will insta-kill it. So the Halberdier doesn't even get time to poke. So
and then the other units are all bumping into each other.
Exactly. So that's nice to see from Hera pulling something like that out, because it's not something that's extremely popular at the moment. Maybe he's been saving it, but Viper's been saving the rock. So, like, hey, this is the grand final. This is where you pull out those things and show the world what you have up your sleeve.
Yeah, and there's not really, that's definitely a you can't beat him, join him situation as well in terms of the, so we'll see if Viper gives it a shot and says, oh yeah, I forgot about that. That is possible. So, big positive for Hera to take here. Not just the fact he's up 1 game, but he has every single home map, all right? This is an uphill battle for Viper still. Hera has all of the maps he was comfortable with, all the maps he would have wanted to play. Viper's gonna need to make a decision now. 2 home maps, and I believe Viper can hear us at the moment because he has his headphones off.
I think Hera might be able to hear us as well,
It's
whether
possible.
he wants to or not.
Hera, blink twice if you can hear us.
No, don't talk to him.
Okay. 4 home maps available for Hera, 2 for Viper. I'm going to say the same thing I said before, especially now that you bounce back. Got to go to Hera's side here. You got to have your home maps available for that game 8 that might happen. That game 9 that might happen. You don't want to play all the games in Hera's court, in my opinion.
I mean, it kind of feels like Hera is of the opinion that every map in this pool is one of his home maps.
Sure.
To be honest.
Yeah.
And Viper might be in the same boat. I mean, they have so much confidence in each other.
Yeah.
It's crazy. These 2 teammates up here getting ready for the next game. Viper had to take a short bathroom break, but he's back, of course, considering the civs. Crowd's been here for a very long time.
Let's go. Thank you, guys.
Norwegian flag right there, and we're going on to Mountain Dunes.
Dude, it's so cool to see all the people here from all these different countries. We had a Norwegian here with the horn yesterday. I don't know. I haven't heard the horn today. Maybe he misplaced it, but that was cool after every Viper victory.
There's the horn.
There's the horn. All right. I don't know.
Heard it in the background.
I don't know if the people at home could hear it, but shout out the horn guy. All right. Well, Mountain Dunes is one of Viper's 2 remaining home maps. So he's going to stay with his home maps, and this will be another relatively slow build-up compared to what we will eventually get to.
Yes.
But I guess Viper wants to even this out, add even more confidence and momentum for himself here. and take it from there. And you can't blame the guy. And
Horn
guy is still going. Production, can the fans hear the horn? I'm guessing they can't.
It's a very low, rumbly horn.
It is intimidating, though.
It gives a certain ambiance.
Oh, they can apparently hear it.
Yeah,
Okay.
He sounded exasperated.
I guess Twitch viewers can give that horn a ranking out of 10.
Okay, so
where was the horn when we had that large delay earlier? We needed something else.
We needed horn guy.
We needed horn guy.
You can stop blowing it, man. We get it. All right.
Viper back to his seat here. I saw, I believe, admin there. Maybe we had a bit of an issue, but we'll have the next game coming up. Man, it's been a really nice series. Let's not forget, Game 2 felt like Viper was going to win that.
Yeah.
Right. So this feels like a 2-1. It could have been 2-1 either way. The momentum is with Hera because he is the 2 and not the 1. And we are going to carry on here. Apparently, Viper had a bit of a noise issue with his headphone. That's been fixed. Can we make out the notes there from Hera?
It says, nope.
Yeah, couldn't quite figure that one out. But seeing lots of detail there. And it is not something that players are usually doing.
Ooh,
Typically,
Berbers.
they're putting all that
Berbers
on the computer.
Mountain Dunes. Berbers on Mountain Dunes. Let's see what Viper goes with.
I think
Viper goes with the
Hindustanis. Ooh, dude, this is a great matchup. This is a great matchup for Viper. We saw. Do you remember Acropolis games of Berber Hindustanis
Yes.
at all? Does that ring a bell?
Camels for days.
Camels for days. Okay, so camels for days. We don't know what type of camel it's going to necessarily be.
Or what type of day.
Or what type of day it's going to be. But I really like this matchup for Viper. I'll explain why once we're in. Mountain Dudes will have a relatively fast start potential just because of Empire Wars, but I expect walls to be the focus. And every other time Hera and Viper have played this map, they've just looked super comfortable.
It could also be just a pure Camel Archer play for the Berber player. I mean, you're up on your mountainous dune.
Yeah.
You can wall pretty quickly. It looks like Hera is into the game. Lightning fast fingers as always. And the stone is right next to the TC, so you can open with scouts to get your walls down, and then you can go into the Camel Archers. A very, very strong unit. And then Viper is going to have to play like camels against you, skirmishers potentially.
Yeah.
Maybe just even boom up as we see game number 4 here. Hera playing as the Berbers, Viper playing as the Hindustanis. Hera sending in 1 scout at a time. He's unable to find any damage just yet.
Don't do that against Viper.
And he's like, I agree. I'm out.
Oh my god.
I'm out, man.
Oh, and Viper had that palisade wall prepped so fast, dude. That was so funny. So back to my point here, as we have scout opening, this is obviously a really important thing to focus on. Hera needs to get some damage in because I think because neither civilization gets Howl, there's not a strong counter to Camel, which then means why not make Camel?
Yeah.
Eventually, Berbers have the cheaper camels, but Hindustanis have the faster attacking camels, and then they get Imperial camels. So in the Camel War, I'm all about the Hindustanis long term, but I think what you said is what Hera ultimately wants. There is stone underneath the TC.
Yeah.
It's not Hera's style, but I think
to just
Camel
go
Archer.
for that. Yeah, it's not his style to just go for that castle right away.
Yeah.
That feels like something he's going to want to work into. Maybe some Camel's Light Cap or something in the middle before he goes there. Because the Camel Archers do take time to build up, and the last thing you want to do is let the Hindustanis just kind of boom while you're trying to go for a castle and build up Camel Archers of your own.
So
They're not on stone yet.
We're talking very small details, right?
Yes.
But Viper did, showing some signs at the moment. Queued up to like 10 Vils in queue, didn't have the food for a Spearman and a Scout or 2 here or there. That's why he's behind in numbers. He canceled some of the extras.
Also getting
but he
bloodlines.
is playing very defensive here, probably due to the matchup. And Hera already using the market is, again, a sign that I think he feels like he has to win fast.
Yeah.
And he wants to rush to Castle Age here.
Viper, classic. He goes for the walls there, then deletes them. He doesn't want to waste resources as he saw the scouts were leaving. Hera has a lot of resources in the bank. Viper getting forging as well. Like, he's really focusing on these scouts, but he only has 5.
Yep. Hera's just really good at this. He's really good at this. He shows you army, and then he just falls back and tries to beat you in castle. Now, if there's a hole, this would be horrible.
There's no hole.
Oh! Oh,
he's out.
Viper stays. He has bloodlines.
And forging.
But he's at the bottom of the hill, so the fight hasn't been great.
Now he's
here
at the
we
top
go.
of the hill.
This could be horrible for Hera. Viper needs to use patience here.
Oh, man, I can't believe there was a hole there. Hera can't believe there was a hole there. 2 scouts, though, on stand ground, and the TC firing as well. Even with the upgrades, Viper couldn't take advantage of that. Hera's going to defend, but these are some tense moments here for Hera as he goes for the house wall there.
That's huge.
Traps in the army.
That's huge.
Great clear up from Hera.
Hera says all calculated, because Hera invested far less into upgrades. And while it was panicky, Hera didn't lose anything, and he'll still be Castle Age faster.
Jeez.
Viper scouts can't be utilized now, and while it will be up, Hera will be in Castle Age much faster here.
Thank you for showing us that villager dealt 2 damage and got 1 kill. What a man.
Oh, man. So, I think there's going to be some question marks for Viper. I really do. He doesn't have scouts anymore, so he may be concerned that it's going to be camel archers on the other side. Hera is just going to greed it up and go for TCs, but let's remind the people where the stone is here, Mapu. Most of the stone, obviously you have those 2 tiles underneath the TC, but most of the stone is there. So usually you're seeing a player with map control, so Hera in this case, taking the risk to go out there and TC that stone.
I'm not certain if that's a hole or not. I think there might be a tree behind that. Hera is going to find it if it is. He'll go in and investigate, but Hera just keeps making his way around the base from Viper. He gets to the Castle Age. Viper about a minute and a half behind. This is going to be pretty rough. Viper is ahead on total res collected already, and Hindustanis do have a good boom. They do have a good late game. But Hera making the decision to go to Castle Age, and then Viper just losing all of his scouts after the upgrades. I mean, that's not a good start for him. Really, really nice job from Hera to control those scouts. As there's a hole right there. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Viper finds it. Nice work there. I mean, in all honesty, it was a really difficult situation there for Viper too, right? Because you want to take advantage of that hole. You're already through, and you had the upgrades, but there wasn't a lot of space to maneuver.
There's another one there, Viper. He saves the villager.
Oh, man, this is... But, I mean, Hera is laughing right now. He's attacking the walls. He's feeling under control. He's on the second town center.
And I think he's moving out to the left stone. There's something going out there, so he's going to make another TC out there while he has Castle Age advantage over Viper. Those are very weak vills to send for a forward TC.
Yeah, and Viper's going to lose more scouts, loses lots of HP. Viper really struggling with the control here, but he's going to be on camels, and he will have the cheap Hindustani villagers. But considering the matchup, I like the position for Hera. I think that he's going to have a nice little lead. I wasn't expecting it for him to have, and he can actually delay going into the camel archers as well.
Camel now out from Viper. He lost the villager there, and he's chasing after the light cav, but of course the camels aren't quite as quick as Hera is leading him back towards that TC, which will be up in time.
I have seen this matchup so many times, and it's just never good for Berbers. And if it's good for Berbers, it's when they have Camel Archer massing at this point, and it's lower economy.
Yeah.
Hera's such an economic player, and this is an economic map, so this does make sense for him. But no Haub. I don't think Pikemen do enough bonus damage to justify it, and Hindustanis should be able to catch up in the boom. Viper's only a couple villagers behind.
Viper trying to
be fine for him.
Oh, he deletes that lumber camp. I thought he was trying to sneak another TC in there.
Dave.
He's on stone.
Think about what Viper knows right now. If we could see Viper's vision, it's very little, right? He lost his scouts. He thinks Hera's on camel archers soon. That's why he's on stone, because he wants to consider Golem to counter that, because it's anti-archer. So really important that Viper kind of gets a feel for what's happening here. He needs to realize even the amount on the stone. If you see 2 on stone instead of 8, you know that Hera's going to play more camel.
I will say I love the scouting from Viper that he's doing right now.
I agree.
It's insane. Like that match with MBL where he didn't see the extra golds and everything, and he wasn't really exploring. He got punished for that.
Yeah.
Viper is just exploring the entire map, but he's explored everything but that TC.
Yeah, so Viper is still thinking, where's the camel archers?
Go back!
He's thinking, where's the camel archers? They must be here. He may even assume that there's no TC on the side. And Hera with a 10 villager lead now. Viper just still on 2 TCs. He's expecting a low economic approach from Hera, and Hera is just booming away.
Still can't see the town center on the outside edge. Viper circled the stone. He did his due diligence. He just unfortunately didn't go to the place that he needed to go. As the Camel now takes the engagement against the Light Cav. That one's pretty weak. He's going to try and kill this one, but Hera snipes that Camel down. And the Light Cav are just running amok in the center of the map as Hera has 3 TCs producing villagers. Viper only with 2, and now he goes out for his own TC on the stone, but it's 4 or 5 minutes later than Hera's.
Yeah, and Hera knows that Viper is, will know that Viper goes over there. He obviously knows that Viper isn't on the left. So a really good job from Viper, or Hera rather, to understand the map, see Viper. Could potentially deny that too. He could have some army headed over there.
It's there.
And Viper just doesn't know. He does not know. And this is a big one. This is Viper's home map. Viper's home map. He has to take this one.
So
or it's going to look tough.
Does Viper go double TC here and then castle on this side? And then he's assuming that Hera doesn't have anything over on the other side.
I think it would be a little foolish to just assume Hera's not on the left side right now.
It pretty thoroughly. It's just one little area.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you send units over there and you do a full circle, you probably then just assume incorrectly, yes. But he's patrol. Okay, he definitely doesn't know. That is a patrol to catch any vills that go that direction.
Yep.
So he definitely doesn't know.
Oh, man. What an unfortunate series of events for Viper. Very fortunate there for Hera, though. And Hera, I think, maybe even surprised Viper just by how quick he went out there. So credit to Hera getting the castle age so quick and sending those villagers right away.
Okay, so Hera hasn't produced any camels. It's just been Light Cav.
There he goes.
He's going to drop...
Surely he sees them now.
He's going to drop a castle.
Surely he sees it now. Surely he sees it.
He sees a bunch of vills in there, by the way.
It's too late.
Hera's going to drop the castle on the hill. I really love Hera's position. This is such a good position because he's got his stone protected. Here he's going to be able to trade monk kills, but Camel Archer's production is actually going to come from the proper spot. If he wants to pressure Viper off of the stone and protect his main eco, he's got the castle there on the middle hill. The left side is completely fine for Hera. He doesn't need to protect that.
At least Viper's got an idea that it's no longer Camel Archers, like instantly.
Well, yeah,
it might be soon, but he didn't have any urgency behind getting to that castle and making golems.
That would have been disastrous.
Disaster.
Also, I'm not even convinced golems are that good
against Camel
Archers either.
No.
At least long term. So, but Hera's boom has been insane. 92 villagers over 80. He will click up to imp here shortly. And if he can get enough Camel Archers to push the map and then get a forward castle down on Viper Stone, big problems for Viper. The good news for Viper is the camels
He's going for a castle
strong.
on the left side. He's going for a castle on the left side. Does he see that second town center on the left side? We know he sees the first. Does he have vision on the second? He doesn't. He could place a really, really nice castle in between both of those.
It's kind of difficult to do so. Hera sees the villagers with the outpost. He knows it's all about this stone. He's going to drop his own castle behind this and click up to imp. So Hera's going to hope for Trebs there, but I don't think he can stop Viper's castle from going up, and he will be under some pressure.
No, there's just too many camels there from Viper. Viper doesn't have any upgrades on the camels, but he's about to click up to Imperial Age soon. Unfortunately for Viper, doesn't have that second building, so he has to wait for the castle to go up.
Wait for the castle, and when Hera's already ahead of you, this is a bit painful here for the Viper. Now, he won't know that Hera's already up, but this is looking good for Hera with everything except army. If he needs Trebs from that castle on the left, he can't produce Camel Archers, and his other castle's kind of far away. So I think like just pure heavy camel spam from Viper can snipe Trebs and can push back Camel Archers. He definitely has a chance here.
You were talking about the Civ matchup, right? You said every time you see this Civ matchup, it gets ugly for the Berbers.
Yeah. It's so rough. And you can't suggest anything to Hera. Pikeman is just a bad choice. Your own camel is maybe a decent choice, but it's just a worse camel, you know? You're fighting with inferior units unless Camel Archer is out there and upgraded, and Hera only has 7 right now, but
I like the
7 he has.
I like the fact that he already got Casbah.
Yeah, I agree.
Very, very nice. And that'll help with the Trebs as well and the Camel Archer production as the conversion tries to come in, but Hera snipes down that Monk. Hera in the back here, and Viper was trying to stonewall that off. Unfortunate for Viper, that was a great play from him, or a great attempt from him, but Hera cutting that off right away.
I'm worried for Viper. He doesn't have armor in on his camels yet. And even then, it's kind of tough to justify diving underneath castles, right? So he's going to need most likely heavy camel and the final armor upgrade to then go for Trebs. And Viper trying to break in. Hera sees it, drops a house.
On the bottom side. If he gets through there, there's a hole on the bottom side there. If he gets through that palisade, never mind. Hera walls it off. Nice shot from Hera.
Yeah, Viper's going to really commit here. Oh, he's not expecting this. He's not expecting this. Hera goes to the perfect spot. Viper's expecting the Camel Archers anywhere else, and the Camel Archers cannot be stopped. Hera in Imp, clicking heavy Camel and Camel Archer upgrades, and he's going to start with Trebuchets on the left-hand side.
Beautiful job from Hera.
Yeah.
Light Cav is annoying back there, but Camel Archers are extra annoying on this side. And Viper's going to have to pull the Camels back to deal with this. +2 armor is coming in for him. Camel production still solid.
Oh, man.
But Hera is getting heavy Camel already. However, if he loses these Camel Archers, it's going to take him a while to build them back up again.
Yeah, and it's going to take him a long time to defend his Trebuchets, right? So Hera's going to opt for his own Camels, which are cheaper, but lack upgrades to protect the Trebs on the left. Viper's got 2 castles. Honestly, it feels like it all comes down to the castles on the left.
Look at how much stone Hera has.
Yeah, he's got a lot.
If he's having Camel Archer production problems, you just drop three more castles.
Yep, agreed. Really curious how this goes right now. Viper will have heavy camel in a minute. Viper's camels have 3 or 4 more blacksmith upgrades. Hera will have the combo, though, of Camel Archer. Not elite, but just Camel Archer with heavy camel. It'll force Viper back. It just comes down to the left, right? Like, if Viper can take Hera off that stone, he denies Camel Archers long term, and he kills countless villagers. It's all about the left side right now.
Hera also ahead by 30+ villagers right now. Hera's economy is insane. He's got handcart, he's got Berber villagers, looking really, really solid. He's trying to mass up the heavy camel and camel archer combo, which can be so devastating as Viper is just trebbing down TCs. I mean, Hera forced to delete that one because it was going to go down anyway. The castle still stands for Viper on this side, and he's got a castle behind it as the final armor upgrade comes in on the camels, and I think he's saving for Imperial Camel right now.
Oh, man.
There it is.
Okay, this is going to be crazy. So you've got, like, the discount dollar store army versus the really expensive, really sturdy army, but you can only get so much here if you're Viper.
It's a designer army.
A designer army, sorry.
Yes.
It's going to take 2 minutes to get to that army, and in the meanwhile, Hera can have all the time to max out what he didn't have. He didn't have blacksmith upgrades for his camels. He's getting those. He could maybe get, like, elite camel archer as well. This, to me, looks like it's really good for Hera. He's at 200 pop. He's going to push Viper off of this stone. Viper will take the fight with heavy camel.
That's a pretty good fight for Viper right there.
Doesn't have a ton of eco.
He didn't lose all that many camels, and he's only 57 seconds away. He just needs to buy some more time. Hera's trying to find an angle on those trebs. He's got the camel archers behind. Viper is trying to treb down the trebuchets from Hera. He's unable to hold this castle potentially. Hera stand ground patrol once again. The castle is being held, but not for very much longer as it does fall, and Hera manages to clear a bunch of those camels, but Viper still has production coming forward.
Just wait, 10 seconds, this gets crazy. This is no joke situation. Viper's got resources. He just needs to, he needs to avoid the snowball. He's losing a lot of his units before the upgrade here, Viper. He's gonna lose his trebs. Where's his army? He's on him, Camel Dave. He's only got like 10 of them.
And he calls the GG. Hera taking game number 4, excellently played all off the back of that castle age that was like 2 minutes faster than Viper. He snuck out there. Viper didn't see the TC, and then of course the castle push. It was so close there. If Viper had another minute, maybe he could have held.
I think it all goes back to the scouts in Feudal Age and the additional investment. If Viper loses those scouts, but, you know, doesn't get bloodlines, doesn't get forging, the castle age times are similar, and the boom's probably similar. I think also then, because of how good the matchup maybe is for the Hindustanis, Viper had in his head, Hera has to go Camel Archer. And Hera just said, nope. Like, that was crazy. He just went full greed, added the TCs, and Viper had some catching up to do. So this is kind of the issue here for Viper. Again, now he's got 1 home map remaining. Hera still has all his home maps, and Hera just, like, out-greeded Viper, who can sometimes be very greedy himself, in a poor Civ matchup, in my opinion. So all the odds with Hera to win his first ever Red Bull here tonight.
Yes, indeed. That was great play from Hera there. Also doing all the little things, right? Constantly looking for openings into Viper's base, distracting him, pulling the camels back. I think the key there, though, is that Viper read the game wrong. He didn't see the TC on the left side. Hera went out there so early, way earlier than Viper thought he would ever be out there. He was even patrolling for the villagers coming out to make the TC on the stone, and then he realized too late that it was there.
I'm really surprised Viper was so late to the third town center. Like, that is a map where that's kind of the play. Hera showed light cav. I mean, there might have been confusion over Camel Archer, but it just really felt like Viper could have been on the 3 town centers as well, alongside Hera there. But this is the thing about Hera. He doesn't have those games very frequently where he's below par, if you would have considered that to be the case there for Viper. And I imagine he's got all the confidence in the world that he's going to win the title here tonight. He's got 2 more wins to go for with 4 more home maps available. There's room for mistakes, and he has not made many of them here. As again, we see the amazing drone footage from above the castle. This is just so freaking sick, man. This is so sick. Thank you to the very strong breeze as well, making it look even more incredible from above. I hope, viewers, you are not taking this for granted. Red Bull, World's Edge, everyone who's played their role, thank you so much for this. This has been so amazing.
It's been incredible. It's like a dream.
It is.
And you don't want it to end. So can we please go to 9 games here, gentlemen?
Viper,
thank you very much.
He's just going to get his home maps out of the way to start like the Cinderella story, the crazy comeback that he's going to need now.
The massage.
It's a best of 9. And so if it's a best of 9, Viper could still lose this and then come back, but he would need to win 4 straight.
4 straight, and he's going for Bengalis indeed. Remember that Hera has the Vikings available. Golden Stream has already been played. He didn't play them there. And there's the Berserker icon. Let's see what Viper can do with the Bengalis against the Vikings. His teammate Tato did it against Leary earlier in the tournament. He managed to come back with the Bengalis and do a good job there, but I mean, it's tough.
Well, remember, like, one of Hera's best friends is Leary, right? And earlier in the day, it was just Hera Leary sitting there scheming up ways to beat the Viper today, things to try and do. And so this is a matchup that the Hera's going to have a lot of intel on, same with Viper. And you and I both felt that Leary maybe should have won that game with the Vikings. So I think there's actually a very clear example as we enter game number 5 here. Thank you, folks. I think there's a very clear example on maybe what could have gone a bit differently. But we're going to have just some spearmen and scouts out in the middle of the map on a map that has a lot of water, but there is this little somewhat useless, sparse island in the middle. I would not suggest building any archer ranges there, but that does allow some like control.
Yes,
I guess, but it's not really gonna factor in here a ton, I would say.
I think the meta play on this has become open stable. You go for the scouts, you try and pick away, you try and prevent your opponent from walling, you look for opportunities, and then maybe even go forward with an archery range like Viper is doing right now. And then you focus on the water, right? And your focus on the water initially is just to snipe your opponent's fish, and then later on, it's going to be about the control. But look at how far apart those docks are. It's going to take a very long time to snipe the fish, as Viper is going for a sneaky dock on Hera's side and sending the villager deep into enemy territory.
This is really interesting here. So I feel as though Vikings are the best civ on this map, provided it just turns into a water opening in Castle. And that's what is going to be the play here for Hera eventually. The scouts pass in. Viper does see it, though, and has spearmen around, so you'd expect he's probably okay.
Yeah, I think he got a hit on each of those. So low HP or low-ish HP for those scouts as Hera. He won't be bothered by that. He's still going to look for villager kills. The fire ship working away as Hera's walled 2 sides of his base, but Viper, unbeknownst to Hera, already has an archer range over on his side. However, Hera's thinking definitely about Castle Age here. Viper might be thinking about a
Hera wants that Vil. Hera wants that Vil. Hera wants a weak Vil in there.
He's not that
really
weak.
Wants it.
He's not that weak.
And Viper is not allowed it. Nice shot from Viper here. I mean, the 2 scouts getting in is annoying.
Yes.
But it's kind of nice, too, because Hera doesn't have any more scouts, so guess what he's not going to ever look for? He's never going to find, he's never going to auto-scout or do a loop around and find that there's a sneak archery range right next to his base.
Yeah, and Hera's devoting all of his attention towards not losing these scouts as Viper quick walls in the weak villager. Hera looking for another one. He's prowling.
Hera's having fun right now. He's having fun.
He loves
Wouldn't
this.
it be fun to be this good? I think so.
Fire galleys from Viper, by the way. I think they found the second dock from Hera along the shoreline, and now they're harassing the fish and the galleys. So Hera is heading out with the galleys, going to attempt to snipe the fish from Viper. One good thing about galleys is if you engage with the fire galleys early, you pull away the wounded ones, they will heal up over time.
Yeah, it's very slow.
Use them again.
Now, Viper is going to be on 2 docks, which Hera also won't know about because of his lack of scouting intel. So what you could do if you're Viper is you could just hide your fish or even split them up, right? If you have 5 fishing ships, put 3 on one dock and 2 on another.
Can you ever think about, I know this is kind of out of left field, or rather right field on Hera's base, but if Viper builds up archers here, can you think about some sort of like sneaky siege tower play or something like that?
Oh, I love where your brain's at. But I think every time I've seen Vikings struggle, it's just 2 mangonels, right? You're going to break through the wall right away. You then have that mangonel to be able to do some real damage against the TCs. So
can you hit the scout, please?
It did take damage. Look at Viper. He's sending his weak scout away from the archers.
Yes.
He's not taking Hera over there. Hera has no reason to expect a second dock, at least where it is, rather. And Hera has no reason to expect the archers from Viper. And
so Viper has 5 fishing ships. He's adding in some more fire galleys, but Hera's about to be into the Castle Age, and then he will be able to afford longboats. Look at his resources right now, Tristan. 600 food in the bank, 400 gold, 300 wood, and he's adding that second town center over near those exposed walls as he finds another random villager from Viper. Viper with the quick walls. Not today, my friend.
Yeah, so that is most likely a sneak dock to kill some fishing ships.
Yes.
That's going to be a nice find there for Hera, and Hera should win water now.
Hera's also found the sneak dock on his side, but he killed the villagers, so once you get one sneak vill, you never expect the second.
You've been telling me that for years, bro. I mean, it's been an interesting
one step at a time, Bill.
Here.
One wall at a time. You'll make it to the shoreline any day now.
Oh, no.
Or you just wall in the scout.
Viper, quick wall.
No, Spearman, no!
Nice snipe from Hera. That's lovely, because Hera already had an idea this was coming. It might not have been the biggest problem ever, but that makes his life a little bit easier. 3 TC boom for Hera. He's got maybe the best water civ in the game. He's up 3-1, and Viper has crossbows.
But they're heading towards the town center.
But they haven't done anything yet, and it's expensive to get to all this. And he's losing water, and he may be losing hope, and he needs those crossbows to do something. Can they do anything?
They're attacking the wood line, I believe, as the fires are going in, and Hera knows about the crossbows.
I think he spotted it. Yeah, I think Hera saw it because the villagers on wood were relocated there.
Yep. Unfortunately for Viper, the TC was there, and now he has to go through the house instead of the palisade as Viper now goes over to this other wood line. I believe that's fully walled though, no overchops on this side. Viper's still looking for opportunities. Hera adding 2 more stables
with the
Vikings.
Well, he can protect. Viper can't be going where he's going now. Viper's crossbows will just be killed off by the longboats. So Viper's got to be careful, but...
He's sending 2 more vills. Viper is sending 2 more villagers. He's going across. Fires just trying to hold the Navy at bay from Hera. Viper still with a few fishing ships. Will he see the vills? Will it be in time? Has he done the math?
Did Viper lose the other vill? I thought he had one over there yet.
Yeah, he must
have lost it somewhere.
He must have lost it. So he sends in 2 more vills. He goes for the monastery, maybe the siege workshop, couple more town centers. If he can keep Hera distracted on land, he can boom up his eco behind.
Agreed.
But the knights are going to be a problem.
Yep, big problem. Hera is he's just on fire right now. Like, he seems like he's one step ahead. Maybe it's a little bit of Viper, being disappointed with the situation. I don't know. But like Hera doing all the small things. He sniped the dock villager knowing he's going to take the fishing ships. He's not seeing this. But knights, dude? Knights with Vikings?
I mean, if you have the fish and the farms, even if you don't have Bloodlines, Knights could be a solid option that Viper wouldn't expect. I think Viper is going to have to be very reactive with the walls at home and very careful with this army forward, because Hera is going to be planning on getting that second armor upgrade and then just wiping through the crossbows. However, Hera going into Knights here, if Viper builds up monks, he might be able to defend those crossbows, and this is going to take food away and gold away from going up to Imp for Hera.
Yep.
So it's buying Viper some time. He's got double Monastery against Viking Knights. Like, he could defend against that potentially as the demo comes in, takes out one longbow, and the crossbows potentially in at the south, but I think Hera has chased that away for the time being.
Yeah, crossbows are going to move away for Viper back to the monasteries. Now, think about what you just said, right? The importance of this next step for Viper's push. Him losing those Vils was critical for Hera here.
Knights from Hera, I believe, looking at the minimap, Knights from Hera, I believe, are going through the south of his base. They're going to ambush the crossbows, but the monks are there.
Monks are there.
Double monk for Viper.
Hera!
As he gets both of the Knights from Hera. Hera not even killing a single crossbow, and that guy is on stand ground. He's going to change sides as well.
Hera didn't expect there to be the next step.
Horn guy is blowing his horn.
He killed the Vils, Dave. He killed the Vils. He knew it was only an archer range. He never expected Viper to be back with monks. He certainly is not going to expect the siege. And now he's teched into Knights with one of the worst things the Vikings could go for. And he's going to have to really find some answers at his base.
Hera. 0 on gold for Hera right now.
Does he have gold?
He's making a TC in the south.
Is there any gold?
Yeah, there's a gold in the south where he's making the new TC.
Okay, that's good. That he needs some gold right now. Even with gold, he could have some problems. Viper still could be raided by some Knights. I'm seeing some Vils walking across.
I guess that's the waypoint for Viper being set accidentally. These two Vils are going back for some reason. Viper doesn't know where his Vils are, but it doesn't matter because he knows where his army is, and it's in the middle of Hera's economy. As the Knights are killing the villagers now from Viper, he should be able to deal with that. Villagers walking
Shift change. That is Viper, funnily enough, with a waypoint issue, and then also sending his idle villagers back to work at home. So
weird.
It's been a crazy day. And Viper trying to push. Viper losing his monks to the town center. He loses 3 monks. 3 monks, and Hera maintains such a nice eco lead still. And his light cav are going to kill the monks, not the siege. But he's in a position to hold this, Dave. And then, again, he's still got all that control on the water.
And the res collected, too. Like, Vikings are Vikings, right? We've got Wheelbarrow in for free. You got Handcart in for free. Sure, Bengalis get the extra villagers, but Hera's killed a lot of villagers along the way as that elephant works away on the second stable. That's probably a good thing for Hera at this point. Although he's added another one behind. More light cav trying to come in here. Viper really wishing he hadn't lost those 4 monks to the town center as he's blocking the Knight with the Mangonel.
That's a sick play right there. I mean, these light cav are weak, dude. They are so weak. One attack round with the Mangonel, and then these crossbows, and they're toast.
He's healing him up. He's healing him up, though. He's getting ready. Viper's got a couple monks. He's got a couple more Knights on this side.
I don't think Hera can fight this right now. Like, I think he needs to go for something else. More light cav. Okay, +2 armor.
More Knights.
I like that.
Fire is still working away on the fishing ships. That's a nice touch there from Viper. Viper didn't have Sanctity before, so he's getting it now as the Knights continue to run through here.
This is no longer just about this push, because Viper is using this control to switch back on water. We got fire galleys coming out nonstop. Hera will have to try and focus on that as well, as his starting TC is still being pressured by the Viper. Let's not forget that lead that the Vikings had against Viper, or against Tato in the Leary Tato games. The Bengalis, if they stay on land, they can hold on, they can do some crazy things. Viper is going to try and defend. He'll lose his siege, but let's see, will he lose his crossbows? It feels like he might, because there's Knights in the mix, and Hera will get conversions, and Hera dives on the crossbows and will push this back with Vikings.
Yeah, that +2 armor coming in clutch there. Sanctity for Viper, not enough. He gets a couple conversions, but the crossbows will die. Still, he's done a lot of damage with this push. Hera will have some comfort now, but remember, Viper was teching back into the water. There's still longboats there for Hera. Here come the fire ships from Viper as Hera clears up the army finally. And he's working away on that siege workshop.
Hera's just insane. Like 44 on food when the front of your base is being pushed.
Yep.
And like any normal human would assume that you would clear up the land and then have issues on water, but he noticed this as well. And the longboats are just going to destroy everything. It's not going to happen on land right now for Viper. It's not going to happen on water right now for Viper. Something needs to happen for Viper, Dave, or this is just going to be Hera time and time again, and it's going to be a 5-1 victory for Hera.
Here come more docks. Here come more docks from Viper. It looks like he wants to click up. Hera also wants to click up, lacking the gold supply right now, though. 112 villagers for him. Viper does have the building, so he can click up as soon as he has the food, and here he goes. No, he queues up some more spearmen. Viper, it's time to go up. There we go.
Yeah, he clicks up. He's going to drop barracks at home. Does feel a little awkward to have to make some spears against Viking knights, but he does need them after all, and I think he's pretty much giving up the land push now, right? Hera drops a castle to lock that down, and we're going to head to the Imperial Age for both, and it is going to be Viking Navy, full longboats. Hera already on 15 of them against Bengali Navy that does regenerate. You do also have the unique tech, which helps with population space later on. You can have a few more military units on the field, but I mean, the odds are stacked against Viper massively right now.
Yeah, pikemen coming in. We've got 93 villagers for Viper versus 119 for Hera. Transport ship as well for Hera, so maybe even thinking about like going out for the relics.
Yeah, I mean,
on the water?
I don't know if we've seen a single relic brought in on this map in this tournament, because it's really annoying. It takes more of your time than anything, but Hera has time. He's chilling. He's got a massive lead, and Viper's docks are not going to be up much longer. I'd actually like to see Hera just walk forward, drop a castle. I wouldn't mind to see him even consider something like Siege Ram, just to push into the base. It really helps with the water fights as well. But
even taking out the docks with Viking Knights and Lycav.
Res collected difference, almost 8,000 more for Hera. And another game where he's found himself in the early town centers, and you can't break him. And then from there, he's flying in the Imperial Age.
Viper, 30 seconds away from him. Hera, 20 seconds away from him. As that demo is about to come out from this dock, it is stuck inside, but what do you do with that? There's not enough Navy here to push back the longboats.
A shot. There it is. Viper tries. It doesn't kill his ship. Hera, just a slight misclick there. But it's probably because he's going to click these upgrades. Look at those resources. Viper's redocking. Viper's going to be like, you've got to be kidding me, man. I can't even redock here. You're going to find this as well. We've got Lycav running through my eco.
I mean, the key to taking back water control against longboats is to get a landing. But Viper already tried that.
He did.
He already tried it. So now he's just going to keep trying to make docks as he takes out the Lycav with his demo. He's going to keep trying to make docks, but Hera's going to keep finding the docks and keep taking out the docks.
We have Bogsvigar on the way now. That will add extra attack for those longboats for Hera. I believe he's on elite longboat. If not, that'll just come in any moment. But still not elite. But Viper, I think if this is 1-1 right now, Viper actually would have tapped. But because he realizes he's about to be 4-1 down in a best-of-9, doesn't want to do it right away. But he does not look confident if you look at his face right now that he's going to be able to do this one. And maybe the realization sinking in that, like, maybe even Viper starts to doubt himself. Like, man, can I do this? Can I bring this back anymore? Or is he just simply better than me in these settings?
It's so tough. Viper calls the GG. Hera takes another game. 4-1 for Hera after game number 5 there. Viper is going to have to find a way back, and if he wants to win this set, he's going to have to win 4 games in a row against Hera.
Let's talk about timings, right? Viper built the forward vills. He went for archers, and he lost the villagers there. 3 or 4 minutes later, he strolls across the map and goes for the monks in siege. He did surprise Hera because Hera just thought the vills were done with. But that's a large period of time for Hera to get that economic lead, because Hera's decisions in early Castle Age were just a couple of ships and then town centers, and we're talking Vikings eco. So the changing moment in the game, in my opinion, is Viper losing those vills. Now, I don't know what happened to all of them. Maybe they both went to build that one dock. Maybe we missed Hera sniping one with a scout. But he needed one of those villagers to make a siege workshop right away, make the monastery right away, and that puts Hera under pressure before he has time for those resources to flow. Then maybe Hera can't consider all the things that he did or afford what he went for there. So 4-1, Hera in the driver's seat. Viper, 0 home maps remaining. This is gonna be. This is such an uphill climb for Viper.
If it happens, it would be incredible.
It would be.
But it is extremely unlikely. Hera, he was the favorite coming into this tournament, and he's proving everyone right now. He is playing at an incredible level. Viper is also playing very well, but I mean, Hera just seems unstoppable, and he's well on his way to claiming that final tournament championship, the Red Bull Wololo Series. The Viper chants now from the crowd.
I think you have to try and pump them up. If you're the crowd right now, Viper, you have to remember that in multiple games, this was just really close. What we've seen from Viper since the Mountain Dunes game is he's been trying to go for things that aren't in his playstyle necessarily. He's been going for like timing attacks and not focusing on economy himself. It almost feels like he's starting to think now that maybe Harris has that slight edge with that meta play. So this is quite a map to go to here in a game 5 when Viper looks disappointed.
Yes.
This is Viper's choice, the map Depression. He will need to win here. He will need to conquer Depression and keep going here.
I think he did really well yesterday with the Cumans. Now, obviously, he forgot about Bod Canero.
Yeah.
At least not initially. He didn't want to invest into it, but he forgot about it later. But still, the production with them was insane. His army groupings were insane. He was always on the attack. Now, obviously, he doesn't have Cumans in this draft, but still, Viper knows the key to this map, and it is non-stop attack. It's keep coming at your enemy, never give them a moment to breathe. Unfortunately, Hera is really good at doing that as well, and really good at managing attacks like that.
I think we see hunts here from Viper.
Yeah.
And I think we see a strategy as we see information about Hera. His Depression is very snowbally and has a lot of areas to defend, making it one of the most technically challenging maps. Change a couple words there,
Thank
and
you,
you're
Hera.
talking mental health.
Thank you, Hera.
Thank you, Hera.
Appreciate it.
But back to my point, I think we see a labbed out strategy here. I had some early conversations on day 1 that there's something that's been tested. Now, we've already kind of seen the approach, and it's based around getting 2 towers, one on your wood and one on your gold tier.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of Cav Archers today. I think Huns, towers to protect resources, a bit of greed from Viper, and Cav Archers. Now, that's not immediate. I think from what I've heard from others, it's typically a range opening, and you adapt based on your opponent. But I'm honestly, I'm not seeing a Viper right now. Even though he can do this, I'm not seeing a Viper that plays scouts into archers, full-on normal metagame transitions. I think he's just going to try and take some risks to get some momentum back, get his mentality back in it.
If you got to win 4 games in a row, there's going to be risks along the way. You can't be afraid of it.
Agreed.
Can't be afraid of it.
So
you have to trust in yourself.
Hera has Tatars, and I think Tatars are one of the best civs on this map, arguably better than Huns, as the free thumb ring upgrade, and plus the hill bonus at play is super strong. And yeah, I would guess we see Tatars Huns here. That would be Viper's #1 civ pick. But you got to use it. You got to get your win somewhere, Dave.
I wonder where he uses Gajars.
I thought Gajars was going to be on Shrubland, actually, because it feels really good against Franks.
Yeah.
And Portuguese work more on other maps, but obviously he's already played Shrubland. I'd almost need to see the maps again. I think they're all very similar. I think Karst is probably a no for me. I think he'd probably want to go for Gurjaras somewhere other than that. He could skip Gurjaras, technically. I think he would have 1 leftover civ. But he picked it early enough for him, not really sure.
Ooh, we're getting ready here, and it looks like Hera is going for the Tatars on Depression. You called it out, and it's the Magyars.
Okay.
For Viper.
I forgot he had Magyars. So Magyars are great with the scout opening and great with the Cav Archers because they can build the Cav Archers faster. Viper may go really aggressive in Feudal Age here, actually, because why not if you have the cheap scouts and foraging? But in mid-game, feels like a Cav Archer map for me, and it's really hard to protect. You get 3 lumber camps around the backside. Sometimes what you'll see players do, because 2 of the lumber camps will generate next to each other, so you have 8 vills there, and there's this little lonely lumber camp on the back, like on the far side away from that with 4.
Yeah.
They'll just move those 4 to the other 2 lumber camps. Get those 4 exposed ones out of the way, and it just allows for an easier wall up.
All right, building up into the 6th game here. Hera is up 4-1 right now over the Viper. Viper needs 4 wins in a row to take this back. 1 win here is a good start. He's got Magyars. Hera has Tatars, and the map is Depression. Viper fans, let me hear ya. Your boy needs it if he wants to come back.
So let's see exactly how this works for Viper. Right off the bat, I want to point out that lumber camp to the north of his TC. Very exposed, those 4. You could move them to the other lumber camps in theory. Hera's got a ton on gold, Archer opening, and he's doing exactly what we said.
Yep.
He's going to send 5 vills to the stone. He's going to get 50 stone, which will allow him to tower his gold, and he's probably already towering his wood. Yeah, so you protect all your wood, you protect your gold, and you mark it, you go Castle Age, you go CA. This is a strategy that some other GL players were talking about, and Hera clearly knows about it as
Nice
Viper quick walls in his villager here.
Nice quick walls from Viper. He's not going to lose that build just yet. Now he's on the chase against that scout, and he's trying to take it out early as we see Viper adding more scouts of his own. Hera with the archer range instead, and the abandoned lumber camp as you were talking about there. He's towered the wood line, and he's likely going to tower the gold. He mined just enough stone to do so.
Yeah, and so the wood should be walled as well, I think. And if your gold is towered, your berries are pretty much the only area you can protect. So having seen a couple practice games with this, Viper's got to kill Vills right now. And he's going to have a really smooth economy himself compared to Hera, who is mainly relying on the market and that power spike of getting to Castle Age. But Hera's still a long way from Castle Age. And he knows what's coming. We'll see if he can defend from it.
Armor upgrade coming from Viper, but he lost that scout. He loses another scout there, so he's really struggling for the numbers. Oh man, let's see if Viper can keep the scout production coming to punish the faster Castle Age here from Hera. He's coming in towards the berries. One of those scouts is weak, but he does have forging, he does have the armor. Let's see if Hera wants to engage here with the villagers. Does he check the upgrades before he does so? He's fighting with the Vills.
Ooh.
Viper in on the berries, trying to take them out. Is he able to kill one? He's not.
Yeah, and Hera's just like, okay, this is the only area I have to defend now. I'm completely fine otherwise. So he can just back away to the TC, doesn't have to respect Viper that much after Viper loses HP. And what makes this extremely dangerous is Viper thinks Hera is just going to go Castle Age. And Hera's actually going to sneak a couple archers forward as well. This is just so good from Hera. It's so mind-gamey because Viper knows exactly what Hera's trying to do, but he doesn't know about this.
Well, he's got the scouts over here.
Does he?
He's got the scouts over. He just misses the archers.
Oh, dude.
So close.
We'll see if those archers can actually run around.
He's looking. He's looking.
He senses something's up because he doesn't see the flag on the archer range at home. He actually checked that.
Nice
he
job
didn't
from
see the
Viper.
flag, and Viper tracks that. That is sick. That is
Beautiful job
really
from
good
Viper.
to know that army is back there, and those archers will die for Hera.
Yeah, he pulls the scout away. Comes back within range, and that scout is going to die, but he's going to clear up the forward archer or forward group of archers. As Bloodlines comes in, it's going to be fully upgraded feudal scouts. Hera is on the way to Castle Age, but all he has is 2 towers and 3 spearmen. I don't know if it's going to be enough if Viper picks the right spots to attack.
Yeah, so Viper's committed now. There's no going
all
back.
in.
There's no going back. And ideally, he finds some villager picks soon. We might see a 3rd stable. We might even see a 4th stable here for Viper. And Hera's going to realize now he's got to wall up. He walls up his wood line. Perfect timing here from Hera. And he's going to be happy to throw away those spearmen. He just doesn't want to lose any excess villagers.
Another spearman coming in, but like you said, the only exposed area of Hera's base now is the berries, and that's right near the town center. Viper sneaks in here, might be able to kill a couple villagers, but he loses a lot of scouts as Hera is attempting to wall in the scouts as well. 1 villager goes down, and 4 scouts from Viper are dead and gone near the berries from Hera. He finds the abandoned lumber camp, nothing doing there. Maybe the gold. Maybe he can find damage on the gold.
This strategy, according to Doubt, is the most OP strategy on the map. Like this was
Overchop?
The strategy that everyone's conclusion was.
Overchop?
After some training. Now we've got the scouts getting through. Hera doesn't seem to see that because he's also off of his gold. Hera's lost 3 vills. He's going to lose a 4th vill, and Viper's still pumping scouts. Dude, I'm so pumped for this. Can Viper get enough scouts to kill off the cav archers here from Hera?
I mean, Hera has a couple cav archers in production. He's actually got 7 cav archers in production, but it's fully upgraded feudal scouts. If Viper can cut off the gold, if he can keep killing the villagers, it's 45 villagers for Viper, 37 for Hera. He just needs to manage those Cav Archer numbers and manage his scouts well, but it's going to be so tough against Castle Age units.
Yeah, and Thumb Ring is instant. If you fight on a hill as well, you do additional bonus damage right now. If you're Hera, Viper needs kills, whether it's villagers. Well, pretty much only villagers, he needs to kill them. Scouts are a bit faster than Cav Archers, so you can actually chase down the Cav Archers, and Hera doesn't have bloodlines, but it just, Hera didn't lose that much, Dave. 5 villagers to be able to 3 range Cav Archers in this stage. It feels worth the risk.
I mean, Viper still has 27 on food. He hasn't been hit at home, but he really needs to track where the Cav Archers are. He can't be unawares when those Cav Archers come forward. He is finding them. There's a bunch of weak Cav Archers here, and the scouts are pretty quick as well, so he could maybe take out some of that army. He snipes another villager on the wood line. Full feudal play here against the Castle Age army from Hera.
It's not a strategy you see Hera go for typically. He's normally on Viper's side of things, going for the scouts. And to your point, Dave, it's been all this pressure on Hera. He's had all these inefficiencies. He hasn't been able to move out. But the Cav Archer number is getting bigger.
4 stable production from Viper.
Yeah.
Insane.
It's going to be painful. But I think your next engagement has to be on the Cav Archers, and you almost need to wait until he gets close to your base before you show him you'll engage. Because this whole diving for the gold next to the big CEA mass thing, it's not working out. I like this. Hera really struggled here because he didn't get the walls down completely.
The Cav Archers have been missed, though.
Okay,
I think Viper went all the way around the Cav Archers. He's going to potentially hit the gold. But will he have enough in reinforcements at his own base to deal with those Cav Archers? That is the question. He's on the gold now. There's nothing here. They have to go back to the town center. Some Cav Archers coming now in support, and Viper will need to pull away again. But let's see what the forward army from Hera can do.
Viper, you've got to know. There were no Cav Archers there. You've got to know these CA are on the way. Viper is planning on tower defense here to keep himself alive here in the finals, but the wood line was unprotected. The gold will probably be protected, but these Cav Archers, Dave, they're so freaking strong.
Yeah, with Thumb Ring, they're so powerful here against the feudal units. Looks like another couple scouts lost on the wood line there from Viper in exchange for a few villagers from Hera. As he tries to snipe the weak ones, Hera's not letting him. Hera's not letting him. 1 Cav Archer down, 2. Almost 3 there, and 3 remaining as Viper's still on the prowl with these scouts. He's down to 9, but he's only lost 3 villagers, and maybe a big raid here from Viper.
Hera didn't wall it up. Hera does not have this walled up because he needs more villagers on wood, and they have to path through. And Viper is going to get a massive raid here, and he's towered at home, Dave. If he didn't have the towers, he's dead.
He's chasing
but
the
Hera's
Cav
Cav Archers cannot get the job done right now.
Hera is really trying here. He's got 13 Cav Archers. It's a lot, but Viper is just keeping his head above water right now. He's got a lot of gold if he can get the market. He's on stone for more towers. He's invested. He's full feudal here, but only 7 on food at the moment.
Yeah, and it's just, there's just so many spots. How are you supposed to tower everything here? You can't. Honestly, Viper's done an amazing job getting damage in, but if he can't kill these, and Hera just walls his wood line, for once. It's been a real weakness. There he goes. I don't know what Viper's supposed to do against this. This is insane. That these units are way stronger, and Viper would need maybe 25, 30 scouts to be able to kill this many Cav Archers.
He's just hoping for big raids. He's hoping that Hera is not there when he goes towards his base. He's hoping Hera isn't home, and he's finding some more villagers that are exposed. But is it enough, right? It feels like Hera can get by with just 39 vills in this situation.
If Viper can get more scouts on the field, that's his way back. If he can break through there, he's trying to take down a tower. Hera's Cav Archers here advancing. This is such a tough position for Viper and for Hera.
Double tower, but the villagers are chopping wood on the other side of the market. Viper needs to leave. Fortunately, Hera didn't see that.
We'll see what Hera does here. There's another tower to the left. He probably doesn't want to go near that, but towers aren't really that strong against Cav Archers.
Viper's still looking for a way in.
Viper might find a way in. But Viper's not going to find a way to cast.
Oh, Hera found the vills, but Viper with the walls.
Nice.
And he escapes with the villagers. He's back on the gold again, but Hera is there with Cav Archers. 20 Cav Archers, ballistics coming in. Uh-oh.
Like 19 to 7 KD, eco KD for Viper. The res collected is 2,000 higher. And he's just stuck here now. If you look at the stats, Viper should be way ahead, but because of the CA mass and the timing on this, it feels like
when
he's
do you
in a
when do you ever
never-ending
go to
cycle.
Castle Age? When you ever go to Castle Age, you can sell your stone, maybe you can buy the food, maybe, but then you have to produce more scouts as the Cav Archers come in.
This would be
onto
sick.
the gold. They're also onto the stone. They're in on the farms over there as Viper garrisons the towers, but there's not enough room. He's going back towards the gold. Maybe he can kill a bunch here, but Hera responsive right away.
He does, but I mean, the double tower approach on the gold does mean that Viper can stay there. And Viper's scouts still continuing to pressure Hera. The Viper's doing such a good job against this. This chaotic situation is so much crazier than you could have expected. He's going to find this wood
Great
line.
quick walls from Hera.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Holy, those quick walls from Hera.
I mean, the house may go
the
down.
Palisades down, the Palisades down. He's chasing the villagers back. More villager deaths on the gold.
What is happening?
Viper will not give up.
The two towers are still fine here. Hera's got to move her along. Hera's at 35 builds.
34.
Viper's at 52, and there's more villagers.
33, 32.
These are Cav Archers with Thumbring, Ballistics, and Viper just refuses to quit here. This is insane. What? I mean, Dave, if he can do this and get this much momentum, because this has felt impossible.
Can he do it?
Who knows?
Can he do it? There's still that Cav Archer mass. The Cav Archers are avoiding the towers for now, but how long is that going to happen, and how many villagers can you kill?
Well,
honestly, 33 vills for Hera, 23 Cav Archers. It's still very, very dangerous for Viper.
I'm very curious if we have now reached the point where Hera actually cannot damage Viper's eco.
Well, Viper can't damage Hera's because there's nothing left.
Yeah, true. Okay, there's definitely plenty of spots that Hera can raid. That answers my question. But these Cav Archers don't have bloodlines, and so they will die to the tower fire, and Viper's got 20 scouts, dude.
And he's getting fletching for the towers.
He's getting fletching.
I'm surprised he didn't have that before.
I thought that Viper was out of this game. How he still has a chance just comes down to his fight. He could have so easily rolled over here. It's such a difficult journey to try and come back here. But he's a true pro, but he's a true pro without
another
many
tower
farms
onto the
at
farms.
the moment. Yeah.
As he needs those farms to keep the scouts coming. That's the only unit he can make. 27 Cav Archers now for Hera. Plenty of gold there for Viper. He could potentially buy food, but Hera wisely sniping the farms from Viper. He realizes that that's a big investment. Every farm is a huge deal for Viper. And he's only got 5 on wood to replace those farms that Hera is killing right now.
Can Viper choose to engage the CA, or is that just not an option?
That's not an option.
That's
20
rough.
scouts against 30 CA.
That's rough. Can he like use some Age of Mythology retold things here?
He just needs to find another 20 exposed villagers. That's a start.
That's a start. Hera may run out of gold there at some point. Hera doesn't seem to realize that's happening right now, actually, so that's good for Viper, but Hera's looking at other things. He's seeing a couple Cav Archers go down there. And
Viper down to 45 vills now. Viper has lost quite a few villagers. Look at the Eco KD 22 minutes in. 36 to 24. I mean, it's been a barn burner for sure. As the scouts come in towards the house, they're going to try to get into that wood line. Again, there's an overstop at the back Viper doesn't know about.
I think Hera noticed it. It's important he does because that would be significant.
Viper can't make scouts anymore, Tristan. He can't make scouts. He doesn't have the food. This might be the end here. Hera may have weathered the storm. He's got the Cav Archer mass. This could be really, really rough for Viper. Oh, man.
What a game. I mean, it's a crazy strat, right? It's super cool. This is just this is a labbed out strat. This is the benefit of practice. And it's a new map brought here to the finals. So amazing to see Hera use it here. Viper will struggle to kill a lot more than that. Kills one more and immediately runs over to that wood line. He did get towers up in his farming eco, but he actually needs more vills on wood. The problem is he's buying food because he can't afford to place farms because he has no wood.
Viper, 2 scouts in the queue. We got Hera still running around with these Cav Archers. We look at the KD. He's gotten some good fights against the scouts. He's got 3 roaming bands of Cav Archers. Hera is not giving up on sniping all of the farms around Viper's eco, and he's killing all of the army forward. Viper is just running out of momentum here. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. He knows he's killed a lot of villagers, but he's got nothing. He's got no eco now to keep producing army.
Yeah, he did everything he could, Dave. He's tried everything, and he's done such a good job. But Hera's strategy and getting to the Cav Archers this fast just seems so freaking strong. I mean, still, despite Viper's current economic issues, he still collected almost 3,000 more resources. The KD just not looking good. He just needs a unit to fight with. And Cav Archer is simply so much better than
Hera is
anything
converging.
feudal.
Hera is converging from 3 directions onto the last remaining scouts from Viper. They are in the middle of the map. Viper's going to try and take a fight. He's got 1 scout in the queue, but we see another army from Hera, 1 coming from the rear as well as he combines his forces. He's got ballistics, he's got Thumbring. This is it. This is the final fight here as Hera takes his long-awaited championship, Red Bull Wololo champion. Years of heartbreak for this. Congratulations, Hera. Oh my goodness.
What a performance. What a performance. My favorite part about it all is the cherry on top, right? The cherry on top. I was saying maybe Viper goes for the wacky CA plays. Hera with the greed and the strategy. The double tower plate was amazing. That is not that well known. Not a lot of people would have tried it. And Hera does in the biggest stage. And he is proud. He should be, Dave. And he's been playing so well that he just feels inevitable when he's up there.
He feels inevitable. He is inevitable. He is Hera. Let's hear it for him, everyone. What a performance from Hera. I love the fight from Viper to keep going there with the scouts.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Viper usually, if that was like game 2 or something, he would have tapped out, but he gave it literally everything he had, and he couldn't overcome Hera. Hera deserves this in every way. And there's the Hera chants from the crowd. You love to hear it.
Wow, I mean, it just feels like a perfect story for him, right? This was the one that he wanted, and he lost what? Like, how many games did he lose? Did he lose like 2 games? The entire tournament? I think he lost 1 to Leary.
He lost.
And now 1 to Viper.
He lost
here.
2 games.
Yeah, that's
he
it.
lost 2 games the entire tournament.
Yep, and if there's any question on the path, there can be no question now. Viper just thanking the crowd as he heads off stage. And amazing job from the Viper in this tournament. He will be disappointed, of course, but he's been on stage himself. He knows what it means to Hera to make it here and win these tournaments. And this is Hera's moment to shine as we send it to the stage with Riley and Hera.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Once more, make some noise for your Age of Empires 2 champion. Finally, Hera is collecting that Red Bull Wololo trophy that's been missing. And you did it in a convincing fashion over the course of many days of action and in front of this incredible crowd. What does this trophy and this title mean for you?
It means a lot. It means a lot. I worked really hard to finally win a Red Bull, and I think I won the best one, honestly.
Hera, I want to ask you, mate, as we turn our attention to the games that we've just seen, Viper did seem to come after you early, right? He was staging raids left and right. He was trying to get into your eco in the early stages and gain an early advantage. You repelled these raids really effectively in the games that you won. Was this something you're anticipating? What's your response when you're under pressure like that?
I try to keep making vills, move away, and just try to survive all the pressure he throws at me. That's really the mindset. Honestly, I think spamming like a lot of ranked games helps with that. Like, I want to go like 20-0 on stream. I can't lose the raids, and I think that helps a lot when it comes to like the grand finals moments.
Yeah, I mean, if we're speaking of aggression, you were going up against a formidable opponent, of course, in the Viper, and he was actually able to go aggressive himself in map 3. That wall was up, really caused some issues for you. If you play should've, could've, do you feel like if you were able to break that wall down earlier, the outcome would have been different, and if so, how so?
Honestly, I didn't hear the question, but the crowd is amazing.
The crowd is making a lot of noise.
They're excited. They're as excited as you are, of course, over the victory. I think I just want to give you an opportunity to talk about Viper's performance here in this tournament, map 3, where he was able to shut down your aggression.
I think Viper played amazing, to be honest. I think he played amazing. He felt really sharp. He had good strategies, and every game felt close. Every game felt close.
He's a formidable opponent, the Viper. Let's hear it for our very valiant runner-up, a former Red Bull Wololo champion as well, the Viper. He played his guts out.
Viper's a legend. Viper's a legend.
Hera, before you hoist this trophy at long, long last, I hope you've got room on the shelf at home, mate. I want to give you an opportunity. Are there people out there that you want to thank, people to whom you owe a debt of gratitude, anyone you want to mention here on this, one of the biggest days of your career?
Yeah, I have a few people to thank. I'll start with my wife, who came out here and traveled with me, supported me. The long hours at night, she's there helping me out, and yeah, she's just been incredible in my journey. I also thank her family in Argentina, family in Canada, both the families supporting me so much. They were watching. That means the world as a gamer. You don't always get the parent support, but I have it, and that means the world to me. And I also want to give a shout out to, I promise I do this, the #1 CBA player for helping me do that cool patrol micro. He taught me it, and that one's for you, Chengo. He helped me a lot with that. It was something that's never been seen in Random Map before. And I guess lastly, the amazing crowd. Honestly, what more can you say? What more can
be said?
I can't play another tournament without 500 people watching. You guys have spoiled me too much. Amazing, amazing. Thank you.
Well, Hera, I'll grab that microphone off you, my friend, because there remains nothing more for us to do than once again congratulate the champion of Red Bull Wololo, El Reinado, in Age of Empires 2. It is Hera! Well, as we wrap up another incredible celebration of this game we all love, Age of Empires, I'd like to welcome the rest of the broadcast team here. If you want to stand in the middle of the stage here, as is only fitting for you, my friend. As we welcome up Tristan, Dave, Mem, Nilly, Winston, Killer Pigeon, and of course, Zoe over here. My friends, thank you all so much for being here in Castillo Almodóvar this weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in wherever you've been around the world to our stream. It has been the experience of a lifetime to bring this show to you all here. And we would like to thank you so very much for contributing to the success of this event. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, both in front of and behind the camera, I'd like to sign off for the evening. My name's Riley Knight. Stay safe, look after yourselves. And from Castillo Almodóvar, from Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, good night, and thank you for being with us.